10 million in cash. B. 2000 Dragon Ball power level. Only a fool would choose B. Lin Fan chuckled softly and, with a decisive flip of his hand, selected B. The divine choice system activated instantaneously. However, it seemed that the system was a tad off kilter. Ding! Detection of the host being confronted by a wealthy heir seeking revenge. Divine choice initiated. Option 1. Fall to your knees and plead for mercy, tears streaming. Reward. 100,000 in cash. A true man knows when to bow. Option 2. Grab a stool and fight to the bitter end. Reward. Mastery of martial arts. Option 3. Playfully tease of, may the three esteemed gentlemen be blessed. Reward. Dragon Ball series. Chi perception, allowing you to discern who the true weaklings are. Lin Fan chose option 3, flicking his finger to send 2 burly bodyguards flying. Just when he thought he was on a path to greatness, the system's tone shifted dramatically. Ding! Detection of the host facing a financial crisis. Please make a choice. Option 3. Labor with your own hands. Reward. Dragon Ball series. Sky dance technique. Thus, a man endowed with a 2000 Dragon Ball power level found himself donning a Mate 1 yellow uniform, tears in his eyes. All for the sake of paying a rent of 2,800. Lin Fan exclaimed, System, I have a power level of 2000. You want me to deliver takeout? System prompt. What else would you have me do? Host, it's time to pay the rent. Chapter 1. Instant choice of Dragon Ball power level. Next, Lin Fan. A cold voice emanated from the interview room. Lin Fan took a deep breath, adjusted the 9.9 shipping-free shirt from Pinduoduo he wore, and pushed the door open. 10 minutes later, he stepped out once more. His expression remained unchanged, filled with a profound sense of uncertainty about the future. Lin Fan, right? Please await our notification. This marked the 15th time he had heard those words in the 2 months since his graduation. As he exited the office building, the scorching summer sun blinded him. The city's splendor felt utterly disconnected from his existence. He was merely an ordinary college graduate, grappling with unemployment amidst an economic downturn, residing in a modest rental room, costing $800 a month. He retrieved his phone and unlocked a shared bicycle. As he pedaled through the bustling streets, the clattering of the bike echoed his swirling thoughts. If only he could win 5 million in the lottery, how splendid that would be. Zing! The jarring screech of brakes pierced his ears. An electric vehicle abruptly cut in front of him, its tires mere centimeters from his feet. Lin Fan was startled, his heart racing. He slammed the brakes, causing the bicycle to lurch and send him tumbling to the ground. The door swung open, revealing a young man clad in trendy attire with dyed yellow hair, accompanied by a meticulously made-up girl. You idiot! Are you blind? Can't you ride a bike? The young man yelled, pointing a finger at Lin Fan. Having bruised his elbow from the fall, Lin Fan rose, his anger ignited by the other's arrogance. It was he who had swerved recklessly. Lin Fan felt a surge of fury. He wanted to retort, but as he looked down at his frayed pants and low-quality shoes, self-doubt washed over him like a tidal wave. Choosing silence, he lowered his gaze and attempted to straighten the damaged bicycle. The handlebars were askew. Despite his efforts, he couldn't right it. Look at you, pathetic loser. Hurry up and scram. The young man continued to berate him, while the girl stood with her arms crossed, gazing at him with disdain, as if he were merely refuse. Lin Fan quietly lowered his head and pedaled away on the He Chun Guang's bike, fleeing back to his dim and damp rental room, locking the door behind him. He collapsed onto his bed, returning to his stinky quilt, and pulled out his Oppo phone, trying to numb his chaotic thoughts with short videos. His fingers mindlessly scrolled across the screen. Humorous clips and dancing beauties flashed by upon seeing a beauty. Lin Fan intentionally enlarged the video, satisfied only when he could discern her delicate feet. The next video appeared. The backdrop was black, featuring 2 lines of enormous white text set to stirring music. Choose one. What will you select? A. 10 million in cash, immediate transfer. B. 2,000 points of Dragon Ball power level. The comments section erupted. Anyone who picks B must be a fool. 10 million would allow me to live comfortably for a lifetime. Have you ever seen Dragon Ball? 2,000 power level. If I say this paper is worth 10 million, is worth 10 million. 2,000 power level, the earth would have to bear my surname. There are plenty of such events on Douyin. I'll keep watching. Lin Fan looked at the options, chuckling. Once again, it was one of those tedious hypotheticals. Having watched Dragon Ball since childhood, Lin Fan was well aware of the power of a 2,000 power level. Without hesitation, his finger pressed down on option B. In that moment, it felt as though he had activated some cosmic switch. Ding! A cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Detection of host choice made. Conditions for system activation met. Divine choice system officially activated. Initializing host's initial reward. 2,000 power leveled. Boom! An indescribable warmth enveloped Lin Fan's entire being in an instant. It felt as if every cell in his body was rejoicing, celebrating. He could distinctly sense his body undergoing a monumental transformation. muscles, bones, meridians. Each was being reshaped and fortified in an incredible manner. This transformation lasted only a few fleeting seconds. When everything settled, Lin Fan felt unprecedentedly invigorated. The world around him sharpened into crystal clarity. He could hear the sound of water flowing through the pipes above and discern the intricate patterns and spider webs in the corner of the room. A semi-transparent blue panel materialized before his retina. Host, Lin Fan power level, 2000 reference comparison. Average adult male, 5, world champion, 20. Gazing at the numbers on the panel, Lin Fan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. No way. The system is real. I begin with a power level of 2000? To put it into perspective, the talent that easily defeated Yamcha had a power level of 1200. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a violent rapping echoed against his fragile door. Open up. Come out, you inside. It was the voice of the yellow-haired youth. He had come looking for trouble. Lin Fan's brow furrowed instantly. It appeared this matter was far from over. Bang! With a resounding crash, the already precarious door was kicked open. Zhao Feng, the yellow-haired youth, stood at the threshold, flanked by two burly men with brutish features, blocking his way. Zhao Feng pointed at Lin Fan, his face a mask of malice and triumph. Kid, run, huh? You dare to hit my car? If I don't break your legs today, I won't bear the surname Zhao. The two hulking men behind him cracked their knuckles ominously, inching closer. The chilling system prompt echoed once more. Ding! Detection of host facing a violent threat. Divine choice initiated. Option 1. Immediately kneel and beg for mercy, tears streaming down your face, pleading for forgiveness reward. 100,000 in cash. Option 2. Seize a nearby stool and fight valiantly, showcasing your courage. Reward. Mastery of martial arts. Option 3. Disregard their threats and calmly inquire. Of, esteemed sirs, may I wish you well. Have you dined today? Reward. Dragon Ball skill, Ki sense, enabling you to perceive Ki with clarity. Option 4. Obtuse angle. No reward, no penalty. Lin Fan gazed at the 4 options before him. A surge of innate inferiority gnawed at his conscience, prompting him to reflect that beneath a man's knee lies gold, and it was high time to manifest that truth. However, a moment of clarity struck him. After all, with a battle power of 2000, what was there to fear? After careful contemplation, he resolved to select the 3rd option. Meeting the fierce gazes of the 3 individuals, he began to speak slowly, his voice soft yet distinctly resonating in each ear. Of, esteemed sirs, may I wish you well. Have you dined today? Chapter 2, The Combat Power Detector. Mobius? The young man with yellow hair, Zhao Feng, and his 2 bodyguards felt their CPUs burning out. They had envisioned Lin Fan trembling in fear, begging on his knees for mercy, or even grabbing a weapon to fight back. However, they were utterly taken aback when this impoverished wretch uttered such a retort. His tone and demeanor resembled that of a street performer delivering a monologue beneath an overpass. Had he damaged his brain by playing on his phone too much? Damn it. The bodyguard on the left was the first to regain his composure, feeling that his professional dignity had been trampled upon. Before arriving, the boss had instructed him to be decisive and break this kid's legs. Yet here he was, bantering instead. With a roar, he swung his massive fist, like a cauldron, propelled by a gust of ferocity directly at Lin Fan's face. This punch, infused with tremendous force, could easily shatter the nasal bones of an ordinary person. In that fleeting moment as the fist was unleashed, mission selection successful, reward, Dragon Ball system skill, Chi sensitivity, has been granted. Instantly, the world within Lin Fan's eyes transformed entirely. It was no longer merely a canvas of colors and shapes. He could perceive the faint aura burning from the 3 individuals before him. Zhao Feng's aura resembled the flickering flame of a nearly burnt-out candle, easily extinguished by a mere breath. Lin Fan couldn't help but think, buddy, your physique is far too frail. You really ought to quit. The 2 bodyguards exhibited somewhat stronger auras, yet they were little more than oversized white candles. In stark contrast, within his own perception, his aura blazed like a roaring furnace, vigorous and searing. The 3 feeble auras surged toward his blazing furnace. The bodyguard's seemingly swift punch appeared in Lin Fan's dynamic vision as though it were playing at 0.25 times speed. He could even discern the coarse pores and grime on the opponent's fist. Lin Fan merely tilted his head slightly. The fist grazed past his ear, the wind from the punch tousling a few strands of his hair. What? The punching bodyguard's pupils constricted. He had immense confidence in the speed and power of his punch. How could it possibly be dodged? Before he could retract his fist or change his move, Lin Fan acted. He did not use his fist or feet. Instead, he extended his right index finger and gently flicked the bodyguard's forehead, a motion as casual as brushing dust off his clothing. Boom. A dull thud resounded, akin to a watermelon being smashed open. In the horrified gaze of Zhao Feng, the stocky bodyguard, weighing over 200 pounds, was struck as if by an invisible battering ram. His eyes rolled back, and his body flew backward, rigid and straight. Bang! The flying bodyguard collided solidly with his companion. The two of them tumbled like rolling gourds, toppling the small table Lin Fan used for meals, causing a cacophony before crashing heavily to the ground, instantly rendered unconscious. One flick, merely one flick. The two battle-hardened professional bodyguards were incapacitated in an instant. The entire rental apartment fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Feng's expression of resentment and smugness had completely frozen, shattering into an abyss of unbounded terror. As Lin Fan approached him step by step, Zhao Feng's legs trembled uncontrollably. A monster. This guy is an absolute monster. Why you? Don't come any closer. Zhao Feng's voice quivered, a dampness already pooling in his pants. My father is Zhao Tianlong, the chairman of the Tianlong Group. If you dare to touch a single hair on my body, he will not let you off. Lin Fan remained silent. He merely fixed his calm gaze upon Zhao Feng. Within his perception, the essence of fear emanating from Zhao Feng swelled dramatically, exuding a nauseating odor reminiscent of a refuse pile. Your scent is truly repugnant, Lin Fan remarked as he stood before him, speaking in a flat tone. Zhao Feng was nearly on the verge of tears, fearing Lin Fan would, like a cinematic assassin, snap his neck. However, Lin Fan merely extended his hand and gently patted Zhao Feng's face, twisted in terror. Pat, pat. The gesture was light, even somewhat tender. Yet to Zhao Feng's perception, it felt more terrifying than any heavy blow. An uncontrollable warmth surged down his pant leg, rapidly soaking the floor beneath him. He had been scared to the point of wetting himself. Scram. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, a hint of disgust crossing his face. Don't let me see you again. Zhao Feng, as if granted a reprieve from death, scrambled out of the door, hardly glancing at his two unconscious bodyguards. The corridor echoed with his terrified cries. Lin Fan surveyed his damaged door and the disarrayed room, his brow furrowing in concern. This is troublesome. Repairing the door costs money, and a new table must be bought to replace the destroyed one. And what to do with these two unconscious fellows on the floor? Toss them out. What if someone discovers them? If the police come, that would be even more problematic. Just then, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. The host has completed the selection for the first time. The novice gift package has been granted. Reward, novice gift package X1. Would you like to open it immediately? Ah, what a delightful surprise. Let us see what this entails. Lin Fan muttered a sarcastic remark, silently affirming. Open. Novice gift package successfully opened. Congratulations. The host has obtained. Dragon Ball System Senzu Bean X1. Revives the dead. Restores all stamina and injuries instantly. Congratulations. The host has obtained. System Points X100. Can be exchanged for items in the system mall. Congratulations. The host has obtained. Technological Combat Power Detector, Glasses Style. Automatically adjusted to the host's vision. Congratulations. The host has obtained. 1 lottery chance. A pair of black-framed glasses materialized in Lin Fan's hand. The design was quite ordinary, resembling the black frames found everywhere on the streets. Intrigued, Lin Fan put on the glasses. The world around him shifted instantly. A high-tech green UI interface appeared on his retina, with a flashing number in the upper left corner. He focused his gaze on the unconscious bodyguard on the ground. Target, unknown human. Combat power, 7, unconscious. He then turned his attention to the other. Combat power, 6, unconscious. Finally, he approached the window and gazed at his reflection in the glass. Target, Lin Fan, host. Combat power, 2000. Holy cow. This is truly identical to Dragon Ball. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement as he looked outside through the glasses. On the street below, the passers-by bore numbers floating above their heads. 3, 4, 6, 2, 5. An elderly lady walking a Samyed had a combat power of 3, while her silly dog was rated at 1. A delivery boy riding an electric scooter zoomed past with a combat power of 6, slightly above average. To Lin Fan, the world had been entirely digitized. He suddenly spotted a man in a suit, his overhead number astonishingly reading 15, double that of these unconscious bodyguards. Interesting. A smile unconsciously crept onto Lin Fan's lips. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze, glancing back at the two bodyguards lying on the ground, then at the wrecked door. How on earth was he going to clean up this mess? Chapter 3. I was dazed by the landlord's beautiful legs. Lin Fan gazed at the damaged wooden door. A sense of soul-crushing heartache surged within him. Damn it, this isn't even my money. This is the security deposit. The first thought that crossed his mind wasn't how impressive it was to take down 2 burly men with a mere finger. What the hell? How much will I have to pay for this door? He crouched down, gingerly feeling the fractured area of the door, his heart bleeding. He glanced back at the 2 unconscious thugs. What on earth am I going to do? Just as Lin Fan was overwhelmed by confusion, He keenly detected the sound of familiar footsteps approaching, echoing down the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. Each beat felt like it was striking at the very core of his heart. Oh no, it's her. The alluring landlord with a temper as fiery as her figure. Lin Fan's mind went blank as his body reacted instinctively. He dashed forward, seizing the ankle of the hapless bodyguard with a combat capability of merely 7, dragging him towards the wardrobe like a lifeless dog. The burly man, weighing over 200 pounds, felt weightless in his grasp. Get in there. With a mix of pulling and kicking, Lin Fan forcefully shoved the first thug into the already cramped wardrobe. Then came the second, executed with the same crude efficiency. Once this was accomplished, he swiftly slammed the wardrobe door shut with a resounding bang. At that very moment, a graceful figure appeared at the dilapidated doorway. It was none other than his landlord, Tsuyueshi. Draped in a loose silk camisole nightgown, the deep green fabric shimmered softly in the dim room, accentuating her breathtaking curves. Beneath the hem, her long, snow-white legs were completely exposed, mesmerizing to the point of dizziness. Her bare face bore no makeup, her skin luminous and translucent, with a pair of peach blossom eyes carrying a hint of drowsiness and scrutiny. She wore simple black slippers, yet her toes, adorned with vibrant red nail polish, were round and delightful, creating a striking visual contrast against her slender, fair insteps and high arches. Lin Fan felt an involuntary gulp in his throat. Unfortunately, as soon as this enchanting woman opened her mouth, all his beautiful fantasies were shattered. Tsuyueshi's gaze lingered on the pitiful state of the door for 2 seconds before her elegantly arched brows shot up in disapproval. With her arms crossed, the gesture only served to accentuate her already impressive figure. She surveyed the chaos within the room before fixing her scrutinizing gaze on Lin Fan. Well, Lin Fan, you've delayed your rent for half a month. What's this? Can't pay your rent, so you've decided to demolish the place? Lin Fan was instantly jolted from his daydream, forcibly suppressing his guilt as he nonchalantly ran a hand through his greasy hair. Sister Shi, you simply don't understand. He feigned profundity. As an artist, one pursues a certain beauty in imperfection. This door, I refer to it as Syrian war damage style. Don't you think it adds a touch of sophistication? Tsuyueshi was amused by his nonsensical remarks, her delicate finger pointing at Lin Fan's nose. I'll give you 3 days. 800 for the rent, 2,000 for the door repairs. A total of 2,800. If you can't come up with it, pack your war-damaged belongings and get out. After delivering her ultimatum, she cast Lin Fan a lingering glance that seemed to convey a hint of unnoticeable doubt before turning on her heel and striding away, her slippers tapping rhythmically on the floor. The air was still filled with the faint scent of jasmine that lingered in her wake. Once Tsuyueshi departed, Lin Fan immediately felt deflated. He collapsed onto his bed and pulled out his phone, opening Alipay. Balance, 25,000. The glaring red digits felt like a cruel mockery. With this amount, he could barely afford a decent meal this month. 2,800. To him, that was a staggering sum. The long-forgotten feelings of helplessness and inferiority resurfaced. So what if he had a combat power of 2,000? He still had to worry about 3,000 bucks. Was he really going to rob a bank? No, wait, I'm strong now. I shouldn't fear making money. Just then, the cold, mechanical voice of the system chimed in. Ding. A financial crisis and survival challenge detected for the host. Divine level choices activated. Choice 1. Rush into the neighboring upscale community and utilize your unparalleled strength for a zero-cost acquisition. Reward, a Huawei 16 Pro Max in far peak blue. Choice 2. Find that yellow-haired Zhao Feng and demand reasonable compensation for your emotional distress, reputation damage, and the poor door. Reward, basic chi cultivation method from the fantasy realm. Choice 3. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Labor with your own hands and strength to address your basic needs. Reward, Dragon Ball style skill, sky dance technique, allowing you to experience the sensation of free flight. Staring at the 3 choices before him, Lin Fan fell into deep contemplation. A twitch at the corner of his mouth hinted at the absurdity of the situation. A person with 2,000 combat power, reduced to working? This script feels a bit off, doesn't it? But the allure of the sky dance technique was simply too tempting. Though he possessed 2,000 combat power, he lacked even the basic fighting skills, let alone any advanced techniques. That was the sky dance technique, one of the most practical skills in the Dragon Ball world. I choose 3. Lin Fan silently resolved. After the initial excitement wore off, he calmed down and began to contemplate how to earn money through labor. He opened his phone, ultimately settling on a certain icon, Matewan Delivery Rider. He promptly uploaded his identification information and registered as a proud delivery rider. Half an hour later, he donned the signature yellow uniform. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Lin Fan let out a self-deprecating laugh. Who would have thought that my first profession would be a delivery man? However, before embarking on his delivery journey, There was a small matter to attend to. He approached the wardrobe, yanked the door open. The two bodyguards were just regaining consciousness, staring at each other in bewilderment. Upon noticing Lin Fan at the doorway, their faces drained of color, as if they had seen a ghost, and they scrambled backward in fear. Brother, we were wrong. Please spare us. We were just following Master Zhao's orders. Lin Fan remained silent, calmly taking a seat in front of them on a chair. After a few minutes, one of the bodyguards could no longer contain himself and cried out, "Brother, just tell us what you want us to do. If it's money, we'll give it." Only then did Lin Fan slowly speak, his voice low yet authoritative. "This door, it was your boss who broke it, right?" Yes. They stammered in unison. "I need compensation for emotional distress, lost wages, and the repair of this door. We need to come to an understanding, don't we?" "Of course. Absolutely." Both men nodded vigorously. $3,000, is that too much?" "Not at all. Not excessive at all." They trembled as they fumbled for their phones, each transferring 1,500 to Lin Fan with alacrity. As the notification of the transaction echoed through his phone, Lin Fan's expression finally softened. He rose to his feet and waved his hand. "All right, scram. Remember, don't let me see you again." The two, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away from this unforgettable rental abode. With the compensation settled, Lin Fan felt a surge of elation. He donned his yellow vest and officially began his delivery career. Ding. You have a new delivery order. The first order, from a CBD office building 3 kilometers away. Lin Fan cast a fleeting glance at the map, a smirk gracing his lips. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, darting into the bustling traffic below. He eschewed the electric scooter. His velocity far surpassed that of any such contraption. With powerful strides, he glided through the congested thoroughfare like an ethereal specter. The rearview mirrors of the cars could only capture a fleeting glimpse of his yellow silhouette. Passers-by on the sidewalk merely felt a gust of wind, only to find the person beside them had vanished. What would typically require a quarter of an hour, Lin Fan accomplished in under 3 minutes. When he calmly presented the takeout to the white-collar worker, who was engrossed in his phone, he heard the latter murmuring, "Let me check where the rider is." "What the hell? Just arrived at the store?" The worker abruptly looked up, astonished at the sight of the very real Lin Fan. With a professional smile, Lin Fan handed over the delivery, saying, "Enjoy your meal, and please leave a 5-star review." With that, he turned and departed, concealing his accomplishments in humility. Meanwhile, in an opulent villa in the eastern part of the city, Zhao Feng was weeping profusely to his father, Zhao Tianlong, the chairman of the Tianlong Group, recounting his misfortunes. "Dad, you must avenge me. That kid is a monster. With just one finger, he sent both my bodyguards flying." Zhao Tianlong, a man in his 50s exuding an aura of composure, listened to his son's lament, his brow furrowed. He dismissed the notion of superpowers. In his view, his son had undoubtedly provoked a hidden martial arts expert lurking among the populace. "Pathetic," Zhao Tianlong exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to Zhao Feng's face. "You're terrified of a mere martial artist hiding in the shadows." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Listen, I don't care how you do it, but find out everything about a certain individual for me." "Yes, a kid living in the old city. Break his legs." Days later, Lin Fan beheld the income displayed on the Meituan Rider app on his phone. 31,525 yuan, and a broad grin spread across his face. Not only had he settled his compensation and rent, but he also found himself with a surplus, invigorating his spirit. He deliberately waited until evening, estimating when Su Yueshi would be home, and knocked on her door. The door was opened by the same alluring woman clad in a silk nightgown, radiating mature charm. "What's the matter?" Su Yueshi leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, striking a pose that sent Lin Fan's heart racing. Clearing his throat, he retrieved his phone and opened the transfer interface. "Sister Shi, I am grateful for your leniency these past few days. Here's the rent and the repair fee for the door." Before her, he entered the figure of 3000 and pressed confirm. She glanced at the number on the screen, then back at Lin Fan's nonchalant demeanor, her suspicion deepening. How could a recent graduate, who could barely afford his 800 yuan rent, come up with 3000 in such a short span? Moreover, he appeared remarkably at ease. Lin Fan, noticing her incredulous expression, felt a surge of satisfaction. He flamboyantly tucked his phone back into his pocket and spoke in a tone of a seasoned individual. "Sister Shi, I know what you're thinking. The 2,800 is for the rent and repairs, and the remaining 200 is my personal compensation for your mental distress. After all, it's my fault that you had to worry about me." Su Yueshi was both amused and infuriated by his shamelessness. She put away her phone, scrutinizing Lin Fan from head to toe, and retorted mercilessly, "Well, Lin Fan, have you struck it rich? You're not involved in any illegal activities, are you? I must remind you that I do not rent to criminals." "Impossible. I am a thoroughly virtuous successor of socialism, Lin Fan declared, patting his chest in assurance. I earn my living through hard work and labor, honorably. With that, he swaggered away, whistling as he returned to his battle-scarred rental apartment. Flaunting was fleeting. Enhancing one's strength was eternal. He eagerly began to study the system's reward, the sky dance technique. According to the information provided, the sky dance technique was not merely a skill but an advanced application of the inner energy. It sounded simple, yet was challenging in practice. Lin Fan closed his eyes, calming his mind as he endeavored to harness the energy within him. Cautiously, he siphoned off a thread of energy, guiding it through his meridians, slowly directing it toward his feet. Just this feeling. Concentrate. Gather a little more. He suddenly opened his eyes, attempting to lift himself with this energy. Rise. Bang. With a thunderous crash, he was indeed airborne, but rather than ascending, he shot upwards like a cannonball, crashing directly into the ceiling. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. Just as his head was about to meet the ceiling with alarming intimacy, he forcefully dissipated the energy beneath him, landing heavily back on the bed. Coughing and disoriented, Lin Fan stared at the shallow dent he had created in the ceiling with his head, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Goodness, I overdid it. He realized that while he possessed the destructive power to level mountains, he lacked the finesse to control it. If he mismanaged this power and inadvertently demolished the building, it would spell disaster. Clearly, mastering the control of his energy was of utmost urgency, and the best practice would be through ongoing experimentation. Thus, Lin Fan continued his illustrious career as a delivery worker, albeit with a more sophisticated approach. He no longer relied on brute force to sprint through the streets. Instead, he began to practice the sky dance technique. Gradually, he could soar to heights of 1 or 2 meters, then to tens of meters. Days later, he had become adept at flying silently at heights of several dozen meters, even ascending above the clouds under the cover of night. Gazing down upon the myriad lights of the city below, the exhilaration was unparalleled. One afternoon, Lin Fan received an urgent order, destined for a high-end private club in the city center known as the Cloud Top Pavilion. To take a shortcut, he chose a seldom-traveled alley. As he was about to traverse it, humming a tune while carrying the takeout, 2 men suddenly appeared at both ends of the alley, blocking his path. The black-framed glasses Lin Fan wore instantly locked onto the targets. Target, unknown human, martial artist. Combat power, 20. Target, unknown human, martial artist. Combat power, 25. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, but not out of fear. Rather, he found the situation bothersome. He maintained his composure, mentally scoffing. Seriously? I can't even deliver takeout without encountering roadblocks? Didn't they say the world champion only has a power level of 20? How come these two have over 20? The 2 men blocking his path were external disciples hired by Zhao Tianlong from a martial arts family to handle some less than savory tasks. One of the burly martial artists struck a pose he deemed impressive, tilting his chin slightly, looking down at Lin Fan with an expression akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Kid, you may dress well, but you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Break your own legs, and we can spare you some pain. Lin Fan observed the faint yet palpable energy circulating within them, experiencing for the first time the power of martial artists in this world. Stronger than ordinary individuals, yet still rather ordinary. Gentlemen, let us talk this over. Lin Fan raised the takeout in his hand. I'm merely a delivery guy. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Why don't you allow me to complete this delivery first? I'd be penalized for tardiness otherwise. Enough with the prattle. Another slightly corpulent martial artist, having lost his patience, roared fiercely. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself forward like a descending tiger, unleashing a ferocious punch that whistled through the air, aimed directly at Lin Fan's face. This move, known as the descending tiger, bore the weight and force capable of shattering stone. Yet, within Lin Fan's dynamic vision, the attack appeared laughably slow. With a mere tilt of his head, he effortlessly evaded the seemingly certain blow. Simultaneously, a playful spirit ignited within him as he mimicked the earlier act of sending a bodyguard flying, extending his right index finger, preparing to deliver a similar blow to this martial artist's head. The assailing martial artist, witnessing his strike fail, momentarily revealed a sinister expression. Meanwhile, his motionless companion behind him, with a glint of cold light in his eyes, unexpectedly drew a dagger from his bosom, thrusting it towards Lin Fan's heart at an exceedingly cunning angle. Exerting all his strength, Lin Fan's brow furrowed instantly. He could indulge in playful antics, but this opponent was intent on taking his life. So, they sought to provoke him, did they? No longer holding back, Lin Fan swiftly transformed his poised finger into a palm. Just as the dagger was about to pierce him, his hand struck the face of the ambushing martial artist with tremendous force. A crisp and resounding slap echoed through the silent alleyway. The immense power sent the assailant hurtling backwards. He spun twice in the air before crashing heavily against a wall 5 meters away, producing a dull thud, and then slumped to the ground, convulsing momentarily before losing consciousness. The remaining martial artist, frozen in the stance of a descending tiger, was utterly paralyzed. What had he just witnessed? His genuinely formidable junior brother had been sent flying by a single slap? Lin Fan withdrew his hand, barely sparing him a glance, and walked past, holding the still-warm takeout, as if nothing had transpired, whistling as he exited the alley. Damn it. Provoke me, and you'll learn what it means to face my wrath. As he hummed a tune after delivering the takeout, he encountered Tsuyoshi, who was preparing to take out the trash. Today, she donned a casual cotton t-shirt and shorts, yet her voluptuous figure remained undeniably captivating. Her gaze lingered on Lin Fan for a moment, and she lightly sniffed the air, suddenly declaring, "You have a scent of blood on you." Lin Fan was taken aback internally, yet his face maintained its mischievous grin. "What can I say, Sister Shi? I just delivered a spicy dish and accidentally spilled some on myself." Tsuyoshi nodded, seemingly unconvinced, and did not pursue the matter further. Holding the garbage bag, she brushed past Lin Fan. At that fleeting moment of their intersection, she seemingly nonchalantly raised her right hand, her slender, fair finger darting towards Lin Fan's rib with lightning speed. This jab was swift, precise, and fierce. It was a probing technique from her sect, the cicada's probe. Just as her fingertip was about to touch his skin, the muscles beneath his rib tensed instantaneously, forming an invisible barrier of formidable resilience. A soft pop resonated. Tsuyoshi's finger was rebuffed by a gentle yet immensely powerful force, causing her entire arm to tingle. A storm of surprise surged within her heart. Was this protective energy? At that moment, Lin Fan feigned being tickled, exaggeratedly writhing and bursting into laughter like a barbell. "Ha! Sister Shi, what are you doing? That tickles. Stop it." Tsuyoshi swiftly retracted her hand, casting a complex glance at him as if trying to discern something from his playful demeanor. Ultimately, she merely muttered a dismissive boring, before turning to descend the stairs with her trash. However, in that instant of her turning away, Lin Fan's combat power detector distinctly captured a soaring combat power value. Target, Tsuyoshi. Combat power, 120. Lin Fan's smile gradually faltered. What the hell, this woman? Chapter 5, Striking the Saiyan Bloodline. He blinked vigorously, suspecting that his combat power detector might be malfunctioning. Refocusing on Tsuyoshi's graceful silhouette, the clear green number remained unwavering at 120. What conception did this hold? The two martial artists he had sent flying earlier had combat powers of 20 and 25, respectively, totaling less than 50. Yet this beautiful landlady, who donned revealing sleepwear and bore a fierce demeanor over a few hundred yuan in rent, possessed such strength. Damn, this world is perilously dangerous, Lin Fan thought as he watched Tsuyoshi vanish around the staircase corner. Hidden within an ordinary rental apartment was a martial expert with a combat power exceeding 100. This could not stand. A combat power of 2,000 felt far too insufficient, offering no sense of security. At that moment, a spark ignited in his mind. Wait, didn't I have a novice lottery opportunity remaining? He recalled that upon opening the novice gift pack, the system had mentioned a single lottery chance. He had been too preoccupied with examining the combat power detector and the mystical beans to remember. System, come forth. I wish to draw. Lin Fan called out in his mind. Ding. Novice lottery chance X1. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes. Right now? As soon as the words left his lips, an immense, sci-fi metallic virtual roulette materialized in Lin Fan's mind. The wheel was divided into hundreds of segments, varying in color, with most being white and blue ordinary segments, bearing rewards such as cash prizes of 100,000 yuan, mastery in combat techniques, a handgun, and the like. A select few purple segments promised more enticing rewards, including a mystical storage ring, 10 cubic meters, and a technological Iron Man Mark I armor X1. At the pinnacle of the wheel, a solitary golden segment radiated with blinding light, its inscription slightly blurred, exuding an air of mystery. Let us gamble. Let us turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Give me that golden one. Lin Fan held his breath, fervently urging within. Lottery commencing. The pointer at the center of the wheel began to spin rapidly, moving so fast that it appeared as a blur. Countless segments flashed beneath the pointer. Lin Fan's heart raced in tandem with the pointer's slowing speed, gliding past the purple zone. Stop. Stop here. Lin Fan clenched his fists tightly. His breath hitched. With wide eyes, he watched as the pointer finally came to a steady halt on the golden segment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a rare, godly reward. The Dragon Ball series low-level Saiyan bloodline. Bloodline description. A combat race lineage from planet Vegeta, possessing physical capabilities far exceeding those of Earthlings, immense growth potential, and a unique trait where combat power significantly increases upon near-death recovery. Side effects: a colossal appetite and a slight influence of battle instincts on personality. Bloodline fusion commencing. Estimated time 10 seconds. 10, 50, 100. Fusion complete. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words to adequately express his elation, resorting to the simplest language to convey his inner euphoria. The Saiyan bloodline. This was indeed the Saiyan bloodline, though it bore the prefix low level. He understood that Goku himself was a low-level Saiyan, symbolizing boundless potential. At the very moment the system announced the completion of the fusion, a warm current surged through his limbs and bones. His skeletal structure emitted faint cracking sounds, and his muscles became more taut. He felt as though his senses had been infinitely magnified. The entire process was intensely vigorous, yet devoid of any pain, instead accompanied by an exhilarating sense of rebirth. Once the transformation was complete, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, feeling an immense surge of power coursing through him. However, immediately thereafter, a gnawing hunger arose from his stomach. He was so ravenous that he felt dizzy, ready to gnaw on the table before him. The side effects were overwhelming. Lin Fan suppressed the impulse to peel off the wall and consume it, eagerly donning his combat power detector to assess himself. Target: Lin Fan. Host: low-level Saiyan. Combat power: 3,500. The figure skyrocketed from 2,000 to 3,500. Exhilarating. Lin Fan excitedly swung his fist, the gust of wind created causing the curtains in the room to flutter. This was merely the enhancement of his base combat power. The most astonishing aspect of Saiyan lineage is the ability to grow stronger in battle, as well as the remarkable trait of exponentially increasing power upon near-death recovery. Meanwhile, in the city center, in the office of Zhao Tianlong, chairman of the Tianlong Group, he gazed at the two martial artists before him, their bodies wrapped in bandages, his expression darkening. These two were experts he had hired at great expense. Yet they had barely managed to withstand a single attack from their opponent. Useless. Two utter failures. Zhao Tianlong seized the crystal ashtray on his desk and smashed it onto the floor with a resounding crash. He finally realized that his inept son had likely encountered a formidable adversary. No, a true titanium alloy wall. Ordinary martial artists could not resolve this issue. A fierce glint flickered in Zhao Tianlong's eyes. He returned to his executive chair and dialed a number. "Hi, Snake. I have a job for you. 2 million, to eliminate someone." His voice was icy. "I want him dead. One shot. Leave no traces." After hanging up, Zhao Tianlong still felt insecure. That monster could swat away martial artists with a single slap. What if the assassination failed and the target sought revenge? After a moment's contemplation, he dialed another number. "Old Qian, it's me, Zhao Tianlong. I wish to hire you for personal protection for a while. The price is 10 million. There was a prolonged silence on the other end before a robust voice replied. "Chairman Zhao, you certainly have deep pockets. Now, who have you angered?" "A reckless young man. Possibly a disciple of some hidden sect out for training," Zhao Tianlong replied solemnly. "I require your protection, just in case." "All right, I will arrive tomorrow." After hanging up, Zhao Tianlong exhaled deeply, a sinister smile returning to his face. "Hi Snake, a retired ace sniper. Iron Palm Qianhong. A long-established martial arts master with a combat power of 150, his iron sand palm could split rocks." With this double assurance, he was confident that the young man would not be able to stir up any further trouble. In his rented room, Lin Fan was engrossed in his phone screen, frantically ordering takeout with the expansion coupon. 1 gigantic family bucket, 5 spicy chicken leg burgers, 10 pairs of grilled wings, and 2 large bottles of cola. Lin Fan devoured the food like a ravenous ghost, sweeping everything away in a whirlwind. Just as he picked up a fragrant chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth, savoring neither the crispy skin nor the tender meat, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent. On the rooftop of a distant building, a person was holding a sniper rifle, aiming directly at Lin Fan's head. Ding. Threat detected for the host. Divine level options activated. Option 1. Remain stationary and endure the sniper bullet with your body. Reward: the latest Huawei 16 Pro Max in far peak blue. Option 2. Immediately execute the sky dance technique and escape the sniper's range at the fastest speed. Reward: basic chi cultivation technique from the fantasy genre, leading you onto another path of cultivation. Option 3. Locate the rat hiding in the shadows and eliminate him. Reward: skill from the Dragon Ball series, the Dodon Wave. Chapter 6. Do not mess with the delivery guy. Lin Fan stared at the 3 options before him, the chewing motion in his mouth gradually halting. He had assumed his warning would suffice. Yet, it seemed some individuals were impervious to reason. Retreating and warning had not inspired caution, but rather incited more ferocious and lethal retaliation. The use of a sniper rifle was a clear escalation. The habitual laziness and cheeky grin that adorned Lin Fan's face began to fade. The latent hostility buried deep within the soul of a loser was ignited. He spat the chicken bone onto the table and issued a command to the system in his mind. I choose 3. Selection successful. Reward upon task completion. Skill from the Dragon Ball series, the Dodon Wave. On the rooftop of the dilapidated building, the ace sniper smirked cruelly. Through the scope, he clearly observed his target's every move. The young man seemed to sense something, abruptly halting his eating and glancing in his direction. Interesting, his perception was quite sharp. High Snake chuckled coldly within. But what did that matter? Against the Barrett's 127mm armor-piercing round, any awareness was futile. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull thud echoed as a bullet, brimming with terrifying energy, spiraled toward Lin Fan's head. In High Snake's script, the next moment would reveal a splendid bloom of crimson. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Inside the rented room, at the instant the bullet was fired, it was as if Lin Fan's world had been set to slow motion. He did not evade. Calmly, he sat still, slowly raising his right hand. Then, just as the bullet was about to pierce his brow, he extended his index and middle fingers, gently pinching. Ding! A sound smaller than a mosquito's buzz resonated. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. The horrifying bullet, capable of penetrating steel and tearing through flesh, was effortlessly held aloft between Lin Fan's 2 fingers. The bullet's tail vibrated slightly due to the immense inertia, emitting a buzzing sound. On the rooftop of the unfinished building, High Snake remained in shooting posture, utterly frozen. His eyes were glued to the scope. The target remained seated. No bloodshed, no collapse. He even raised his hand, as if pinching something. An absurd thought, so shocking it made his scalp prickle, surged from the depths of his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That was a Barrett. Even a dinosaur would be felled by a single shot. His professional instincts quickly suppressed the dread rising within him. Withdraw. Retreat immediately. He sprang up from the ground, hastily gathering his sniper rifle, preparing to flee. But it was already too late. Just as he stowed the weapon in its case, a chilling voice echoed behind him. Are you looking for me? High Snake's body stiffened, his hair standing on end. He abruptly turned around and beheld a scene that would forever linger in his memory. Just moments ago, the target he had been aiming at from a kilometer away, a young man clad in a yellow Mate 1 delivery uniform, was now eerily suspended behind him. Yes, suspended. His feet hovered 2 meters above the ground, defying the very laws of physics. Who are you? The mental defenses of the Black Snake shattered in that instant, instinctively prompting him to flee. However, as he turned, a hand, akin to an iron claw, seized his throat. The immense strength left him utterly incapable of even the slightest resistance. Lin Fan lifted him effortlessly with one hand, raising him off the ground, his expression betraying no emotion. Who sent you? His voice was calm, devoid of any discernible anger or joy. Yet, it was this tranquility that instilled the greatest fear. It's Zhao Tianlong. Faced with absolute power, the so-called ace sniper, the supposed mental fortitude, became a mere joke. Without hesitation, the Black Snake betrayed his employer, chairman of the Tianlong Group, Zhao Tianlong. He offered me 2 million to kill you. Please, spare my life. I'm just a hired hand. What the hell? I'm worth that much. In my lifetime, I've never seen 2 million. Once more, the name Zhao Tianlong echoed in Lin Fan's mind, and the suppressed killing intent in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He understood that reasoning with such a person was futile, as were warnings. Again and again. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. Today, I won't be having beef. In your next life, ensure you verify your target before accepting a job. Lin Fan remarked indifferently, his hand still gripping the Black Snake's neck. Tightened slightly. No, please don't kill me. The Black Snake's eyes widened in terror, his pleas unfinished. His body quaked violently, the spark of life swiftly extinguished. Lin Fan released him, allowing his lifeless form to collapse to the ground like a rag doll. Without casting a glance at the corpse, he turned and floated to the edge of the derelict building. The iconic yellow delivery uniform billowed in the night breeze. He took out his phone and entered Tianlong Group into the map. A red pinpoint appeared in the heart of the city's bustling area. Lin Fan pocketed his phone, gazing up at the brilliantly lit expanse. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of yellow light, soaring skyward towards the Tianlong Group headquarters. Chapter 7. Bro, cut me some slack. Ding. Task completed. Reward Dragon Ball skill tunnel wave has been granted. As the system notification chimed, the method of utilizing the tunnel wave flooded Lin Fan's mind. He began to descend slowly from the sky, eventually landing firmly in a deserted alley near the Tianlong building. Looking up, the towering glass facade of the structure glimmered brightly against the night, resembling a colossal steel beast overseeing the city's grandeur. Tianlong Group. Zhao Tianlong. Lin Fan glanced down at his yellow Mate 1 delivery uniform, feeling no sense of incongruity. With hands in pockets, he sauntered towards the resplendent entrance of the Tianlong building, exuding the swagger of an ordinary delivery man seeking a place to rest after completing an order. "Good evening, sir. Please hold on." As Lin Fan stepped onto the marble floor, two tall security guards in crisp suits immediately approached, blocking his path with outstretched arms. One guard's eyes held a semblance of politeness, yet a trace of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth. "I'm sorry, but our building has a policy. Delivery personnel must use the employee entrance. I'm not here to deliver food." Lin Fan replied succinctly. "Do you have an appointment?" the other guard inquired, his tone tinged with impatience. "No. Then I'm afraid you cannot enter without an appointment." The guards adopted a firm stance. Lin Fan felt a chuckle bubbling within him. He was disinclined to engage in futile banter with these individuals, whose combat prowess barely registered a 5, and was about to force his way through when his peripheral vision caught a familiar, yet distant figure. In the guest waiting area adjacent to the lobby, on a plush leather sofa, sat a girl dressed in a well-tailored gray business suit, her head bowed, hands tightly clutching a document. Before her stood a middle-aged man, his greasy hair slicked back, berating her with vitriol. The sight of her silhouette, the stubborn line of her profile, Lu Mingyao, the campus belle from his university days, the object of his affections for 3 long years. Back then, he was insecure and introverted, his greatest dream being to utter a single word to her. He had been her loyal admirer for 3 years, watching as she dated other boys, often transferring his meager part-time wages whenever she called about needing money. While he endured a week of eating nothing but steamed buns, his focus sharpened again. The Manager Wang, was unleashing a torrent of foul language upon Lu Mingyao, his pudgy hand attempting to inappropriately rest on her shoulder. "You can't even handle this minor task? Do you know how crucial this document is? If you delay Chairman Zhao's important matters, can you bear the consequences? I think you might as well quit. Come to my office tonight. Perhaps there's a chance to salvage this." Lu Mingyao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her body shrinking away in humiliation and helplessness from the lecherous hand. The surrounding employees passed by, seemingly indifferent, as if they had grown accustomed to such scenes. Lin Fan's heart ignited with fury at the sight of her. Having never even held her hand in 3 years, now subjected to the whims of this middle-aged man. "Hey!" Ignoring the 2 guards still trying to usher him away, Lin Fan appeared beside Manager Wang in an instant, gently tapping his shoulder. Startled, the manager turned, ready to unleash a tirade, but froze upon recognizing Lin Fan. A young man in a yellow delivery uniform, a pauper? "Bro, cut me some slack." Lin Fan's tone was casual, as if greeting an old friend. Lu Mingyao looked up in surprise, and upon recognizing Lin Fan in his conspicuous delivery attire, her expression morphed from shock to a blend of embarrassment and discomfort. "Lin Fan, how did you end up here?" She never imagined she would encounter this loyal backup in such a manner, in such a setting. "Who the hell are you?" Manager Wang finally snapped back to reality, jabbing his finger at Lin Fan, shouting, "A delivery boy dares to meddle in the affairs of Tianlong Group? What are you even worth? Security, where the hell are the guards? Throw this blind fool out." His voice instantly captured the attention of everyone in the lobby. Laughter, scorn, and curious glances converged upon Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, don't cause trouble, just go." Lu Mingyao tugged at his clothing, desperate for him to leave this place of conflict. The 2 guards, realizing the commotion, swiftly summoned more of their colleagues, armed with rubber batons, advancing menacingly towards Lin Fan. "Kid, are you leaving on your own? Or do we need to help you?" Lin Fan's expression remained serene, his indifference evident as he dismissed the encroaching security guards with a mere glance, redirecting his focus toward the raucous Manager Wang. Just as a security guard's baton was about to descend upon his shoulder, Lin Fan's body subtly trembled, and an invisible force radiated outward. With a hum, the half-dozen aggressive security guards were sent hurtling backward, the cacophony of bodies colliding with walls, the front desk, and potted plants echoed throughout the opulent hall, transforming it into a scene of utter chaos. All present were momentarily stunned by this bizarre spectacle. The delivery man remained utterly unmoved. Manager Wang's arrogance froze in place. Lu Mingyao was rendered speechless, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at the back of the man before her. Was this truly the timid, self-effacing Lin Fan she remembered? "What are you here for?" Manager Wang's voice turned shrill with fear. Lin Fan stepped forward, each stride seemingly treading upon the hearts of those around him. "Me?" Lin Fan grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. "I am here to see your chairman, and perhaps, to teach you a lesson. You barking watchdog who only yells at your own kind." No sooner had he spoken, than Manager Wang felt a blur before his eyes. A gust of wind rushing toward him, a resounding slap echoed throughout the hall. Wang's corpulent form was sent crashing against the far wall, crumpling to the ground like a broken doll. The world fell into silence. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang at the most inopportune time. He retrieved it, Glancing at the caller ID, his heart skipping a beat. It was Su Yueshi. He answered the call, yet before he could utter a word. Hello, Shijie? The voice on the other end was cool, yet tinged with urgency. Are you at Tianlong Tower? Lin Fan was taken aback. How did she know? He instinctively mumbled, yes. Just delivering a meal. Leave there immediately. Su Yueshi's tone abruptly shifted to one of grave seriousness, laced with an undeniable command. That place is beyond your capabilities. Listen to me. Get out now? Chapter 8. Instantaneous defeat of a martial arts master. Su Yueshi's stern voice struck Lin Fan like a bolt of lightning, momentarily clearing his chaotic thoughts. Was this the same woman who had once glared at him over a few hundred yuan in rent? She was genuinely concerned for his safety? A strange warmth, tinged with humor, blossomed within him. However, despite the sentiment, retreat was not an option. Having come this far, Lin Fan would not leave without ensuring Zhao Tianlong paid for his foolishness, not when he had just indulged in a family bucket. Shijie, your intel is impressive. Knowing exactly where I am delivering, Lin Fan resumed his nonchalant demeanor, addressing the voice on the other end. Don't worry, after I finish this delivery, I'll leave right away. You. The annoyance in Su Yueshi's voice was palpable, and then the line went dead. Jianhong? A master? It sounded rather formidable. He returned his phone to his pocket, a sly smile creeping onto his face. At that very moment, a powerful and weighty aura surged like a tide through the entrance of the building. All eyes were inevitably drawn toward it. An elder clad in a black tang suit, with hair graying yet exuding vitality, entered, hands clasped behind his back, moving with deliberate steps. His pace was unhurried, yet each step seemed to possess a peculiar rhythm, embodying the prowess of a dragon and tiger. His seemingly cloudy old eyes occasionally gleamed with an eagle-like sharpness. It was the Iron Palm, Jianhong. As Lin Fan adjusted his black-framed glasses, green data flickered across the lenses. Target, Jianhong, martial arts master. Combat power, 150. 150? Even Yamcha before arriving on Earth pales in comparison. Lin Fan silently calculated, noting it was 30 points higher than Su Yueshi's 120 combat power. It seemed this was the pinnacle of martial prowess within the secular world. Spending $1 million to hire bodyguards, and this was the result? Lin Fan felt a hint of disappointment. He had expected a more formidable opponent. As Jianhong surveyed the disarray and the unconscious manager Wang crumpled in the corner, he furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, he paid little heed to the chaos, his keen gaze sweeping over the crowd until it finally locked onto the young man in the incongruous yellow delivery uniform. Only this individual bore the residual traces of energy. Young man, are you the one causing trouble here? Jianhong's voice boomed with authority, underscored by the weight of someone accustomed to power. Lin Fan shrugged, feigning innocence. Old man, your words don't quite reflect the truth. I value reason above all else and never instigate trouble. I merely came to find Zhao Tianlong, to make him pay a small price for his foolishness. Arrogant. Jianhong scoffed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Zhao Dong is under my protection. If you wish to lay a finger on him, you must first ask my old hands whether they consent. No sooner had he spoken than his entire demeanor shifted. The once sprightly elder now exuded the ferocity of a waking tiger, radiating a dangerous aura. Then there's nothing to discuss. Lin Fan sighed, seeking death. Jianhong's contemptuous attitude ignited his fury. He bellowed, stomping the ground with such force that the solid marble floor cracked like spiderwebs beneath his feet. In an instant, he became a blur, delivering a ferocious palm strike aimed directly at Lin Fan's neck. This strike was none other than his renowned Iron Sand Palm. The wind howled in advance of the attack. The fierce gust sent Lin Fan's hair flying backward. To the onlookers, including Lu Mingyao, Jianhong's strike appeared blindingly fast, nearly impossible to perceive. They could only catch a glimpse of a shadow, as if the next moment, this oblivious delivery man would be decapitated. Lin Fan even found time to mentally critique. The stance is right, but the visage could use some work. Faced with a blow capable of shattering stone, Lin Fan neither flinched nor dodged. He languidly raised his left hand, fingers splayed, effortlessly meeting the attack. Bang! The clash of palm and fist erupted with a thunderous sound. The anticipated scene of bloodshed did not materialize. Jianhong's assured palm strike was firmly caught by Lin Fan's hand. A tremendous recoil surged through Lin Fan's arm, leaving Jianhong's entire arm tingling and his blood surging, as he stumbled back 3 steps before barely regaining his balance. He stared at Lin Fan in shock, a tempest of disbelief brewing within him. How is this possible? His iron sand palm, honed over 40 years to perfection, not just flesh and blood. Even steel would bend beneath it. Yet this young man had effortlessly caught it with but one hand. Moreover, observing his nonchalant demeanor, one would surmise that he had exerted no effort whatsoever. Is this it? Lin Fan shook his hand, revealing an expression of profound disappointment. This was hardly sufficient for a warm-up, old man. You, who exactly are you? A trace of fear crept into Qian Hong's voice. Me? I am merely a humble food delivery worker, Lin Fan replied with a grin, showcasing his pearly whites. Before he could finish speaking, his figure vanished once more. This time, Qian Hong was on guard. Every hair on his body stood on end as his internal energy surged wildly, forming a protective barrier of energy around him. Yet, he could not perceive Lin Fan's movements. Too slow. A chilling voice echoed in his ear. Qian Hong abruptly threw a punch to the left, but struck nothing but air. Over here. The voice reverberated from the right. Cold sweat trickled down Qian Hong's brow as he flailed desperately at the air, resembling a headless fly. Each strike merely stirring the wind. To the onlookers, the scene was bizarre in the extreme. The venerable and revered Master Qian now appeared as a mere puppet being toyed with. Toying with this old man. Qian Hong completely unraveled, unleashing an anguished roar as he ceased his flailing. He pressed his palms together, concentrating all his strength into that singular point. He was prepared to fight to the death. Alas, this is rather dull. Lin Fan's figure slowly materialized 3 meters before him. It seemed he had grown weary of this cat-and-mouse game. The level of the master has greatly disappointed me. Lin Fan shook his head, raising his right index finger. Witnessing this motion, a profound sense of impending doom enveloped Qian Hong. No longer hesitating, he gathered all his life's energy into one palm and, with a fierce shout, hurled it towards Lin Fan. Die you. Lin Fan's expression remained impassive. He regarded the hand, which was increasingly magnified in his field of vision. As golden light began to coalesce at the tip of his index finger. Taste this, he murmured softly. In the next instant, a beam of golden light erupted from his fingertip. Whoosh. There was no thunderous roar, only the faintest whisper of sound. The golden beam effortlessly pierced through Qian Hong's energy-laden iron palm and continued unimpeded, penetrating his chest. Ultimately, with a soft thud, it left a smooth, bottomless hole. Charred at the edges, in the massive marble pillar behind him. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Qian Hong's body hung suspended in midair. His face contorted in a fierce and malevolent grimace. He lowered his gaze, incredulously staring at the smoldering wound in his chest. Not a single drop of blood flowed forth. All flesh and bone had been instantaneously vaporized by that terrifying energy. What is this? He struggled to articulate the words. The brilliance in his eyes fading like a receding tide. Bang! The once great master crumpled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire hall was enveloped in a deathly silence. All present stared, stupefied, at the lifeless body on the floor and the yellow-clad delivery worker who was retracting his finger. Lin Fan did not spare a single glance at Qian Hong's corpse. He turned away, casting a frigid gaze toward the nearby elevator. He knew that Zhao Tianlong awaited him above. With purposeful strides, he made his way toward the elevator. Lu Mingyao stood among the crowd, watching the once familiar yet now utterly alien figure, feeling as though she were trapped in a surreal nightmare. Ding! The elevator arrival chime echoed. Chapter 9. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Kamehameha. The elevator doors glided open, revealing Lin Fan in his yellow delivery outfit, still maintaining his posture with hands tucked into his pockets. The entire floor was deserted, save for the slightly ajar door of the chairman's office at the end. Lin Fan walked directly over, pushing the door open. The opulent interior unfolded before him. A massive floor-to-ceiling window showcased the city's dazzling nightscape, complemented by an exquisite mahogany desk, leather sofas, and expensive-looking artworks adorning the walls. Yet, the man who should have been reveling in this luxury, commanding the world, now slumped in his executive chair, his face ashen. Zhao Tianlong's body trembled uncontrollably. Upon seeing the yellow figure enter the office, his pupils dilated in shock. He had witnessed the gruesome scene below, the tragic demise of Master Qian, clearly through the surveillance footage. Such power was beyond the realm of human capability. Lin Fan approached Zhao Tianlong at a leisurely pace, looking down upon him with a mocking smile. Chairman Zhao, how do you find this delivery? 2 million for my life. Yet you bring me a waste so inept that he couldn't even provide a proper warm-up. TSK. Your investment acumen leaves much to be desired. Thud. Zhao Tianlong could no longer maintain his composure. His legs buckled, and he collapsed from his expensive leather chair. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent sentence. Struggling to retain his last shred of reason, he fumbled in the innermost drawer of his desk, withdrawing a black bank card, which he presented, trembling, at Lin Fan's feet. Be brother. No, master. It was I who failed to recognize the mountain. I was blinded by my ignorance. Zhao Tianlong's voice quavered with a sob, filled with boundless terror. This card contains 100 million. It is all my liquid assets. I implore you, show mercy and spare my life. I shall serve you like a beast of burden. 100 million. That figure, once an unimaginable astronomical sum for Lin Fan, now stood before him. However, facing one who had repeatedly provoked him, to spare the man would not quell the resentment in his heart. He slowly extended his hand, preparing to crush this fool as one would an ant. In his mind, the familiar notification sounded. Ding. Significant disruption to the world's order detected. God-level choices activated. Lin Fan's outstretched hand abruptly froze midair. Mortal world order? The murderous intent in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by contemplation. 3 options, each radiating a different glow, vividly materialized in his mind. Choice 1. Swiftly exact vengeance. Execute him on the spot. A mere ant that has repeatedly provoked you. Eliminate him and let the world know your might. Reward. Fantasy System 8 Extremes Burst, a close combat explosive technique, capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a single strike. Choice 2. Inflict torment, kill him psychologically. Render him limbless. Strip him of everything, condemning him to a life worse than death, to languish in endless regret. Reward. Technology System Gene Repair Liquid, Beginner, X1, friendly reminder. To prevent the host from accidentally crippling themselves, this may serve as a backup. Choice 3. Let him go. Keep him for future use. Excessive exposure of your abilities may attract trouble, even drawing the attention of state-level mysterious organizations. Reward. Dragon Ball System Kamehameha, Kame Sennin's divine technique. Immensely powerful, a show-off skill, a childhood dream. Gazing at the 3 options before him, Lin Fan fell into a brief silence. Undeniably, the first option of swift vengeance was tantalizing. The second option, system, you truly are insufferable. What on earth is this friendly reminder? Are you cursing me? However, when his gaze fell upon the third option, his breath instantly quickened. Turtle School, S. Kamehameha. Damn, this is the legendary Kamehameha. Compared to the infinite troubles that lay ahead, the allure of the Kamehameha was simply astronomical. System, I choose option 3. Lin Fan resolutely made his decision in his heart. He slowly withdrew the hand that hovered over Zhao Tianlong's head, a mischievous grin once again appearing on his face. Leaning down, he looked at the man who was nearly fainting from fear and, in a voice only they could hear, chuckled softly. You think you can buy your life for a mere 100 million? Chairman Zhao, you truly underestimate your own worth. Despairing, Zhao Tianlong shut his eyes, convinced that his demise was imminent. Yet, the anticipated thunderous strike did not come. Instead, he heard a soft sound. Cautiously, he cracked open an eye, only to see Lin Fan extending a finger, a faint golden glow flickering at its tip. Before him, on the polished, multi-million-dollar imported mahogany desk, appeared a flawlessly smooth, bottomless small hole. The edges of the hole bore no splinters or cracks, as if the wood were inherently hollow. Staring at the terrifying hole and then at Lin Fan's smiling face, an icy dread, far worse than death, coursed from his spine to the crown of his head. This was a demon. This was undeniably the power of a demon. Your life, I shall temporarily spare, Lin Fan remarked, blowing lightly on his unscathed finger, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. From this day forth, the Tianlong group shall be under my command. Do you have any objections? No. No objections. I have no objections. Zhao Tianlong's mental defenses crumbled entirely, bowing vigorously as if it were garlic being mashed. You are the eternal emperor of the Tianlong group. I am but your most loyal hound. Excellent. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. First matter, that manager Wang downstairs, terminate him. As for Lu Mingyao, promote her, salary and position. You decide, but ensure she is satisfied. Second matter, clean up everything that transpired in this building today. I do not wish to see a whisper of this on any news outlet or social media tomorrow. Surveillance, witnesses, you know what to do. Yes, I understand. I will ensure it is handled impeccably. Zhao Tianlong swore fervently. Lin Fan disregarded him, turned, and swaggered out of the office with his hands in his pockets. Reward, Dragon Ball skill Kamehameha has been granted. A torrent of information surged into Lin Fan's mind in an instant. The intricacies of gathering, compressing, and releasing energy. All the mysteries of the Kamehameha coalesced at that moment. He felt as if he could conjure a glowing sphere at any moment, should he so desire. As he exited the building, once again bathed in the city's neon glow, his previously enigmatic expression shattered, replaced by an uncontrollable ecstasy and excitement. He rubbed his hands together, the spirit of an underdog igniting fiercely within him. Kamehameha. Damn, I can perform the Kamehameha now. Who dares to provoke me? One wave from me could obliterate their entire household. Inside the hall, amid the chaos, Lu Mingyao remained frozen in place. She watched Lin Fan emerge from the elevator, observing as he passed by her, and scathed, without even a glance in her direction. Clenching the documents in her hand, her nails dug painfully into her palm. A sharp sting accompanying her rising sense of regret, and an indescribable blend of fear and reverence intertwining in her heart. She understood that she and Lin Fan were now irrevocably from two different worlds. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away from the Tianlong building, in a clandestine underground base within the city, lights blazed brightly, filled with a sense of futuristic technology. Countless personnel clad in black uniforms busied themselves before massive screens. Suddenly, beep, 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 the piercing red alarm blared throughout the command center. On the central main screen, a map representing the city center was instantaneously magnified. A red dot flashing frantically. Report to the director. Severe energy fluctuations detected in the city center. The readings are escalating. They have far exceeded known master-level standards. A data analyst wearing a headset abruptly sprang from his seat, his voice sharp with shock. What? At the highest point of the command center, a middle-aged man with a stern demeanor, bearing a dragon insignia on his shoulder, stood up abruptly, his expression grave. Activate the life sign monitoring system. Immediately retrieve the life signals of all registered martial artists in that area. Searching. Match successful. Target. Martial arts master Qianhong. Signal source located at the epicenter of the energy surge. What is Qianhong's status? The agent responsible for monitoring fixed his gaze on the life sign curve displayed on the screen. The next moment, his face turned pale as a sheet. He inhaled deeply, his voice trembling as he reported. Report to the director. Target Qianhong's life signal has vanished. Chapter 10. 5 million received. Lin Fan stepped out of the Tianlong building, the evening breeze brushing against him. He glanced down at his hands, as if still feeling the warmth of energy flowing through his palms. Kamehameha. He retrieved his phone, locating the number he had just saved, and dialed. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Hello, Chairman Zhao, don't be alarmed. It's me, Lin Fan said languidly. On the other end, Zhao Tianlong's voice trembled noticeably. Sir, what are your instructions? Oh, nothing too serious. Lin Fan scratched his ear. I've been a bit short on cash lately. So please transfer 5 million to my card as pocket money. 5 million. Zhao Tianlong stammered. What? Is that too little? Lin Fan's tone darkened. No, sir. That is not what I meant. I'll transfer it to you right away. After hanging up, Lin Fan glanced at the bank notification he received moments later. A satisfied whistle escaping his lips. This money was far easier to earn than delivering takeout. Simultaneously, the Tianlong building had been completely sealed off. Dozens of personnel in custom black tactical gear, emblazoned with a dragon shield insignia on their chests, were conducting a thorough investigation in the hall. Leading them was the same middle-aged man who had been giving orders at the underground command center, Qin Shan, the head of the Dragon Shield Bureau's Jiangxia division. His expression was grave enough to wring water from it. Director, all surveillance hard drives on site have been formatted. The method was extremely professional and cannot be recovered. A female forensic expert hurried over, handing a report to Qin Shan with an expression of uncontainable shock. The cause of death for Qianhong was a fatal wound to the chest, with the wound appearing as a perfect circle, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. All tissue inside the wound has been vaporized. Qin Shan tightened his grip on the report. Is this something a human can unleash? This is completely beyond our understanding of martial arts and even supernatural abilities. Search. Dig through the earth if you must. Find that man in the yellow delivery outfit. Qin Shan's voice was cold as iron. Lin Fan stumbled back to his rented room. As he pushed open the door, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere in the living room. Su Yueshi uncharacteristically perched herself on the sofa in Lin Fan's room, clad in a silken robe, her arms crossed. Her phoenix eyes fixed intently upon him, their gaze frosty, reminiscent of an interrogator scrutinizing a suspect. Where have you been? Delivering takeout, Lin Fan replied casually, slipping into his slippers. Can a delivery service reach the Tianlong building? Can it warrant the Dragon Shield Bureau sealing off the entire building? Su Yueshi's voice suddenly escalated in pitch. Lin Fan's heart sank momentarily. How does this woman possess such keen information? He quickly devised a plan, his expression morphing into a mischievous grin as he leaned closer, thrusting his phone screen in front of Su Yueshi's face. On the screen, a glaring notification read, 500,000,000 yuan. Sister Shi, look, I wasn't lying, was I? This is a 5 million yuan delivery, and the client was exceedingly satisfied. Su Yueshi's gaze lingered on the series of zeros, her breath momentarily hitching, before her brows knitted in disbelief. You, what exactly? Ah, don't ask, Lin Fan interrupted, plopping down beside her, causing the sofa to sag under his weight. To celebrate my newfound wealth, and to express gratitude for my landlady's concern, let us go out and indulge. I'm not going. Su Yueshi rejected without a second thought, determined to ascertain what had transpired with this man. Come on. Lin Fan employed the ultimate tactics of a persistent underdog, refusing to relent. Ignoring her reluctance, he grasped her wrist and led her away. Half an hour later, they found themselves at the upscale Hang Lung Plaza in the city center. Lin Fan had forcibly ushered a frostily disapproving Su Yueshi into the establishment. He treated himself to a complete makeover. Although his aesthetics still lingered at the novice level of ostentatious branding, his transformed physique was undeniable. The formerly loose-fitting streetwear was replaced with well-tailored designer casuals, making him appear notably more upright, exuding an unexpected hint of a runway model's poise. Standing beside him, Su Yueshi observed the newly refined man in the mirror, a flicker of complexity crossing her features. Then, Lin Fan turned his attention to Su Yueshi. He dragged the unwilling Su Yueshi into a luxurious high-end women's clothing store. A sales associate, adorned with meticulous makeup and a haughty demeanor, glanced at the pair, her lips curling in undisguised disdain upon noticing Su Yueshi's simple t-shirt. "Apologies, but we do not allow try-ons for our garments." Her voice was icy, laced with superiority. Su Yueshi's expression darkened instantaneously, and she tugged at Lin Fan, intent on leaving. She could not abide such condescension. Without even acknowledging the disdainful associate, Lin Fan pointed at Su Yueshi and addressed another, more bewildered young sales associate standing nearby. "Aside from what she's wearing, I'll take everything else that fits her size." The proud sales associate's expression shifted dramatically, her face a canvas of shock. Su Yueshi was utterly flabbergasted, staring incredulously at Lin Fan. "Have you lost your mind? Sister, do me a favor." Lin Fan winked at her, swiping his card. As Lin Fan calmly completed the transaction, undeterred by the astonished gazes of both the sales associate and Su Yueshi, she felt a mix of anger and amusement at his ostentatious display. What a spendthrift. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Tianlong Group, Lu Mingyao stood anxiously, gripping a pristine appointment contract tightly in her hands. She had been promoted to executive assistant, with a salary tenfold her previous earnings. Zhao Tianlong, with the demeanor of a servant, hunched before her, a smile plastered across his face. "Assistant Lu, is there anything you find unsatisfactory? Please, don't hesitate to voice it. I will rectify it immediately." Images of the man in the yellow delivery attire flitted through her mind, the one she had once regarded as a backup, summoning him at her whim. She realized an insurmountable chasm now lay between them. As dusk fell, the setting sun bathed the city in a warm orange glow. Lin Fan and Su Yueshi strolled home, laden with packages. "You've truly lost your mind, buying so many clothes. Are you planning to open a store?" Su Yueshi finally voiced her exasperation, though her tone lacked the previous chill. "For you to wear," Lin Fan replied matter-of-factly. "I'm tired of seeing you in those few outfits. You're a beauty, yet you dress like a country bumpkin fresh to the city. Mind your own business." Su Yueshi shot him a glare. The evening sun elongated their shadows, and an unexpectedly warm atmosphere enveloped them. As they turned into the familiar alleyway beneath their apartment, three figures emerged like specters, silently blocking their path. Clad in tight black gear, they exuded an unmistakable aura of bloodshed. The leader brandished a uniquely shaped curved blade, its edge glinting ominously in the fading sunlight, and his gaze bypassed Lin Fan, fixated squarely on Su Yueshi. Without a doubt, remnants of the Saiyan sect. The leader's voice rasped, devoid of emotion. "Move quickly, eliminate her." In that instant, a chilling wave of murderous intent enveloped the alleyway. Su Yueshi's complexion shifted dramatically. She thought to herself that taking on two opponents was overly ambitious. With a resounding thud, Lin Fan casually discarded several shopping bags onto the ground, stepping forward deliberately, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Yueshi. The carefree smile that had adorned his face vanished entirely, replaced by an icy demeanor. "I don't care what faction you belong to or what you seek," Lin Fan cracked his knuckles. "You've disrupted my good mood. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Chapter 11. What on earth are you? She recognized their attire and the malevolent techniques they wielded. They were the very enemies responsible for the near annihilation of the Saiyan sect, the Seven Killers. "Run." Su Yueshi suddenly pushed Lin Fan back, her body taut. Her phoenix eyes fixed intently on the intruders, her voice low and urgent. "They're not something you can handle." Yet, rather than fleeing, Lin Fan regarded the three adversaries with keen interest. On the lenses of his black-framed glasses, several lines of green data materialized. Target, 7 Killers Assassin Leader, Combat Power, 150. Target, 7 Killers Assassin A, Combat Power, 125. Target, 7 Killers Assassin B, Combat Power, 116. Only slightly stronger than that Qian Hongqiang, the leading assassin. Witnessing this oblivious, ordinary man daring to stand in their way, emitted a cold laugh from his parched throat. "Kid, I'll give you 3 breaths to step aside. Otherwise, your worthless life will be left behind along with hers." Lin Fan nonchalantly dug at his ear, a look of impatience crossing his face. "Stop your incessant babbling. You're disturbing me. You've ruined my shopping mood. Have you considered how you plan to die? You seek death." Upon hearing Lin Fan's taunts, Su Yueshi nearly spat blood in frustration. This idiot. Did he truly believe that the bodyguards he faced at the Tianlong building were comparable to these bloodied professional assassins before them? She believed that Lin Fan relied on some peculiar ability of which she was unaware, failing to comprehend the true peril and brutality of the martial arts realm. The two assassins ceased their prattle. In a swift motion, they transformed into two arrows released from a bow, becoming indistinct shadows that lunged towards Su Yueshi from two entirely divergent and cunning angles, executing a pincer attack. Their coordination was impeccable. They struck with lethal intent. Their sole objective to eliminate her, the primary target, first. However, Lin Fan intervened. With a languid grace, he sidestepped to the left, positioning himself directly in front of Su Yueshi, as if he had preemptively anticipated the trajectory of their assaults. Then, to the astonished gaze of all present, he slowly raised his hands, bringing them together at his waist, palms facing one another, adopting an exceedingly peculiar, even somewhat ludicrous, stance. Ka-mi-ha. Lin Fan even recited the name of his technique in a dramatically exaggerated manner. The two assassins, rushing forward, momentarily halted, their eyes betraying unabashed scorn and mockery. What kind of martial arts posture was this? A comical performance before death? Yet, in the next instant, their derision solidified into sheer horror. A dazzling blue energy sphere was rapidly coalescing between Lin Fan's palms, visibly gathering power at an alarming rate. A wave of scorching, violent, and terrifying energy rippled outward with frenetic intensity. The essence of this energy was pure, domineering, and suffused with a sense of annihilation, far surpassing their understanding of inner strength or true qi. A chilling sense of mortal threat washed over them like ice water. The mockery on the faces of the two assassins swiftly transformed into sheer dread. They abruptly interrupted their offensive, rolling to the sides in a frantic attempt to evade. In their perception, such a technique requiring charging was rendered useless if one could simply avoid the front. Hey, Lin Fan grinned, forcefully propelling the now basketball-sized blue energy sphere forward. A relatively slender blue energy wave, trailing a long tail of light, shot straight toward the empty center of the alley. Did he miss? The lead assassin's mind fleetingly entertained this notion. Yet, Lin Fan, maintaining his launching posture, casually flicked his wrist to the left. The already airborne blue energy wave seemed to possess a life of its own, curving gracefully in midair, swiftly catching up to the rolling assassin. One assassin barely managed to emit a short, piercing scream before being entirely consumed by the blue energy wave, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. In the astonished and speechless gaze of the lead assassin and Su Yueshi, the eerie blue energy wave, having vanquished one, maintained its momentum, its brilliance undiminished, and astonishingly altered its course midair, hurtling towards the other assassin. No, the assassin poured every ounce of his inner strength into his arms, crossing them defensively over his chest in a desperate attempt to resist. However, his arms, capable of splitting stone, proved as fragile as gossamer before the Kamehameha. Boom. Another resounding impact echoed. He vanished without a trace. Su Yueshi stood transfixed, her mind a blank slate. What was this? Sorcery? This had completely shattered her entire worldview of martial arts built over the past 20 years. The lead assassin, surveying the now desolate flanks, felt icy sweat drench his back beneath his dark attire. The look in his eyes as he regarded Lin Fan transformed. He no longer saw a mere mortal or martial artist, but a monster clad in human skin. Flee. This was the singular thought that consumed his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and transformed into a wisp of black smoke, frantically fleeing into the alleyway. Damn it, Lin Fan muttered, gazing at his hands with a slight grimace. This is my first time using it. My aim could use some refinement. Thankfully, it can curve, but the power is rather difficult to control. It's like using a cannon to swat a fly. In a flash, he appeared before the fleeing lead assassin, as if teleporting, casually extending a finger, a faint golden light shimmering at its tip. Don't rush off, my friend, Lin Fan smiled. Do tell me, who sent you? A flicker of desperate madness flashed in the lead assassin's eyes as he realized there was no escape today. Die, he roared, channeling all his strength into the curved blade, striking fiercely toward Lin Fan's head, simultaneously shattering a poison pouch hidden within his teeth, without hesitation. Swoosh. Lin Fan executed a piercing wave that instantly pierced the assassin's wrist, the curved blade clattering to the ground. Yet, the venom coursed through his veins. A sinister smile crept across the lead assassin's face as he fell backward, his body rigid. Just before hitting the ground, a quaint wooden talisman, inscribed with a crescent moon mark, slipped from his grasp. Lin Fan casually picked up the talisman, brushing off the dust on the lead assassin's attire with disdain before pocketing it. He turned and returned to Su Yueshi, who remained frozen in place. Bending to gather the scattered shopping bags, as if performing a trivial task, he grumbled, "All done, let us head home." Tsuyueshi did not move. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, filled with shock, confusion, fear, and an inexplicable complexity of emotions. "Lin Fan," she articulated slowly, "what exactly are you?" Chapter 12. Listening to the pain of her original family. He paused for a second, then the carefree expression returned to his face. He exaggeratedly adjusted his newly acquired designer jacket and cleared his throat. Hey, hey, what do you mean by what? I, with my graceful demeanor and stunning looks, standing at 183 meters, am an unparalleled handsome man. How can I be described as an object? As he spoke, he struck a pose he believed to be quite dashing. Tsuyueshi, observing his frivolous demeanor, recalled the cataclysmic blue energy wave, and the three assassins who had left not even a trace of ash, felt the world spin around her. Her understanding shattered by an unprecedented impact. Upon returning to Lin Fan's rented apartment, with a resounding bang, Tsuyueshi slammed the door shut, isolating herself from the outside world. Lin Fan carelessly tossed the bags onto the sofa, intending to lighten the mood with a quip, only to find Tsuyueshi staring intently at him. Her gaze was no longer one of disdain. It resembled that of someone grasping at a lifeline, filled with hope. All her pride, all her facades, stripped away in that moment. "You," Tsuyueshi's voice trembled slightly as she uttered, "can you help me take revenge?" With those words, the tension she had held for years finally snapped. Taking a deep breath, Tsuyueshi began to recount her past. She had once been the revered saintess of the Xianyu sect, a prominent martial arts sect in Jiangnan, which possessed a treasured artifact, the Xianyu Jade, said to conceal the secrets of martial arts' ultimate pinnacle and ascension. For years, the Seven Kill sect, notorious for assassination and cruelty, had coveted this jade. On a rainy night 7 years ago, the Seven Kill sect, in collusion with several other nefarious factions harboring ulterior motives against the Xianyu sect, launched a surprise attack. That fateful night, blood flowed like a river. Her father, the revered leader of the Xianyu sect, expended his last vestiges of power to send her away from the sect, sacrificing himself to the inferno along with it. Though she narrowly escaped, she was gravely injured by an elder of the Seven Killers sect, leaving her meridians damaged and her internal strength diminished, transforming her from a once celebrated prodigy into a mere landlord hidden among the common folk. Over the years, she has evaded capture, relying on the sect's secret arts to barely suppress her injuries, clinging to life. Ultimately, this woman, who always presented herself as a formidable figure before others, could no longer contain her emotions. She sank to the ground, burying her face in her arms, her long-suppressed cries finally erupting in a cathartic release. Within her sobs lay the bitterness of her sect's destruction, the agony of survival, and an overwhelming sense of uncertainty about the future. Lin Fan observed her trembling shoulders, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. As a lifelong singleton, he had never encountered a scene like this. Should he offer her a tissue? That seemed too contrived. A gentle pat on the back? Might that be misconstrued as inappropriate? Perhaps he should simply allow her to cry for a while. Just as his mind wrestled with these dilemmas, the familiar chime of the system notification sounded, as expected. Ding! A significant plot choice has been detected, and the divine selection is now open. Lin Fan's spirits lifted. 3 options, each glowing with a distinct radiance, vividly presented themselves in his mind. Option 1. Listen to her plight regarding her family, but you know what to do after listening. Comfort her emotions, and take the opportunity to win her over. Reward: Xuanhuan Series Cleansing Pill X3, capable of refining sinews and bones, reshaping one's foundation. Option 2. Act with righteous valor, and follow through with your promises. The mere Seven Killers sect can be annihilated with a flick of your fingers. Fulfill her request, and eradicate the Seven Killers sect from this world, demonstrating your formidable might. Reward: Technology Series Telekinesis, Beginner, capable of remote object retrieval, throwing knives, mental barriers, an essential skill for home and travel. Option 3. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. Assist her in rebuilding the Xianyu sect, restoring its former glory, and enabling her to become the new sect leader. Reward: Dragon Ball Series King's Fist, temporarily amplifies one's combat powers several times. However, the side effects are severe, so the host should be prepared for the possibility of sudden demise. Lin Fan's gaze rapidly darted across the 3 options. The first option, system, you truly are insufferable. Is Lin Fan the type to exploit someone's vulnerability? Yet, another part of his mind, swayed by temptation, began to envision the rewards as if they were custom-made for him. The second option, telekinesis, sounded impressive, elevating his status to new heights. But when his eyes finally settled on the third option, his pupils constricted in shock. The King's Fist. Goodness! This was the ultimate trump card. In moments of life and death, with a furious roar, one's power could double, igniting a blaze of red energy. What side effects? What risks of sudden death? In the face of the king's fist, all seemed trivial. Handsomeness is a lifelong endeavor. Compared to the daunting task of rebuilding a sect, the allure of the king's fist was simply astronomical. Lin Fan looked at the woman on the ground, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, then glanced at the option glowing red in his mind, caught in the most challenging decision of his life. Chapter 13, A Difficult Choice. This is excruciating. Lin Fan's heart ached. System, I choose 3. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, making his decision with the expression of someone who had just torn up a winning lottery ticket worth 5 million. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Task, assist Su Yueshi in rebuilding the Xianyu sect, giving it a preliminary structure. Upon completion, the reward will be Dragon Ball Series King's Fist. Warning, this skill places an enormous burden on the body. Activating the King's Fist at double strength will continuously deplete the host's stamina and energy reserves. The higher the multiplier, the greater the risk. The host should cherish life and use it cautiously, lest you play yourself to death in pursuit of vanity. The system's notification tone remained as irreverent as ever. Lin Fan took a deep breath. He approached Su Yueshi, still crouched on the ground, engulfed in her sorrow, and composed his thoughts. He did not bend down or utter words of comfort. Instead, he spoke with an unprecedented calmness. Revenge will not resolve the fundamental issues. Let me help you rebuild the sect. Her cries ceased abruptly. Su Yueshi shot her head up, her tear-streaked face and reddened eyes reflecting disbelief. She had envisioned countless possibilities. Lin Fan might be intimidated by the Seven Killers sect and find an excuse to evade her, or he might act like a chivalrous hero, offering to avenge her, or even make some shameless demands. Yet, she never imagined he would propose rebuilding the sect. Revenge is a fleeting endeavor, a mere release of pent-up power. But rebuilding the sect signifies what? It necessitates a solid foundation, vast resources, a reputation capable of deterring the unscrupulous, and above all, a considerable investment of time and dedication. In that instant, the mysterious image of Lin Fan transformed in her mind, becoming multidimensional, even instilling her with a sense of reliability. Why do you wish to help me? Su Yueshi's voice was hoarse, laden with emotion, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan. Yet, that rare tranquility and depth on Lin Fan's face lasted less than 3 seconds. Upon witnessing Su Yueshi's astonishment and gratitude, he scratched his head, a mischievous grin returning to his face as he leaned in closer. Well, how could I not help you, considering you are my landlord? He asserted with a boldness that could only be described as outrageous, and you're quite beautiful to boot. Surely, it's moving, right? If you truly feel indebted and insist on repaying me, I am always willing to assist, and might consider it. The flicker of emotion that had just ignited within Su Yueshi vanished in an instant. She had known it. This scoundrel could never utter anything profound. However, his playful interjection did indeed help stabilize her emotions. Rising to her feet, she wiped away the traces of her tears. Though her eyes remained puffy, they regained clarity and seriousness. Get lost, she scolded him, her expression transforming into one of utmost gravity. I don't know why you are so powerful while remaining oblivious to matters within this circle, so I must tell you some important things. Seeing Su Yueshi in this state, Lin Fan also tempered his playful demeanor, pulling up a chair to sit down. Go on. Su Yueshi ignored his banter, moving to the window to gaze out at the bustling city, as if gathering her thoughts. Did you kill a martial arts master named Qian Hong at Tianlong Tower? Oh, that old man. He struck first, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Do you realize that anyone who cultivates internal energy and becomes a martial artist is recorded by a mysterious organization known as the Dragon Shield Bureau, thereby becoming a registered martial artist? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow but remained silent, urging her to continue. Becoming a registered martial artist means your identity information, strength assessment, and cultivation path will be archived. You will enjoy certain privileges unknown to ordinary people, such as accessing cultivation resources through official channels and taking on missions to earn merit. However, you must also adhere to the stringent regulations set forth by the Dragon Shield Bureau. Su Yueshi turned around, her gaze piercing as she fixed it on Lin Fan. The most crucial point is that any registered martial artist must not recklessly wield their power within the realm of ordinary society, nor interfere with the mundane order, causing mass casualties or panic among the common populace. She emphasized gravely, those who violate this rule shall face the forfeiture of their cultivation at best, or be executed on the spot at worst. Lin Fan's heart sank at her words. He recalled the incident in the Tianlong building, where he had effortlessly obliterated Qian Hong with a mere finger. He remembered the building that had been sealed off and Su Yueshi's earlier mention of the Dragon Shield Bureau's lockdown of the entire structure. It seemed he was beginning to grasp the situation. What about those individuals in black who came tonight? Lin Fan inquired. They are different. Su Yueshi's expression turned cold. Organizations like the Seven Kill Sect, as well as certain solitary cultivators, exist outside the rules and are deemed pollutants by the Dragon Shield Bureau. They act without restraint, engaging in arson, murder, and plunder, making them prime targets for us righteous sects and the Dragon Shield Bureau. However, these individuals are akin to rats in the sewers, exceedingly cunning and resilient, making them difficult to eradicate completely. Understanding dawned on Lin Fan as he stroked his chin, finally delineating the power dynamics of this world. The official Dragon Shield Bureau is responsible for maintaining order, serving as the creators and guardians of the rules. Sects like the Xianyu sect are considered righteous individuals, registered and adhering to the regulations, while those from the Seven Kill sect are akin to wanted criminals, universally condemned. And what about himself? A sudden emergence, possessing overwhelming combat prowess, capable of obliterating evidence and generating immense energy fluctuations in the city center. A super black market entity? Noticing Lin Fan's fluctuating expression, Su Yueshi believed he had been intimidated and warned him with heightened seriousness. You have killed the registered master Qianhong and caused such a commotion in the Tianlong building. Although Zhao Tianlong will undoubtedly assist you in covering it up, the level of energy disturbance you created will not escape the monitoring of the Dragon Shield Bureau. They are certainly keeping an eye on you. At this moment, in the archives of the Dragon Shield Bureau, you are likely classified as a high-level unidentified danger target. Your current situation is exceptionally perilous. Chapter 14. Is this being legitimate? Dangerous? Listening to Su Yueshi's grave warning, Lin Fan appeared somewhat indifferent. He extended his pinky finger, leisurely digging at his ear and blowing a puff of air. The Dragon Shield Bureau? He scoffed. If they really come knocking, I'd just unleash a Kamehameha wave. Su Yueshi, observing his flippant demeanor, felt a surge of frustration as the serious atmosphere dissipated. Communicating with this individual was utterly futile. As Lin Fan noticed the exasperation on Su Yueshi's face, he suddenly recalled something and slapped his thigh. Right. Didn't you mention your meridians were damaged and your internal power diminished? As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, rummaging for a moment. Su Yueshi, puzzled by his actions, watched as Lin Fan finally pulled out his hand, revealing an unremarkable object resting in his palm, a shriveled green bean, resembling one that had yet to be soaked. Here, eat this, Lin Fan offered, presenting it to her with a slight lift of his chin, a mischievous expression on his face. Su Yueshi eyed the bean and then Lin Fan's cheeky visage, stepping back warily as her phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously. What is this? A good thing, Lin Fan replied. Come on, just admit it. Is this bean legitimate? Su Yueshi's tone turned cautious. I warn you, while I may not be able to defeat you, if you dare to fool me. Come on, how could you think so lowly of me? Lin Fan retorted, growing anxious. This is a celestial being. Do you understand? It can heal your injuries. A celestial being looks like this? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? If you want it, eat it. Lin Fan feigned withdrawing his hand. This is the only one I have. Seeing Lin Fan's earnest demeanor and recalling his previous extraordinary feats, reason told her that this item must be dubious. Yet, the pain from her damaged meridians, which had lingered for 7 years, ignited an inexplicable desire within her, one that she herself found absurd. What if, just this once, he was not deceiving her? Do you swear that this is safe? I swear. If there's an issue, let me be struck by lightning, hit by a car, and forever receive the lowest tier in games. Lin Fan raised 3 fingers, swearing an oath. Finally, with a determined bite, Su Yueshi took the celestial bean from his hand, closed her eyes, and swallowed it whole. The texture of the celestial bean was indistinguishable from that of a regular bean. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing happened. Su Yueshi opened her eyes, ready to unleash her frustration, but her expression abruptly transformed. A gentle yet overwhelmingly potent surge of life energy erupted from deep within her dantian, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, without warning. This energy was supremely pure, brimming with vitality, and instantly enveloped her limbs and bones. She could vividly perceive the veins that had been clogged, atrophied, or even necrotic for 7 long years, being restored, widened, and reshaped at an astonishing pace under the relentless onslaught of this life energy. The hidden injuries that had caused her relentless suffering melted away like ice under the scorching sun, as her once parched sea of internal power was replenished by a rushing river. Buzz. A powerful aura radiated from her core, expanding outward with tremendous force, causing the curtains in the room to flutter wildly and the shopping bags on the sofa to topple over. Su Yueshi's combat strength, which had been forcibly suppressed at 120, surged explosively, effortlessly breaking through her previous bottleneck to stabilize at an impressive 260. As she delved within, feeling the unprecedented surge of power coursing through her, She was left utterly stunned, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the transformation. Was this a miracle? The injury she had sought to reverse for 7 years, despite exhausting all her efforts and consulting renowned doctors, had been completely healed by something that appeared to be a mere green bean in mere seconds, even propelling her beyond her previous limits. Lost in the exhilaration of her restored strength, she eventually opened her eyes after what felt like an eternity. The moisture in her beautiful phoenix eyes shimmered as she gazed at Lin Fan, her expression laden with an ineffable complexity. She approached him, inhaling deeply before solemnly bowing in gratitude. "Thank you." These 2 words were spoken with profound sincerity, tinged with an almost imperceptible quiver. This gesture was not merely an expression of gratitude for her healing. It was also a recognition of how he had rekindled the hope of vengeance in her life that had felt stagnant for so long. Lin Fan felt a bit awkward under her sudden seriousness. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed Su Yueshi raise her head, her stunning face a blend of gratitude and resolve. His mind raced, and a sly grin crept onto his face as he rubbed his hands together. Hee. Mere verbal thanks lack sincerity. The moment Lin Fan spoke, Su Yueshi's burgeoning emotions were abruptly stifled. She had known this man could only maintain a facade of seriousness for a fleeting moment. "What do you want then?" she asked, exasperation evident in her tone. "Well," Lin Fan cleared his throat, an unusual hint of bashfulness crossing his features. "You see, I'm quite wealthy now. 5 million. I was thinking of returning home to visit my grandmother and sister." Upon hearing his words, Su Yueshi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to make such a request. "This is a good thing, so you should go." "Oh, but that is not the crux of the matter." Lin Fan, feeling a sense of urgency, waved his hands and looked at her with eyes brimming with hope. "The main point is, could you accompany me back home just this once?" You see," Lin Fan began to count on his fingers. "I'm an unemployed nobody who suddenly returns home rich. Who would believe that? Wouldn't I just be mistaken for some sort of pyramid scheme operator? But if I had a stunningly beautiful girlfriend like you by my side, then it would be an entirely different story. This is what we call returning in glory, being honored upon return." How impressive. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already envision the envious gazes of everyone in the village. "Sister Shi, just consider it a favor for me. Let me return with some prestige. What do you say?" Chapter 15. Driving a luxury car home to farm. Pretending to be a girlfriend? Showing off at home? What do these things even have to do with each other? She had initially intended to refuse with righteous indignation, but the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back. This favor was far too great, so great that she had no idea how to repay it. In contrast, merely pretending to be his girlfriend for a trip home seemed, perhaps, not entirely unacceptable. "Consider it a return for that favor of the bean you owe me." With a cold expression, Su Yueshi managed to squeeze out a few words between her teeth, indicating her tentative agreement. She told herself that it was just this, nothing more. Lin Fan's face lit up with joy. He pulled out his phone, deftly retrieved a number, and dialed it directly. The call was answered almost instantly. "Hello, Chairman Zhao. It's me, Lin Fan." On the other end, Zhao Tianlong, who was busy handling documents in his office, dropped his pen in shock upon hearing that voice, his face instantly transforming into a mask of humble servitude. "Sir, what can I do for you?" "Oh, it's nothing major." Lin Fan's tone was as if he were instructing the proprietor of a small convenience store. "I plan to head back home tomorrow. Could you prepare a car for me? Keep it low-key, nothing too ostentatious, just a few million will do." Yes. Rest assured. I'll arrange it right away." Early the next morning, a Maybach quietly arrived at the foot of the apartment building. The car door opened, and Zhao Tianlong, dressed in a tailored suit, hurried over with a respectful demeanor, presenting a beautifully crafted car key to Lin Fan with both hands. This vehicle's exterior is understated, and the interior has been outfitted with the highest level of configuration per your request. Does it meet your approval? Lin Fan casually accepted the key, tossing it in the air a bit. "It's fine, thank you for your hard work." Standing nearby, Su Yueshi observed this commercial titan, who could shake the very foundations of Jiangxia City, bowing humbly before Lin Fan like a servant. The mysteries surrounding this man were simply too numerous. Meanwhile, target, Lin Fan. Gender, male. Age, 22. Education, Jiangxia Vocational and Technical College, associate degree. Occupation, unemployed, with a brief stint as a delivery worker. Social relations, grandmother, Lin Wangshi, a farmer. Younger sister, Lin Yu, a student. Relationship network rating, extremely simple. A resume so simple it could be deemed innocent. At the head of the conference table sat a woman in a crisply tailored uniform, exuding a competent aura with her short hair neatly framing her face. Her name was Qin Lan, the action team leader of the Jiangxia branch of the Longshield Bureau. "Has the energy fluctuation analysis report for Tianlong Tower been completed?" Her voice was frosty. "Report, team leader. A technician immediately rose and displayed another data chart. The energy source is located on the top floor of the building, and its nature is unprecedented. Neither internal force nor spiritual power, nor any known type of superpower. Its characteristics are purely high-concentration destructive energy. Qinlan's brow furrowed even deeper. This value far exceeded the realm of martial arts masters. And the cause of all this was attributed to this ordinary college dropout, this unemployed youth? It was utterly nonsensical. What about the cause of Qianhong's death? The forensic team reports that the sternum was collapsed, and the heart was instantaneously evaporated by the energy. Consistent with the energy attributes left at the scene. A single strike, with no signs of resistance. A registered master with a combat power of 150 couldn't even muster a defense? Qinlan's gaze sharpened. And she commanded the field team to proceed discreetly to his hometown, Linjia village, for covert contact and environmental reconnaissance. Until his background and intentions were clarified, they must not reveal their identities. Yes, the Maybach glided smoothly along the highway. Lin Fan was behind the wheel, humming an off-key tune, in exceedingly high spirits. I tell you, I was the king of the kids in my village when I was young. Back then, I led a group of little rascals. And there was nothing I wouldn't dare do. Once, I even snuck into the village chief's house and cooked his fiercest rooster. All the village kids got a share in it, and I was the only one who got punished. That was true camaraderie. Su Yueshi, seated in the passenger seat, initially looked down on his boasting, crossing her arms and turning her gaze to the swiftly passing scenery outside. However, as she listened, a different image began to form in her mind. Not that of the mysterious powerhouse who could dispatch 3 assassins in a single move, nor that of the despicable loser, but rather a vivid, mischievous, and somewhat foolish boy named Lin Fan. As the vehicle exited the highway and turned onto a bumpy rural dirt road, the Maybach jostled along, kicking up clouds of dust, contrasting starkly with the surrounding lowly farmhouses and lush fields. When the vehicle finally came to a halt in front of a somewhat dilapidated brick house, Su Yueshi was utterly stunned. In the yard, a young man clad in oversized shorts and flip-flops was chasing a few clucking hens around, shouting, "You damned free-range chickens! You dare peck at me! Tonight, I'll stew you." His familiarity with the scene and the earthy curses left Su Yueshi clutching her forehead, feeling as though her worldview had been shaken once again. She simply could not reconcile the scene before her with the man who drove a luxury car worth millions and effortlessly dispatched a martial master. "Grandma, I'm back," Lin Fan shouted at the top of his lungs. An elderly woman, her hair streaked with gray but her spirit vibrant, emerged from the house. Upon seeing Lin Fan, her face broke into a radiant smile, but when her gaze fell upon the Su Yueshi stepping out of the car, she froze entirely. "Oh my goodness!" Grandma Lin rushed over in a flurry, grabbing Su Yueshi's hand, her wrinkled eyes sparkling brighter than the sun. "Young lady, you are truly stunning. Like a fairy stepping out from a painting. You must be my little Fan's girlfriend." Su Yueshi had never encountered such a scene. Once a revered saintess of the Xianyu sect, she was utterly flustered by this pure and heartfelt display of enthusiasm, causing her usually cool demeanor to flush a deep crimson. "Grandma, hello," she stammered awkwardly in response. "Ah, good, good. Come inside, come inside." Grandma Lin tugged at Su Yueshi, as if she were a rare treasure, continuously praising her. "This skin, this figure. What luck has my little Fan stumbled upon to find such a wonderful girl?" Lin Fan followed behind, watching Su Yueshi's flustered expression, his heart brimming with delight. Lunch was a hearty spread of rustic farmhouse cuisine, prepared on a traditional stove. Su Yueshi observed Lin Fan deftly adding firewood to the stove, the flickering flames casting a warm glow upon his profile. She listened intently as he and their grandmother conversed in a dialect unfamiliar to her, discussing trivial domestic matters. At the dinner table, their grandmother persistently served Su Yueshi, piling her bowl high with an abundance of homegrown dishes. "Eat more. This is all homegrown and nutritious." "Thank you, Grandma," she replied. This ordinary yet heartwarming atmosphere of familial warmth was an experience she had not encountered in the past 7 years. The frigid shell of resentment forged by the tragedy of her family's demise seemed to gradually melt away in the glow of the stove and the aroma of the food. After dinner, they prepared to head to the county town to pick up his sister from school. On the way, he explained to Su Yueshi, "My sister's name is Lin Yu, and she excels in her studies. Our parents passed away early, and it was our grandmother who raised us. I haven't achieved much, so I truly hope she will have great success in the future." His tone lacked the usual playful bravado, replaced instead by a pure pride and anticipation inherent to an elder brother. Su Yueshi listened quietly, choosing not to speak. The car arrived near the county high school and halted at the entrance of a dimly lit alley. As they stepped into the alley, they spotted a graceful girl in a school uniform, her hair tied in a ponytail, surrounded by several unruly youths not far away. This girl was Lin Yu. She leaned against the wall, her face showing signs of tension, yet her gaze remained defiant. The leader of the group, a young man with dyed yellow hair and multiple earrings, impatiently spat out words at Lin Yu while smoking. Tiger Bro has already told you. Being his girlfriend is a privilege. Don't be so ungrateful. Lin Yu stared coldly at him. Step aside. Her attitude incited the yellow-haired youth's fury. He crushed the cigarette, but underfoot, and threatened. Little girl, you think you're tough? If you don't agree today, don't expect to leave here. The other thugs erupted in malicious laughter, slowly closing in on her. As the yellow-haired boy reached out to grab Lin Yu's arm, a sharp slap resonated through the quiet alley. The youth was sent sprawling to the ground, a few bloodied teeth accompanying him, his face swelling visibly as he lost consciousness. The remaining thugs stood dumbfounded, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, unable to comprehend who had struck. And you lot, Lin Fan's gaze swept over the remaining group. Which hand was it that wanted to touch my sister? The thugs felt a chill race up their spines at his penetrating glare, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, rendered speechless. No, it's not my fault. It was Tiger Bro who sent us. They stammered, scrambling to flee. But Lin Fan's figure flashed between them. With nothing more than simple punches and kicks, the sounds of shattered bones mingled with muffled cries in the alley. Lin Fan's control over his anger had matured, each strike landing precisely on the most painful, yet non-lethal joints. The entire ordeal lasted no more than 5 seconds. The once brazen thugs now lay on the ground like discarded ragdolls, clutching their arms or legs in agony, unable to muster the strength to even wail. Lin Fan approached the unconscious yellow-haired youth, lifted his foot, and gently placed it upon his face, applying just enough pressure. The youth, jolted awake by the sharp pain, opened his eyes to see a face he would never forget. He began to speak, but Lin Fan leaned down, enunciating each word deliberately. From this day on, if you dare to come within 100 meters of my sister, or let her hear any slander about you, I will ensure that you, along with your entire family, are completely eradicated from this world. There will be no ashes left behind. His voice was calm, yet piercing, embedding itself deep within the youth's soul. Withdrawing his foot, Lin Fan's icy demeanor melted away, returning to his usual languid self. Lin Yu stared at her brother in disbelief. The brother she remembered was the one who struggled academically, obsessed with video games, and seemingly destined for unemployment. But the man who had just sent a thug flying with a single slap and resolved all troubles with a few deft strikes. Was this truly her brother? It was only then that Lin Yu noticed the strikingly beautiful older sister standing behind him. Clad in a chic long dress, her figure was breathtaking, and her demeanor exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a star stepping out of a television screen. She looked at Lin Fan with a complex expression. Lin Fan caught his sister's gaze and scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he introduced. Oh, I forgot to mention, this is Su Yueshi, sister-in-law? Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Yueshi's face flushed crimson, and she shot Lin Fan a fierce glare. Yet, in front of the child, she refrained from expressing her frustration, instead stiffly nodding. On the ride back to the village in the Maybach, the atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar. Lin Yu sat in the back seat, her big, round eyes brimming with curiosity as she glanced back and forth between Lin Fan and Su Yueshi in the front. Unable to contain her excitement, she leaned forward and whispered in Su Yueshi's ear, "Sister, are you really my brother's girlfriend?" Su Yueshi's body stiffened, her cheeks heating up once again. "Well, sort of," she replied vaguely. "Wow," Lin Yu exclaimed softly. Then, with a tone of bewilderment, inquired, "But sister, you're so beautiful and graceful. How did you end up with my brother? He is so lazy, poor, and has such a sharp tongue." Lin Yu had certainly summed up her brother's shortcomings quite astutely. Ugh. Lin Fan nearly choked on his own breath, nearly spilling blood onto the steering wheel. Is this really my little sister? Does she have to expose me like this? Su Yueshi, caught off guard by the unfiltered honesty of the child, was left utterly speechless. She had held it in for quite some time, and on her frosty, delicate face, a hint of suspicious crimson blossomed. In the end, she could only squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. He has his merits too. What merits? Lin Yu pressed on. Su Yueshi was momentarily at a loss. Merits? What merits could this fellow possibly have? The atmosphere inside the car became awkward yet amusing in an instant. The ambience during dinner grew even more lively with Lin Yu's return. Grandma Lin gazed at the ethereal daughter-in-law her grandson had brought home, then at her clever granddaughter, and the wrinkles on her face bloomed into a joyful smile. At the dining table, she continued to enthusiastically serve dishes to Su Yueshi, her mouth never ceasing to chatter. "Xiao Yu, you must learn more from your sister-in-law. Look at her, so graceful and understanding. Xiao Fan, you must never bully Yueshi, or grandma will break your legs." Su Yueshi was overwhelmed by being referred to as Yueshi and daughter-in-law incessantly, and could only bury her head in her meal, her cheeks retaining a faint blush throughout. Once a revered saintess from a lofty sect, she had never experienced such warmth and fervor from a mundane family. The rural night was devoid of urban clamor, filled only with the croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects. Oh dear, look at my memory. We don't have enough rooms at home. Grandma chuckled as she looked at Lin Fan and Su Yueshi. Yueshi, you can share a room with Xiao Fan. Our house is small, and we don't have any extra rooms. The room was modest yet immaculately organized, containing merely a 1.5-meter wooden bed, an old wardrobe, and a desk. This was the entirety of its furnishings. The air was infused with a subtle scent that belonged to Lin Fan, a blend of sunlight and soap. Moreover, there lingered a thread of palpable awkwardness. Su Yueshi took a deep breath, approached the bed, and divided the quilt in two, drawing a clear line down the middle of the bed. In an exceedingly serious tone, she declared, "This is the boundary. You sleep on that side, and I sleep on this side. All right. All right. No crossing the line," Lin Fan replied, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Su Yueshi huffed disdainfully and ignored him. She sat cross-legged on her designated half of the bed, closed her eyes, and directed her heart towards the heavens, swiftly entering a state of meditation. Lin Fan lay on his side, gazing at the nearby Su Yueshi. Moonlight streamed through the window, outlining her flawless profile. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her petite nose was perfectly shaped, and she exuded a faint, orchid-like fragrance. How delightful! He even pretended to rise, executing an epic stretch beside her delicate feet. Lin Fan mused, and before he knew it, fatigue washed over him, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. The night grew ever deeper. At that moment, several shadowy figures, akin to phantoms melding into the night, silently appeared at the entrance of Linjia village. Clad in black tactical gear and sporting night vision goggles, they moved without a whisper, their coordination impeccable. The leader signaled, and the group promptly dispersed, swiftly occupying several vantage points and concealed corners surrounding the Lin family's courtyard. Team 1 in position. Team 2 in position. Team 3 in position, they reported, transmitting real-time visuals. Received. All units, be advised, the target is extremely dangerous. This mission is strictly reconnaissance and surveillance. No one is to act without my command. Qin Lan's voice resonated clearly in the ears of every operative through the encrypted channel. Chapter 17. The target has escaped. The first rays of morning sunlight bathed the bed. Su Yueshi stirred awake. Lin Fan lay on his side, sleeping like a log. The distance between them had long since crossed that boundary. One of his legs had even audaciously draped over hers. A rush of warmth surged from Su Yueshi's soles to the crown of her head, causing her already fair complexion to flush a deep crimson. Almost instinctively, she lifted her leg and, summoning all her strength, delivered a firm kick. Thud! Lin Fan tumbled off the bed, crashing heavily onto the floor. "What the hell? Who's attacking me?" he exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, bleary-eyed and bewildered, staring at the mortified Su Yueshi on the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt. Su Yueshi gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Fan, you've crossed the line." Lin Fan rubbed his sore backside, suddenly comprehending the situation. Instead of feeling guilt, he defiantly retorted, "Are you serious? It's completely normal to turn over while sleeping. Besides, the bed is so small. What do you expect me to do? The fact that I haven't touched you proves my noble character and immense self-control. You shameless cat." Su Yueshi trembled with rage at his twisted reasoning, grabbing a pillow from the bed and hurling it at him. Just then, the door creaked open. Grandma Lin entered with 2 steaming bowls of egg noodles, her face beaming with a smile. "Awake? Hurry, eat while it's hot." Lin Fan. Su Yueshi. After breakfast, he drove the incongruous Maybach, a car that seemed out of place in the entire village, to take his sister Lin Yu to school in the county. Before departing, he pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yu. "There's 500,000 in here. Take it for living expenses, buy whatever you want." Lin Yu pushed the card back, shaking her head. "Brother, I don't need that much. Take it. This is your brother's hard-earned money. From now on, I'm your support. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I'll break their legs." Lin Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but she ultimately accepted the card. She realized that her brother had indeed transformed. On the hillside behind Linjia village, along the ridge, Lin Fan wielded the hoe with little energy. He could distinctly sense at least 5 different presences lurking in various directions around him, each weak but stable. Sighing, he continued to work the soil, mentally berating the situation. How high of a rank did one need to have such treatment? To monitor me, they deployed so many resources. This is how taxpayer money is squandered? Surely. Their salaries must be substantial. Perhaps I should consider taking an exam for a government position? With my abilities, becoming a department head wouldn't be unreasonable, right? After toiling away for the entire morning, Lin Fan felt more exhausted than after a fight. In a familiar dim alley near the county's first high school, a white van stealthily parked at the entrance. Inside, a haze of smoke enveloped the air. Several men clad in black tactical gear were encircled around a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner. They were disciples of the Seven Kills sect. "Mr. Buck, are you certain this is the girl?" the lead disciple asked, glancing at a photo on his phone, which depicted Lin Yu. His tone was filled with skepticism. "We've checked. She's just an ordinary high school student. Devoid of any internal energy fluctuations, she's no different from an average person." The blonde man, referred to as Buck, wore a sneer of disdain. He spoke in halting Chinese. "You Eastern martial artists, who only understand the cultivation of internal energy, cannot grasp the greatness of extraordinary abilities. The power within her is like a dormant volcano. Though it has yet to erupt, the energy contained is unimaginable to you." Buck leaned back in his chair, an air of superiority in his gaze. "We provide you with the potion to awaken extraordinary powers, assisting you in dealing with the Dragon Shield Bureau. In return, you help us find rough gems like her. It is a mutually beneficial collaboration." The disciples of the Seven Kills sect exchanged glances, a flicker of greed and ruthlessness evident in their eyes. Having battled against the Dragon Shield Bureau for many years, they were well aware of the formidable strength of that official organization. However, since their collaboration with the Divine Enlightenment Organization, several among them had awakened their long-desired supernatural abilities, resulting in a surge of power that ignited their hope of overturning the established order. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest," nodded the leading disciple. "If it means bringing down the Dragon Shield Bureau, we would not hesitate to overturn an entire county, let alone a mere female student." As the afternoon school bell rang, Lin Yu, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, traversed the familiar shortcut home. Yet, mere steps into the alley, a white van suddenly surged forward, blocking her path completely. The door swung open with a clang, and Buck, accompanied by several disciples of the Seven Kills sect, emerged with malicious smiles, gradually encircling her. A wave of dread washed over Lin Yu. "What do you want?" She feigned composure. "Little girl, no need to be anxious," Buck replied with a disarming grin. "We merely wish to invite you to a certain location. Come with us, and do not compel us to resort to violence." Just then, a few agile figures appeared at the other end of the alley. As part of Lin Fan's surveillance, his sister Lin Yu was naturally within the indirect protection of the Dragon Shield Bureau. They had not anticipated that someone would dare to act here. The leading disciple of the Seven Kills sect, upon seeing the agents, revealed a cruel smile. "Perfect timing. We shall eliminate you lackeys today." Without further ado, he stomped his foot with force. Boom. The cement ground beneath him surged as if it were mere soil. Sharp stone spikes erupting from the ground and hurtling towards the Dragon Shield Bureau agents with lightning speed. "A supernatural being. Be cautious." The lead agent's face paled as he shouted, quickly rolling to evade the attack. Yet another disciple of the Seven Kills sect waved his hands, unleashing two invisible wind blades that sliced through the air, aimed directly at the agents' throats. Combat erupted instantaneously. This was no mere skirmish between martial artists. Although the agents of the Dragon Shield Bureau were well-trained and coordinated, they faced a group of individuals who not only had martial arts foundations, but also wielded bizarre supernatural powers. Bang! Bang! The agents fired back, but the bullets that struck the disciples of the Seven Kills sect were repelled by an invisible barrier, producing a series of metallic clinks. Throughout the chaos, Buck remained rooted in place, arms crossed, as if watching an entertaining play. He observed as one agent narrowly avoided the stone spikes and wind blades. Rushing towards Lin Yu with a wicked grin, he slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Whoosh! A fireball materialized from thin air in his palm, hurtling towards the agent. The agent's pupils constricted. He had no time to dodge and could only cross his arms defensively over his chest. The fireball exploded. Ah! A chilling scream echoed as the agent was sent flying, crashing against the wall. His combat uniform instantly ignited, leaving his entire arm charred. Old 3. The lead agent's eyes widened in horror. They were utterly outmatched. When did the disciples of the Seven Kills sect become so powerful? And they had allied with foreign supernatural beings. This was no mere vendetta, it was transnational crime. Lin Yu's face turned pale at the sight before her. "Call headquarters," the lead agent shouted, witnessing his teammates falling one by one. He leaned against the wall, desperately speaking into the communicator, issuing a final, despairing roar. The Seven Kills sect is colluding with an overseas organization. They possess supernatural powers. The target is Lin Fan's sister. In the fields of Lin Family Village, on the back mountain, Lin Fan leaned against the ridge, unscrewing a bottle of mineral water and gulping it down. Suddenly, his action faltered. What's wrong? Su Yueshi immediately sensed his change, pausing in her own movements with a puzzled expression. From dozens of kilometers away in the county, he distinctly felt several auras belonging to the Dragon Shield Bureau agents rapidly diminishing. Around them, dark, malevolent energies erupted unabashedly. Something has happened, Lin Fan declared, rising with an air of unreserved, unadulterated fury. Golden flames, akin to a blazing sun, erupted from within him. Tsuyoshi was pushed back by the force of this energy. Her face etched with shock. She had never seen this side of Lin Fan. In the next moment, Lin Fan grasped Tsuyoshi's hand, bending his legs slightly. Boom. Their figures soared into the sky, detecting unidentifiable ultra-high energy reactions. Energy readings off the charts. Target has lifted off the ground. Target is engaging in supersonic flight. Inside the vehicle, the monitoring agent clutched the malfunctioning console, watching the golden streak vanish into the horizon, his voice cracking with disbelief. Report to Team Leader Chin. Target, he-s flying. Chapter 18, Annihilating the Foreigners. Lin Fan and Tsuyoshi descended in the center of a county alley. The scene before them resembled a hellscape. Several Dragon Shield Bureau agents in black combat gear lay sprawled in pools of blood, their fates uncertain. The walls bore the scars of charred explosions, with deep, gaping holes left by the sharp stone spikes, a sight to behold. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the chaos, finally resting on an agent whose chest still faintly rose and fell. He released Tsuyoshi and approached, crouching down. Half of the agent's body was charred, his face a bloody mess, yet a flicker of life remained. Lin Fan channeled a warm and pure energy into him, temporarily staving off the impending darkness of death. Yes, the Seven Kills sect. The agent's lips trembled as he spoke in a hoarse whisper. There's also a golden-haired foreigner. They possess supernatural abilities. His pupils began to lose focus as he uttered the crucial information. The target is your sister. As soon as the words left his lips, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Lin Fan silently stood, retracting his hand. All traces of his previous nonchalance and playful demeanor vanished, leaving only a stark, unadulterated intent to kill. Lin Fan slowly closed his eyes. In the next instant, a wave of energy erupted from him, radiating outward. This energy enveloped the high rises, covering every inch of the county and even the outskirts. Tsuyoshi watched in horror. A few moments later, Lin Fan opened his eyes, having precisely pinpointed the location of every malevolent aura. Found them, he uttered, his voice low yet resonant, akin to a decree from the abyss. On the outskirts, within an abandoned cement factory, Lin Yu was bound to a cold iron chair, her pale face reflecting her defiance as she glared steadfastly at the men before her. Ha ha. Elder Zhao, this time we VE struck gold. Buck, with his golden hair and blue eyes, circled Lin Yu with an avaricious expression, his gaze brimming with fervor. The latent energy within this girl. Once awakened, it will undoubtedly manifest as an exceedingly rare psychic ability. If we offer her to the organization, not only will we obtain several awakening potions, but even more advanced resources will be easily within our grasp. At that time, what is merely the Dragon Shield Bureau to us? The man referred to as Elder Zhao is a gaunt old man with a sinister visage. He is one of the elders of the Seven Kill sect, Zhao Xia. With a sense of pride, he stroked his goatee while gazing at Lin Yu, as if she were an invaluable treasure. Mr. Buck was not mistaken. Once everyone in the Seven Kill sect becomes an ability user, Jiangxia, and indeed the entirety of Longhua, will be under our dominion. Just as the two indulged in their grandiose fantasies of the future, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the entire factory with violent tremors. The heavy steel door twisted grotesquely before being hurled outward, crashing into a wall several dozen meters away. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, two figures emerged, one following the other, from the gaping entrance. The triumphant grins on Zhao Xia and Buck's faces instantly froze. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings, his gaze swiftly bypassing everyone else, landing first on his sister Lin Yu, bound to a chair. Upon confirming that she was merely tied up and bore no apparent injuries, he slowly directed his icy glare toward Buck and Zhao Xia. Who are you? Do you dare meddle in the affairs of the Seven Kill sect and the Divine Awakening Organization? Seeking death? Buck was the first to regain his composure, regarding the approaching Lin Fan and Tsuyoshi with extreme disdain. Just you two? A pretty boy and a beautiful girl, daring to court death? However, Zhao Xia's gaze faltered upon seeing Tsuyoshi. Recognition dawned, and a cruel smile spread across his face. I thought I recognized you. It's the remnant of the Xianyu sect. Tsuyoshi, you haven't forgotten the memorial day of your master and the 100 members of your sect, have you? Ha ha. What a fortunate coincidence. Today, I shall send you to reunite with them. You. At his words, Tsuyoshi's body trembled violently, her beautiful phoenix eyes instantly filling with bloodshot fury. An overwhelming hatred surged forth, shattering her rationality. Zhao Xia, I will kill you, she roared, channeling her inner strength to charge forward. Yet, a hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. It was Lin Fan. Without even glancing at Tsuyoshi, He spoke to Zhao Xie and Buck in a disturbingly calm tone. "Release my sister, and I shall grant you a swift death." Arrogance. Zhao Xie was incensed by Lin Fan's demeanor, bellowing, "Kill him." With a single command, several eager disciples of the Seven Kill sect immediately sprang into action. Their faces twisted in malevolent glee. They were all awakened ability users, their powers far surpassing those of ordinary martial artists. A silent wind blade cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Lin Fan's throat. Hissing sounds erupted as several streams of deep green corrosive liquid shot toward his legs from awkward angles. From the ground, sharp stone spikes erupted, lunging towards his back. A myriad of bizarre attacks closed in from all directions, sealing off every escape route for Lin Fan. Yet, Lin Fan did not even flutter an eyelash. He casually raised his right hand and flicked his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several golden energy orbs shot forth, striking with precision. The dull thuds echoed nearly simultaneously as the previously arrogant disciples of the Seven Kill sect froze in shock, their bodies rigid. In the next moment, gaping wounds the size of bowls appeared in their chests. Life ceased in an instant. One strike, and they were vanquished. Silence enveloped the factory. Buck's derisive smirk became frozen in disbelief. Zhao Xie's cruel grin also stilled. Their proud squad of ability users had been eradicated just like that? Without even laying a finger on their opponent? Su Yueshi was utterly stunned, standing behind Lin Fan. She felt the stark contrast between her and Lin Fan for the first time, the gap in their power laid bare. Damn it! Zhao Xie, the seasoned veteran, was the first to react, unleashing a terrified roar as his hands slammed onto the ground. Boom! The factory floor transformed into quicksand. As enormous hands made of earth and stone erupted, writhing like living creatures, ensnaring Lin Fan's legs and body. His combat prowess reached a staggering 420. This attack could compress a main battle tank into a disc. However, Lin Fan merely stepped forward, gently placing 1 foot ahead. An invisible aura radiated from him, causing all the stone arms within a meter of his body to disintegrate into dust upon contact. Buck, snapping back to reality from his shock, screamed and thrust his hands forward. A massive fireball, over 2 meters in diameter and burning with dark red flames, materialized, hurtling toward Lin Fan with the intent to incinerate. He simply raised his hand and delivered a backhanded slap. Crack! A crisp sound akin to swatting a fly echoed as the formidable fireball was effortlessly dispersed. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters above, within a Dragon Shield Bureau-armed helicopter, Qin Lan gazed in astonishment through a high-powered telescope at the unfolding scene in the factory. Report. Team Leader Qin. The target is single-handedly suppressing the Elder of the Seven Kill sect and the A-grade ability user of the Divine Awakening organization. Qin Lan had anticipated leading a fierce offensive and hostage rescue operation, but what she was witnessing now felt more like watching deities engage in combat. Within the factory, as Lin Fan dispersed the fireball, he vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared like a specter before Zhao Xie, effortlessly gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground as if he were a mere chick. Ugh. Zhao Xie's feet dangled helplessly, his struggles futile, his face a portrait of unprecedented terror. Lin Fan brought him closer and calmly inquired, "Who led the extermination of the Xianyu sect? Where is the main headquarters of your Seven Kill sect?" He was actually assisting Su Yueshi in her inquiries. Under the overwhelming dread of death, Zhao Xie's mental defenses crumbled, and he stammered out a name and a location. After obtaining the desired information, Lin Fan casually tossed Zhao Xie aside, sending him crashing into the already dumbfounded Buck, the two of them tumbling into a heap. Lin Fan then turned and walked step by step towards Lin Yu, bound to her chair. He extended his hand, gently untying the ropes binding his sister, in that moment reverting to the somewhat languid, even slightly doting brother she knew. He tenderly stroked Lin Yu's head. "Everything is all right now, don't be afraid." Chapter 19. Apologies. True strength indeed allows one to act with impunity. After comforting his sister, Lin Fan slowly turned back. The factory was enveloped in a deathly silence. Su Yueshi stood rooted to the spot, her body trembling slightly. Lin Yu clutched tightly to her brother's hem, her small head hidden behind him, daring only to peek out a single eye to observe the familiar yet alien silhouette. Previously, her brother had astounded her by sending a thug flying with a single slap and resolving troubles with a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet now this man, capable of extinguishing lives with a mere snap of his fingers, utterly subverted her 14-year understanding of the term brother. At that moment, hurried and heavy footsteps echoed from the shattered doorway. "Don't move." A clear female voice rang out. Qin Lan led the charge, accompanied by a dozen fully armed Dragon Shield Bureau agents, storming into the factory like a whirlwind. Clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her alluring figure, her cropped hair framed a strikingly cold and handsome visage. exuding an aura that commanded distance from all. However, when she beheld the scene within the factory, even her seasoned eyes widened in shock. The ground was strewn with chaos, colleagues sprawled in pools of blood, and the gruesome corpses of several disciples from the Seven-Kill sect lay scattered about. Her gaze swiftly locked onto the only two survivors in the room, Zhao Xie and Buck, who were huddled on the floor, trembling in terror. "Stop!" Seeing Lin Fan approach the two, Qinlan immediately raised her voice to intervene. "They are key criminals colluding with the foreign Divine Awakening organization and must be captured alive for interrogation at headquarters. Any martial artist or ability user from the Dragon Kingdom would weigh the consequences of disobeying a command from the Dragon Shield Bureau." However, Lin Fan seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. His steps did not falter, and his icy expression revealed not a hint of emotion. Buck shouted hoarsely, "You can't kill me. I'm with the Divine Awakening organization. If you lay a finger on me, they will hunt you down to the ends of the earth, leaving you and your family with no place to rest." He believed that invoking the name of the formidable organization would deter his assailant. The Divine Awakening organization? Lin Fan finally halted, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, is that so? How convenient. That saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one." Before his words had fully settled, he casually raised his right hand, fingers slightly curling. Whoosh, whoosh. Two golden energy projectiles shot forth in the blink of an eye. Qinlan's pupils dilated in an instant. She attempted to intervene, only to find her body incapable of keeping pace with his movements. Thud, thud. In the horrified gaze of all present, Buck, who had been shouting moments ago, and the terrified Zhao Xie, did not even have time to scream before their bodies were reduced to ashes. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating two societal scum, upholding the light of righteousness and restoring order. Reward, 400 points. Current remaining points, 500. A crisp system notification echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Oh, he felt a flicker of surprise. It turned out that dispatching such scoundrels could yield point rewards, and a hefty 400 points at that. He mentally calculated his gains. Qinlan stood frozen, her handsome, cold face momentarily blank. The elite agents from the Dragon Shield Bureau behind her collectively gasped in astonishment. What was this? What kind of monster was this? Those were elders of the Seven-Kill sect and a foreign ability user rated at least A class. Just like that, they were gone. Not even a trace left behind. This man had entirely disregarded the warnings from the Dragon Shield Bureau and the so-called Divine Awakening organization. She forced herself to regain composure from the extreme shock. She understood better than anyone that different individuals necessitated different approaches. Ruthless criminals could be dealt with using overwhelming force, while unruly martial artists could be restrained through rules and incentives. Yet, facing this unpredictable, unfathomably powerful creature who disregarded all norms, capable of reducing a person to dust with a mere gesture, any show of rigidity would be the most foolish course of action imaginable. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumultuous emotions within, she stepped forward alone. Qinlan tidied her slightly disheveled combat attire and spoke in a tone laced with respect. "Mr. Lin Fan, greetings. I am Qinlan, the leader of the action team from the Jiangxia branch of the Dragon Shield Bureau. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. However, this matter indeed pertains to the illegal entry of a foreign ability organization and has resulted in significant casualties on our side. It is of utmost importance, and we hope for your cooperation in assisting us with the subsequent investigation." She lowered her stance considerably. Lin Fan transformed back into the familiar, languid figure, one that even bore a hint of slovenly charm. He scratched his head and yawned. "Assist with the investigation? Sure." His straightforward response caught Qinlan off guard, and all the carefully prepared speeches she had in mind evaporated. He had so easily acquiesced, just as Qinlan felt a twinge of surprise. Lin Fan's next words nearly caused her to choke. "By the way, do we get a meal?" Lin Fan rubbed his belly and asserted, "And what about allowances? Travel expenses? Compensation for mental distress, lost work fees, that sort of thing. I ought to be reimbursed, right? I'm telling you, flying over from the village took a tremendous toll on my energy, and I'm starving. If I don't get at least 100,000 or 80,000 as a hardship fee, that just won't do." Qinlan felt her mind go blank. Was this shift in tone too rapid for comfort? Standing behind Lin Fan, Su Yueshi wore a look of exasperated amusement. She regarded Lin Fan, who was haggling with the beautiful older sister, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. This man had just ruthlessly avenged her against one of her family's enemies. Lin Yu, gripping her brother's hem tightly, had long since lost the tension and fear from her small face. The brother who was now playfully bargaining, wearing a cheeky grin, was the very familiar figure who brought her unprecedented comfort. A smile involuntarily crept onto her little face as she bit her lip and said, "Meals are on me. I'll immediately apply for allowances and bonuses. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." All she wished for now was to swiftly usher this living ancestor back to the bureau. Now that's more like it. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction before turning to Su Yueshi and Lin Yu, his face blooming into a brilliant smile. Did you hear that? Today we feast lavishly. Su Yueshi. Qin Lan. Chapter 20. Otherwise, why not be my girlfriend? Dragon Shield Bureau, Jiangxiao Branch. A massive circular screen displayed a continuous loop of processed footage captured from armed helicopters and ground surveillance equipment. With a swift motion, a single slap dispersed the long-accumulated explosive fireball of the A-class ability user. A mere gesture was sufficient to reduce the renowned elder of the Seven Kills sect and the foreign ability users to ashes. Like teleportation, he soared into the sky, taking someone with him. Thus unfolded the events. Qin Lan's voice was slightly hoarse as she recounted the entire incident through the communicator, plunging the command center once again into a profound silence. Brother, he is exceedingly dangerous. Qin Lan's tone grew increasingly agitated. He is entirely uncontrollable, acting solely according to his whims. Today, he could eliminate members of the Seven Kills sect and the Divine Awakening organization for his sister, yet tomorrow, he might annihilate an entire street simply because someone glanced at him. He is a ticking time bomb. Qin Shan remained silent, his profound gaze never leaving the languid figure on the screen. After a considerable pause, he slowly shook his head. No, Xiaolan, you are mistaken. Turning to face his sister, his eyes shimmered with a wisdom starkly different from Qin Lan's. He is not a bomb. He is a sword. Qin Shan's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. A sword capable of severing all outdated conventions, even altering the future landscape. However, we are utterly incapable of controlling him. Qin Lan still found it hard to agree. Why must we control him? Qin Shan countered, a meaningful smile curving his lips. True weapons of immense power are never meant for control. They are meant for collaboration. He paused, gesturing toward the screen, displaying the little girl who tightly clutched Lin Fan's sleeve, gazing adoringly at her brother. He is not without vulnerabilities. What he cherishes most are his family, particularly his sister, Lin Yu. As long as he has those he cares for, things he wishes to protect, then this sword will not be turned against us. Meanwhile, in Jiangxia City, within an exclusive, elegantly adorned private dining establishment, a vast round table made of redwood was laden with exquisite dishes. At this moment, Lin Fan had transformed into a glutton, devouring his meal with unrestrained delight. Delicious. This is delightful. Xiaoya, do try this. It's incredibly nourishing. Yueshi, make yourself at home. After all, someone else is footing the bill. Across from him, Qin Lan's eyes twitched uncontrollably as she gazed at the ever-growing pile of empty plates, then at the eye-watering bill just presented by the waiter, feeling as if her heart was bleeding. Is this dining? It's nothing short of highway robbery. Lin Yu appeared quite content, nibbling on the food her brother offered her, her bright eyes occasionally glancing curiously at Su Yueshi beside her. Sister-in-law, has my brother always been this formidable? Coughing, Su Yueshi nearly spat out the soup she had just sipped. The unexpected address of sister-in-law turned her cheeks crimson, and she waved her hands in denial, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, she could only mumble an incoherent acknowledgement before burying her face in her bowl, pretending she hadn't heard anything. Lin Fan, however, remained oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around him. While relishing his meal, he happily accessed the system shop in his mind. Current remaining points, 500. Upon seeing the additional 400 points, Lin Fan's heart brimmed with joy. Killing and arson bring riches, while repairing roads leaves no corpses behind. The ancients do not deceive me. Eliminating 2 societal scum yielded not only enlightenment but also points. This was an exceedingly profitable venture. With 500 points, he could acquire numerous valuable items. Dragon Ball series, Spirit Beans, 500 points each, too expensive. Next, Battle Power Detector, Green Monocle version, 50 points each. This could come in handy for showboating. Ability series, Ability Awakening Potion, 200 points, can awaken the powers of those with abilities. Fantasy series, Cleansing Pill, 100 points, purges impurities and enhances cultivation potential. Fantasy series, Basic Qi Induction Technique, 100 points, can sense and condense the spiritual energy of the universe, a stepping stone to cultivation. Tech series, AI Smart Butler, 100 points. Lin Fan's mind buzzed with calculations as a smirk spread across his face. Just then, Qin Lan's communicator chime began. Brother. On the other end, Qin Shan's steady and powerful voice came through. Xiaolan, I am aware of everything. You have done well. Now, bring Mr. Lin Fan to the division headquarters. I wish to meet him personally. Furthermore, Qin Shan's voice hesitated slightly, as if weighing his words before delivering a bombshell. Inform him that, as a token of our gratitude for his assistance to the Dragon Shield Bureau and to express our sincerity, we are prepared to fulfill any one request he may have. Should he agree to further cooperation? Any request? Qinlan inhaled deeply, repeating in as calm a tone as possible, yes. As long as it does not jeopardize national security or violate humanitarian principles, the Dragon Shield Bureau can mobilize all resources to meet any one of his requests. The atmosphere in the private room shifted dramatically. Su Yueshi raised her head, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with astonishment. The Dragon Shield Bureau was indeed a colossal entity within the Dragon Nation, wielding immense power. Any request they granted would carry weight enough to drive any martial arts sect or family into a frenzy. Lin Fan blinked, his previously nonchalant demeanor gradually sobering. Leaning back in his chair, he crossed his legs and rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. Any request, huh? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. His gaze swept around the room before finally settling on Qinlan's icy visage. He unabashedly scrutinized her figure, clad in a black combat suit that accentuated her alluring curves. Qinlan felt uncomfortable under his gaze, her brows furrowing as she coldly demanded, "What are you staring at?" Lin Fan suddenly flashed a grin, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, his smile exuding an unmistakable lewdness. "Since it's any request," he drawled, leaning slightly forward, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I want you to be my girlfriend. That request isn't too much, is it?" Boom. Qinlan felt as though her mind had been struck by a thunderous bolt. She froze in place, her fair neck turning a deep crimson at an alarming rate, creeping all the way to her ears. "Why you? Shameless. Pervert." Qinlan sprang to her feet, trembling with rage as she pointed accusingly at Lin Fan, her chest heaving, unable to articulate a complete sentence. She could hardly fathom that this man would dare to make such a proposal. Was he lusting after her body? Su Yueshi and Lin Yu were equally bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Su Yueshi glanced at the furious Qinlan, then at the mischievous grin on Lin Fan's face, an inexplicable sense of displeasure bubbling within her. Humph, this rascal, indeed, cannot change his ways. He can't resist the allure of beautiful women. Lin Yu's eyes widened as she gazed at her brother and then at the beautiful older sister whose face was as red as an apple, her little mind brimming with questions. Didn't her brother already have a sister-in-law? Why would he need this older sister as a girlfriend? Ha ha ha. Just kidding, just joking. Why is Team Leader Qin so serious? He has no sense of humor at all. Look at you. Your face is all flushed. It's rather charming. You. Qinlan felt as if she were on the verge of internal injury from anger. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Lin Fan waved his hand, resuming his seat, his smile fading into a newfound seriousness. Take me to meet your brother. Chapter 21. A position at the Dragon Shield Bureau. The specially designed bulletproof vehicle of the Dragon Shield Bureau traversed the dedicated pathway leading to the headquarters of the Jiangxia branch. However, the atmosphere within the vehicle was far from smooth. Qinlan sat in the passenger seat, arms crossed, her stunningly cold visage emanating a chill that seemed almost capable of freezing the air. Occasionally, she cast a sharp glare through the rearview mirror at the carefree individual in the back seat. Su Yueshi sat upright, her gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions as she watched the futuristic scenery whizzing by. As a former saintess of a martial arts sect, she had witnessed grand palaces, but the imposing fortress constructed from steel, light, and precision instruments before her left her awestruck in an entirely different manner. Lin Yu's little face was brimming with curiosity and excitement, her small frame nearly pressed against the car window. She tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, are these people like the spies from the movies? So cool." Lin Fan rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned lazily, and replied, "Something like that. They're just a bunch of high-paid civil servants." "Mr. Lin Fan, this way please." A calm and gentle voice called out. A middle-aged man, dressed in simple attire with an elegant demeanor and deep ocean-like eyes, stood smiling not far away. He lacked the sharpness of Qinlan, but exuded a steady aura that instinctively inspired trust. "Brother." Qinlan immediately stepped forward. The man was none other than Qin Shan, the highest commander of the Dragon Shield Bureau's Jiangxia branch. "Mr. Lin Fan, I've long heard of your name. I am Qin Shan." He showed no hint of arrogance, extending his hand. Lin Fan lazily raised his hand to shake it, then got straight to the point. "Let's skip the pleasantries. Director Qin, your sister mentioned that you can fulfill any of my requests?" Qinlan, hearing this, felt a pang of anxiety and quickly added, "What my brother means is within reasonable and legal limits." However, Qin Shan raised his hand to halt his sister's words. He looked at Lin Fan with genuine sincerity. "What my sister says is what I say. The prowess Mr. Lin has displayed warrants our utmost sincerity in seeking cooperation." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's previously carefree demeanor shifted. His smile vanished, and his gaze turned serious. "Very well, since Director Qin is so sincere, I shall not hold back." His eyes scanned his sister Lin Yu and the complexly expressive Su Yueshi before he slowly articulated his conditions. "First, I want you to arrange for my grandmother and sister to have a villa with the highest security level in the best location of Jiangxia City, ensuring their living environment is absolutely safe, comfortable, and undisturbed. Second, leverage your connections to transfer my sister to the best private school in Jiangxia City. I want her to receive the finest education. Third, I require you, the Dragon Shield Bureau, to dispatch the most elite agents to provide round-the-clock protection for my family in secret. They must not disrupt their normal lives. But there must not be even a hint of error. I do not wish to witness a repeat of what happened in the alley. Once he finished stating his 3 conditions, the entire command hall fell silent. Qin Shan and Qin Lan were utterly stunned. They had never anticipated that not a single one of Lin Fan's requests was for himself. They were all for his family. A flicker of admiration passed through Qin Shan's eyes. No problem, he replied without hesitation, his voice resolute. The Dragon Shield Bureau fully agrees to these 3 conditions. I will have people attend to it immediately. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, the gravity of his demeanor dissipating as he reverted to his familiar, roguish self. Rubbing his hands together, he chuckled and added, by the way, will the food expenses for our family also be reimbursed? And what about benefits like social insurance and year-end bonuses? Qin Lan, who had just begun to harbor a modicum of respect for Lin Fan, felt a tightness in her chest, nearly gasping for air. This guy, truly, cannot maintain his composure for more than 3 seconds. Qin Shan, however, was amused by his sudden shift in demeanor, laughing heartily. Yes, of course. Mr. Lin Fan will henceforth be our esteemed honorary advisor at the Dragon Shield Bureau, and all your reasonable expenses will be covered. He then explained the duties of an honorary advisor. No need to report for duty, free from following any orders. Enjoying absolute freedom in life. The Dragon Shield Bureau would provide the highest level of intelligence and resource support. The only obligation was to assist the Bureau in the event of a major crisis that could threaten national security, which they could not resolve themselves. These terms were extraordinarily generous. With the conditions agreed upon, the atmosphere in the command hall lightened considerably. However, Qin Shan's smile gradually faded as he picked up a black encrypted tablet devoid of any markings from the table and handed it to Lin Fan, his expression turning grave. Mr. Lin, this is all the confidential information we have compiled regarding the Divine Awakening Organization. Based on the intelligence we've intercepted and the preliminary analysis of Buck's memories, we suspect that the Divine Awakening Organization possesses a so-called raw gem list within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. They are amassing those who have not yet awakened, but possess extraordinary potential for abilities. Qin Shan paused, glancing at Lin Yu. I'm afraid Lin Yu is merely one among those on this list. As night fell, in the most affluent district of Jiangxia City, Tianyue Mansion, a black business vehicle slowly entered, coming to a halt before a standalone villa boasting a stunning view of the river. Qin Lan personally opened the car door and gestured for them to enter. Although her tone remained somewhat stiff, it bore a hint of an indescribable emotion compared to before. When Lin Fan, accompanied by Lin Yu and Su Yueshi, stepped out of the vehicle and beheld the luxurious villa before them, even the usually composed Su Yueshi could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The villa sprawled over an extensive area, complete with a private garden and an outdoor swimming pool. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows cast a warm, inviting glow from within, resembling a picturesque painting. Brother, are we going to live here from now on? Lin Yu's mouth formed an A shape, her small hand tightly clutching Lin Fan's sleeve, her bright eyes filled with disbelief. This is just too vast. Lin Fan, unable to conceal his excitement, ruffled her hair and smiled. From now on, this will be our home. Su Yueshi followed behind, her heart equally tumultuous. The efficiency of the Dragon Shield Bureau was astonishing. Within just a few hours, not only was the villa ready, but Lin Yu's transfer paperwork, new living essentials, and even the refrigerator were stocked full of fresh, premium ingredients. Everything was in place. After settling down his overly excited sister, Lin Fan finally returned to his own room. He locked the door and collapsed onto the soft bed, his consciousness plunging into his mind. System. Host, what are your commands? What do the Dragon Ball system, the ability system, the fantasy system, and the technology system in this marketplace signify? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. Return, host. This system is a supreme selection system, designed to assist the host in achieving omniscience and omnipotence through various choices. Each divine selection made by the host corresponds to illuminating a new branch on an extensive skill tree. These 4 major systems represent the 4 primary trunks of the skill tree. Dragon Ball system, focused on the ultimate application of Qi, unlocking physical potential, and eventually awakening Super Saiyan God and the state of ultimate instinct in later stages. Power system, activating special abilities hidden within one's genes, such as pyrokinesis, cryokinesis, telekinesis, and spatial jumps, with a myriad of development directions. Fantasy system, comprehending the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cultivating true essence, refining elixirs, arranging formations, flying with swords, and pursuing the path of immortality. Technology system, utilizing points to exchange for technological creations that surpass current civilization, encompassing everything from artificial intelligence and genetic potions to star destroyers and Dyson spheres. The four systems operate independently, ranging from beginner to advanced levels. The host may freely develop according to personal preferences and current needs, with no conflicts arising. The system's explanation made Lin Fan's heart race with excitement. It was not a linear upgrade, but rather an all-encompassing development. He suppressed his excitement and redirected his gaze to the system shop, contemplating the 500 points. His mind instantly alight with possibilities. Previously, he had been too engrossed in enjoyment to study it in detail. Now it seemed that each option represented a new path, brimming with infinite potential. His gaze finally settled on the two foundational options within the fantasy system. Cleansing elixir, price 100 points. Effect, purifies the essence and marrow, expelling impurities from the body, significantly enhancing cultivation aptitude and potential, most effective for first-time users. Basic Qi induction technique, price 100 points. Effect, the purest method for inducing Qi, aiding cultivators in sensing and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, serving as a stepping stone into the path of cultivation. The image of Su Yueshi flashed through his mind. That woman, despite her sharp tongue and fiery temperament, was undeniably stunning. Moreover, her sect had been destroyed, and although she had healed her old wounds with a miraculous bean, her strength had stagnated. System, exchange 1 cleansing elixir and 1 basic Qi induction technique. Ding. Exchange successful. Deducting 200 points, current remaining points, 300 points. Chapter 22. I will take you to cultivate immortality. A flash of light revealed a pill emanating a faint fragrance and a jade slip engraved with ancient patterns, appearing in the palm of his hand. Lin Fan, clutching these items, exited the room and spotted Su Yueshi standing alone on the second-floor observation deck, gazing at the distant river view. The cool moonlight bathed her in a serene glow, adding a rare hint of melancholy to her otherwise flawless visage. Here, this is for you. Lin Fan approached, casually presenting the elixir and jade slip to her, his tone nonchalant. Take this elixir, practice the poses in this manual, and your strength will surely soar. Su Yueshi snapped back to reality, her beautiful phoenix eyes narrowing suspiciously as she regarded the extraordinary items in his hands. What are these? Where did you get them? She instinctively took a half-step back. This man was shrouded in secrets, casually producing healing beans, and now he presented her with these evidently extraordinary items. Upon seeing her expression, Lin Fan understood she was concocting wild theories again. He scratched his head, weary of explaining. If you don't want it, I might as well toss them into the river to feed the fish. With that, he feigned to throw the elixir and jade slip over the railing into the water. You dare. Su Yueshi instinctively lunged forward, snatching the items from his grasp and clutching them tightly. The pure and warm energy emanating from the elixir, along with the jade slip's smooth texture, told her that these were undoubtedly supreme treasures. Yet, why would this man bestow such precious items upon her? She gazed at Lin Fan's carefree demeanor, torn between her thoughts. Late at night, within Su Yueshi's chamber, moonlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, quietly illuminating the floor. She sat cross-legged on the soft carpet, the cleansing elixir and the ancient jade slip resting in her palms. No longer hesitating, she swallowed the fragrant elixir in one gulp. Upon contact, the elixir dissolved instantly, and instead of the expected bitterness, it transformed into a sweet, warm current, sliding down her throat into her abdomen. In the next moment, boom, an unimaginably violent surge of pure energy detonated within her dantian, erupting like a miniature sun. The terrifying energy torrent surged like countless steel needles, racing through every meridian and corner of her body. The excruciating pain overwhelmed Su Yueshi, forcing a muffled groan from her lips as she bit down hard on her tongue. It was a searing agony that felt as if it would completely shatter her being, grinding her into dust before reconstructing her anew. Her bones creaked, meridians forcibly expanded, torn, and then healed, while her organs felt as though they were being roasted over fierce flames. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down her forehead, quickly soaking her garments. Yet alongside the pain, there lay an unprecedented rebirth. She could distinctly sense that her internal energy, previously muddled due to the cultivation of the Saiyan sect's techniques, was being forcibly purified and refined by this overwhelming force. The hidden impurities and latent injuries deep within her body were gradually being stripped away, burned, and expelled. Streams of foul-smelling black filth seeped from her pores, quickly accumulating beneath her, emitting an unpleasant odor. This was true purification of essence and marrow, A complete rebirth. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, the violent energy gradually subsided, transforming into a gentle and powerful flow, coursing through her vastly expanded meridians, nourishing her newly reborn body. The pain vanished, replaced by an unparalleled sense of ease and lightness. Tsuyoshi slowly opened her eyes, disregarding the grime and stench enveloping her, and immediately grasped the jade slip, probing it with a thread of internal energy. In an instant, a torrent of immense information flooded her mind. Basic Qi induction technique. The content of the technique was not complex, devoid of ornate language. Yet the profound truths contained within it left even her, the former saintess of the Xianyu sect, shaken to her core. This technique directly addressed the essence of cultivation. She immediately focused her mind, following the technique's method to begin her breathing exercises. In just the first cycle, buzz, the spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius seemed to respond to some irresistible force, suddenly turning tumultuous. It transformed into visible white currents, surging from all directions into Tsuyoshi's body. The abundant spiritual energy roared within her, rapidly refining into purest true essence, continuously washing over her Dantian's Qi Sea. Waves of excitement surged within Tsuyoshi as she realized this was not merely an internal power technique, but the path to immortality. First level of Qi refinement. Second level of Qi refinement. Fifth level of Qi refinement. Ultimately, as the first rays of dawn broke through the room, her realm settled at the fifth level of Qi refinement. In a single night, she had undergone a complete transformation, soaring to new heights. Bang! The door was forcefully pushed open from within. Tsuyoshi barely had time to wash away the grime clinging to her, and in her disheveled state, she rushed into the living room. She appeared as if reborn. Her skin had transformed into the finest mutton fat jade, translucent and delicate, as though it could be shattered with the slightest touch. Her flowing black hair danced without a breeze, and her usually aloof phoenix eyes were now filled with an indescribable shock and disbelief. She fixed her gaze on the man seated on the sofa, casually sipping milk. It was only at this moment that she truly comprehended the extraordinary nature of what Lin Fan had so casually handed her the previous night. The cleansing marrow pill. The fundamental Qi cultivation technique. Either of these treasures, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite an unprecedented storm of bloodshed within the martial world of Longhua, compelling all sects and families to compete for them at any cost. And this man had given them to her so nonchalantly. His methods, his origins, and the resources at his disposal had utterly surpassed her understanding. Are you an immortal? Her voice trembled slightly. Lin Fan lifted his eyelids, casting her a lazy glance before pinching his nose and fanning the air in front of her. Oh, the effect is quite remarkable, isn't it? You've become even more beautiful. But what's that smell? Hurry and wash up, it's unbearable. Chapter 23. Is this what a fairy looks like? Tsuyoshi gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling an unprecedented sense of alienation. The woman in the glass appeared as if sculpted from the finest mutton fat jade, delicate, smooth, and warm, radiating a faint luminescence that defied mere description. Her features seemed unchanged, yet each aspect appeared to have been meticulously crafted, coming together to form a breathtaking beauty that transcended the mortal realm. Especially her phoenix eyes, which, once cold and proud, now shimmered with the clarity and depth of autumn waters, as if holding within them the flow of a starry river. She reached out, lightly touching her cheek, the satin-like texture sending shivers through her heart. The cleansing marrow pill, the fundamental Qi cultivation technique. The seemingly trivial gifts bestowed upon her by that man had such astonishing effects. After lingering in the bathroom for quite some time, she finally donned a clean set of loungewear and descended the stairs. The morning sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the redwood round table in the dining room. The usual banter between the siblings came to an abrupt halt upon her arrival. Clatter. Lin Fan's phone slipped from his hand onto the dining table. He paused mid-chew, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Tsuyoshi descending the staircase, his mouth slightly agape, oblivious to the drool threatening to spill. Wow. Lin Yu's mouth formed a perfect O shape, her bright eyes sparkling with wonder as she beheld Tsuyoshi in that moment. The woman stood before them, her black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, clad in the simplest of white loungewear, yet exuding an ethereal aura that seemed untouched by the mundane world. She stood there quietly, as if radiating light, her beauty rendering everything around her pale in comparison. Sister-in-law, Lin Yu stammered, instinctively calling out, but quickly shook her head, murmuring, "No. Are you a fairy from the heavens?" The term fairy sister caused a flush of enchanting crimson to bloom on Tsuyoshi's flawless face. She felt somewhat flustered, her gaze instinctively drifting to the source of her transformation. Lin Fan, finally snapping back to reality, quickly swallowed the drool that had nearly dripped from his mouth, then pretended to cough twice, wiping his lips with a napkin. Ahem, taking a shower and changing clothes has indeed made you quite beautiful, he remarked nonchalantly. Yet his eyes were glued to her, as if they were magnetized. This woman, who had always been a potential calamity, had now seemingly evolved into a celestial being. Who could withstand such a transformation? Tsuyoshi felt uneasy under his unabashed, invasive gaze, her cheeks burning. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure and sat down at the dining table, her eyes piercing into Lin Fan's. What exactly did you give me last night? She queried, her voice low, laced with curiosity and a hint of reverence that even she was unaware of. Lin Fan took a hearty sip of milk and continued to jest. A family secret recipe. Just know that it's extraordinary, and that's enough. You. Tsuyoshi was infuriated by his nonchalant demeanor. This man, who possessed earth-shattering secrets, feigned a lazy, carefree attitude. How utterly exasperating. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, Qinlan. The enrollment procedures for Lin Yu have been completed. She can report to Tianjiao International School today. Qinlan's voice remained as cold as ever. Oh, quite efficient, Lin Fan acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. However, Qinlan's tone shifted to a more serious note. I need to remind you, Tianjiao School is not an ordinary private institution. The students there come from formidable backgrounds. Beneath the surface, currents run deep. You must remain vigilant. Understood, Lin Fan replied, hanging up the call, his playful demeanor slightly subdued. If Qinlan felt the need to issue a warning, it seemed this school indeed held some intrigue. After breakfast, Lin Fan drove out a black bulletproof sedan provided by the Long Shield Bureau, discreet on the outside, yet luxurious within. As the car smoothly entered the gates of Tianjiao International School, even Lin Yu, who resided in a top-tier villa, was taken aback by the sight before her. This was no mere school. It resembled a grand European castle situated in the heart of the city. Sitting inside the car, Lin Yu clutched her backpack tightly. Her initially excited expression gradually shadowed by unease and discomfort. She felt utterly out of place amidst the opulence surrounding her. Lin Fan parked the car and turned to his sister, noticing her anxious demeanor. He reached out, ruffling her hair as he usually did. Don't be afraid. His voice, though soft, carried a reassuring strength. Remember, no matter where you are, your brother is your strongest support. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me. He paused, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After seeing his sister off, he returned to the Tianyue mansion. Upon entering, he found Tsuyoshi seated cross-legged on the living room carpet, her eyes gently closed, surrounded by a visible white aura. The air was thick with a subtle sense of pressure. In just one night, this woman had completely stabilized her cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement, even hinting at a potential breakthrough to the 6th level. Her talent for cultivation was truly astonishing. As she sensed his return, Tsuyoshi slowly opened her eyes. The brilliance in her beautiful phoenix gaze flickering momentarily. Rising to her feet, the surrounding aura dissipated into nothingness. After a morning of recuperation, she had fully acclimated to her newly transformed body and the immense true essence coursing within her. Her expression no longer bore the timidity and shyness of the morning. Instead, it radiated an unprecedented resolve and determination. She approached Lin Fan, gazing deeply into his eyes, then solemnly bowed to him. Lin Fan, the ones who destroyed my Xianyu sect, aside from the 7-kill gate, had other accomplices as well. Although you have aided me in vanquishing several adversaries, the true mastermind remains at large. I require your assistance in uncovering all entities and individuals who participated in that massacre years ago. Regardless of their identities or where they may be concealed, I shall ensure they pay in blood for their transgressions. The final words escaped her lips with a clenched jaw, her eyes ablaze with profound hatred. The significant enhancement of her strength had unleashed years of suppressed vengeance, erupting like a volcano. Lin Fan picked up his phone and directly dialed Qin Shan's number. The call was answered almost immediately. Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? Came Qin Shan's composed voice. Director Qin, let's dispense with pleasantries, Lin Fan stated bluntly. I need your Dragon Shield Bureau to promptly retrieve all information regarding the 7-Kills sect and all associated forces, families, and enterprises within the martial realm. Qin Shan fell silent for a moment on the other end. This was no longer a simple investigative request. However, given that the 7-Kills sect was indeed a nefarious organization, there was little concern. No problem, Qin Shan replied with unwavering certainty. Lin Fan ended the call and shrugged at the now-dazed Tsuyoshi. It's done. After sending away the still tumultuous Tsuyoshi, Lin Fan returned to his room alone. He lay on his bed, his consciousness delving into his mind. Having resolved matters with Tsuyoshi, he recognized one of his shortcomings. While dispersing fireballs and effortlessly annihilating foes appeared splendid and impressive, His method of attack was ultimately too simplistic. It primarily consisted of raw energy projection, devoid of any finesse. He reopened the system shop. Current remaining points, 300. His gaze traversed the 4 major categories before finally resting on a new option within the Dragon Ball system. Dragon Ball system, mastery of basic martial arts. Price, 300 points. Effect, instills combat instincts directly into the host's nervous and muscle memory in data form. It encompasses all fundamental techniques, including punches, kicks, elbows, knees, throws, and locks, seamlessly integrating them into the host's combat instincts. This was the one. Although labeled as basic, the presence of the 3 characters Dragon Ball signified its complexity. Furthermore, the price of 300 points attested to its value. System, exchange for mastery of basic martial arts. Ding. Exchange successful. 300 points deducted, current remaining points, 0. Boom. An overwhelming torrent of information, infused with countless combat scenes, surged into his mind. Turtle School, Crane School, Yamcha's Wolfang Fist, Tian's Volleyball Fist, an array of classic martial techniques flashed through his consciousness like a slideshow. Simultaneously, a peculiar energy surged from his spine, instantly coursing throughout his body. Lin Fan could not suppress a pained grunt, springing upright from the bed. He felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. The system was forcefully transforming his physique to match the vast combat data. In the villa's soundproof professional training room, Lin Fan stood shirtless, his muscles bulging with explosive power. Beads of sweat cascaded from him, pooling at his feet. The commotion inevitably attracted the attention of Su Yueshi outside. She quietly stood at the door, observing the man training within, her beautiful phoenix eyes reflecting uncontainable astonishment. What sort of training method is this? Chapter 24. The beginning of blood debt at the Liu family. Lin Fan let out a long exhale, gradually settling his energy. He opened his eyes and delved into his system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Combat power, 3,600. Points, 0. Gazing at the increment of a mere 100 points compared to before training, Lin Fan couldn't help but grimace. Wiping the sweat from his face, he muttered under his breath. After all that effort, I'm exhausted like a dead dog, and I've only gained 100 points in combat power. I'm still far from 1 billion combat power. When will I transform into a Super Saiyan? His voice, while soft, resonated clearly at the training room entrance. Su Yueshi stood silently, having watched for an indeterminate time. She had changed into a simple yet elegant white dress that accentuated her ethereal beauty, a visage that seemed otherworldly after her rejuvenation. As she observed the man within the training room and overheard his obscure complaint, her lovely phoenix eyes filled with confusion. What is a Super Saiyan? Just then, Lin Fan's phone, discarded in the corner, rang sharply. Mr. Lin. A steady and powerful voice came from the other end. Qin Shan. Director Qin, what good news do you have so early in the morning? Lin Fan replied, taking a towel to wipe the sweat from his body. His tone as languid as ever. Qin Shan, evidently accustomed to his demeanor, bypassed the small talk and got straight to the point. Mr. Lin, we have results regarding your investigative request. Qin Shan's voice became serious as he continued. According to our preliminary findings, one of the martial families involved in the encirclement of the Xian sect is located in Jiangxia City. They are the most significant vassal force of the 7 Kills sect in Jiangxia City, providing substantial intelligence and resource support, making them complicit in that massacre. Lin Fan's movements halted as he glanced at Su Yueshi by the door. Her once curious and perplexed phoenix eyes turned frigid upon hearing the name Xian sect. She clenched her hands tightly at her sides. Which family? Lin Fan inquired. The Liu family, Qin Shan replied gravely. The head of the family, Liu Hongshan, is a well-known entrepreneur in Jiangxia City, operating for many years with an intricate web of connections that spans both legitimate and illicit realms. He is cunning and ruthless, known for his meticulous approach. Mr. Lin, if you intend to take action against him, please be mindful of the implications. Understood. Lin Fan cut him off, decisively ending the call. He tossed his phone aside, his gaze fixed on Su Yueshi. At that moment, an icy aura radiated from her, a palpable sense of murderous intent emanating from her being. The Liu family, she whispered, savoring the words. Lin Fan, witnessing her transformation, grinned broadly, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Let us go, it's time for revenge. The Liu family estate, located at the foot of Saiyan Mountain on the eastern outskirts of Jiangxia City, sprawled across nearly 100 acres and was heavily guarded. A black sedan came to a leisurely stop before the imposing iron gate intricately carved with a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Who goes there? This is private property. Leave immediately. For men in black suits, their temples bulging and clearly skilled in martial arts, emerged from the security booth, barking orders. The car door opened, and Lin Fan and Su Yueshi stepped out in succession. Lin Fan, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, appeared to relish the unfolding drama. He turned to Su Yueshi and nodded. Here we are. Your enemies await. You handle them, and I'll provide support from the sidelines. Su Yueshi remained silent, merely lifting her gaze to peer past the raucous security guards, directing her attention towards the grand main building deep within the estate. She did not spare a glance at the obstructive guards, resolutely advancing step by step towards the iron gate. Halt! Are you deaf? One more step, and you shall regret it. The lead security captain, enraged by her audacity, bellowed. How dare a mere woman disregard their warnings? It was tantamount to courting death. With a furious roar, he unleashed his inner strength, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, hurtled through the air with a ferocious wind aimed directly at Su Yueshi's back. Yet, just as his fist was about to make contact, a soft hum resonated. A faint white aura flickered around Su Yueshi's form. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The security captain's body was propelled backwards, his ribs fracturing upon impact, lifeless before he hit the ground. The remaining 3 guards froze, their menacing grins instantly vanishing. That woman had not even turned her head. Fear surged through them like a chilling tide, engulfing their hearts. Su Yueshi's footsteps did not falter. She approached the steel door, delicately raising her alabaster right hand. And with a single palm strike, she struck the door. A faint crack was heard. The steel door collapsed. Sunlight streamed through the shattered entrance, illuminating Su Yueshi's ethereal silhouette, casting a long shadow behind her. Bathed in sunlight and dust, she resembled a vengeful goddess emerging from the depths of hell, stepping into this den of iniquity. Lin Fan stood not far off, witnessing the scene unfold. Goodness. So this is what it means to put on a show. Chapter 25, The Underground Ice Cavern. A Hell on Earth. Within the Liu family estate, the alarm shattered the morning's tranquility with its piercing shriek. Dozens of elite guards donned in uniform black attire surged from every corner of the estate. They were formidable enough to dominate the underground world of Jiangxia City. Block her! A burly man wielding a broadsword shouted, leaping high into the air, his hands gripping the blade as he brought it down. The blade's lethal aura sliced through the air, causing discomfort to those nearby. Yet, Su Yueshi did not even glance at him. Buzz. Clang. A sound resonated, 100-fold clearer than any metal clash. The broadsword, forged from refined steel, collided with an invisible barrier. The blade bent backwards, shattering inch by inch. The burly man felt his arms shatter instantaneously, his chest caving in, and the blood mist he expelled fell silent. Everyone stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell, their faces drained of color, leaving only an abyss of terror. Instant kill. The Liu family's top-tier experts, capable of leading a faction, had not even grazed her clothing before meeting their demise. Moreover, she had not lifted a finger. What sorcery is this? Su Yueshi's pace remained unhurried. As she continued towards the imposing main building, the path she traversed bore witness to a trail of devastation. Lin Fan followed behind, hands in his pockets. Akin to a leisurely park visitor, he observed Su Yueshi's divine presence, and then glanced at the surrounding so-called martial arts masters, who were now quaking in fear, unable to suppress a smirk. Surely, she is cheating, right? I should report this. He understood that the levels of existence for cultivators had undergone a monumental shift. The martial skills of mere mortals appeared as childish play, laughably fragile in comparison to those of an immortal practitioner. At this moment, Su Yueshi felt no compassion. Her mind was haunted by the memories of the night when the Xianyu sect was engulfed in flames. The anguished cries of her father and fellow disciples echoing in her ears. The Liu family had been the accomplice that handed the slaughterer the knife. This was true power. It turned out that the so-called martial arts masters and peak inner strength practitioners were but mere chickens and dogs in the face of this force. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Liu family? A booming voice, imbued with formidable inner strength, thundered like a clap of thunder from within the main building. Almost immediately, a figure shot out like lightning from the doorway. The newcomer, over 50 years of age and clad in traditional Tang attire, was none other than Lu Hongshan, the head of the Liu family. His eyes widened in horror as he beheld the carnage and the woman resembling a harbinger of death. Wretched creature, you seek death. Lu Hongshan roared, unleashing his inner strength without reservation. His palms flew, generating howling winds, creating a series of sharp sonic booms as the air felt compressed by his palm's force. The overlapping waves palm. This was the Liu family's secret technique, unleashing layers of inner strength, with 9 layers in total, each more powerful than the last, capable of shattering stone. He was already a master of peak inner strength. In the legendary realm of mastery, this strike embodied his lifetime of cultivation. Lu Hongshan's palms struck the invisible protective barrier, contrary to his expectations of an overwhelming victory. He felt as though he had struck a searing hot iron. A terrifying energy, more domineering and pure than his own inner strength, surged back through his arms. Puff! He barely had time to emit a scream before his sleeves exploded into ashes. He was left reeling as if struck by lightning, his gaze filled with sheer horror and disbelief. You are not a martial artist, you are. Before he could finish, Tsuyoshi had stepped before him, looking down upon him, her cold phoenix eyes devoid of any emotion. Lu Hongshan, her voice resonated like a chilling wind from the abyss. Years ago, you led my Xianyu sect disciples down the mountain, causing a breach in our protective barrier, ultimately allowing the Seven Kills sect to invade. This blood debt shall be repaid today. Lu Hongshan's pupils constricted, his face etched with profound terror. You are the remnant of the Xianyu sect? He could never have imagined that the sect he once deemed insignificant, easily crushable, would give rise to such a monster. No, do not kill me. In his terror, he began to plead incoherently. Yet, Tsuyoshi was disinclined to hear his pleas. She slowly raised her alabaster right hand. Lu Hongshan's lips quivered, his eyes reflecting a struggle and fear. His body stiffened abruptly, his eyes bulging as black blood streamed from his orifices, and he breathed his last. Meanwhile, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. He raised his gaze, his eyes like lightning, scanning a particular building deep within the estate. Just as Lu Hongshan met his demise, he felt a fleeting, faint aura dissipate from that direction. Something was amiss. Lin Fan wiped the mirth from his expression, his demeanor turning grave. Tsuyoshi followed Lin Fan's gaze, spotting a nondescript two-story building nestled in the estate's corner. The structure appeared to house servants, its walls mottled, windows tightly shut, starkly contrasting the surrounding opulence. What could be there? Tsuyoshi's spiritual sense swept over it, but detected no anomalies. My intuition is never wrong, Lin Fan asserted with unwavering certainty. Wait here, I shall investigate. With that, Lin Fan vanished from sight like a specter. Lin Fan swiftly maneuvered and silently arrived at the front of the small building. Instead of entering through the door, he circled to the rear. The interior was engulfed in darkness, yet to Lin Fan, it was no different from daylight. The first floor was barren, littered only with some discarded debris. He ascended directly to the second floor, where, in a corner of a room, he discovered a concealed trapdoor disguised as part of the floor. A faint sound echoed as it revealed a metal staircase leading downwards, from which a chilling breeze incessantly emanated. Without hesitation, Lin Fan slipped inside. The passage was lengthy, spiraling downwards, with walls embedded with ethereal blue sensors that illuminated with each of his steps, extinguishing one by one behind him. The further he descended, the more penetrating the cold became, and the strange, sweetish metallic scent in the air intensified. At last, he reached the end of the corridor. An even more intense chill, mingled with the hum of machinery, escaped from within. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan pushed open the door. In that instant, he froze in place, his pupils constricting to their utmost. The sight before him plunged him into an abyss of icy horror, as if his very blood had congealed at that moment. It was an underground expanse of unimaginable enormity, approximately the size of half a football field. This space resembled not a laboratory, but rather a slaughterhouse, a high-tech abattoir specifically designed for humans. The entire area was illuminated by a cold, ghostly blue light, exuding a chilling, lifeless metallic essence. Dozens of towering glass containers, each 3 meters high and akin to colossal petri dishes, were meticulously arranged along both sides of the space. Within the murky, foul-smelling pale green liquid floated numerous figures, children. Their ages ranged from 5 or 6 to their teenage years, both male and female. They were entirely naked, their bodies festooned with an array of tubes of various colors and sizes, densely packed, like parasitic growths. The other ends of these tubes connected to rows of humming precision instruments. Chapter 26. The Ambitions of the Divine Enlightenment Organization. The children's eyes were tightly shut, yet their faces were uniformly contorted in expressions of excruciating agony. Their bodies occasionally convulsed in the liquid, as though enduring some unspeakable torment. Lin Fan's gaze fixated on one particular glass container. Inside was a frail little girl, appearing no older than 7 or 8. Her emaciated body marred by bruises of a deep purple hue. A thickest tube pierced directly into her spine from the back of her head. Lin Fan's fists clenched tightly, producing a brittle crackle. He recalled his younger sister, Lin Yu. If he had not arrived in time that day in the alley, would little Yu have also been taken to a place like this? Lying in that cold liquid, suffering endless pain, treated as mere material? An uncontrollable, bone-chilling murderous intent surged from the depths of his heart, spreading wildly, instantly engulfing his entire being. He suppressed the immediate urge to obliterate this place and shifted his gaze to the center of the laboratory. There, a massive central apparatus loomed, reminiscent of an altar. All the tubes connected to the children ultimately converged here. The machinery was operational, extracting faintly glowing energies of varying attributes from the children's bodies, funneling them into the central vessel. The Divine Enlightenment Organization Qinshan's words reverberated explosively in his mind. At this moment, he comprehended the true nature of the Divine Enlightenment Organization. They were not gathering and nurturing gifted individuals. They were harvesting. Like raising livestock, they confined these exceptionally talented children, ruthlessly draining every ounce of potential from them, transforming their gifts and lives into these so-called ability serums. The substance injected into Buck, whom he had slain in the alley, was likely this very thing. This was beyond malevolence. This was an affront to humanity, a vile desecration of life itself. A sinister, owl-like laughter echoed from the far end of the laboratory. Lin Fan abruptly turned his head. He beheld an elderly man clad in a white lab coat. His figure hunched and his face as desiccated as a mummy, adorned with thick black-rimmed glasses, emerging from a compartment while holding a metal tray. His eyes sparkled with a mad, avaricious gleam as he gazed at a freshly congealed drop of purple liquid in the central vessel. Utterly oblivious to the unwelcome guest that had infiltrated his laboratory, Lin Fan regarded the old man with an impassive expression, yet the murderous intent in his eyes had thickened to a near-tangible form. He approached the old man slowly, step by step. With each stride, his aura intensified. Who? The old man finally sensed something amiss. He abruptly lifted his head, his murky eyes, magnified through the thick lenses, meeting Lin Fan's advancing figure. How did you get in? Where are the guards outside? What of that useless Lu Hongshan? He blurted out in a series of shrill, harsh inquiries. Lin Fan did not respond. He simply continued his advance, his pace steady yet imbued with an oppressive aura. Adjusting his black-rimmed glasses, the old man suddenly hurled the metal tray toward Lin Fan. The tray spun through the air, adorned with a dozen syringes filled with various colored serums, resembling a rain of lethal needles, hurtling toward Lin Fan's vital points. Each of these serums contained potent toxins, capable of sealing one's throat upon contact. However, Lin Fan did not even glance at them. Just as the syringes were about to reach him, he merely waved his hand. Boom! A force erupted from him at its epicenter. The dozen syringes, moving faster than the eye could follow, instantly froze in midair before simultaneously bursting into colorful clouds of toxic mist. Yet even these mists could not approach within 3 feet of Lin Fan, firmly repelled by an invisible wave, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. The old man's pupils dilated in terror, a look of horror finally overtaking his face. He could not comprehend how such a young martial arts master could suddenly emerge from a mere Jiangxia city. Lin Fan remained silent, pausing in his steps. He was now 10 meters away from the old man. This distance was just right. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, aimed at the old man. The moment his voice fell, he clenched his fingers tightly. The old man found himself gripped by an invisible hand around his neck, his feet lifted from the ground. Suspended in midair, he thrashed wildly, clawing at his throat, his face turning an alarming shade of purple due to asphyxiation, his eyes bulging and bloodshot. Spare me. He managed to sputter, the words barely escaping his throat in fragmented syllables. Lin Fan regarded him with an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze as unyielding as stone, as if observing a lifeless object. Tell me, how many such strongholds does your organization have in Long Country? Where did your list of gifted individuals come from? How many names remain on that list? Each of his questions landed like a hammer, striking deep into the old man's soul. I said, cough, I said. Under the threat of death, the elder dared not harbor any further concealments, exerting all his strength to divulge the truth. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Beep, beep, beep. A miniature communicator nestled within the elder's pocket suddenly emitted a frantic alarm. Immediately thereafter, a wisp of black smoke billowed forth from the device. The elder's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes, which had bulged with fear, turned ashen in an instant. He was dead. At the very moment of his demise, he sensed 2 faint but similarly chilling auras belonging to the Divine Awakening Organization hastily fleeing towards the passage. They were the elder's accomplices. Having lurked in the shadows, they decisively abandoned him, opting for flight upon sensing danger. Lin Fan's figure vanished from sight in an instant. Inside the maintenance passage, 2 researchers clad in white lab coats were scrambling forward, faces etched with relief and terror from their narrow escape. Hurry. Once we reach the elevator, we can initiate the self-destruction protocol. At that point, the entire base will be reduced to ashes, and that monster won't stand a chance, gasped one of the portly researchers. However, no sooner had he spoken than a languid yet bone-chilling voice echoed behind them. Is that so? I can't help but feel that it is you who are doomed. The 2 researchers barely registered the motion before them, only to feel an overwhelming force seize their throats. This time, Lin Fan did not grant them any opportunity to speak. There was no need for interrogation. He understood that questioning would be futile, as both of these minions had explosives implanted within their minds, grasping their necks as if they were mere carcasses. He turned and strode back towards that frigid inferno of humanity. Bang! Bang! He hurled them forcefully before the altar-like central apparatus. The two were thrown into disarray. Compelled to witness the children struggling in agony within their liquid confines, yet devoid of any remorse, their eyes shimmering with a fervent gleam. They are sacrificing themselves for the grand cause of evolution. It is their honor, bellowed the rotund researcher. Indeed, foolish mortals, you have no comprehension of the magnificent future that the divine awakening will bestow upon this world. The slender one chimed in. Future? Lin Fan chuckled, extending his hand. He gently pressed against the device that was siphoning the children's life energy. I can no longer envision your future. For today, you have no future. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from his palm. The device, composed of countless intricate components and emblematic of the era's pinnacle of technology, was utterly obliterated in a thunderous cacophony. With the destruction of the apparatus, all tubes connected to the children instantaneously lost their power supply and fell away. The two researchers, caught in the blast's aftermath, were flung away, their bones shattered and innards ruptured, dying on the spot. A system notification emerged. Congratulations, host, for dismantling an overseas forces hideout. Reward, 1,000 points. Congratulations, host, for eliminating 2 societal scum, ridding the world of harm. Reward, for 100 points. Having completed all this, he retrieved his phone and dialed Qin Shan's number. Mr. Lin, regarding the Liu family matter. Qin Shan began. Lin Fan interjected, bring the best medical team. There are dozens of children here who need your help. Qin Shan fell silent. He sensed an ominous premonition from Lin Fan's unprecedentedly serious and cold tone. Mr. Lin, what on earth has happened? Lin Fan raised his gaze, observing the children convulsing unconsciously in their petri dishes after losing their restraints, a rare flicker of tenderness and sorrow passing through his eyes. I have located a hideout of the Divine Awakening Organization in Jiangxia City. Chapter 27. Divine Awakening, Declaration of War. Several black SUVs and ambulances arrived almost simultaneously. The doors swung open violently, with Qin Lan leading the charge, clad in black tactical gear that accentuated her lithe physique. She glanced at the violently dismantled steel gates of the manor and the chaos strewn about, her brow furrowed, yet she did not pause in her stride. Qin Shan followed closely behind, his expression grave, issuing commands into his communicator as he walked briskly. Team A, seal off all exits of the manor. No one is to enter or exit. Team B, search all buildings within the manor, secure all survivors. Medical team, follow me. Upon reaching the unassuming small building, Qin Shan and Qin Lan found Su Yueshi standing at the foot of the stairs. Her otherworldly visage bore no trace of the satisfaction of vengeance, only an unshakable silence. Upon seeing Qin Shan and the others, she merely lifted her eyelids and pointed her chin towards the entrance leading underground. Without hesitation, Qin Lan was the first to dart inside. Soon after, her footsteps ceased. Qin Shan, trailing behind her, also halted. At the end of the passage lay a hell's cape capable of shattering the resolve of even the most steadfast souls. Lin Fan stood at the center. Before the remnants of the apparatus he had reduced to scrap with a single blow. He did not turn around, nor did he cast a glance their way. Instead, fixating quietly on the children slowly sinking to the bottom of their liquid confines, liberated from their restraints. Even Qin Lan, who was accustomed to life and death as a hardened leader, felt her stomach churn. Her gaze was locked onto those glass containers. Qin Shan's pupils widened. Unlike others, he was not paralyzed by the horrific scene before him. Instead, he swiftly scanned the entire underground space. The advanced, unfathomable devices, the vast layout. The bizarre totems on the walls that he could not decipher but clearly belonged to some organization. Everything struck him like a heavy hammer to the heart. He hastened to Lin Fan's side, his voice hoarse from intense restraint. The Divine Awakening Organization? Yes, Lin Fan replied. He turned. The air of nonchalance that had once graced his features now vanished without a trace. The Liu family is merely their pawn. This base oversees all the awakened individuals targeted in Jiangxia City and its surrounding regions. Awakened individuals, Qin Shan echoed, a flicker of horror crossing his eyes. He finally understood why the Dragon Shield Bureau's investigations into the Divine Awakening had yielded no progress. They were not merely recruiting and training. They were, on a national scale, using an incomprehensible method to sift out children with unique potential, then exploiting their capabilities and lives in this inhumane manner, turning them into commodities. I have killed all the researchers here. Lin Fan gestured towards the corner where several bodies lay in tragic states, but it was of little use. Their minds were likely implanted with micro-explosives that would detonate upon interrogation. Qin Shan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure, and immediately turned to his subordinates, issuing a rapid succession of commands. Contact headquarters immediately. Elevate the alert level to the highest degree. Centered in Jiangxia City. A comprehensive review of all missing children's cases nationwide shall commence immediately, particularly those rumored to possess extraordinary talents. Notify the technical department to analyze the remnants of instruments and the components of those substances at all costs. I demand to ascertain the intentions of these vile creatures in the shortest time possible. His voice reverberated through the vast underground space, imbued with an iron-fisted aura of ruthlessness. As the head of the Jiangxia branch of the Dragon Shield Bureau, he understood better than anyone the horrifying truths lurking behind this matter. This was no mere infiltration case by foreign forces. It was a meticulously organized, technologically advanced, financially robust, and utterly inhumane terror organization waging a silent war against the entire Dragon Nation. If Jiangxia City harbors such a den, what of other cities? How many such slaughterhouses exist across the nation? How many children endure endless suffering in these places? Qin Shan dared not ponder further. Feeling a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, Qin Lan hastened to a glass container, gazing at the lifeless form of a little girl within. She reached out, seemingly wishing to touch the cold glass, but her hand faltered halfway and fell weakly. Turning her head, she looked at Lin Fan, her usually serene eyes reflecting shock, gratitude, and even a hint of dependence she herself had not realized. Thank you. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. Had it not been for him, these children might have remained undiscovered forever, subjected to relentless torment in this icy hell, disposed of like refuse without a trace. Lin Fan glanced at her, but remained silent. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, on a solitary island, within a pure white sanctuary seemingly detached from the world. In stark contrast to the filth and bloodshed of Jiangxia's underground ice cavern, everything here radiated a sense of sanctity and high-tech elegance. A strikingly handsome man with golden hair elegantly held a glass of red wine, standing before a floor-to-ceiling window and surveying the world below. Behind him, a holographic projection illuminated, revealing a subordinate, clad in similar priestly robes, kneeling with a look of trepidation. Your Holiness, the Jiangxia base in the Dragon Nation has been confirmed lost. Researcher San Ming's life signals have all vanished. The man, referred to as the Holy Envoy, swirled the crimson liquid in his glass, his expression devoid of surprise, even curling into a faint, amused smile. Oh, has it been discovered? His voice was gentle and magnetic, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yes, yes. The base was destroyed by an individual of exceptionally high energy level through sheer violence. Our intelligence network indicates that no such person exists in Jiangxia City. This was to be expected. The Holy Envoy took a sip of red wine, his azure eyes flickering with a blend of wisdom and madness. The ancient land of the Dragon Nation harbored too many unknown powers. It was normal for one or two unforeseen variables to arise. He turned, walking slowly to the center of the Grand Hall. As he moved, blue light pathways illuminated the ground, converging into a vast holographic projection encompassing the entire map of the Dragon Nation. On that expansive map, hundreds, if not thousands, of red dots clustered densely like stars. Each dot represented an underground base akin to the Liu families in Jiangxia. We have lingered too long in the shadows. It is time to emerge and bask in the sunlight. The Holy Envoy spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entirety of the world. Since they have lifted a corner of the tablecloth, we no longer need to disguise ourselves. He gazed at the scattered red lights, fervor igniting in his eyes. His voice suddenly rising to a commanding crescendo. Relay my orders. Declare total war on the Dragon Nation. Thus commenced a long-planned war. Chapter 28. Lin Yu's Awakening of Powers. The atmosphere was oppressive on the journey back to the city from the Liu family estate. Inside the black sedan, Su Yueshi sat in the passenger seat, silent. She turned her head, watching the rapidly receding streets outside, her once serene and beautiful face now devoid of the satisfaction of revenge, replaced by an inexplicable void and confusion. Lin Fan, driving the car, also remained quiet. He sensed the fluctuations in the woman's emotions, but was at a loss for words of comfort. His own heart was burdened with an iron weight. The tortured faces of those children in the underground ice cavern were etched in his mind like a brand. The cold, despairing, and inhumane aura still made him feel waves of nausea. Buzz, buzz. The jarring sound of police sirens grew louder, shattering the silence within the car. Not just one. There were throngs of police vehicles and dark green military trucks racing past them, dispersing in different directions. The atmosphere on the streets had palpably shifted to one of tension. Once leisurely pedestrians halted, stunned by the unprecedented display. At the intersection, armed military and police officers appeared. establishing roadblocks and inspecting passing vehicles. In an instant, the entire Jiangxia city seemed to have entered a wartime state. It seems that Qin Shan is quite swift in his actions, Lin Fan remarked lightly, gripping the steering wheel. Su Yueshi finally snapped back to reality. Observing the scene outside, what has happened? It's the Divine Initiation Organization, Lin Fan succinctly explained. They turned the Lu family into a stronghold, abducting children with supernatural abilities in Jiangxia City for human experimentation. I dismantled their lair. They must be cornered now. Su Yueshi's body tensed instantly. Those scoundrels. She spat through clenched teeth. Lin Fan refrained from elaborating further, pressing the accelerator and increasing their speed. An ominous premonition surged from the depths of his heart without warning. Since the Divine Initiation Organization dared to establish over 100 bases so brazenly within the Dragon Nation, their modus operandi would undoubtedly be reckless and devoid of boundaries. Having obliterated an important base of theirs, it was only logical that they would seek frenzied retaliation. The sedan weaved through traffic, hurtling towards home. Meanwhile, at Lin Fan's villa, Xiaoyu, hurry, drink this bowl of rib soup. Your grandmother has stewed it all afternoon. The kindly grandmother emerged from the kitchen, holding a steaming bowl of sweet soup. Her face adorned with a loving smile. 14-year-old Lin Yu sat on the sofa, engrossed in a thick book. The young girl had blossomed into a graceful beauty. She set down the book and obediently accepted the bowl, saying, "Thank you, Grandma." Just then, bang. A loud crash resounded as the villa's front door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. The sudden commotion startled the grandmother, causing her to scream and drop the bowl, which shattered on the floor. For men clad in black, their faces obscured by tactical masks revealing only cold eyes, surged in one after another. They exuded a chilling and sinister aura, starkly contrasting with the warriors of the Lu family. Target confirmed. Lin Yu, the lead man, rasped, his gaze locking onto the pale-faced Lin Yu on the sofa. Despite her fear, Lin Yu instinctively pulled her grandmother behind her. Who are you? What do you want? She summoned her courage and yelled. Come with us, little girl, another man sneered, advancing step by step. Your talent should not be squandered in such a place. You ought to devote yourself to a greater cause. Xiaoyu, run, quickly, through the back door. The grandmother, realizing the imminent danger, could tell that these men were after her granddaughter. She opened her arms, using her frail body to shield Lin Yu, and roared at the men. You shall not harm my granddaughter. You thieves, bandits, get out of the way, old hag. The leader's face flashed with impatience. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force surged forth, sending the grandmother flying. Grandma, Lin Yu let out a piercing scream. The grandmother's body collided with the wall, producing a muffled thud, then crumpled to the ground, instantly unconscious. As Lin Yu gazed at her grandmother, lying in a pool of blood, the world around her seemed to collapse in that moment. An indescribable, seemingly soul-deep terror erupted within her. A hum filled the air as an invisible, imperceptible energy storm centered around her body, instantly engulfing the entire villa. In the living room, sofas, coffee tables, televisions, books, and shards of porcelain, everything defied the laws of physics, slowly levitating into the air. The 4 members of the Revelation Organization, who were about to seize Lin Yu, froze in their predatory grins. They felt an irresistible, terrifying force gripping their bodies, lifting them off the ground. What's happening? It's her. This little girl. Her abilities have awakened. What level of power is this? I can't move. The 4 struggled in midair, yet found themselves as immobile as if they were encased in cement. Lin Yu stood amidst the chaos and floating debris, her eyes hollow, tears streaming down her face. She was oblivious to what had transpired. All she knew was that her grandmother had been harmed. She felt an overwhelming rage and profound sorrow. She was determined to make these assailants pay. In that fleeting moment of intent, the bodies of the 4 Revelation members began emitting horrifying sounds as their bones were crushed. Bang! Lin Fan's figure appeared at the doorway, as if teleporting. He immediately took in the scene, everything floating in midair, the 4 black-clad men writhing in agony, and his sister at the center of the storm, her face streaked with tears, her expression a mix of confusion and pain. And there, slumped in the corner, lay their grandmother, unconscious. A torrent of fury surged to Lin Fan's head. Xiaoyu, he bellowed, dashing to her side with an afterimage left in his wake. He paid no heed to the 4 individuals being crushed by an unseen force. Instead, he enveloped his sister, still releasing terrifying energy, in a tight embrace. Brother. Lin Yu trembled violently. The moment Lin Fan held her, the uncontrollable mental tempest seemed to find an outlet, gradually calming. The floating furniture and debris crashed to the ground. The 4 members of the Revelation Organization also fell heavily, gasping for breath, their eyes reflecting the terror of having survived. Brother. I didn't mean to, I didn't know. Lin Yu sobbed in Lin Fan's arms. Grandma. I know. It's all right. I've got you. Lin Fan gently patted her back, his voice imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. Yet, his other hand discreetly rose, targeting the 4 Revelation members who had just recovered and were preparing to strike again. And he clenched his fist in the air. Crack! The sharp sounds of necks snapping echoed simultaneously. The expressions on the 4 ability users' faces froze, their bodies slumping lifelessly to the ground. Lin Fan had no inclination to utter a single word to the beasts that dared invade his home and harm his family. He swiftly picked up the still sobbing Lin Yu and hurried to check on their grandmother's breathing in the corner. Fortunately, she had merely been knocked unconscious and was not in mortal danger. Lin Fan immediately called upon the system to exchange for a mystical being. Exchange successful. Obtained 1 mystical being. Consumed 500 points, remaining 900 points. Lin Fan placed the mystical being in his grandmother's mouth, finally exhaling in relief. Just as he was about to take further action, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the villa. Qianlong burst in, accompanied by a team of fully armed agents. Upon seeing the chaos within the villa and the 4 eerily lifeless bodies in the corner, her movements momentarily stalled. Lin Fan, spotting him cradling his sister and guarding their grandmother, her tense body relaxed slightly. You've arrived too late, Lin Fan remarked. Qianlong disregarded his attitude, her gaze quickly drawn to a detection device in one agent's hand. The apparatus, designed to detect high-energy reactions, was currently emitting an alarm so sharp it seemed on the verge of exploding, the needle wildly pointing to a red zone. The probe was directed at Lin Yu, nestled in Lin Fan's embrace. This is... A young agent stammered, eyes wide with disbelief. Team leader, the ability index is off the charts. Preliminary assessment indicates SS level. It's an SS level psychic ability. In the entire Dragon Shield Bureau's files, there were no documented SS level ability users by name. Such a thing existed only in theory. Qianlong's body stiffened. She gazed at the trembling girl in Lin Fan's arms, appearing harmless, and found herself at a loss for words. Lin Fan coldly issued an order. Enough. This is no longer your concern. I need to comfort my family. Qianlong cast a deep glance at Lin Fan, then at Lin Yu, ultimately nodding. She gestured to her subordinates, who quickly began to manage the scene, then exited the villa. She understood that this was not the moment for inquiries. Inside the villa, silence soon enveloped the space. Lin Fan laid their grandmother on the sofa, then sat beside Lin Yu, gently using a tissue to wipe her tears away. Brother, am I a monster? Lin Yu looked down, unable to meet his gaze, her voice trembling with fear and unease. The sensation of everything floating, of life and death resting solely in her thoughts, was too terrifying for a 14-year-old girl. Silly girl. What are you saying? Lin Fan ruffled her hair as he had when she was younger. How can this be monstrous? This is a gift. A talent bestowed upon you by the heavens. He gazed into his sister's anxious face, his tone becoming grave. Power itself knows no right or wrong. It is the wielder that matters. You can use it to protect those you cherish, like Grandma, and like me. Protect you? Lin Yu lifted her gaze. Yes. Lin Fan flashed a wide grin, revealing a set of pearly whites, momentarily restoring his somewhat mischievous demeanor. From now on, you can count on your brother to look after you. Lin Yu could not help but chuckle at his antics, laughter escaping her lips despite the lingering tears at the corners of her eyes. The fear that had gripped her heart had undoubtedly diminished. Seeing his sister's emotions finally stabilize, Lin Fan felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, however, a cold mechanical notification echoed in his mind, just as anticipated. Significant decision detected for the host. The God-tier choice system is now activated. In light of your sister Lin Yu's unprecedented supernatural abilities, how shall you guide her future path? Option A. Time waits for no one. Commence systematic training immediately to ensure she swiftly masters and familiarizes herself with her powers, becoming your most formidable ally in the impending turmoil. Reward. God-tier supernatural technique divine energy guidance technique. Option B. Excessive power invites envy. To protect your sister from the covetous eyes of various factions, choose to temporarily seal her abilities through special means, allowing her to live a carefree and normal adolescence. Reward. Dragon Ball Series Special Construction Gravity Training Room. Adjustable from 1 to 100 times gravity, aiding physical cultivation. Option C. Embrace the natural order. Premature intervention may stifle her boundless potential. Allow her to grow organically within the normal trajectory of life, while you discreetly safeguard her, patiently awaiting her blossoming. Reward. Fantasy Series Special Item, Ancient Dragon Egg, immense potential, requiring the host's dedication and resources to incubate. 3 options, each delineating a distinctly different future. Lin Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. He turned on the television in the living room, where the news channel was urgently broadcasting a breaking report. According to the latest updates, from 3 p.m. today, several major cities in our nation, including Jingzhou, Modu, and Yangqing, have simultaneously experienced supernatural public safety incidents triggered by unidentified foreign personnel. The screen displayed the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower in Modu, its apex severed by an unknown force. The chaotic streets, panicked crowds, and the wreckage of buildings all heralded one grim truth. War had commenced. At that moment, his phone buzzed. It was Qin Shan. "Mr. Lin," came Qin Shan's voice, laden with unprecedented gravity and fatigue. "I saw the news." Lin Fan replied solemnly. "This is merely the beginning." Qin Shan's voice lowered further. "Just now, the headquarters transmitted a top-secret directive. We have confirmed that the Shunkai organization is backed by the American government. They are not merely a terrorist group." He spoke deliberately. "This is a long-planned war against our entire dragon nation." Chapter 30. The Ancient Dragon Egg. Lin Fan hung up the call. War. The word seemed so distant and foreign in the peaceful era of the Dragon Nation. Yet now, it had descended upon them with unexpected ferocity. The Shinkai organization, these madmen cared little for the lives of ordinary people. They were employing this extreme method to demonstrate their might to the entire nation, instilling maximum panic. Lin Fan's gaze shifted from the television to his sister's pale face, still marked by tears. Lin Yu curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, her eyes vacant, clearly still grappling with the earlier terror and the chaos of her uncontrolled powers. The three choices lingered silently in Lin Fan's mind, each representing a path leading to a distinctly divergent future. He furrowed his brow tightly. Ultimately, Lin Fan's gaze settled on option C, embrace the natural order. Patiently await the blossoming. He resolved not to intervene forcefully nor completely suppress her. Instead, he would allow her to gradually understand and adapt to her powers within the normal course of life, akin to the natural process of physical development. Meanwhile, he would quietly clear any obstacles from her path, enabling her to flourish freely in a safe and nurturing environment. This seemed, at present, the most balanced approach. As for the reward, Ancient Dragon Egg, it sounded impressively prestigious. Though its purpose remained uncertain, being of the fantasy genre, its potential was undoubtedly significant. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his decision firmly in place. He approached Lin Yu, sitting beside her and gently tousling her hair. "Little Yu, do not fear. Your brother." Lin Yu lifted her gaze, her eyes reddening once more. "From now on, no one will ever harm you or Grandma again." Lin Fan looked deeply into her eyes, articulating each word. "You need not fear the power you possess, nor must you force yourself to change anything. Just live joyfully, as you always have. Leave everything else to me." With that, he silently intoned in his heart, "System, I choose C." Choice confirmed. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Fantasy Series special item, Ancient Dragon Egg, X1. In the instant the words echoed, a sizable egg, akin to an ostrich's, materialized in Lin Fan's hand, radiating a gentle, warm azure hue, adorned with ancient and enigmatic golden patterns. The moment the egg appeared, it emitted a faint, warm, and serene aura, instantly dispelling the residual chill and bloodshed lingering in the living room. Wow! Lin Yu's attention was captivated by the exquisite egg. Instinctively, she reached out, cautiously touching its shell. As her fingertip made contact with the dragon egg, the golden patterns seemed to come alive, suddenly igniting with a soft glow that traveled up her fingertip and into her arm. A wave of warmth and familiarity radiated from the egg, soothing her inner fears and anxieties in an instant. "Brother, it seems to really like me." At last, Lin Yu's face bore the first genuine smile she had shown in quite some time, still marked by tears, but radiant like the sun after a rainstorm. She cradled the dragon egg in her arms, as if cherishing a rare treasure. The egg quivered gently in her embrace, its glow softening further. Seeing this, Lin Fan let out a profound sigh of relief. He understood that he had made the right choice. Compared to a cold, god-tier technique or an unseen seal, this dragon egg, which could bring her warmth and comfort, was precisely what she needed at that moment. Just then, a faint groan emanated from the sofa. Grandma stirred awake. "Grandma!" Both Lin Fan and Lin Yu exclaimed in delight. What happened to me?" Grandma shook her head, a look of confusion crossing her face as she sat up. "I thought I heard a loud noise, but Suddenly, she froze in place. Supporting herself on the sofa, she stood up, instinctively moving her waist. My old back, it doesn't hurt anymore." She took a couple of steps, even raising her leg. "And my old leg pain, it's gone." A look of incredulity filled Grandma's face. She felt as though her entire body had become lighter, as if she had regained a decade of youth, with ailments that had plagued her for years vanishing without a trace after this brief slumber. She was, of course, oblivious to the fact that a single magical being from the Dragon Ball universe wielded powers far superior to any elixir or remedy. Observing the astonishment etched on his grandmother's face, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Home remained intact. Family was well. That was sufficient. However, it was precisely this warmth of regained connections that intensified the flames of fury within him towards the Divine Enlightenment Organization. These scoundrels had nearly obliterated everything. They not only instigated panic across the nation, but had also dared to extend their malevolent grasp into his own household. Just as this anger surged to its zenith, the chilling sound of the system's notification reverberated once more in his mind. Detected strong, vengeful intent from the host, triggering hidden mission. In the face of the Divine Enlightenment Organization's complete provocation, as the destined child, you must decide. Choice 1. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. Take the initiative to hunt down all members of the Divine Enlightenment Organization within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom and ensure they pay in blood for their transgressions. Reward. Mystical Technique Taiyin Zhou Tiangong. Choice 2. Prioritize the greater good, unite forces. Accept the summons from the Dragon Shield Bureau, adhere to unified arrangements, and collaborate with official forces in combat. Reward. Permanent increase of 20 in host combat power. Choice 3. Capture the thief, capture the king, cut off the source. Find the main command center of the Divine Enlightenment Organization in the Dragon Kingdom and eliminate it directly with a Kamehameha, erasing it entirely from existence. Reward. Dragon Ball Technique, Qi Yuan Slash. Chapter 31, Points Farming. For the Qi Yuan Slash, I shall toil. Lin Fan's breath momentarily faltered. Each of the three options brimmed with lethal allure. Choice 2, a permanent increase of 20 in combat power. This was akin to a pie falling from the sky. An enhancement of 20, what an astounding concept. It would signify a qualitative leap in strength. Moreover, collaborating with the Dragon Shield Bureau would facilitate operations significantly, thanks to access to their intelligence network and resources. Choice 3, Qi Yuan Slash. Lin Fan's heart inexplicably raced. This was Krillin's signature technique. A bug-level skill capable of cleaving through anything. Regardless of combat power or defense, merely being grazed by this technique would spell doom. This was the ultimate tactic for turning the tables, a necessary skill for ambushing the unsuspecting. Tempting, exceedingly tempting. Regardless of the choice, each one promised immense augmentation of his power, enabling him to better navigate the chaos at hand. Yet, Lin Fan's thoughts veered towards a perspective unfathomable to ordinary minds. He recalled the 4 members of the Divine Enlightenment Organization whose necks he had just snapped. Congratulations, host, for eliminating 4 social nuisances and ridding society of their harm. Reward, 200 points. A mere pawn was worth 50 points. Previously, when he had eliminated the small leader Buck, who had injected himself with a serum and experienced a surge in combat power, he had received a reward of 200 points. Destroying the entire base had granted him 1,000 points. A pattern gradually crystallized in his mind. The system seemed to encourage him to cleanse the filth. These scoundrels, who posed a threat to society and the nation, appeared to be exchangeable for points in the system's judgment. And what could points accomplish? Points could be exchanged for everything in the marketplace. Magical beans, cleansing pills, and perhaps, in the future, even the supreme techniques like Zizai Ji Gong and Super Saiyan forms could be directly exchanged. Lin Fan's thoughts illuminated. While Choice 2 offered a tantalizing boost of 20 combat power, it was a one-time deal. Once the reward was claimed, it was gone. Furthermore, he would have to heed the Dragon Shield Bureau's commands, and that lot had an abundance of tedious regulations that he could scarcely tolerate. As for Choice 3, directly annihilating the command center and receiving the Qi Yuan Slash was indeed exhilarating. However, the problem remained. Where was the command center? In his current state of ignorance, he couldn't locate it at all. Even if he did find it, what if a formidable ancient beast with tens of thousands of combat power was stationed there? His Kamehameha might merely tickle them. The only viable option was Choice 1. Although he could not utilize the Taiyin Zhou Tiangong himself, Su Yueshi certainly could. More importantly, the essence of this choice lay in the hunt. To hunt down every member of the Divine Enlightenment Organization. These lunatics had established hundreds, if not thousands, of bases within the Dragon Kingdom. How many members could that entail? Tens of thousands? This was no mere terrorist organization. It was a veritable mobile ATM delivered to him by the heavens. A walking treasure trove of points. Each pawn worth 50 points. Each small leader 200 points. And each base 1,000 points. If he were to slay them all, how many points would that accumulate? 100,000? A million? At that juncture, he wouldn't merely acquire a Qi Yuan Slash. He could very well empty the entire Dragon Ball marketplace. With this realization, all of Lin Fan's anger and burdens transformed into an unprecedented, fervent motivation. System, I choose 1. Choice confirmed. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the mystical technique Taiyin Zhou Tiangong. An ancient tome, seemingly forged from the very essence of moonlight, materialized within his system space. Lin Fan did not immediately peruse it. Instead, he promptly accessed the system marketplace. He currently possessed the remaining 900 points from before, plus the 200 points earned from eliminating 4 scoundrels, totaling 1,100 points. He needed to venture out to farm points, but first, he had to ensure his home was secure. AI Smart Butler, Basic Edition, 24/7 monitoring of residential security, integrated management of utilities, network intrusion defense, identification of dangerous individuals, automatic emergency alerts, and more. Price, 100 points. Exchange. Exchange successful. 100 points deducted, leaving a balance of 1,000 points. AI Smart Butler Friday is now linked to the Villa system, and the host can control it through thought or voice commands. Friday, activate the highest security mode. Unless authorized, anyone attempting to enter the villa, apart from myself, Lin Yu, Su Yueshi, and my grandmother, should immediately alert me. Command confirmed. Highest security mode activated. Having completed this, Lin Fan finally felt at ease. He turned to see Su Yueshi gently supporting his grandmother, who had just regained her composure, as they settled onto the sofa, softly comforting her. Lin Fan approached and presented the Taiyin Zhou Tiangong tome directly to Su Yueshi. This is for you. Su Yueshi paused, her gaze fixed on the exquisite tome in Lin Fan's hands, which emanated a faint, ethereal glow, clearly no ordinary artifact. She was momentarily taken aback. What is this? A technique. Lin Fan replied succinctly. Your Xianyue techniques should lean towards the softer aspects, right? This should suit you perfectly. With a hint of skepticism, Su Yueshi accepted the tome. As her fingers brushed against its cover, a surge of cool, profound information flooded her mind in an instant. Guide the essence of the moon. Refine the soul and spirit. As the cosmos revolves, shining alongside the moon, the very first lines of the preamble struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her frozen in place. Profound. Incomprehensibly profound. The heart method she had been practicing within the Xianyue sect paled in comparison to the Taiyin Zhou Tiangong, akin to the disparity between elementary school arithmetic and calculus. No, it was even less worthy of comparison. This transcended mere techniques. It was the way. The supreme path that pointed directly to the very essence of the universe. Within her, the vital energy began to circulate spontaneously, even without active manipulation, flowing in a manner far more efficient and refined, spurred by the scriptures that surfaced in her mind. Su Yueshi's heart jolted violently. She lifted her gaze, regarding Lin Fan with an expression akin to that of a spectator observing a monster. First, he healed her shattered meridians with the miraculous celestial beings. And now he nonchalantly presented such godlike techniques, as if they were mere cabbages from a roadside stall. She opened her mouth to inquire, but found herself at a loss for words. Focus on your cultivation, Lin Fan said, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat, revealing a broad, bright smile. From now on, you'll be the one looking after the family. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the door. Brother, where are you going? Lin Yu asked anxiously, clutching the dragon egg. Just stepping out for a bit, Lin Fan replied over his shoulder, his face adorned with a relaxed smile. To earn a little extra. Chapter 32, The Divine Awakening Organization, thanks to my bro for the points. Lin Fan's figure transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the sky and seamlessly merging with the myriad lights of Jiangxia City below. Hovering hundreds of meters high, gazing down at the brilliantly illuminated city, Lin Fan's heart was imbued with cold resolve. What he intended to do was to uproot these evils entirely, suspended in the air. He retrieved his phone and directly dialed Qin Shan. Mr. Lin. Qin Shan's voice was laced with an uncontainable weariness and gravity, the background filled with the din of bustling voices and ringing phones, clearly indicating he was in an extremely busy command center. I need a list, Lin Fan stated bluntly, his tone devoid of any emotion. All known or suspected strongholds of the Divine Awakening Organization in Jiangxia City, send it to me. Qin Shan on the other end was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Lin Fan reaching out, possibly to inquire about the progress of the case or to make some requests. But he never imagined that Lin Fan would directly demand to undertake a solo operation for pinpoint eradication. Mr. Lin, you intend to. I plan to eliminate them all, Lin Fan replied with an unruffled tone. Qin Shan gasped in shock. He knew Lin Fan was extraordinarily powerful. But the Divine Awakening Organization was not to be trifled with. Their declaration of total war indicated they possessed ample trump cards and strength. Mr. Lin, please remain calm. This matter is of utmost seriousness. Headquarters has dispatched the highest command team to take over. We cannot act independently. I have no time for your meetings. Nor am I interested in your unified command. Lin Fan interrupted him directly. All credit will be yours. Qin Shan fell silent. In his mind, Two figures were locked in a fierce struggle. More importantly, he had witnessed Lin Fan's power firsthand. It was pure, unreasonable violence capable of overwhelming everything. Perhaps only he could swiftly and directly suppress the Divine Awakening Organization's rampant momentum in Jiangxia City. All right, Qin Shan finally managed to squeeze out the word with great difficulty. His voice was lowered considerably. Outwardly, we will claim it was our special operations team executing the mission. You must erase all traces of yourself and remain out of the public eye. Agreed, Lin Fan responded without a moment's hesitation. Deal. Qin Shan exhaled in relief. I will send you the details of the first target immediately. Remember to exercise caution. Many of their members have awakened bizarre abilities. Understood. Lin Fan hung up the phone. And within 3 seconds, his phone chimed, indicating the receipt of an encrypted file. Target 1, abandoned chemical plant in the Southern District. Note, suspected base for the Divine Awakening Organization's drug transit and storage. A cold smile crept across Lin Fan's lips. With a flicker of his form, he sped towards the Southern District. The abandoned chemical plant in the southern area had once been a leading enterprise in Jiangxia City. But after being shut down due to pollution issues, it had lain dormant for over a decade. At that moment, however, deep within the plant, a brightly lit underground warehouse bustled with activity. Several guards clad in black tactical gear, armed to the teeth, patrolled vigilantly. In the center of the warehouse, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and appearing rather refined, was presenting a report to a burly bald man known as Bong. Lord Bong, the latest batch of agents has arrived and is ready for distribution to various action teams within the city. The bald man, marked by a sinister scorpion tattoo on his neck, nodded, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Excellent. The Holy Envoy has commanded us to create the greatest commotion in Longhua. Tonight, let Jiangxia City become a sleepless city. Just then, boom. A deafening explosion echoed as the 20-centimeter-thick alloy door of the warehouse was forcibly smashed open. Enemy attack. Who goes there? The guards inside reacted instantaneously, raising their specialized rifles, aiming toward the cloud of smoke and dust at the entrance. As the haze dissipated, Lin Fan's figure slowly emerged. Good evening, scoundrels of the Divine Awakening Organization, he said, flexing his wrists with a congenial smile. Open fire. Bosong's expression shifted dramatically as he barked the command. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets erupted forth. These were no ordinary rounds. They were specially designed armor-piercing bullets meant to combat martial artists and superhumans. However, these bullets, capable of tearing through steel, halted as they neared Lin Fan, as if colliding with an invisible wall before clattering impotently to the ground. Everyone stood in stunned silence. What was this ability? Is it my turn now? Lin Fan tilted his head, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Before his words had even settled, his form vanished from sight. The next moment, he materialized before the leftmost guard, who had yet to react. With a swift motion, Lin Fan delivered a precise strike to the guard's neck. Congratulations, host, for eliminating a societal scourge and ridding the world of harm. Reward, 50 points. The cold mechanical notification rang out, akin to the most exquisite symphony. Lin Fan's form transformed into a shadow of death weaving through the crowd. He employed no extravagant techniques, relying solely on the simplest and most direct strikes, fists, feet, elbows, and knees. With each assault, a bone-crunching sound accompanied the extinguishing of a life. 50 points, 50 points, 50 points, 50 points. In less than 10 seconds, 5 guards stationed at the perimeter lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies cold. The remaining guards and the lab-coated researcher were paralyzed with fear, retreating frantically. Block him. Quickly stop him. Bong was rendered speechless by Lin Fan's overwhelming slaughter. Roar. Bong let out a primal scream, his body visibly swelling, muscles bulging, and dark, strange patterns surfacing on his skin as his combat power surged dramatically. Die! Bong bellowed, shattering the ground beneath him as he charged at Lin Fan like a human tank. Lin Fan didn't even glance in his direction, but instead focused on the white-coated researcher attempting to flee. With a deft flick of his finger, a piercing energy shot through the researcher's back. 200 points. Indeed, for a leader of such caliber, the points must be considerably higher. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction before turning to face the imposing figure of Bong, who had charged towards him. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and effortlessly pressed it against Bosong's fist, which was as large as a cooking pot. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted, radiating outward from the two of them. Bosong's full-force strike, powerful enough to penetrate a tank, was firmly met by that seemingly unimpressive hand, failing to advance an inch further. No, this is impossible. Bosong's eyes widened like saucers, his face etched with disbelief. He exerted force with his fingers. Crack! The bones of his entire fist were crushed under the sheer pressure. Before Bong could emit a cry of agony, Lin Fan delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. The massive figure of Bong was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall behind him. In an instant, Lin Fan appeared before him, delivering a knee strike that connected forcefully with his chin. 200 points. The warehouse fell into an abrupt silence. Lin Fan dusted off his hands, his gaze sweeping over the crates filled with blue vials, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He extended a finger, a faint wisp of energy coalescing at his fingertip. He pressed this wisp against one of the crates, then turned and exited the warehouse without a backward glance. Moments after he had walked 100 meters away from the warehouse, a thunderous explosion engulfed the entire abandoned chemical plant, successfully dismantled the base of the Divine Awakening Organization, City South Chemical Plant, inflicting severe damage upon the enemy. Reward, 1,000 points. As the night breeze swept past, Lin Fan hovered in midair, reveling in the surging power within him and the steadily climbing points in the system's interface, his heart ablaze with excitement. His phone vibrated once more. It was a message from Qinshan detailing the second target. Target 2, Nightshade Private Club. Coordinates, 77, Liberation Road, City Center. Note, Contact Station and Intelligence Center for members of the Divine Awakening Organization in Jiangxia City. Defense level, high. Internal presence of A-class supernatural beings is possible. Proceed with caution. Lin Fan's gaze shifted toward the most resplendent neon lights in the city center. His figure vanished once more into the night. Half an hour later, as Lin Fan returned to the vicinity of the villa, the raging inferno in the south and the violent explosions emanating from the club's underground had plunged the entire official forces of Jiangxia City into chaos and busyness. Yet, the architect of all this turmoil remained unfazed, landing quietly as if nothing had happened. He accessed the system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Combat power, 3,600. Skills acquired, Piercing Wave. Kamehameha, Mastery of Body Techniques. Chi Sensitivity, Sky Dance Technique. Points, 3,650. Observing the balance of points, Lin Fan felt a surge of elation. In a single night, his points had skyrocketed from 1,000 to 3,650, a staggering increase of 2,650 points. Chapter 33, Su Yueshi's Jade Feet. When Lin Fan returned to the villa, the sky was already beginning to brighten. He treaded lightly back to his room. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he immediately opened the system store. 3,650 points. His eyes rapidly scanned the extensive list of goods available. There were indeed many valuable items, yet each was priced exorbitantly. Ultimately, Lin Fan's focus landed on a special structure that had captured his imagination. It was the reward for the B option he had chosen regarding his sister's future path. Dragon Ball Series Special Building, Gravity Training Room. Adjustable between 1 to 100 times gravity. Aids in physical cultivation. Price, 3,000 points. 3,000 points. Lin Fan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. This system truly is a cunning merchant. What was previously offered as a reward is now placed in the store and priced at 3,000. It would nearly deplete the fruits of his labor from the night. However, he truly needed this. How did the Saiyans in the Dragon Ball world become stronger? Aside from near-death recovery, the most crucial factor was intense training. And the Gravity Room was the core training facility for the Z fighters in their early stages. His body, having undergone modification by the system, was essentially already of Saiyan constitution. To rapidly enhance his combat power, he must train under extreme conditions. In the Earth's ordinary gravitational environment, his training efficiency was already subpar. Only the Gravity Room could maximize the potential of his body. Damn it, I'm buying it. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. You can't grow stronger without spending points. System, exchange for the Gravity Training Room. Exchange successful. 3,000 points deducted, remaining 650 points. Please select the placement location for the Gravity Training Room. Instantly, the three-dimensional structure of the villa appeared in Lin Fan's mind. The basement of the villa was spacious enough and adequately concealed. It shall be placed in the basement. Gravity Training Room. Installation in progress. Installation successful. With a thought, Lin Fan vanished from his room, reappearing in the basement the next moment. In the center of the formerly empty basement stood a massive, futuristic white spherical structure. Crafted from an unknown alloy, its surface smooth as a mirror, with only a small hatch. This was akin to Vegeta's model. Lin Fan rubbed his hands together in excitement, eager to experience it. Just then, he heard a faint sound from upstairs. He suppressed his aura and silently returned to the living room on the first floor. There, he saw Su Yueshi seated cross-legged on the sofa, her eyes closed, surrounded by a faint, ethereal glow reminiscent of moonlight. She was cultivating. The lunar cycle technique was indeed a divine-level method. Within just one night, her aura had grown several times stronger. and the energy within her was flowing with an incessant rhythm, hinting at an impending breakthrough. Lin Fan's gaze inadvertently fell upon her slender legs and exquisite feet, which peeked out from beneath her loose robe. Under the robe, her calves were toned and elongated, the skin dazzlingly pale in the morning light. Her feet were nothing short of a masterpiece, with delicate ankles, graceful arches, and 10 rounded, adorable toes, exuding a healthy rosy hue. Gulp. Lin Fan instinctively swallowed. Who could resist such a sight? He hadn't anticipated such a view beneath the robe. He quickly diverted his gaze, but his mind was racing with thoughts. If I were to sneeze and accidentally have her jade foot in my mouth, wouldn't that be quite reasonable? When, oh when, would I be able to win her heart? While he was lost in these thoughts, Su Yueshi's aura surged dramatically. A wave of energy, magnitude stronger than before, radiated from her. Boom. The air around her emitted a faint explosive sound. 9th layer of Qi refinement. Su Yueshi slowly opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance darting across her beautiful gaze. She felt the torrent of energy within her, her face reflecting shock and elation. In a single night, she had broken through 3 realms. From the 6th layer of Qi refinement, she had soared directly to the 9th layer. She was but a step away from foundation establishment. This lunar zodiac technique is truly extraordinary. As she turned her head, she caught sight of Lin Fan standing not far away, gazing at her with a peculiar expression. When did you return? Su Yueshi's cheeks flushed slightly. Just came back, Lin Fan replied with a broad smile. Congratulations, beautiful Su. From now on, your family will depend on you for protection. Humph. Su Yueshi snorted lightly, turning her head away, yet the corners of her mouth betrayed a subtle smile. The exhilarating sensation of rapidly enhancing her prowess rekindled her confidence as the holy maiden of the Xianyu sect. All right, continue solidifying your cultivation. I shall go train for a bit, Lin Fan said, waving his hand as he turned toward the basement. Su Yueshi watched his retreating figure, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from asking anything. In the basement, Lin Fan stood before the gravity chamber's hatch, taking a deep breath. Open the hatch, Friday. With a hiss, the hatch responded, revealing a sleek, technologically advanced interior. Lin Fan stepped inside, and the hatch automatically closed behind him. At the center was a virtual control panel. Current gravity, 1x. Maximum adjustable to 100x. Let's start with an appetizer. Lin Fan licked his lips and directly input the number on the panel. 30x. Gravity adjusted to 30x. Please prepare yourself, host. The moment the system's prompt echoed, a tremendous force struck him as if an invisible mountain had landed upon him. His body suddenly felt heavy, his legs almost buckling beneath him. Every muscle, every bone, groaned under the unbearable burden. Breathing became exceedingly arduous. His heart thundered in his chest, as if it would burst forth. Simply standing consumed all his strength. What intensity! Lin Fan gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of his power to resist the overwhelming pressure. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat instantly soaking his clothes. With a combat power of 3,500, he found himself in a precarious situation under 30 times the gravity. Yet, the excitement in his eyes only intensified. This was the sensation he craved. He began attempting the simplest of movements in this environment, raising his hand. An exceedingly simple action, yet it felt as though he was lifting an immense burden. With all his might, his arm rose, inch by painstaking inch, at an agonizingly slow pace. Then he threw a punch. Whoosh. A straight punch, accompanied by a heavy gust of wind, was unleashed slowly. Following were the second and third punches. He commenced executing the most basic of boxing techniques, each motion laboriously difficult and weighty. Sweat streamed down him like a brook, quickly forming a puddle at his feet. Yet he could distinctly feel his body undergoing a marvelous transformation under such extreme pressure. Muscle fibers continuously tore, only to reassemble at an accelerated rate, becoming more resilient. The density of his bones increased. The flow of his blood quickened, delivering more energy throughout his body. Detected host is undergoing ultra-high-intensity training. Body potential activated. Combat power increased to 1. Combat power, 1. Combat power, 2. The system's notifications resonated incessantly in his mind. A wild grin spread across Lin Fan's face. Those 3,000 points were well spent. Time flew by amidst the monotonous yet grueling training. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Apart from eating and sleeping, Lin Fan spent nearly all his time immersed in the gravity chamber. His body adapted at a terrifying speed, becoming ever stronger, and his combat power surged along with it. 3,600, 4,000, 4,500, 5,500. Finally, one afternoon, a week later, after completing a fluid series of combination punches under 30 times the gravity without so much as breaking a sweat, he opened his system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Combat power, 5,500. Skills, Kamehameha, Turtle School Qigong, Mastery of Body Techniques, Qi Sensitivity, Sky Dance Technique. Points, 650. 5,500 points. In just 1 week, his combat power had skyrocketed by over 2,000. Feeling the surging power within him, more than double his previous strength, he couldn't help but let out a triumphant roar. Chapter 34, The Divine Awakening's Ultimate Weapon, SS Class Chimera. A month later, in the outskirts of Jiangxia City, at the last abandoned warehouse marked as a red dot, Lin Fan's figure descended from the sky, not even stepping foot inside the warehouse. He merely hovered in midair, slowly raising his right hand, palm directed downward. Kamehameha, a blue energy beam, several times thicker than before, erupted from his palm with ferocity. As the light faded, a deep, smooth-edged pit remained on the ground. The entire warehouse, along with dozens of supernatural beings from the Divine Awakening Organization inside, was obliterated from this world. Successfully demolished the Divine Awakening Organization's stronghold, Jiangxia East Suburb Warehouse, inflicting a heavy blow to the enemy. Reward, 1,000 points. Detected Host has purged the entire Divine Awakening Organization's influence in Jiangxia City within a month, achieving the hidden accomplishment City Cleansing. Additional reward, 3,000 points. A flurry of system notifications echoed in his mind, yet Lin Fan did not even raise an eyebrow. He had grown accustomed to it. Over the past month, he had spent his days training fiercely in the gravity chamber and his nights conducting a bloody sweep across Jiangxia City based on the lists provided by Qin Shan. Jiangxia City was now the safest city in the nation, without exception. Lin Fan gradually descended to the ground and opened his system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Combat power, 8,000. Skills, Kamehameha, Turtle School Qigong, Mastery of Body Techniques, Qi Sensitivity, Sky Dance Technique. Points, 22,150. Gazing at the over 22,000 points and the staggering combat power of 8,000, Lin Fan felt an indescribable surge of pride within him. The sensation of exponentially increasing strength was more addictive than anything else. Dingling, his phone rang. It was Qin Shan's exclusive number. Mr. Lin. Qin Shan's voice carried a tone of genuine reverence and gratitude. Jiangxia City is now completely clean. On behalf of the Dragon Shield Bureau and all the citizens of Jiangxia City, I thank you. Over the past month, Qin Shan and his Dragon Shield Bureau members had lived as if in a dream. Their daily task was merely to follow behind Lin Fan, cleaning up the aftermath. The entire Divine Awakening Organization in Jiangxia City had been uprooted. All the credit was attributed to the Dragon Shield Bureau, and Qin Shan and his division in Jiangxia were nearly exalted in the headquarters. Qin Shan knew full well that they were merely the cleanup crew. The true hero who single-handedly eradicated the city's demons was the elusive Mr. Lin on the other end of the line. No need for pleasantries. Lin Fan spoke calmly. What is the situation like in other parts of the country? Upon mentioning this, Qin Shan's tone instantly grew solemn, not optimistic. The onslaught of the Shinkai organization has been too fierce. In the initial week, aside from our Jiangxia City, other provinces have been suffering relentless defeats and incurring heavy losses. However, the situation has recently improved. Qin Shan continued. Some reclusive sects have descended from their mountains. Oh, Lin Fan's interest was piqued. Indeed, Qin Shan replied, his voice tinged with awe. The Yushu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the Daizong Sword sect of Taishan, the Chuanjin sect of Zhongnan Mountain, and even the shaman descendants deep within Changbai Mountain. These legendary powers have dispatched disciples to assist our Dragon Shield Bureau in stabilizing the situation across various regions. Lin Fan nodded. The depth of this world-S foundation was indeed beyond his expectations. Yet, this also made him more vigilant. The fact that even these secluded sects could no longer remain idle indicated that the stir created by the Shunkai organization had threatened the very foundation of the Dragon Kingdom. I understand. Let us keep in touch. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan's figure flickered and returned to the villa. As soon as he stepped inside, he sensed a heavy atmosphere. In the living room, Su Yueshi sat cross-legged on the carpet, her delicate brows furrowed, and her beautiful face filled with frustration. Her aura had surged to a peak, with true energy rampaging within her, yet it failed to breach the invisible barrier that hindered her progress. Failed again? Lin Fan approached and sat beside her. Yes. Su Yueshi opened her eyes, her shoulders drooping in defeat. I have been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refining for a full half-month. No matter how I utilize the Tainzhou Tiangong, I cannot condense true essence to break through the threshold and enter the foundation establishment stage. She felt as though she were a bottle filled to the brim with water, yet lacking the force to break the cap. This sensation drove her to madness. Lin Fan observed her and felt a stir in his heart. Using a combat power detector to assess her. Target, Su Yueshi. Realm, Qi refining 9th layer, pinnacle. Combat power, 1500. 1500? Lin Fan understood. It seemed that for the indigenous cultivators of this world, 1500 combat power represented the limit of the qi refining stage. Su Yueshi's inability to break through was not due to a flaw in her technique or talent. It's not your fault, Lin Fan spoke. It's a problem with this world. What do you mean? Su Yueshi asked, puzzled. Spiritual energy. Lin Fan succinctly explained. The spiritual energy is too sparse, utterly insufficient to support your transformation from qi to essence. What you require is an environment rich in high-concentration spiritual energy or treasures imbued with immense energy. Su Yueshi instantly grasped the implication. Indeed, the world has changed. We are in an era of diminished spiritual law. The texts of the Xianyu sect also documented that in ancient times, spiritual energy was abundant, and cultivators could establish their foundations as easily as eating and drinking. Now, reaching the peak of qi refining was already a remarkable achievement of the Taiyin Zhou Tiangong. Progressing further was akin to climbing to the heavens. So, what should I do? Su Yueshi's gaze dimmed, her rekindled hope seemingly doused by a bucket of cold water. Seeing her dejected demeanor, Lin Fan smiled broadly. Do not worry. I may not have much, but I do possess a wealth of treasures. As he spoke, he opened the system store, searching for solutions. Elixirs? Or perhaps a paradise of hidden realms. With over 22,000 points, he had ample resources at his disposal. However, at that moment, in a distant, unknown island based deep within the Pacific Ocean, Master of the Divine Envoy, a figure cloaked in black knelt on one knee, trembling as he spoke. We have suffered heavy losses in our operations within the Dragon Kingdom. Those ancient sects have also emerged, relying solely on those enhanced by drugs. We cannot contend with them. Heavy losses? The figure known as the Divine Envoy let out a light chuckle, his voice ethereal, betraying no emotion. No, how could this be termed as heavy losses? These are merely appetizers. The Divine Envoy slowly turned, pointing towards a massive cultivation chamber at the deepest part of the base. Constructed of reinforced glass. Inside the chamber was filled with a green nutrient solution. A man, his body punctured with tubes and restrained by numerous mechanical arms, was submerged within. His physique exhibited a grotesque strength, muscles bulging and veins protruding, as if ready to burst at any moment. His face was contorted in endless pain and agony. The Divine Envoy's voice brimmed with fervor. We have extracted the powers from dozens of A-grade superhumans and selected this one from among thousands of ordinary people. A vessel possessing extraordinary endurance and physical resilience. Now, the real show is just beginning. With a snap of his fingers, dozens of mechanical arms surrounding the cultivation chamber activated simultaneously, injecting needles into the man's body. Oh, the man's screams were inhumanly piercing. Various potions of different colors, each representing different A-grade abilities, were forcibly injected into him. His body began to convulse violently, expanding. His skin ignited with flames, froze with frost, sparked with electricity, and hardened like steel. The chaotic powers clashed within him, tearing apart every cell. The wild powers seemed to receive some form of guidance, merging and coexisting within him in an eerie manner. Ultimately, they formed a brand new, unprecedented, and terrifying energy form. Boom! The reinforced glass of the cultivation chamber shattered explosively. A creature, over 3 meters tall, with dark red skin and a pair of wings sprouting from its back, emerged from within. Simply standing there, an overwhelming aura of terror swept across the entire base. The detector in the researcher's hand emitted a piercing alarm. Detected ultra-high energy response. Ability level SS class. My heavens, it's SS class. The Divine Envoy looked upon his creation with satisfaction, nodding. This was his true trump card. Those so-called strongholds and members were merely bait to draw fire and collect samples of abilities. This mass-producible SS-class biological weapon was the real army he would use to conquer this world. Master of the Divine Envoy, its combat power is already approaching your level. The cloaked figure said excitedly. The Divine Envoy remained silent, simply raising his hand and giving a gentle wave. Go forth, my number one creation. Chapter 35, 2,000 points for a kiss? This is a major profit. Seeing the instant dimming of Su Yueshi's beautiful eyes, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. It's not a big deal. Lin Fan waved his hand nonchalantly, displaying the demeanor of a wealthy individual unconcerned with expenses. The spiritual energy is sparse, is it? Then let us just pile up treasures. Whatever is lacking, we shall compensate. As he spoke, he directly opened the system store, which only he could see, right in front of Su Yueshi. With over 22,000 points to his name, he felt an unprecedented confidence. Today, let the landlord sister witness what true financial power looks like. Let us see. Lin Fan's consciousness swiftly scanned through the dazzling array of products in the store. Fantasy Elixir, Spirit Gathering Pill, slightly enhances cultivation speed for 24 hours. Price, 200 points. Worthless, of no interest. Fantasy Elixir, Marrow Cleansing Pill. Refines the marrow and enhances cultivation aptitude. Price, 100 points. This is of little assistance to Su Yueshi's current situation. Lin Fan directly entered the keyword, Foundation Establishment, in the search bar. Instantly, a plethora of relevant items appeared. Fantasy Special Item, Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. Brewed from 100 types of spiritual herbs, it aids cultivators in breaking through the Foundation Establishment bottleneck. With a success rate of 30%. Price, 1,000 points. 30%? Too low, what if it fails? Wouldn't this girl be devastated? Fantasy Special Building, Spirit Gathering Array Disc, Beginner. Can arrange a small spirit gathering array, increasing the spiritual energy concentration within the array tenfold. Price, 5,000 points. This is decent, but it's a long-term investment. It won't quench immediate thirst. Lin Fan's gaze continued downward, ultimately locking onto a pill emanating a radiant, gem-like glow. Fantasy Elixir, Pristine Foundation Establishment Pill. Crafted with pristine lotus as the guide and the essence of heaven and earth as the medicine. This supreme elixir can cleanse a cultivator's true qi, eliminating impurities and guaranteeing a 100% success rate for qi refining stage cultivators to break through to foundation establishment, while also reshaping their Tao foundation, greatly enhancing potential. Price, 2,000 points. 100% success. And it comes with the effect of reshaping the Tao foundation. This is the one. Although the 2,000 points made Lin Fan wince, it was an investment pertaining to his future happiness. System, exchange for Pristine Foundation Establishment Pill. Exchange successful. Consumed 2,000 points, remaining 20,150 points. With a thought, a warm, jade-like white porcelain vial appeared in the palm of his hand. He handed the vial to Su Yueshi, grinning. Here, take your medicine. Su Yueshi, immersed in her own feelings of despair, was taken aback by his sudden statement. She gazed at the white porcelain vial in Lin Fan's hand. An intoxicating fragrance of medicine had already permeated her nostrils. Merely inhaling it, she felt a subtle stirring within her stagnant, true qi. What is this? Su Yueshi's voice quivered. Lin Fan spoke casually, just take it. I guarantee you'll soar and break through immediately. Su Yueshi was completely stunned. This is far too precious. I cannot. Enough nonsense. Lin Fan nonchalantly uncorked the vial and poured out a crystal-clear pill, seemingly with a flowing light within, and without further ado, stuffed it into Su Yueshi's mouth. Su Yueshi was caught off guard. The warm pill melted instantly upon entry, transforming into a torrent of overwhelming and pure energy, rushing into her limbs and bones. Boom. Su Yueshi felt her head thrum. Her true qi erupted completely. The potency of the pill was like an invincible general leading her inner true qi army, launching an all-out assault on the impregnable barrier of foundation establishment. Su Yueshi immediately sat cross-legged, exerting all her strength to operate the Tianzhou Tiangong, guiding the terrifying torrent of energy to circulate through her meridians in a specific trajectory. With each cycle, her true qi grew purer and denser. The bottleneck that had plagued her for over half a month began to tremble violently in the face of this overwhelming force, emitting a mournful cry under the strain. Crack! A sound akin to shattering from the depths of her soul echoed. The bottleneck had shattered. An aura several times more powerful than before erupted from Su Yueshi's body. The air within the villa thickened due to this surge of power. A massive amount of true qi surged wildly within her dantian, compressing and ultimately condensing into the first droplet of liquid true essence. Foundation establishment stage achieved. A powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated outward from the villa, like an invisible ripple, instantly spreading throughout the entire Jiangxia city. Su Yueshi slowly opened her eyes, feeling the torrent of explosive power within her, and was engulfed in immense jubilation. She had succeeded. Not only had she broken through to the foundation establishment stage, but she also felt as if her body and soul had undergone a complete baptism, emerging anew. She turned to look at the man beaming at her. Her heart surged with mixed emotions. The gratitude was overwhelming, so immense that she didn't know how to repay it. In the next moment, Su Yueshi made a move that caught Lin Fan entirely off guard. She suddenly leaned forward and swiftly planted a kiss on his smug face. Warm, soft. Lin Fan was instantly petrified. What? I just got kissed? Can I have another round? He hadn't even processed it. Su Yueshi's cheeks flushed crimson. Almost as if they might bleed, she turned her head away, unable to meet Lin Fan's gaze, yet managed to stammer. Don't think too much of it. Lin Fan touched his cheek, grinning foolishly. The potential of a devoted admirer was laid bare. 2,000 points for a sweet kiss. What a bargain. Ahem. Since you've broken through, let us double the good fortune. I have another small gift for you. In high spirits, Lin Fan waved his hand and reopened the system shop. That broken sword you were using should have been replaced long ago. Let me find you a suitable weapon. He directly browsed the fantasy weapon category, seeking a fitting armament for Tsuyoshi. Soon, a beautifully crafted longsword captured his attention. Fantasy artifact, Moonlight Sword, forged from the essence of the moonlight and cold iron, perfectly complementing the lunar attribute techniques. Price, 1,500 points. This is it. Lin Fan once again splurged 1,500 points to exchange for the Moonlight Sword. A silver-white sword, seemingly flowing with moonlight, materialized in his hand. Here. Tsuyoshi was already numb to the experience. She blankly accepted the Moonlight Sword, and the moment her fingers grazed the hilt, a cool and harmonious energy surged into her dantian, resonating perfectly with the lunar true essence within her. A fine sword. This is undoubtedly a spiritual-grade sword. Just then, several piercing sounds broke through the air outside the villa. Moments later, 3 powerful figures landed in the villa's courtyard. They were 3 elderly men with white hair and beards, clad in Taoist robes. Each exuded a peak chi refining stage aura, albeit tinged with a hint of twilight, clearly having been stuck at this realm for many years. They had been drawn in by the spiritual energy fluctuations from Tsuyoshi's breakthrough. The 3 exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock and excitement in their eyes. Foundation establishment. It is the aura of a foundation establishment cultivator. Someone has actually succeeded in foundation establishment during this age of decline. The 3 tidied their robes and approached the villa door with respectful expressions, bowing deeply. We are scattered cultivators Lu Changfeng, Wang Banshan, Zhao Sihai, and we humbly visit, hoping to pay our respects to the immortal master. Their voices were filled with reverence and a barely perceptible longing. Tsuyoshi shot him a glance, but composed herself. Stepping outside, when the 3 elders sensed the restrained foundation establishment aura emanating from Tsuyoshi, they trembled with excitement, bowing deeply once more. We, the humble disciples, pay our respects to the esteemed immortal master. Congratulations on your grand achievement in the Tao. We have been ensnared at the pinnacle of chi refinement for decades, and today, upon witnessing your true form, we earnestly beseech your benevolence to illuminate our paths. Tsuyoshi gazed at the trio of venerable elders, whose combined ages exceeded 3 centuries. Bowing deeply before her, a young woman in her early 20s. Caught off guard, she could only manage a wry smile and shake her head. Please rise, esteemed friends. My breakthrough is merely a stroke of fortune, aided by a great mentor. I am truly unqualified to offer guidance. This was indeed the truth. She couldn't very well disclose that her advancement was fueled by the consumption of elixirs, could she? Though the 3 elders felt a tinge of disappointment, they ceased their insistence. Recognizing that forging a benevolent connection with a newly ascended foundation establishment cultivator was already a monumental blessing. In a distant realm, on the southwestern border of the Dragon Kingdom, a fortification constructed of steel and gunpowder now lay shrouded in the ominous shadow of death. Fire! Fire! Stop it! A commander, his face marred by soot, bellowed hoarsely. Before him, an unending barrage of artillery shells and missiles rained down upon a monstrous entity suspended in midair. This being towered over 3 meters in height. Its skin a dark crimson, with a pair of grotesque, bat-like wings extending from its back. Boom! The explosion's fiery glow engulfed its form entirely. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, it remained unscathed, not even a trace of singe marring its surface. It slowly raised a hand. With a whoosh, a torrent of searing flame erupted from its palm, instantly transforming a heavy tank into molten iron. Following this, it lifted another hand. Crack! A chilling blast froze dozens of soldiers, along with their weapons, into statues of ice. At times, it morphed into a streak of lightning, wreaking havoc across the battlefield, while at others, its body became as resilient as diamond, enduring the onslaught of high-caliber armor-piercing rounds. Various Class A abilities were flawlessly displayed upon it, merging into the most fearsome instrument of slaughter. Retreat. Withdraw at once. The defensive line crumbled with terrifying speed. An intelligence officer, observing the real-time data on the screen, reported to the commander. Report. The target has surpassed the SS level threshold. The southwestern border defense has been utterly annihilated. Chapter 36. Biological Weapons. Tsuyoshi felt as though she had been bestowed with a new body. Within her dantian, liquid true essence swirled like a diminutive lake. This power was something she had never dared to dream of before. She turned to Lin Fan beside her, her heart a tumult of emotions. She yearned to discern the extent of the disparity between them. Lin Fan. Tsuyoshi tightened her grip on the Moonlight Sword. Her cool gaze ignited with the spirit of combat. Let us spar, she declared. Oh. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued by Tsuyoshi's eager demeanor. Following her breakthrough, her aura had become even more enchanting, exuding an ethereal quality that blended purity with desire, accentuated by her striking form. He grinned mischievously, extending a finger in a beckoning gesture. Come, do not say I am bullying you. I shall only use this hand. Such a flippant demeanor instantly ignited Su Yueshi's pride. I am a foundation establishment expert. How dare you insult me with but one hand? Behold my sword. Su Yueshi exclaimed, no longer holding back. With a flick of her wrist, the moonlight sword emitted a melodious chime. A 3-foot-long silver blade of light, imbued with chill, lunged towards Lin Fan's chest. This strike was executed with all her might. The air was rent asunder, emitting a shrill whistle. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic blow, Lin Fan's smile remained unchanged. He casually raised that single finger, precisely touching the very tip of the fierce sword light. Ding! A soft sound, akin to a pearl falling onto a jade plate. The sword light, capable of splitting stone and shattering rock, fragmented into countless scintillating points, dissipating into nothingness. Lin Fan's fingertip bore not even a hint of white residue. Su Yueshi felt an overwhelming force surge from her sword, nearly causing the moonlight sword to slip from her grasp. She staggered back, taking 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining her balance. Her hand, which held the sword, tingled painfully, and her entire arm quivered slightly. How is this possible? How could her full-force strike be so effortlessly dismantled by a mere finger? Impressive force, decent speed, Lin Fan remarked, maintaining that extended finger posture. However, your expression management leaves much to be desired. One should smile while playing games, haha. Su Yueshi's face flushed a deep crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger. Once more, unwilling to yield, she took a deep breath, channeling her true essence into the moonlight sword. Mystical runes illuminated the blade, and a cool crescent moon's silhouette emerged. Crescent moon slash, she cried, merging with her sword, transforming into a silver streak of light that surged towards Lin Fan at several times the speed of her previous attack. This time, Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. As the crescent moon slash neared him, his figure flickered and vanished before her eyes. Where are you looking? A warm voice whispered in her ear. Su Yueshi froze, whirling around to find Lin Fan had somehow appeared behind her. Their proximity so close that she could scent his faint fragrance. His hand was unceremoniously squeezing her pert derriere. Wow, quite the delightful texture. You. Su Yueshi's cheeks blazed, her heart racing in turmoil. Embarrassed and furious, she spun around, delivering a horizontal strike with her sword. But once again, Lin Fan's figure vanished, only to reappear at her side, effortlessly pinching the moonlight sword between 2 fingers. No matter how she infused her true essence, that spirit-grade sword was immobilized as if it were a serpent grasped by its vital point, unable to move. Let go of me, Su Yueshi pleaded, her eyes glistening with frustration. Very well. Lin Fan released his grip, but as Su Yueshi attempted to retract her sword, he swiftly slapped her shapely rear with a resounding crack. Su Yueshi stood there, petrified, with her sword in hand, her face flushed crimson. She chased Lin Fan through the courtyard, hurling insults of rogue and shameless. After a frenzied pursuit, Su Yueshi found herself exhausted, perspiration glistening on her brow, her beautiful eyes nearly ablaze with fury. A furtive glance at Lin Fan revealed him watching her with keen interest, that playful smile on his lips inciting her annoyance. Yet, inexplicably, the fiery indignation within her began to wane. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Shield Bureau, headquarters in the capital, all high-ranking officials and top experts were fixated on the main screen displaying a video. The footage was captured from a military fortress on the southwestern border of the Dragon Kingdom. In the video, a being towering over 3 meters, with dark red skin and menacing bat wings, hovered in the air. Countless shells and missiles detonated against it, yet not even its skin was disturbed. In Jiangxia City, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was a dedicated number belonging to Qin Shan. Hello, old Qin, what good news do you bring? Lin Fan lazily answered the phone. On the other end, Qin Shan's voice was unusually heavy. Mr. Lin, a grave situation has arisen. With utmost brevity, Qin Shan swiftly recounted the destruction of a southwestern border fortress by an SS-class biological weapon. Headquarters has issued the highest alert. Yet conventional firepower has become futile against such a monstrosity. I am calling you to keep an eye on the surrounding areas of Jiangxia City, and should any anomalies arise, I hope to receive your assistance. There was a hint of pleading in Qin Shan's tone. An SS-class biological weapon? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, wondering if it was another scheme by Shenqi. To him, this was no different from the previous strongholds they had dealt with, merely a larger and more formidable minion. All right, I understand, Lin Fan replied casually. After hanging up, he turned his gaze back to Su Yueshi. Life remained as mundane and insipid as ever, entirely oblivious to the apocalyptic tempest that was about to engulf the world. Meanwhile, far away on the southwestern border, above the still burning ruins, more than a dozen beams of multicolored sword light pierced through the air, hovering aloft. These were elite disciples from Kunlun's Yushu Palace and the Taizong Sword Sect, each possessing at least a cultivation level of 7 in the Qi refinement stage. Upon witnessing the hellish devastation below, along with the ominous dark red creature hovering amidst the ruins, they were filled with righteous fury. Monstrous fiend, how dare you slaughter the innocent on our soil? You are merely courting death. A young disciple clad in Taizong attire shouted vehemently, regarding this bizarre creature with disdain. Brothers, form the formation. Let us avenge our fallen brethren. Exterminate the monstrosity. Exterminate the monstrosity. The disciples chorused in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens. They swiftly formed an intricate sword formation. Countless flying swords converging into a river of sword energy, surging forth with divine might towards the biological weapon below. In their eyes, victory was already within their grasp. Chapter 37. The Triad's Assault on the Immortal. Despair descends. The river of sword energy, imbued with the boundless wrath of the elite disciples, thunderously struck towards the immobile dark red creature. This was the Tiangang sword formation of the Taizong Sword Sect, renowned for its indomitable ferocity, capable of severing mountain peaks. However, confronted with an assault that would terrify any Qi refinement cultivator, the biological weapon merely lifted its head slowly. In the next moment, it opened its mouth. A roar erupted. Unlike any sound a living being could produce, imbued with primal savagery, bursting forth from its maw. A visible dark red sound wave clashed with the river of sword energy. Boom. At the moment of contact, the sword river, composed of countless flying swords, emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable pressure. The swords within the formation trembled violently, their brilliance fading at a visible rate. The foremost disciples of Taizong were struck as though by lightning, all spitting blood, their faces turning ashen. No, it's impossible. Our formation. The leading young disciples' confidence and arrogance were replaced by shock and disbelief. Yet it was not over. The figure of the biological weapon vanished from sight. Be careful, a disciple from Yushu Palace warned. But a dark red afterimage had already appeared at the flank of the sword formation. One of its arms transformed instantaneously into a blade engulfed in black flames, sweeping through. With a sickening sound, blood painted the skies. 3 disciples' bodies, along with their protective artifacts, were effortlessly severed in half. Their faces were frozen in astonishment. Their upper and lower halves separated, innards and blood spilling across the ground. Only then did the air fill with their anguished screams. Ah, my legs. The sword formation collapsed in an instant. The remaining disciples, their pride and fighting spirit shattered by the gruesome scene before them, realized their once esteemed sword techniques were laughably feeble against this abomination. The slaughter had begun. The biological weapon's bat-like wings flapped, transforming into a flurry of afterimages, wreaking havoc among the fleeing disciples. It unleashed streams of acid potent enough to melt steel, chilling blasts of freezing air, and summoned violent thunder. All manifestations of its A-grade abilities. Each strike signified the demise of a once prominent disciple. These prodigies, hailed as the elite in their respective sects, were now as helpless as sheep before a ravenous tiger. Their flying swords clashed against the dark red hide of the biological weapon, only producing a shower of sparks. Their spells, in the face of the creature's ceaseless array of bizarre abilities, appeared pitifully impotent. Flee. Seek aid from the sect. This is not a creature we can contend with. The few survivors scattered in all directions. Yet the biological weapon seemed intent on leaving no prey unscathed, locking onto the strongest presence among them, the initial leading disciple of Taizong. In a flash, it pursued him. At that moment, 3 ancient and powerful auras erupted simultaneously from the edges of the battlefield. Beast, do not be so arrogant. 3 elderly cultivators, their hair and beards white as snow and garbed in the vestments of different sects, encircled the biological weapon. They were the highest-ranking disciples among those who had descended from the mountain, each having reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, level 9. One hailed from Yushu Palace, another from Taizong, and the last from the Chuanjin sect of Zhongnan Mountain. They beheld the scattered limbs and the fallen young disciples, their eyes reddened with sorrow and resolve. Brother Wang, Brother Zhao, the elder from Yushu Palace spoke hoarsely. If we do not fight with all our might today, we shall all perish here. The elder from Taizong, wielding an ancient heavy sword, nodded gravely. Sectarian pride is but a jest in this moment. Let us 3, for these children, for this land, bring an end to this fiend. The elder from Chuanjin swept his dust with a solemn expression. I too agree. Activate the Triad's Assault on the Immortal. The other 2 elders' expressions sharpened at his words. The Triad's Assault on the Immortal was an ancient combined formation of immense power. Yet it exacted a heavy toll on its users, plunging them into a state of relentless combat until death. But at this juncture, they had no choice. Commence the formation. The 3 elders shouted in unison, simultaneously biting their tongues, unleashing a spurt of vital blood. Their blood transformed mid-air into 3 crimson talismans, which instantly sank into the earth. Boom. The entire battlefield trembled violently. An invisible barrier erupted from the trio, forming a massive triangular light screen that ensnared the biological weapon within. The elder from Yushu Palace radiated a celestial blue light, symbolizing heaven. The elder from Taizong stood upon an earthy yellow array, representing earth. The elder from Chuanjin was enveloped in a gentle white glow, embodying man-heaven, earth, and man. The triad converged. 3 distinct forces flowed within the formation, ultimately converging above it to coalesce into a colossal sword, stretching 100 yards in length, composed of 3 radiant hues. An overwhelming pressure, potent enough to alter the very fabric of the heavens and earth, emanated from this giant sword. The biological weapon ensnared within the formation seemed to sense the impending threat. It let forth a furious roar, its bat-like wings thrashing violently, transforming into a streak of light that collided forcefully against the barrier of light. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated, causing the barrier to tremble violently, yet it remained unyielding. Slay the Celestials, the elder from the Jade Void Palace bellowed. As the 3 of them simultaneously enacted their incantations, the 3-colored giant sword, suspended high in the sky, descended with a cataclysmic momentum. The biological weapon within the formation roared in frenzy, unleashing its myriad of extraordinary abilities to their utmost potential. Flames, frost, thunder, corrosive acid, gravitational forces, spatial slicing, various terrifying energies battered the formation and the tri-hued sword like a relentless tempest. Meanwhile, the 3 venerable cultivators were sacrificing their very lives and cultivation. Their hair withered visibly, their faces etched with deepening wrinkles, and the essence of life rapidly ebbed away. Yet, the resolution in their eyes remained undiminished. Through the exquisite coordination of the formation, they firmly suppressed the biological weapon, engaging it in an earth-shattering struggle with the tricolored giant sword. As the brilliance of the sword dimmed to its nadir, and the elder from the Mount Dai, drained of spiritual power, knelt, coughing blood. As the elder from the all-true sect turned pale as parchment, swaying on the brink of collapse, the elder from the Jade Void Palace flashed a final glint of madness in his eyes. With my frail body, I offer myself as the sword's guide. Cut! He transformed into a streak of light, merging into the soon-to-dissolve, tricolored sword. Buzz! In an instant, the giant sword erupted with resplendent light, piercing through the chest of the biological weapon. Roar! The biological weapon emitted a cry filled with unwillingness and agony, its crimson gaze dimming. Its massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash. It was dead. Finally, it was dead. The few surviving disciples and the members of the Dragon Shield Bureau observing from afar erupted in a thunderous cheer, celebrating their narrow escape. We have triumphed. We have won. The Immortal Master is magnificent. The Immortal Master is magnificent. The 2 elders from Mount Dai and the all-true sect gazed at the fallen monstrosity, a trace of bittersweet smiles gracing their faces. Although the cost was grievous, they had ultimately prevailed. However, before the echoes of their cheers could fade, a series of jarring, spine-chilling sounds of air being sliced through resounded from the horizon. The smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly. They looked up in horror towards the sky. In the eastern, western, southern, and northern horizons, black dots began to materialize. The dots expanded rapidly. There were 1, 2, 3, 4 figures, nearly identical to the recently slain monstrosity. They descended from various directions, surrounding the desolate battlefield that had just witnessed a bloody conflict, enveloping all the survivors completely. One of the biological weapons landed beside its fallen kin. It lifted its foot and, as if crushing a watermelon, obliterated the skull of the corpse. Thick, viscous brain matter and shattered bones splattered everywhere. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Boundless, suffocating despair gripped everyone like a frigid hand around their throats. Chapter 38. The Doomsday Alarm, the Savior's Choice. Dragon Shield Bureau, Kyoto Headquarters, Command Center. The piercing alarm reverberated throughout the entire hall. The central main screen, initially focused on the southwestern border, rapidly fragmented into dozens of smaller windows. Northeast, the Changbai Mountain border. A post fortified by descendants of shamans was engulfed in flames. In the footage, 2 biological weapons wreaked havoc. Northwest, the Pamir Plateau. A high-tech drone base was utterly annihilated within 5 minutes by 3 descending biological weapons. They seemed to possess the ability to disrupt electromagnetic signals. The entire base's defense system was rendered utterly ineffective before them. Southeast Coastal Region. A special response unit composed of psychics. Faced with the onslaught of 5 biological weapons, their defenses crumbled completely within 3 minutes. Red alerts, representing missing and destroyed units, flashed frantically on the vast map of the Dragon Kingdom. from the northeast to the northwest, from the southeast to the southwest. The silhouettes of biological weapons appeared along nearly every lengthy border. An intelligence officer responsible for collating battle reports trembled as he struck the keyboard. His voice laced with uncontrollable fear. "Commander, preliminary statistics reveal that the total number of biological weapons appearing nationwide has surpassed 30, and it is still increasing. The Northern Defense Line has just reported new targets. The total is now 37. 37. Each one possesses the terrifying SS-level combat capability to obliterate a military stronghold." The entire command center fell into a profound silence. Everyone appeared as soulless puppets, staring blankly at the map nearly covered in red dots. Earlier, they had been fraught with worry over how to contend with that one biological weapon on the southwestern border, even contemplating asking hidden sects for a grievous price. Yet now, that one was merely a fraction. It wasn't even the appetizer. The commander of the Dragon Shield Bureau, a seasoned general, swayed slightly, leaning against his chair. His complexion turned ashen in an instant, as if he had aged 20 years within moments. He gazed at the rampaging monsters on the screen, and for the first time, despair flickered in his eyes. This was doomsday, a cleansing of civilization that was utterly unresistible. In Jiangxia City, Lin Fan's villa. Lin Fan was preparing to continue teasing Su Yueshi when his phone, nestled in his pocket, suddenly blared an unprecedentedly sharp and urgent alarm. It was the highest emergency contact authority set by Qin Shan. The playful expression on Lin Fan's face vanished in an instant. He furrowed his brows and pressed the answer button. "Hello?" As soon as the call connected, Qin Shan's voice, filled with panic and despair, slammed against Lin Fan's eardrums. "Mr. Lin, something terrible has happened. It's over. It might be the end." Qin Shan's voice sounded as if he were weeping, or perhaps shouting. "Across the entire nation. Along the borders, those monsters have appeared. The biological weapons I told you about. Not one, but dozens. Dozens. The defenses are collapsing entirely. All defenses. Sect disciples. The brothers of the Dragon Shield Bureau, the military, they cannot hold them back. They simply cannot hold them back. Mr. Lin, this might be humanity's end." The voice on the other end abruptly cut off, seemingly interrupted by some powerful energy interference. Lin Fan stood quietly, gripping the phone. Dozens of SS-level monsters? The national defenses collapsing entirely? All along, although he was aware of the perilous nature of this world, the power of the system instilled in him a sense of calm, as if everything was well within his grasp. The Divine Enlightenment Organization, in his eyes, was merely a trivial foe for accumulating points. Yet at this moment, he was acutely confronted with the stark cruelty and madness of reality for the first time. The playful smirk that always graced his face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Su Yueshi, having overheard the conversation on the phone, felt the color drain from her exquisite features. Having just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, she glanced at Lin Fan's profile, then at the moonlight sword clasped in her hand. The Taiyan true essence within her seemed to resonate with her Master-S intentions. Surging uncontrollably, once her sect had been annihilated, her meridians severed, leaving her to scrape by in the streets. It was this man who had healed her, bestowed upon her a stronger cultivation method, and provided her with transformative elixirs, allowing her to reclaim her strength. This power was not meant for her to hoard selfishly. She approached Lin Fan, standing resolutely by his side. Gripping the moonlight sword tightly, her icy gaze was devoid of fear, replaced instead with an unwavering determination. "Where are they? I shall go too." She did not question her ability to battle, nor whether she might perish in the attempt. She simply understood that at this moment, she had to step forward. Lin Fan turned to meet her gaze, filled with resolute determination, and felt a stirring within his heart. He recognized her growth and her awakening. However, just as he prepared to speak, the cold, long-forgotten notification sound of the system echoed in his mind. "World-level crisis detected. Apocalypse selection system has been triggered. Please make your choice from the following 3 options. Option A, defend a territory. Protect Jiangxia City, safeguarding your loved ones and isolating them from external crises. Choice reward, mystical formation, Xuanwu Guardian Array. Option B, savior. Combat the nationwide crisis, obliterating all biological weapons, and become the guardian deity of this world. Choice reward, Dragon Ball Series special skill, Spirit Bomb, with an additional reward of 100,000 points upon completion. Option C, interstellar escape. What does the crisis have to do with you? You are merely a passerby. Utilize the system to take your loved ones and flee this doomed planet. Venturing into the vast cosmos. Choice reward, Technology Series special vehicle, small spaceship, capacity for 10 people. 3 options, 3 starkly different paths, were vividly laid out in Lin Fan's mind. Option A promised self-preservation and comfort, yet it meant witnessing the world's demise. Option C represented evasion and survival, a life spent wandering in an unknown universe. But option B, Lin Fan's gaze swept over Su Yueshi's resolute countenance. And he thought of his innocent younger sister Lin Yu still at school, of Qin Shan who always held high hopes for him, and of this homeland he had called home for over 2 decades, flawed, yet still his sanctuary. A smile slowly crept across his lips, filled with madness and battle fervor. Damn it. I have painstakingly cultivated to 8,000 battle power not to become a coward. System, I choose B. Chapter 39. First, annihilate the 7-kill sect. The gravity in Lin Fan's eyes transformed into battle intent, while his mind simultaneously entered an unprecedented state of clarity, racing at full speed. He calculated that Su Yueshi's combat power at her peak in chi refinement was around 1,500, without the aid of Foundation establishment pills. Those cultivators could at most reach that same level. They were already retreating in defeat, while this S-class biological weapon boasted a battle power of at least 2,000. Slaying them one by one would be an arduous task. Beside him, Su Yueshi was devoid of such inner turmoil. She only saw Lin Fan. We must go to the southwestern border. Gripping the moonlight sword, her cold eyes were filled with resolve. If we can save one, we shall. She was prepared for a bloody battle to the death. Save? How? Lin Fan turned to her. His voice flat, yet as chilling as a bucket of ice water dousing the flames of hope in her heart. The national border stretches for tens of thousands of kilometers. With 37, no, perhaps now 40, or even 50 of them scattered in various corners. By the time I finish slaying them, this country would have already been turned to shambles. His tone was unremarkable, yet it extinguished the fire within Su Yueshi. Indeed, how could they save anyone? The scope was too vast, the enemies too numerous. Individual strength seemed utterly insignificant on such a grand battlefield. A sense of bewilderment and powerlessness flickered across her face. Lin Fan summoned a long-forgotten task interface. Task, blood for blood. Task objective, assist Su Yueshi in annihilating the 7-kill sect and reconstructing the Xianyu sect. Task reward, Dragon Ball series skill King Kai Fist. We will first head to the 7-kill sect's headquarters and obliterate them. Upon hearing the name of the 7-kill sect, Su Yueshi's body trembled uncontrollably, a visceral hatred etched into her very being. Yet, she furrowed her brow. Is this truly the time for such action? Now is the moment, Lin Fan asserted, his tone brooking no dissent. Revenge is merely a secondary objective. More importantly, the headquarters of the 7-kill sect is situated atop a high-quality spiritual vein. By exterminating them, we can seize their territory to establish a true sanctuary for cultivation. A glimmer of fervor sparkled in Lin Fan's eyes. As the world crumbles, our task is not merely to extinguish fires, but to forge an indomitable fortress. Preserving the spark of this nation, this civilization, a spark potent enough to ignite a counteroffensive. First, self-preservation, then, salvation. First, accumulate strength, then, strike with thunderous fury. In truth, this was merely Lin Fan's rationale to persuade Su Yueshi. His true intention was to acquire the King Kai Fist, leveraging its power to maximize his battle capabilities and swiftly eliminate these biological weapons. Su Yueshi gazed at Lin Fan's profile, her heart swelling with admiration as she realized that while others succumbed to despair and panic, he had already conceived such a far-reaching strategy. He not only possessed the strength to rival gods and demons, but also the intellect to orchestrate their triumph. The last vestiges of doubt evaporated from her heart, replaced by unconditional trust and a hint of admiration she herself had not yet recognized. All right, I will follow your lead, she murmured, tightening her grip on the sword. Lin Fan smiled and turned towards the second floor of the villa. Xiaoyu, come down for a moment. Before long, Lin Yu appeared in her pajamas, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Brother, what is up? Without elaborating, Lin Fan opened the system's marketplace and swiftly located his target among the array of dazzling items. Mystical Formation, Minor Xuanwu Guardian Array. A simplified version of the Xuanwu Guardian Array, capable of repelling all attacks under 10,000 battle power, providing absolute defense until energy is depleted. Price, 5,000 points. Though the price was steep, Lin Fan did not hesitate for his sister's safety. Exchange. As his points were deducted, a golden light burst forth from Lin Fan's hand, swiftly enveloping the entire villa like an inverted golden glass bowl. The brilliance flickered and vanished, merging into the air as if nothing had transpired. Gently ruffling Lin Yu's hair, he spoke softly. Xiaoyu, listen carefully. No matter what happens outside in the coming days, do not venture out. Do you understand? Although Lin Yu was perplexed, she obediently nodded. Yes, I understand, brother. You and Sister Yueshi must be cautious. Having arranged his concerns, Lin Fan no longer hesitated. He swiftly pinpointed the location of the 7-kill sect's headquarters in the depths of the Yunming mountain range. as per the information provided by an elder of the sect. Just as they were about to set off, Lin Fan's phone emitted an ear-piercing alarm once more. It was a secure communication from Qin Shan. As soon as the call connected, the cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and anguished cries filled the background, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. "Mr. Lin, cough cough, where are you?" Qin Shan's voice was hoarse, weary, and laced with despair. "The northern defense line has fallen. We can barely hold on." Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged as he replied in a grave tone, "Hold steady. Give me 1 hour. In 1 hour, I will resolve all troubles." Without waiting for Qin Shan's response, he abruptly ended the call. At the temporary command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau in the capital, Qin Shan stood there in stunned silence, holding the disconnected phone. 1 hour? And then resolve all troubles? Is he jesting? Or has he gone mad? The senior officials of the Dragon Shield Bureau, who overheard this exchange, displayed expressions of absurdity and confusion. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already grasped Su Yueshi's hand, feeling its warmth. "Let us go. Activate the sky dance technique with full force." With a bang, their figures ascended into the sky, breaking through the clouds, hurtling towards the Yunmeng mountain range. Su Yueshi felt the howling winds by her ears, the scenery beside her blurring into streaks of light. Having just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, she believed her speed to be among the fastest in the world. However, under Lin Fan's guidance, she truly comprehended what it meant to fly with lightning speed. This velocity transcended her understanding of flight. High above, the apocalyptic scene unfolded in full view. They could see countless vehicles fleeing in panic from cities near the border. Forming a congested steel dragon, armies marched with solemn determination towards the front lines. In the distant horizon, smoke and flames billowed into the sky, dyeing it a foreboding dark red. Witnessing this, Su Yueshi tightened her grip on the moonlight sword. The flames of vengeance and the weight of responsibility for salvation intertwined within her heart, ultimately forging an unprecedented and resolute resolve. In less than half an hour, a continuous range of misty mountains appeared beneath them. The two paused, silently hovering above the mountain gate of the Seven Kill sect. Before the gate, two black-clad disciples, exuding a fierce aura, leaned arrogantly against a massive stone archway, engaged in idle chatter, their spittle flying. "Have you heard? Something seems to have happened outside. Even those self-important sects have sent people down the mountain. What does it matter? The sky could fall, and the sect master and elders would handle it. Who in the Seven Kill sect do we fear? True that, haha." They remained utterly unaware that catastrophe was imminent. Chapter 40, Rooting Out the Weeds. Within the Yunming mountain range, at the headquarters of the Seven Kill sect, two guarding disciples were chatting nonchalantly by the archway, their words dripping with pride for their sect and disdain for the outside world. Before they could finish their sentence, a cold silver light, like moonlight cascading from the heavens, silently swept past above their heads. The next moment, two heads soared into the sky, blood spraying from their severed necks. Su Yueshi's figure gracefully descended into the heart of the mountain gate, holding the moonlight sword, clad in white. Her once calm eyes now radiated with an icy hatred and murderous intent. The enmity of annihilation, the deep-seated blood feud, today, would be repaid with blood. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm finally shattered the tranquility of the Seven Kill sect's headquarters. Countless disciples, clad in black, surged out from various courtyards like a disturbed hornet's nest, brandishing an array of weapons, their faces alight with bloodlust. "Who dares, a woman seeking death? Seize her. How dare she intrude upon our Seven Kill sect? Let her find no means of survival." Yet what awaited them was a dazzling and lethal brilliance of sword light. Su Yueshi moved. Without uttering a word, she poured the entirety of her Foundation establishment stage's tying true essence into the moonlight sword. She became one with her sword, weaving through the throngs. Shinyu slash. This was a massacre devoid of suspense. Su Yueshi's figure moved with exquisite grace across the square, embodying a resolute beauty. Wherever her sword light reached, limbs and bodies were severed, blood flowed like rivers. She seemed tireless, with only one thought in her mind: to kill, to annihilate everyone here, to appease the souls of her father and fellow disciples. High above, Lin Fan crossed his arms, watching with keen interest the one-sided slaughter below. Wow, when this girl gets serious, she really knows how to put on a show. His combat power detector indicated that among the so-called elite disciples below, the strongest had a combat power of merely 200, rendering them no different from ants against Su Yueshi's overwhelming power exceeding 2,000. Just then, several powerful auras surged from the depths of the Seven Kill sect, soaring into the sky. "Stop!" A thunderous roar echoed like thunderclaps. 5 elders clad in blood-red robes descended into the center of the square, their eyes widening in horror at the scene of carnage before them. The leader among them was Mo Sha, the master of the Seven Kill sect. He fixed his gaze upon the blood-soaked figure in white, initially stunned, then transformed into boundless resentment. It's you, the remnant of Saiyan sect, Tsuyoshi. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you, the fish that slipped through the net. An elder shouted sharply. You managed to escape that day, and now you dare to come knocking. With heaven's road open to you. You choose to invade hell. Tsuyoshi halted her steps, the tip of her sword pointing to the ground, a drop of blood sliding down the blade. She raised her head, her cold gaze sweeping over these enemies she loathed. Emosha, and you old dogs. Her voice was colder than the mountain winds. Today, I shall use your blood to honor the souls of all those from Saiyan sect. Arrogant. Emosha, furious, laughed maniacally. Who do you think you are? Even if you've had some lucky encounters, do you think you can contend with the entire 7-kill sect? As he spoke, he exchanged glances with the 4 elders beside him. The 5 quickly formed a battle formation, their combined powerful auras converging into one, ruthlessly pressing towards Tsuyoshi. Today, let this remnant be utterly obliterated. Tsuyoshi snorted coldly, refusing to waste words with them. With a flick of her wrist, the moonlight sword emitted a clear ringing sound. She moved with the sword, transforming into a streak of flowing light, charging forward. However, at that moment, a strange and frenzied smile crept across Emosha's face. It's too late. Since you've seen it, then let us die together. Ha! He suddenly spread his arms wide, howling to the heavens. Crack, crack. A sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed from within him. His body began to swell and twist in a terrifying manner. Dark red skin tore through his robes, muscles bulged, and from his back, 2 bloody slits ripped open, sprouting a pair of grotesque wings. His face morphed into something unrecognizable, his mouth splitting to the ears, revealing a maw full of fangs. A brutal, chaotic, and malevolent aura erupted forth. Master you. The 4 elders nearby stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. Lin Fan's combat power detector displayed, combat power, 2000. Oh, collaborating with divine insight. Has he transformed himself into a biological weapon? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Tsuyoshi also sensed the surge of power emanating from her opponent, her pupils narrowing slightly. In her initial stage of foundation establishment, her combat power was approximately 2,200, a mere fraction below this monstrous Emosha. Die! Emosha let out a roar that was anything but human. The ground beneath him shattering as he transformed into a dark red projectile, his claws slashing towards Tsuyoshi with ferocity. His speed and strength had increased manifold. Yet, in the face of this frenzied assault, Tsuyoshi remained utterly composed. Instead of retreating, she advanced, lightly tapping her toes on the ground to evade Emosha's onslaught at an incredible angle. Roar! With a missed strike, Emosha became even more ferocious, turning to unleash a sweeping attack, his claws slicing through the air with a deafening shriek. Tsuyoshi's gaze sharpened, and she ceased her evasions. Tying sword technique. Moon falls frosty sky. The moonlight sword in her hand erupted with a brilliance as pure as the moon. A chilling aura expanded abruptly from her as the moisture in the air crystallized into countless ice shards, dropping the temperature of the entire square to freezing levels. Emosha's violent assault noticeably lagged in this frigid domain, but it was in that very moment. Tsuyoshi's form darted close to his side, the moonlight sword carving a graceful yet lethal arc, the enigmatic runes along the blade illuminating one by one. With a soft shoe, the silver sword light effortlessly sliced through Emosha's once impenetrable dark red skin, leaving a gaping wound on his robust arm, exposing bone. How is this possible? The excruciating pain elicited a tortured howl from Emosha. He could scarcely believe that despite undergoing transformation and acquiring SS-level power, he could still be wounded by this woman. His strength was pure savagery, whereas Tsuyoshi's tying true solution was a pinnacle cultivation technique that pointed directly to the path of transcendence. The intricacy of the technique, combined with the sharpness of her spirit weapon, proved devastating. It's over. Tsuyoshi's voice, cold and resolute, echoed like a death knell. In an instant, she vanished from view. Appearing behind Emosha, leaping high into the air, both hands gripping her sword as her tying true essence surged into the blade. A cold crescent moon's illusory form materialized behind her. Saiyan sect's secret technique, soul severing. This strike was no longer aimed at the flesh, but carried an abstract force directed at the disordered essence of Emosha's soul. The sword descended. Emosha's massive body abruptly stiffened. The light in his eyes dimmed at a visible pace, until it extinguished completely. Ugh, ugh. He emitted a few meaningless sounds from his throat before his colossal form crashed to the ground, lifeless. The 4 elders, now utterly shocked, finally regained their senses, shrieking as they turned to flee. Yet, how could Tsuyoshi grant them that chance? In a flash, she moved, her sword light sweeping through the air, and 4 heads soared away in response. Having completed her grim task, She walked step by step towards the depths of the Seven Kill Sect's great hall, the bloodied moonlight sword still dripping in her hand. Moments later, the piercing screams faded into silence. When Tsuyoshi emerged from the hall once more, her body was drenched in blood, yet her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. She stood in the center of the square, gazing at the blood-stained earth, at the once mighty enemies, now reduced to cold corpses. Years of repressed hatred and sorrow finally found their release. Unable to bear it any longer, her legs buckled, and she knelt, planting the moonlight sword before her as tears streamed down her face, mingling with the blood upon it. Father, senior brother, senior sister, Ueshi has avenged you. She wept like a child, as though she were releasing all the grievances and pain of the years in one cathartic outburst. Lin Fan's figure quietly descended behind her. He said nothing, merely observing in silence. Once her sobs began to subside, he stepped forward. Tsuyoshi lifted her tear-streaked face to meet his gaze. Lin Fan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Finished crying? Now that we've concluded that, it's time to rebuild the Shinyu sect. Chapter 41. Rebuilding the Shinyu sect. Now that is divine intervention. Tsuyoshi raised her tear-stained, blood-smeared face, gazing at Lin Fan with a hint of confusion. Rebuild the Shinyu sect? Here? On this ground, freshly stained with vengeance and death, that I have just sullied with my own hands. Her heart still lingered in the emptiness following her revenge, making it difficult for her to grasp the deeper meaning behind Lin Fan's words. This place is already ruined. Her voice was hoarse, trembling slightly. The blood of the Seven Kill sect has tainted the spiritual veins here. Taunted? Lin Fan scoffed, the irreverent smirk returning to his face. Is there anything that a Kamehameha can't resolve? As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings. The ground was littered with severed limbs, thick streams of blood converging, and the air was saturated with the nauseating stench of blood and resentment. TSK, the aesthetic sense of the Seven Kill sect is truly abysmal, Lin Fan remarked disdainfully, pinching his nose. Tsuyoshi was momentarily taken aback by his nonsensical comments. What are you planning to do? She asked instinctively. Cleaning up, what else? Lin Fan leisurely floated to the center of the square, precisely where the grand hall of the Seven Kill sect had once stood. He extended his hands, palms facing each other, slowly bringing them together at his waist. An energy sphere radiating a soft blue glow began to coalesce within his palms. Tsuyoshi's pupils constricted sharply. She recognized it. Once again, that move. Ka, me, ha me. Lin Fan chanted incomprehensible syllables as his arms gradually pushed forward. Hiya! A beam of blue energy, as thick as a towering pillar, erupted from his palms. Tsuyoshi was momentarily blinded by the pure blue light, instinctively closing her eyes against the brilliance. The violent gusts of wind whipped her garments wildly, threatening to topple her. She felt the very earth beneath her tremble violently, disintegrating. The entire event seemed to last only a few fleeting seconds. When the light dissipated and Tsuyoshi tremulously opened her eyes, she was left petrified. The scene before her had far surpassed her wildest imagination. Gone. Everything was gone. The original Seven Kill sect headquarters, with its sprawling palaces, squares, and training grounds, even the mountain that served as its foundation, had vanished without a trace. In their place stood an immense, smooth platform, as reflective as a mirror. Its edges formed from rocks that had been vitrified by intense heat, still releasing wisps of smoke. With a single strike, an entire mountain, along with everything upon it, had been utterly erased from existence. Is this truly a power that humanity can wield? Tsuyoshi gazed in awe at Lin Fan's silhouette, his tall figure towering in her eyes, akin to a divine being from legends who had cleaved the heavens. All done, now it's clean. Lin Fan clapped his hands. He steadied himself, and in the midst of Tsuyoshi's astonished gaze, he opened the system store. Current remaining points, 13,650. This is all that he has accumulated from his previous tasks. Initially, he intended to save it for exchanging some treasures from the Dragon Ball series, but now, in order to fulfill the mission of rebuilding the Shinyu sect and acquiring the Kaioken technique, he has no choice but to part with a significant amount. There's no helping it. The individuals Tsuyoshi has slain do not contribute to his points, and the system is exceedingly stingy. Lin Fan swiftly browsed through the fantasy category. Fantasy architecture, sect grand hall, entry version. Capable of withstanding attacks with a power level of 2000. Equipped with basic dust removal and temperature maintenance features. Price, 3,000 points. Too lowly, unworthy of the sect that my future wife deserves. Lin Fan bypassed it without a second thought. Fantasy architecture, Jade City, custom version. The Jade City in the sky, with 12 towers and 5 cities. A celestial being caresses my head, granting me eternal life. Comes with an advanced defensive array, capable of withstanding 80,000 power level attacks. And includes a spiritual spring and medicinal garden. Price, 100,000 points. Farewell. Next, Lin Fan's lips twitched. This was more expensive than his very life. Finally, he found an option that was reasonably priced and effective. Fantasy architecture, Xianyue Hall, elegant type. Constructed with millennium cold iron beams and 10,000-year warm jade base. Exhibiting a cool and elegant style. Comes with a defensive array capable of withstanding 10,000 power level attacks. And has a calming and meditative effect. Price, 8,000 points. This is it. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. It was tailor-made for Su Yueshi. Exchange. Points, 8,000. Remaining, 5,650. Merely having the Grand Hall is insufficient. The core of a sect lies in its spiritual veins. Although the quality of the spiritual veins here is decent, the crude methods employed by the Seven Kills sect are nothing short of wasteful. Fantasy Array, Gathering Spirit Array, Intermediate. Capable of gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 miles, enhancing the cultivation speed within the array by tenfold. Price, 5,000 points. Exchange. Points, 5,000. Remaining, 650. In an instant, he found himself back at square one. Lin Fan gazed at his meager 3-digit point balance, his heart aching as if he could scarcely breathe. Just as he completed the exchange, a brilliant golden light erupted from the vast platform that had been reduced to rubble. Within the golden radiance, a grand and elegant palace slowly materialized from the void. The hall was constructed from a material that resembled neither gold nor jade, reflecting a cool and gentle glow under the sunlight. The eaves were adorned with carvings of crescent moons and auspicious clouds, ancient and mysterious. As the grand hall fully took shape, a massive plaque slowly emerged above the entrance, inscribed with 3 magnificent characters, Xianyue Sect. Boom. At the moment the grand hall was completed, the entire platform trembled once more. Invisible, profound runes radiated from the hall, spreading in all directions and instantaneously enveloping the entire mountaintop platform. Gathering Spirit Array, activate. Su Yueshi distinctly felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around her being irresistibly drawn towards this location, converging from all directions. Just breathing in the air made her feel invigorated, and her recently expended true essence was recovering at an astonishing rate. The concentration of spiritual energy here was dozens of times denser than during the peak period of the Xianyue sect, even surpassing her memories of the Seven Kills sect's headquarters. This was no mere paradise. It was a true celestial realm. From leveling the mountaintop to the divine palace descending from the heavens, to the spiritual energy coalescing into mist. All of this transpired within mere minutes. Su Yueshi gazed at the brand new Xianyue sect Grand Hall and at the man before her, who seemed capable of anything. She could no longer contain her emotions. Lin Fan, this favor, Yueshi will never forget. Her voice was filled with unprecedented solemnity. However, just as Lin Fan prepared to extend his hand to support her and perhaps utter a few flirtatious remarks, a cold system notification blared thunderously in his mind. Detected that key task conditions have been met. Task, blood for blood. Task objective, assist Su Yueshi in annihilating the Seven Kills sect, completed. Rebuild the Xianyue sect, completed. Task evaluation, perfect. The host not only aided the target in achieving revenge, but also laid an unshakable foundation for the Xianyue sect with an unimaginable divine ability, completely altering the target's fate. Additional reward, 20 concentration of Super Saiyan S cells. Task reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Dragon Ball series special skill, Kaioken. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a 20 concentration of Super Saiyan S cells. Chapter 42, Kaioken in hand. It's time to flip the table. A series of system notifications erupted in Lin Fan's mind. Kaioken. But what intrigued Lin Fan even more was the subsequent reward. A 20 concentration of Super Saiyan S cells? His breath momentarily caught in his throat. While others might be unaware, as a seasoned Dragon Ball enthusiast, he certainly understood its significance. S cells were the key to a Saiyon's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Ordinary Saiyans require a gentle disposition and must reach a high combat power threshold before extreme rage can trigger the S cells, allowing for transformation. Now, the system has directly bestowed upon him a concentration of 20. What did this mean? It meant that his path to becoming a Super Saiyan was now paved with a superhighway. Lin Fan immediately calmed his mind and turned inward. He discovered that his combat power value remained at 8,000, unchanged in the slightest. However, he could distinctly feel something awakening deep within his body. It was an indescribable instinct for battle, as if he had experienced countless life and death struggles over innumerable nights, with every cell in his body engraved with the memory of combat. Damn, this is a huge profit. Lin Fan felt ecstatic. At that moment, his phone in his pocket sounded its alarm for the 3rd time. It was Qinshan again. The joy on Lin Fan's face instantly faded as he glanced at Su Yueshi and said, "Stay here and familiarize yourself with the new environment and your powers. I'll be right back." Su Yueshi looked up, her tear-streaked face filled with worry. But no buts. Lin Fan's tone was unyielding. "Guard this place." With that, he hesitated no longer and answered the call. "Mr. Lin." On the other end of the line, the background noise of explosions and collapsing buildings melded into a cacophony that nearly drowned out his voice. The northern front, the northern defense line has been completely breached. The last line of defense was compromised 3 minutes ago. 3 monsters, no 5. 5 monsters are advancing into the inland cities. Lin Fan's voice clearly reached Qin Shan's ears. "I will be there immediately." Before he could finish speaking, he had already hung up the phone. Boom. Lin Fan's figure shot into the sky, racing northward at a speed far exceeding before. On the summit of the new Xianyue sect, Su Yueshi stared blankly at the golden light that had vanished beyond the horizon. Gripping the moonlight, sword tightly, she looked down at her fair hands, consumed by an intense desire for power. In the northern region, along the border of the former Black Dragon province, this place could no longer be termed a battlefield. It could only be described as hell. The earth lay torn asunder, scattered with colossal craters spanning dozens to even hundreds of meters in diameter, within which burned dark crimson flames. Once a bastion of impenetrable steel, the fortress now stood as a grotesque, charred remnant. Tanks and armored vehicles resembled crushed soda cans, strewn about haphazardly. Countless bodies of Dragon Shield Bureau warriors and soldiers blanketed the scorched earth. In the sky, 5 monstrous bioweapons, each exuding an SS-level aura of terror, wreaked havoc without restraint. Some bore the form of giant scorpions, their tails unleashing highly corrosive venom, while others resembled bats, their wings capable of summoning devastating sonic storms. The remaining members of the Dragon Shield Bureau and the arriving martial artists formed small battle formations, using their flesh and blood to stage a final resistance. "Hold the line. Do not let them breach this defense." A disarmed captain of the Dragon Shield Bureau roared with all his might, raising his remaining hand to aim a specialized weapon at one of the bioweapons, unleashing a barrage of fire. Yet, the energy beams, potent enough to melt steel, merely sparked feebly against the creature's dark crimson shell. A golden glow descended from the heavens, appearing before him in an instant. Boom. All the surviving warriors gazed in awe at the man who had suddenly materialized, engulfed in golden flames. Lin Fan had arrived. He surveyed the ravaged landscape, inhaling the thick, iron-like scent of blood that hung in the air, an uncontrollable fury erupting within his chest. "Shatter." He uttered 2 words softly. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. The once menacing Tyrannosaurus-shaped bioweapon suddenly sported a gaping hole that pierced through its massive head. Its colossal body swayed unsteadily before crashing to the ground. Ding. SS-level bioweapon slain. Points awarded. 5,000. The system's notification chimed, yet Lin Fan's wrath remained unabated. Like a specter, he flickered across the battlefield, each appearance heralding the demise of a bioweapon. Just a single punch, be it the hardened shell or the enigmatic energy defenses. They crumbled like paper before his fist, enveloped in golden flames. In less than 10 seconds, all 5 SS-level bioweapons terrorizing the northern defense had been reduced to cold corpses. Ding. Points awarded, 5,000. Ding. Points awarded, 5,000. A flurry of notifications surged Lin Fan's score to an impressive 25,650. Hovering in midair, he closed his eyes, his formidable sense expanding instantaneously, engulfing the entire border of the Dragon Kingdom. Northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, each direction harbored several, if not more, malevolent presences. The total exceeded 40. They were scattered across the vast expanse of the border, rampaging with reckless abandon. Lin Fan opened his eyes. Though his speed was remarkable, even with relentless pursuit, by the time he finished with the last, countless corpses would surely accumulate. Not enough. Not fast enough. Triple King Fist. Lin Fan hesitated not for a moment. A suppressed roar erupted from the depths of his throat. The golden flames that enveloped him suddenly contracted, then exploded forth with a more ferocious intensity. The hue of the flames transformed from pure gold to a chilling, sinister blood red. A terrifying energy storm radiated from him, sweeping debris and stones from the ground into the air, creating a miniature tempest. Those below could only muster their strength to gaze up at the figure resembling a descending demonic god, their faces etched with shock and reverence. Lin Fan felt the violent power within him, nearly overwhelming his body, as his combat strength surged to an astounding 24,000. Clenching his fists, he reveled in this unprecedented strength. Now this is more like it. He turned his gaze, piercing through mountains and rivers, locking onto the nearest battlefield located to the northeast. In the next moment, his figure, along with a blood-red beam of light, vanished from sight. Boom. A long red wave surged towards the northeast, extending infinitely. At the Dragon Shield Bureau's Kyoto headquarters, the temporary command center, Qin Shan and the high-ranking officials were transfixed by the final images transmitted from the drones of the northern battlefield. They witnessed the arrival of the golden divine light. They saw the 5 monsters that had rendered them helpless annihilated within seconds. Then, they beheld the figure erupting with a blood-red energy that stained the entire screen. Suddenly, the transmission cut off, not due to interference, but because the drones could not possibly track the opponent's movements. What was that just now? A trembling intelligence officer inquired. Qin Shan gripped the communicator, his palms slick with sweat, recalling Lin Fan's words before hanging up. Yet now, a faint but intensely burning hope ignited within him. Chapter 43. The Triple King Fist sweeps the border. Northeast, at the Changbai Mountain border. Boom. Lin Fan hovered in midair. The crimson energy wave radiating from him in all directions, causing the accumulated snow and rubble on the ground to swirl into a miniature storm. His veins bulged, twisting like coiled worms beneath his skin. Every muscle groaned under the immense strain. The burden of the Triple King Fist was far more terrifying than anticipated. Lin Fan felt every cell within him scream and burn. Yet, he had no time to dwell on such matters. His focus locked onto the 3 bioweapons rampaging below. The moment Lin Fan descended, the 3 monstrous creatures, driven solely by a thirst for blood, abruptly halted their slaughter. Shatter. Lin Fan spat out 2 words. In the next heartbeat, his figure vanished. Puff. Ding. SS-level bioweapon slain. Points awarded. 5,000. A blood-red afterimage flashed past them. Ding. SS-level bioweapon slain. Points awarded. 5,000. The last creature, spewing acidic venom, let out a terrified shriek. Its massive maw opening wide as a torrent of dark green acid surged towards the direction Lin Fan had vanished. However, a fist enveloped in crimson flames pierced through its skull, emerging from its gaping mouth and scathed. Ding. SS-level bioweapon slain. Points awarded. 5,000. In merely 3 seconds, the 3 SS-level monsters that had left the Dragon Shield Bureau's Northeastern Division powerless were utterly vanquished. On the ground, the surviving warriors, already steeped in despair, gazed upwards, dumbfounded. At the figure in the sky, forgetting to breathe, Lin Fan did not linger for a moment. He did not even glance at the reactions of those below. Next stop. Northwest. He silently chanted within, his formidable aura instantaneously locking onto the next target. Boom. A crimson beam shot skyward once more, hurtling towards the northwest with incredible velocity. The speed was overwhelming. Lin Fan felt as though the scenery before him had completely lost its significance, transforming into a blur of distorted light and shadow. His brain began to throb with pain from the overwhelming burden of the ultra-high-speed movement and the immense strain of the Kaioken technique. Clenching his teeth, he could taste blood seeping from his gums. He sensed his body being torn apart. In the northwestern border, amidst a tempest of yellow sand, 4 colossal bioweapons were besieging a clandestine base nestled within the Gobi Desert. The base's energy shield was on the verge of collapse. Just as the shield was about to shatter, a streak of red light descended from the heavens. This time, Lin Fan did not even touch the ground. Suspended in midair, he spread his arms wide, unleashing a torrential downpour of energy projectiles. Boom, 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 boom. Each projectile struck true, annihilating a giant beast with pinpoint accuracy. The 4 titanic creatures were instantly vaporized. Ding. SS-level bioweapon eliminated. 5,000 points awarded. Ding. SS-level bioweapon eliminated. 5,000 points awarded. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Fan's figure tore through the sky, racing towards the towering mountains in the southwest. Cough, cough, cough. During the breakneck flight, Lin Fan was unable to suppress a violent coughing fit, blood spilling forth, searing with heat. The side effects of the triple Kaioken began to manifest. His internal organs felt as if they were being roasted over an open flame, and each breath was accompanied by excruciating pain. He forcibly suppressed the surging blood within him, his gaze growing colder and more resolute. In the southwestern border, along the southeastern coast, battles raged on one front after another, each marked by a red dot on the map. Lin Fan's silhouette descended upon the lengthy border of the Dragon Kingdom, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. 15, 20, 30. He had lost count of the number he had slain. His consciousness began to blur amidst the pain and the ferocity of power. All he knew was that he must eradicate these pests. At the command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau in the capital, all the high-ranking officials, including Qin Shan, stood rigidly, their eyes fixed on the large screen displaying a real-time map fragmented into dozens of sections. On the map, red alert points indicating SS-level threats were vanishing at an astonishing rate. Northeast border, alert lifted. Northwest border, alert lifted. Southwest border, alert lifted. Each alert's cessation represented the annihilation of at least 3 to 5 SS-level bioweapons. All of this occurred within a mere 40 minutes. Have you determined who is responsible? A high-ranking official asked, his voice trembling. Report. Unable to capture. All our satellites and high-altitude drones can only detect a fleeting energy trajectory. The opponent's speed has surpassed the limits of our equipment. The intelligence officer's response was filled with shock and incredulity. Qin Shan clenched his fist. Beads of sweat dotting his palm. It must be him. It has to be him. The man who claimed he would resolve all troubles within an hour. He had truly swept away the national crisis single-handedly. On the western coast of the Pacific, at the eastern sea border of the Dragon Kingdom, the final battlefield awaited. Thud. Lin Fan stumbled from the air, crashing heavily onto a rocky outcrop, splashing seawater everywhere. The crimson aura surrounding him flickered uncertainly, as if it could extinguish at any moment. His body had reached its limit. Kneeling on the rocks, he gasped for breath, each inhalation akin to drawing from a dilapidated bellows. Before him stood the final 3 bioweapons. At last, can I hold on no longer? Lin Fan raised his head, his vision blurring, the 3 monsters before him morphing into 6 swaying shadows. Damn it. Just 3 left. He summoned every ounce of strength within him, squeezing the last remnants of power from his body, unleashing a Kamehameha to obliterate the final 3. Ding. All bioweapons from the Divine Awakening organization within the Dragon Kingdom have been eliminated. Mission objective: eliminate all SS-level bioweapons within the Dragon Kingdom. Mission reward being calculated. Congratulations, host. You have earned 100,000 points. Current point balance: 340,650. A series of system notifications rang like celestial music in Lin Fan's mind. The mission is complete. Boom. Like a floodgate bursting. An overwhelming wave of fatigue and agony instantly consumed all his senses. The triple Kaioken deactivated. Lin Fan's body slumped, toppling backward from the rocks. 3 figures materialized silently in the void. One was clad in an elegant tailcoat, reminiscent of a medieval nobleman, his shadow writhing unnaturally beneath him. Another was shrouded in a gray cloak, exuding an aura of death and decay, the very rock upon which he stood visibly eroding. The last was a voluptuous woman, dressed provocatively, her fingertips entwined with a wisp of pink smoke that emitted an alluring sweetness. The Divine Awakening Organization's 3 archangels, Morpheus, Typhon, and Samuel. They had been waiting here all along. The seductive Samuel licked her crimson lips, her gaze burning as she watched Lin Fan plummet towards the sea. Chapter 44. I await the spirit beings. What do you await? The sea breeze, laden with salt and chill, swept across Lin Fan's face. His body was in freefall. What a mess I've made. The only bitter thought remaining in Lin Fan's mind. Below, the waves churned. Further away, 3 figures radiating ominous energy stood like statues on another massive rock, observing his descent with a predatory glint in their eyes. Truly, a perfect work of art. The elegantly postured Morpheus, clad in a tailcoat, spoke with a hint of ecstasy. After such dazzling brilliance, comes the ultimate decay. This power, this vessel, Lord Azrael will undoubtedly be pleased. Beneath him, the shadow writhed as if alive, occasionally forming the shape of a hand or a face silently roaring. Imbued with the eerie and ominous. Humph, enough of the theatrics, Typhon, cloaked in gray, rasped. The rock upon which he stood visibly lost vitality. Cracks of weathering appearing on the once sturdy surface, the lush moss withering and turning brown. Just crush his skull and take the body away. Oh dear, can't the 2 gentlemen be a bit more chivalrous? The final voice belonged to the voluptuous and nearly exaggeratedly curvaceous Samuel. Clad in a skin-tight dark red suit that accentuated her figure, her fingertips entwined with a barely perceptible pink smoke. She extended her tongue, delicately licking her scarlet lips. Her seductive eyes, like silk, unabashedly sweeping over Lin Fan's fallen form, filled with avarice and desire. Such a robust man, reduced to lifelessness. What a pity. Why not allow me to thoroughly examine him, to extract his final remnants of value before presenting him to our master? Would that not be preferable? Her voice was sickeningly sweet, as if it could penetrate the very marrow of one's bones. The 3 of them were the most formidable forces within the Divine Awakening Organization. Second only to their leader, Yazler, the 3 archangels. They had been ordered to wait here, poised to reap the benefits of an opportunistic endeavor. In their eyes, this man, who had single-handedly vanquished over 40 SS-grade biological weapons along the Dragon Kingdom's border, was unfathomably powerful. Yet, precisely because of this, he was likely spent. A mere slab of meat upon the butcher's block, ripe for their slaughter. However, none of them noticed that during his descent, Lin Fan's consciousness had not entirely faded. With his last vestige of mental strength, He was frantically roaring within the system's marketplace. System. Damn you, system. Get out here now. Help me. Ding. Host vital signs are critically low. Do you require emergency assistance? No kidding. Hurry. Give me a celestial bean. Celestial bean. Price. 1,000 points. Would you like to exchange? Lin Fan nearly choked at the price. What the hell? 1,000. Wasn't he at 500 last time? You're hiking the price. Crooked merchant. System marketplace pricing rule. Certain rare consumables double in price after every 2 exchanges. This is a fixed rule and cannot be altered. The cold, emotionless sound of the system notification offered no solace. Damn it. Lin Fan had no strength left to curse. He glanced at his recently inflated balance of over 334,000 points. Never mind. I have plenty of points now. Exchange. Give it to me. Points, 1,000. Exchange successful. Celestial bean has been placed in the host's mouth. Almost instantaneously, a warm bean appeared in Lin Fan's mouth, sliding down his throat into his abdomen. The torn muscle fibers began to frantically reorganize and regenerate. His beleaguered organs, like withered wood meeting spring, were revitalized with a surge of life. The nearly exhausted cells were filled with a more powerful, purer energy. Even the immense strain inflicted upon his brain by the Triple King fist, akin to 1,000 steel needles piercing through, swiftly dissipated under this warm current, leaving only a faint buzzing, reminiscent of a hangover's aftermath. Splash! His body ultimately plunged into the frigid sea. Yet at this moment, the posture of his fall transformed from that of a powerless corpse into an active immersion. He fell into the sea? Tiefing rasped. Splendid. This saves us the trouble. Morpheus, use your shadow to retrieve him. Morpheus elegantly nodded, preparing to manipulate the shadows beneath his feet. But at that moment, Samuel's alluring eyes narrowed slightly. Wait, something feels off. What's wrong? Tiefing retorted impatiently. Samuel offered no reply. She merely fixated intensely on the surface of the sea where Lin Fan had vanished. Below the surface, Lin Fan opened his eyes. In the pitch-black, frigid waters, his gaze shone like 2 brilliant stars. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through his limbs. He could distinctly sense that his body, having undergone a baptism of near-death and rebirth, had experienced a fundamental transformation. With a thought, he opened his personal panel. Host, Lin Fan. Combat power, 15,000. Cell concentration, 28. Skills mastered. Kamehameha, Kamehameha wave. Flight technique, spirit bomb, king fist. Remaining points, 339,650. 15,000. Lin Fan's heart raced. The Saiyan trait of significantly enhancing combat power upon revival from the brink of death had indeed manifested, and the concentration of cells had risen by 8. He slowly raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. Whoosh! A tremendous splash echoed as Lin Fan broke through the surface of the water, standing once more upon the very rock from which he had fallen. The sea breeze tousled his soaked hair against his forehead, droplets cascading down his chiseled cheeks. Though his clothes were tattered, the sense of vulnerability and disarray had vanished, replaced by an understated yet terrifying aura of pressure. On the rock, the expressions of the 3 archangels froze in disbelief. How is this possible? Tiefing gasped. He was not supposed to. Lin Fan shook the water from his hair, casually digging into his ear as if he had merely been taking a swim. He lifted his gaze, scanning the 3 stunned figures before him. Then, he retrieved a combat power detector from his pocket and placed it over his eyes. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power, 2,800, abilities, SS grade. Combat power, 3,100, abilities, SS grade. Combat power, 2,900, abilities, SS grade. Lin Fan nodded in understanding as he observed the readings on the detector. So that's it. Their strength indeed surpassed that of the artificially bred biological weapons, and they were genuine supernatural beings, likely possessing even more bizarre abilities. However, it ends here. He removed the detector, stowed it away, and then broke into a characteristic, slightly lewd grin. Hey, he waved at the 3 archangels, still in a daze. You 3, posing for so long, aren't you tired? Should I find you a photographer to capture this pretentious display and frame it for your wall? Chapter 45, One Punch for an Archangel. Lin Fan's voice resonated clearly amidst the sea breeze. His playful tone and slightly mocking grin struck like a resounding slap across the faces of the 3 archangels. An obituary? The air seemed to freeze in that instant. The elegance that once adorned Morpheus's face vanished, replaced by a shadowy gloom. Tiefing's aura of gray death began to churn violently, betraying his inner fury. Meanwhile, Samuel retracted all allure, her beautiful eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. You are courting death. Tiefing could no longer endure the humiliation of being provoked by an insignificant insect. His hoarse voice brimmed with brutal malice. He stepped forward. Buzz! A visible gray ripple radiated from him, swiftly expanding. Wherever the ripple passed, the rocks beneath his feet crumbled into sand, instantly swept away by the sea breeze. The surging waves, upon contact with the ripple, lost their vitality, transforming into a lifeless pool of stagnant water. SS Great Ability, Touch of Decay. This was not merely contact. It was the creation of a domain. Within this domain, all things withered. Prepare to pay the price for your arrogance. Tifeng roared, his entire being morphing into a streak of gray lightning, rushing towards Lin Fan. He extended a hand, as desiccated and gnarled as a chicken's claw, with a palm suffused with an intense, murky essence of death, fiercely reaching for Lin Fan's heart. He intended to personally reduce this audacious individual, along with his very soul, to the most primordial dust of the cosmos. Faced with this lethal strike, capable of unnerving even the mightiest SS-level beings, Lin Fan's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He did not even make a move to evade. He stood there, tranquil, gazing at the claw shrouded in the aura of death. Foolish. Seeing this, Tifeng's eyes glimmered with a cruel smirk. In his view, Lin Fan was either stunned by his own power or merely a hollow shell. The recent revival a mere flicker of light. However, in the next moment, his sneer froze on his face. His hand halted just shy of Lin Fan's chest, less than a centimeter from the skin. It was not by his own volition. He found himself immobilized. An invisible barrier of force repelled all his strength, all his deathly essence, preventing any advance. The unyielding sensation led him to feel that he was not attacking a human, but rather colliding with a celestial body. What is this? Fear finally surfaced in Tifeng's eyes. Lin Fan slowly raised his right hand. Just a simple punch, so swift it was almost imperceptible. In the eyes of Morpheus and Samuel, they only witnessed a faint afterimage left by Lin Fan's fist. Boom! A sound so profoundly resonant that the very fabric of space trembled. Lin Fan's fist struck solidly against Tifeng's abdomen. Time seemed to momentarily slow. Tifeng's body arched backward violently. The expression on his face shifted from terror to bewilderment, culminating in a blank stare. He looked down, incredulously at the fist that had pierced through his body. Not a trace of gray death essence clung to it. How could this be? He choked out fragmented syllables from his throat. The SS-level ability he prided himself on, capable of withering all things, appeared laughably fragile before this man. Lin Fan gradually withdrew his fist. Tifeng's body lost its final support. There was no explosion, no mist of blood. His body, long corroded by the touch of decay, had its internal structure utterly obliterated by that unparalleled force. A gust of sea breeze blew through. Tifeng's body crumbled like an ancient sand sculpture, disintegrating from head to toe into clouds of gray dust that scattered across the ocean. Ding. Killed the God Envoy of the God Awakening Organization SS level. Points gained, 5,000. The system's notification caused Lin Fan to raise an eyebrow. Oh, it seems the maximum for SS level is merely 5,000. He muttered, then lifted his gaze to the remaining two. Morpheus and Samuel stood as if petrified, staring blankly at the spot where Tifeng had vanished, their minds a void. Just one punch. The second most powerful among the three God Envoys, and just like that, he was gone. He didn't even last a second? What kind of monster is this? Wasn't he just on the brink of death? Gulp. Samuel swallowed hard, the color draining from her face at a visible rate, turning pale as fear replaced her previous allure and desire. She was terrified, a fear that resonated from the depths of her very soul. Run. This was the only thought in her mind. Almost instinctively, her powers surged within her. Enchantment mist illusion. In an instant, vast plumes of pink mist erupted from her, rapidly enveloping the surrounding sea within 100 meters. This was more than mere illusion. The mist contained potent toxins capable of numbing the nerves and corroding the mind. Even an SS-level powerhouse, upon inhalation, would instantly succumb to the deepest of illusions. At her mercy, having done this, she harbored no thoughts of lingering, turning into a streak of red light as she fled in the opposite direction of Lin Fan at breakneck speed. She propelled herself to the fastest she had ever run in her life. Yet, she had barely flown a kilometer when a mocking voice echoed in her ear. Beauty, why the rush to leave? What were you saying about research? You can't back out now. Samuel spun around in shock. There stood Lin Fan, inexplicably having appeared behind her, casually keeping pace, even winking at her with a relaxed demeanor. As for the mist potent enough to ensnare SS-level beings, it seemed to him merely like ordinary air, leaving no impact whatsoever. You. Samuel's throat emitted a series of fearful clucks, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Your powers are ineffective against me, he declared, raising his index and middle fingers, gently tapping the back of Samuel's neck. Thud. Samuel's eyes rolled back, all strength dissipating, her body gently plummeting like a marionette with severed strings toward the sea below. Lin Fan did not kill her. He merely rendered her unconscious. With a flick of his hand, A surge of energy cradled Samuel's body, tossing her back onto the previous rock. Having completed this, he turned his gaze toward the last individual, Morpheus. At this moment, the shadow manipulator, who had maintained an air of aristocratic grace, bore an expression of utmost dread. He did not flee, for he understood that in the face of absolute speed, retreat was the most foolish choice. He stared intently at Lin Fan, his shadow no longer writhing but transforming into an unfathomable black mire, enveloping him entirely. Shadow stealth. This was his most formidable skill for survival and assassination, allowing him to merge completely with the shadow realm, rendering him immune to most physical and energy attacks. I must admit, you are the most powerful I have ever encountered. Morpheus's voice emerged from the distorted shadows, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. But you cannot kill me. As long as there is shadow, I can achieve immortality. And you will forever face the relentless pursuit of the God Awakening Organization. Until you. His words were abruptly cut off, for a hand, without warning, pierced through the boundary of reality and shadow, gripping his throat. Lin Fan's figure, unbeknownst to him, had already materialized before him. Who told you I cannot kill you? Lin Fan wore a warm smile on his face. Also, it seems you have misunderstood something. He grasped Morpheus by the neck, forcibly dragging him from the shadow realm, as one would pull a carrot from the mire. Morpheus's handsome visage flushed a deep purple from asphyxiation, his eyes filled with boundless horror and confusion. His shadow stealth had been unraveled? How could this be? Were you not the ones pursuing me? Lin Fan's smile gradually turned cold and menacing. Rather, it is I who shall flatten you all. Now, tell me, where is your leader, Yazriel? Chapter 46. The leader of the Revelation Organization? Morpheus felt as though he were on the brink of death. The shadowy power he once took pride in was now as docile as a frightened cat, utterly incapable of being summoned. The boundary between reality and shadow loomed in his vision, strikingly clear, yet painfully distant. He could see it, yet could not immerse himself within it. Fear engulfed him like icy seawater, drowning his reason. I say. His throat struggled to produce a few words. In the face of the looming threat of death, the so-called dignity of nobility held no value whatsoever. Lin Fan loosened his grip slightly. Instantly, Morpheus gasped for air like a drowning man, his gaze towards Lin Fan filled with reverence. Lord Yazriel, he is not at any fixed location. Get to the point. Lin Fan's tone was unremarkable, yet Morpheus detected a hint of impatience, making him tremble with fright. Yes. Morpheus dared not utter another word of nonsense, pouring out everything he knew like a bamboo tube spilling beans. Lord Yazriel is the supreme leader of the Revelation Organization and the most perfect creation of the secret divine gene project conducted by the United States. His true form lies in a secret base deep beneath the Rocky Mountains of North America, in a state of perpetual slumber. Slumber? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Yes, Morpheus hurriedly explained. The Lord's power is too immense. Every awakening places a tremendous burden on his body. Thus, he remains in a state of suspended animation most of the time, issuing commands through mental projection. What we usually see is merely a projection of his spirit. The plan for this attack on the Dragon Kingdom was personally devised by the Lord's mental projection. The objective is to test the combat capabilities of the latest batch of biological weapons, while also drawing out top-tier powers like you, hidden within the Dragon Kingdom, for capture and research, providing data and nourishment for the Lord's next evolution. As he spoke, Morpheus's voice dwindled, stealing a furtive glance at Lin Fan's expression. Fearful that a moment of rage would lead to his neck being crushed, Lin Fan's face revealed no discernible emotion. He remained quietly attentive. So it is. After all this time, my sweeping of the borders is but a grand performance test in their eyes, and I am merely the subject being tested. Quite intriguing. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Fan's lips. The specific coordinates of that base. I do not know. Morpheus's voice trembled once more. That is a top secret of the Revelation. Only Lord Yazriel himself and a few high-ranking officials in the United States are privy to it. We, the envoys, merely receive commands through special mental beacons. Is that so? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Absolutely true. I would not dare utter a single lie. Morpheus felt the weight of impending doom. One last question. Lin Fan regarded Morpheus. Why does your revelation do this? To dominate the world? Or merely for destruction? Morpheus paused. Then a complex, nearly fervent expression crossed his face. No, you are mistaken. We are not here to destroy. We are here to purify. This world has long been decayed beyond repair. The so-called balance is but the pathetic wails of the weak. Power is the only truth. Lord Yazriel shall be the God who opens the new world. He will shatter all old orders. All who do not comply shall be purified. Lin Fan observed his fervent demeanor and chuckled. Fool. He offered his assessment. Then, he tightened his grip slightly. Crack. The sharp sound of bone breaking echoed. The fervor in Morpheus's eyes instantly froze, quickly dimming, succumbing to a profound silence. Lin Fan casually tossed his corpse into the sea, as if discarding refuse. Ding. Killed a Revelation Envoy, SS class. Points earned, 5,000. Current points balance, 349,650. After completing these tasks, Lin Fan clapped his hands and turned towards the boulder. Gazing at the still unconscious, alluring woman, Samuel, he mused, this woman possesses a perfect physique. Perhaps I should take advantage of her warmth. But he quickly dismissed the thought. He crouched down and retrieved a piece of rope, of unknown origin, from his pocket, binding her securely. All done. Time to wrap it up. He stood up and stretched lazily. The sea breeze caressed him, carrying the scent of battle. The waning moon hung high in the sky, stars twinkling. Lin Fan surveyed the boundless expanse of the ocean. With a combat power of 15,000, there was no one on this earth who could match him. Yet that so-called SSS-class anomalous being, Yazril, along with the official power he represented in the United States, loomed like an iceberg, with only a small portion visible above the surface. Caution was still warranted. He pulled out his phone. The screen shattered from the earlier battle, but still managing to power on. He found Qin Shan's number and dialed. Lin, Mr. Lin. On the other end, Qin Shan's voice brimmed with uncontrollable excitement and anxiety. In the temporary command center of the Long Shield Bureau's headquarters in Kyoto, all the high-ranking officials held their breath, fixated on the phone in Qin Shan's hand as soon as the call connected. Oh, old Qin. Lin Fan spoke in an incredibly relaxed tone, as if he had merely taken a stroll instead of saving an entire nation. I will send you the coordinates for the East Sea border. There are 3 pieces of trash to be dealt with, 2 dead, 1 alive. Also, I've been busy all day. Is there any reimbursement for my travel expenses? My phone is broken. That should be covered too. The other end fell into an eerie silence. In the command center, the high-ranking officials of the Long Shield Bureau exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions utterly strange. This is the deity who single-handedly swept away over 40 SS-class monsters and saved the entire Dragon Kingdom? Is the atmosphere somewhat off? Qin Shan's lips twitched violently as he took a deep breath to maintain his composure. After hanging up, Lin Fan sat idly on the boulder, enjoying the sea breeze while waiting for the Long Shield Bureau personnel to arrive. The salty air stirred his thoughts, and a bolder idea gradually took shape in his mind. He contemplated the current landscape of the Dragon Kingdom. Those reclusive cultivators, though possessing some foundation, were hindered by the dwindling celestial energy, rendering their cultivation stagnant. Many remained trapped at their bottlenecks throughout their lives, unable to advance an inch. Conversely, among the vast populace of ordinary people, countless individuals possessed latent abilities yet remained oblivious due to a lack of enlightenment and guidance. He pondered, is there a way to break this impasse and achieve a qualitative leap in the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 47. Time to reimburse travel expenses. Lin Fan reclined lazily atop the boulder, humming an unmelodious tune while fiddling with the bound and still unconscious Samuel. He waited for approximately half an hour before several black dots appeared on the distant horizon, rapidly approaching. A few vertical takeoff and landing aircraft adorned with the Long Shield Bureau's insignia were headed his way. The aircraft hovered in midair, its hatch sliding open as several figures leapt down with precision, landing deftly upon the nearby rocky outcrop. At the forefront stood Qin Shan, followed closely by the familiar icy visage of Qin Lan and several middle-aged men exuding an air of authority. Among them, one individual commanded particular attention. Clad in a crisp Zhongshan suit, his meticulously combed hair framed a stern countenance, and his piercing gaze bore the sharpness of an eagle. Exuding an unspoken authority, he was none other than the Director General of the Long Shield Bureau, Zhong Tianjing. Mr. Lin. Qin Shan approached swiftly, his face a tapestry of excitement and reverence, his voice quavering slightly. The elite agents of the Long Shield Bureau behind him regarded Lin Fan with a mixture of emotions, shock, curiosity, and a profound wariness. A man who had, single-handedly, cleared the national borders of peril sat there with an unassuming demeanor. The stark contrast evoked a sense of unreality among them. Ah, old Qin, your efficiency is commendable. Lin Fan rose, brushing off the dust from his trousers, greeting them with an affable smile. Qin Shan hastily introduced, Mr. Lin. This is our bureau director, Zhong Tianjing. Zhong Tianjing stepped forward, extending his hand with a firm grip. His voice steady as a mountain. Mr. Lin, I have long admired your reputation. Today, you have rendered an unparalleled service to our nation and its people. On behalf of the Long Shield Bureau and the entire Dragon Nation, I extend my highest respect and gratitude. His words rang out with sincerity, devoid of any hollow flattery, each syllable resonating with gravity. You flatter me, Director, Lin Fan replied, shaking his hand, feeling its solid strength. We are all on the same side here. No need for such formalities. He grinned, gesturing toward the unconscious Samuel on the ground and the corpse floating in the nearby sea. The living one might yield some information. As for the deceased, you may take him back for analysis to see if any useful intelligence can be gleaned. The other is beyond saving. Several agents from the Long Shield Bureau promptly moved in, efficiently administering a powerful sedative to Samuel before securing her with specialized arrest equipment. Simultaneously, they dispatched personnel to recover the body of Morpheus from the ocean. As Zhong Tianjing's gaze fell upon Samuel, his pupils constricted slightly. The three divine envoys of the Divine Awakening Organization, and you have captured one. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. The files on these three individuals were classified at the highest level within the Long Shield Bureau's archives. Each of them had the potential to incite significant turmoil, exacting a heavy toll on the Bureau. And now, two were dead while one was captured, all with such remarkable efficiency. A trivial matter, Lin Fan waved dismissively, then shifted the topic, retrieving his shattered phone, its screen resembling a spider's web, and presented it to Qin Shan with an expression of mock lament. Old Qin, look. In the name of national safety, my phone has heroically perished. Also, I've traversed the nation. Surely, I deserve reimbursement for my lost wages and emotional distress. Your Long Shield Bureau is quite prosperous. This business trip expense must be compensated, yes? Once again, a peculiar silence enveloped the scene. Qin Shan's mouth twitched uncontrollably, while a crack appeared in Qin Lan's icy demeanor. Even Zhong Tianzhong, typically unflappable, exhibited a strange look in his eyes. Cough. No problem. Zhong Tianzhong was the first to regain composure, suppressing a smile. The Long Shield Bureau will reimburse all your losses, Mr. Lin, double, no, tenfold. Furthermore, our headquarters will provide you with a state-of-the-art, secure communication device, capable of global coverage without dead zones, and resistant to bullets, water, and explosions. Ah, splendid. Lin Fan's face lit up in delight upon hearing this, as he reclaimed his broken phone, satisfied with Zhong's forthrightness. Observing his demeanor of shameless delight, Qin Shan and Qin Lan could not help but turn their heads away, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. After a brief moment of awkwardness, the atmosphere lightened somewhat. Zhong Tianzhong regarded Lin Fan, his expression turning solemn. Mr. Lin, did you extract any critical information from the Divine Awakening Organization? At this, Lin Fan's playful demeanor faded slightly. He succinctly recounted the intelligence he had compelled from Morpheus atop the rocky outcrop, detailing the organization's ties to the U.S. government, the plans of their leader, Yazler, and the existence of a subterranean base in the North American Rockies. With each revelation, the expressions of Zhong Tianzhong, Qin Shan, and the others grew increasingly grave. Upon Lin Fan's conclusion, a chill settled in Zhong Tianjing's eyes. The Divine Awakening Organization harbors grand ambitions. The value of this intelligence is incalculable. However, Director Zhong, Lin Fan continued, locking eyes with him, relying solely on containment is futile. Today, I can eliminate 40. Tomorrow, they could produce 400. This merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Zhong Tianjing's gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting? I believe the balance in our dragon nation is perilously fragile. Lin Fan surveyed the assembly. I am aware of the burdens you bear in maintaining the Long Shield Bureau. The martial arts clans remain entrenched in their ways, and the so-called reclusive sects regard mortals as mere ants, offering no hope. Yet, our dragon nation possesses a vast population and countless revered locations. He paused, his voice imbued with fervor. Countless individuals with latent abilities and talents languish amidst the masses, never realizing the power that slumbers within them. Many promising individuals, lacking resources and guidance, fade into obscurity. What if we could establish a system to unearth these hidden talents, providing them with structured mentorship and training? What if we could dismantle the barriers of the martial arts sects, disseminating their teachings so that more gifted individuals could cultivate their skills? Imagine the explosive enhancement in the overall strength of our dragon nation. At that point, even the Divine Awakening Organization, let alone the entire U.S. behind them, would be inconsequential. Lin Fan's words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the minds of Zhong Tianzhong, Qin Shan, and others. They stood transfixed, rendered speechless by Lin Fan's audacious and almost mad proposal. To establish a nationwide cultivation system? To shatter centuries-old barriers of tradition? Zhong Tianzhong fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, seeing not merely a formidable individual, but a visionary with the audacity of a conqueror. The allure of such an idea was both intoxicating and perilous. Should it succeed, the Dragon Nation would soar to unprecedented heights, firmly establishing itself at the pinnacle of the world. Yet, should it fail, the repercussions could plunge everything into chaos. Mr. Lin, your vision is Zhong Tianjing's voice faltered slightly. It's merely an unrefined notion, Lin Fan replied with a smile, slipping back into his nonchalant demeanor. The specifics will depend on your resolve. I'm willing to lend some effort, but the strategic planning must rest with you. He surveyed the scene, now nearly cleared, and stretched languidly. Well then, I believe it's time for me to clock out. Mr. Lin, we have arranged a private aircraft, Qin Shan interjected hurriedly. No need, I'll drive myself. Lin Fan waved a dismissive hand. To the astonishment of those around him, he bent his legs slightly and, with a resounding roar, propelled himself skyward. A golden aura flashing as he swiftly transformed into a distant speck on the horizon, heading inland. In place, only a group of stunned senior officials from the Dragon Shield Bureau remained, disheveled by the sea breeze. Zhong Tianzheng gazed silently in the direction where Lin Fan had vanished. Perhaps it truly required a madman who defies conventions to completely overturn this decaying chessboard. Director, Qin Shan stepped forward, speaking in hushed tones. Notify the relevant parties. Zhong Tianzheng's voice regained its usual steadiness, yet bore an added layer of resolve. List Mr. Lin as a strategic ally. All his demands shall be unconditionally met, as long as they do not jeopardize the fundamental integrity of the nation. Furthermore, regarding the concept he mentioned earlier, convene the think tank immediately. I wish to see the first feasibility assessment report before dawn. Understood. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Lin Fan soared towards the Xianyu sect at several times the speed of sound. However, unbeknownst to him, as he swept across the borders and engaged in fierce combat with the Divine Awakening Organization, the spiritually enriched Xianyu sect had already attracted several uninvited guests. Chapter 48, Uninvited Guests. Xianyu sect. The mountain-protecting formation operated silently, completely isolating the mundane aura from the outside world. Within the valley, the air was saturated with visibly dense and almost liquefied spiritual energy. Inhaling it invigorated one's spirit and enhanced cultivation. Su Yueshi sat cross-legged in the quiet chamber of the sect's main hall, enveloped in a faint moonlit glow. Yet at this moment, her delicate brows knitted together slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. She sensed several fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from outside the mountain-protecting formation. Rising to her feet, she adjusted her attire and walked out of the quiet chamber with measured steps. Beyond the mountain gate, at the mist-shrouded edge of the formation, 3 figures hovered in midair. All 3 were white-haired and elderly, dressed in various styles of ancient Taoist robes, their surrounding spiritual energy surging, evidently all at the initial stage of foundation building. The figure on the left, clad in a blue 8 trigrams Taoist robe and holding a whisk, appeared gaunt yet exuded an air of ethereal grace. He was King Fengzi, the Grand Elder of the Qingqing Mountain Tianshi Dao. The figure on the right, short and stout, wore an opulent robe adorned with golden borders, a large string of prayer beads hanging around his neck, and a jovial expression that occasionally flickered with shrewdness and greed. He was the reclusive elder of Jinshan Temple, known as Master Bao Kai. The figure in the center, exuding the most formidable aura, donned a black martial outfit. He was lean, yet his eyes were sharp as an eagle's, hands clasped behind his back, embodying the essence of a sword poised to be drawn. He was Tang Ju, the previous sect master of the Bashutang clan. These 3 were ancestral figures from their respective sects, typically secluded in their own paradises, rarely descending into the mundane world. Ba, Master Bao Kai greedily gazed at the valley before him, savoring the almost overflowing pure spiritual energy, nearly drooling. Such a manifestation of spiritual vein revival is indeed a great fortune for us practitioners. Surely, some junior disciples of the Xianyu sect must have encountered a tremendous opportunity. And as neighbors, we ought to witness this occasion. Humph, Bao Kai, cease your hypocritical rhetoric. Tang Ju snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. The richness of the spiritual energy here is unprecedented. The Xianyu sect has long been annihilated, and now only a girl remains. What merit does she possess to occupy such a treasure? If this blessed land is monopolized by her alone, it would be a gross waste. We have come today to seek justice. Though Tang's words are somewhat extreme, they are not without merit. King Fengzi leisurely flicked his whisk, adopting a compassionate demeanor. I, a humble practitioner, observed the celestial signs and perceived this place's brilliance. There may be a calamity lurking, and we are here to uphold righteousness, preventing this blessed land from falling into the hands of miscreants. Should the Xianyu sect juniors be reasonable, we shall offer them our support. The trio exchanged words, effortlessly crafting lofty justifications for their impending plunder. Just then, the mist ahead gradually parted, revealing a path leading to the mountain gate. Clad in a flowing moon-white gown, Su Yueshi emerged, her delicate face frostbitten. Her icy gaze swept over the 3 elders, and with her lips slightly parted, her voice rang out clear as a mountain spring. Esteemed seniors, what brings you to the Xianyu sect, instead of tending to your own paradises? Upon seeing Su Yueshi, A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed the eyes of the three elders. They sensed that her cultivation was also at the initial stage of foundation building. A young practitioner at such a level. This ignited their greed even further. King Fengzi forced a genial smile and spoke first. It is Su Daoyu of the Xianyu sect. I have heard much about you. Your charm remains undiminished, and your cultivation has evidently advanced. Congratulations. We have come to celebrate the revival of the spiritual vein here, and also to discuss cultivation insights for our mutual advancement. Celebrate. A trace of icy derision curled at the corners of Su Yueshi's mouth. While the nefarious beings of the Divine Awakening organization wreak havoc at our borders, causing untold suffering, the warriors of the Dragon Shield Bureau are fighting valiantly, suffering heavy casualties. Pray tell, where have the compassionate seniors been during these tribulations? I have only heard that the Qingqing Mountain, Jinshan Temple, and Bashutang clan dispatched some inept disciples to respond to the Dragon Shield Bureau summons, only to retreat into their shells. So, the three esteemed elders have come out to discuss insights now that they scent fortune? Her words struck like invisible slaps across the faces of the three elders. Their smiles froze instantly. Master Bao Kai's expression darkened slightly. Daoyu, such words are mistaken. Our retreat into seclusion is for the purpose of comprehending the heavenly ways, pursuing higher realms, so that when greater calamities arise, we may possess the power to turn the tide. Why should we personally intervene against mere monsters? Well spoken, Su Yueshi sneered coldly. In truth, it is simply a matter of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Sending disciples to their deaths is merely to provide an explanation to the Dragon Shield Bureau. You hide away out of fear of trouble. Now that you see the Xianyu sect has acquired some benefits, you hasten to partake a share. Your calculations are indeed astute. She offered no quarter, tearing away their veil of hypocrisy. Impudent. Tang Ju's fury erupted, a fierce killing intent locking onto Su Yueshi. You ignorant girl. Seeing as your sect is left with only you, I have endeavored to offer kind counsel, yet you dare to challenge your elders. It seems today I must teach you, an unfilial descendant, a proper lesson on behalf of your ancestors. As his words fell, his withered finger flicked lightly. Whoosh. A needle, as slender as a cow's hair and shimmering with an eerie blue light, tore through the air towards Su Yueshi's brow at an almost imperceptible speed. The strike was ruthless and unrelenting. Su Yueshi's expression shifted. Her internal spiritual energy surged to its peak, forming a moon-white light shield before her. However, she had only just stepped into the foundation building stage, her realm unstable, and her combat experience lacking compared to these seasoned old monsters. That needle was exceedingly treacherous. Just as the needle was about to pierce her brow, a hand materialized out of thin air, precisely pinching the needle between two fingers. A voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, leisurely resonated in the air. I must say, esteemed elders, at your advanced age, to bully a young girl and resort to ambush tactics is quite unbecoming. Is your skin as thick as this mountain? Chapter 49. I am the male master of the Xianyu sect. The moment the voice echoed, everyone present, including Su Yueshi, was jolted. Su Yueshi turned abruptly, and there was that face she knew all too well, adorned with a hint of a lewd smile. Lin Fan had appeared beside her, seemingly from nowhere. One hand was casually tucked into his pocket, while the other nonchalantly pinched the poisoned soul pursuit needle between his fingers. In the sunlight, the slender needle trembled slightly at his fingertips, yet it could advance not an inch further. Lin Fan, Su Yueshi exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding her heart. The anxiety that had been hanging over her dissipated the moment she saw him. Unbeknownst to her, this seemingly frivolous man had become her strongest pillar of support. Lin Fan winked at her, his smile radiant. I'm back. Master, you were quite impressive just now. Afterward, he turned his gaze lazily towards the three elderly men opposite him, whose faces had drastically changed. Tang Ju, King Fengzi, and Master Bao Kai were engulfed in shock. Akin to a turbulent sea, they had failed to perceive how this individual had manifested before them and Su Yueshi. His ghostly presence had transcended their comprehension, especially Tang Ju, whose sinister grin had frozen at the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. His soul pursuit needle, crafted from his own blood and unique secret techniques, was invisible and invincible. Even a cultivator at the same foundational level would surely perish with the slightest misstep. Yet now, it had been effortlessly captured by a young man who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. How could this be possible? Who are you? King Fengzi was the first to regain his composure, suppressing the shock within as he sternly questioned, while secretly channeling spiritual power into his feather duster. Me? Lin Fan chuckled, lifting the poison needle to his eye level and blowing gently. The needle instantly disintegrated into a handful of blue powder, scattering into the air. He clapped his hands and leisurely declared, I am the male master of the Xianyu sect. Gentlemen, Coming to someone else's home unannounced and resorting to violence is rather unbecoming. Wouldn't you agree? Male master? Master Bao Kai squinted his small eyes, scrutinizing Lin Fan from head to toe. The young man before them exuded no trace of spiritual power, appearing to be an ordinary mortal. Yet, the more mundane he seemed, the more unsettled they felt. Returning to simplicity. This characteristic emerged only after achieving a certain level of cultivation. Could it be that this young man was a senior cultivator at the mid-foundational stage, or even beyond? The mere thought of this possibility caused beads of cold sweat to form on the foreheads of the three men. This, friend, Tang Ju's demeanor softened significantly. As he cupped his hands and spoke in a dry tone, was a misunderstanding. We merely wished to spar with Taoist Su, given her youth, with no ill intentions. Spar? Lin Fan's smile morphed into one of amusement. Using a poisoned soul pursuit needle for sparring? The Tang sect's methods of sparring were indeed unique. He stepped forward, his figure blurring in an instant. The next moment, he stood directly before Tang Ju, with scarcely half a meter between them. Tang Ju's pupils dilated abruptly, and every hair on his body stood on end. Too fast. He couldn't react at all. His spiritual powers surged chaotically, attempting to retreat, only to find the air around him had solidified into a suffocating cement, binding him in place. An indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from Lin Fan. 15,000 battle points manifested an iceberg's tip in that moment. Thud, thud, standing a distance away. King Fengzi and Master Bao Kai were utterly overwhelmed by this terrifying pressure and, unable to withstand even a second, their legs buckled, and they fell to their knees. In utter disarray, the spiritual power within them was suppressed, flickering like a candle flame in a tempest, unable to operate. Their faces drained of color, they trembled, lacking even the courage to lift their heads. Facing this pressure, Tang Ju was in even worse straits. He felt as if an invisible hand had grasped his heart, his bones creaking under the unbearable strain. His eyes bulged, bloodshot, as he gasped for breath, unable to utter a plea for mercy. An overwhelming fear engulfed all his rationality. You just said you would teach her a lesson on behalf of the ancestors of the Shinyu sect? Lin Fan's south face loomed close to Tang Ju's, his smile appearing more terrifying than that of a demon. I am quite democratic. Since you wish to administer justice, I shall grant you an opportunity. Now, kneel and bow 3 times to my sect's master. Then, sever an arm and roll out of my mountain gate. I shall consider today's events as if they never transpired. How does that sound for justice? A flicker of humiliation and struggle flashed in Tang Ju's eyes. As the elder of the Bashu Tang sect, renowned for centuries, he had never endured such a profound disgrace. Kneeling and bowing, severing an arm? This was more painful than death itself. However, when his gaze met Lin Fan's seemingly smiling, yet icily devoid of warmth eyes, the last shred of hope within him shattered completely. He had no doubt that if he dared utter a refusal, he would be torn to shreds by the man before him in the blink of an eye. Between dignity and life, he ultimately chose the latter. He struggled to articulate. But at that moment, Lin Fan suddenly laughed. Forget it, I've changed my mind. Lin Fan shook his head, sighing. Engaging in conversation with someone like you feels like a waste of my life. Before his words had fully dissipated, he raised his hand. With a simple gesture, he struck out. Bang! A light sound echoed. Tang Ju's body went rigid. The brilliance in his eyes rapidly dimmed. He felt his internal organs, meridians, and even his soul disintegrate under an insurmountable, tyrannical force. He managed to utter a single word. Then, his body slumped to the ground, lifeless, as if stripped of all its bones. Having completed this act, Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the 2 elderly men, who were now thoroughly terrified. King Fengzi and Master Bao Kai, witnessing Tang Ju's demise, nearly wet themselves on the spot. Just a single palm strike. A renowned foundational elder of hundreds of years had perished silently. Senior, spare us. Senior, please spare us. We were blind and failed to recognize the great mountain. We offended you, esteemed one. Please, for the sake of our arduous cultivation, spare our lives. They no longer cared about the dignity of their elder. Frantically bowing and pleading before Lin Fan, Lin Fan approached the 2, asking, "Want to live?" "Desperately want. We want to live." They bobbed their heads fervently like chicks pecking for grain. "Very well." Lin Fan nodded, then flashed a grin revealing his white teeth. "Within 3 days, deliver all the valuable techniques, elixirs, and rare treasures from your sect to me. Consider this as compensation for mental anguish." The 2 were momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. No problem. We'll take care of it immediately. We will surely satisfy you, senior." The 2 of them, startled, dared not hesitate any longer and scrambled to their feet, disappearing into the horizon like frightened dogs, not daring to look back. Watching their hasty retreat, Lin Fan spat disdainfully. After completing this, he turned around to face Su Yueshi, who was observing him with an exceptionally complex expression. He scratched his head, reverting to his previously nonchalant demeanor, and grinned. Well, before he could finish his sentence, Su Yueshi suddenly rushed forward. Then, to Lin Fan's astonishment, she opened her arms and embraced him tightly. The softness and warmth of the girl's body, accompanied by a faint, delicate fragrance, enveloped him. Lin Fan froze, his mind blank. Thank you. Su Yueshi buried her face in his chest. And this man, each time, appeared like a divine savior just when she needed him most. Chapter 50. Your chest is making it hard for me to breathe. The sensation is simply too delightful. Having been single for over 20 years, Lin Fan, who often boasted with ease, found himself utterly at a loss during this real-life scenario. His heart pounded like a drum, and his face burned with embarrassment. Hoping that Su Yueshi hadn't noticed his awkwardness, Su Yueshi merely held onto him tightly, her face nestled against his chest. The man's embrace provided her with an unprecedented sense of security. Since the destruction of her sect, she had been surviving alone in the streets, and now, as she endeavored to re-establish her sect, she had been tightly wounded. At this moment, that tension could finally relax, if only a little. Ahem. Ultimately, it was Lin Fan who broke first. He coughed lightly to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Your chest is making it hard for me to breathe. Su Yueshi stiffened, abruptly pushing him away, her cheeks flushed with a lovely hue, even her ears turning crimson. She dared not meet Lin Fan's gaze, and turned away. Seeing her adorably flustered expression, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle, his spirits lifted. In this buoyant mood, he recalled the two old fellows who had fled in panic. He relished in the act of extorting them. However, for the future development of the Saiyan sect, he needed to find a competent manager. Lin Fan's eyes brightened as he thought of an excellent candidate. He deftly retrieved Zhao Tianlong's number and dialed. Mr. Lin, you're looking for me? Zhao Tianlong's voice brimmed with flattery. Old Zhao, how's business lately? Lin Fan initiated the conversation casually. Thanks to you. Thanks to you. Everything is great. Everything is great. Well, I have a significant project and wanted to see if you're interested. Lin Fan cut to the chase. I've established a sect called Saiyan sect. We are in need of someone to manage finances and handle the commercial operations in the secular world. Are you in? On the other end of the line, Zhao Tianlong's breath caught in his throat. A sect. This is no ordinary business venture. This is a gateway to another realm. He had no doubt that by clinging to Lin Fan's coattails, the future of the Zhao family would be boundless. Absolutely. Mr. Lin, I'm in. I, Zhao Tianlong, will ensure that the logistical matters of the Saiyan sect are handled impeccably, even if it means selling all my possessions. Money is no object. My son, Zhao Feng, though somewhat lacking, is fairly clever. I hope Mr. Lin can give him a chance to join the sect as a disciple to serve you, so he can experience some of the celestial aura. Zhao Tianlong's voice trembled with excitement. All right, let him come over. We could use someone to help with the cleaning. Lin Fan recalled the boy who had bullied him and felt a twinge of nostalgia. After hanging up, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. He turned to Su Yueshi and smiled broadly. Let us go, esteemed sect master. It's time to clock out and head home. When they returned to the villa, dusk had already fallen. As soon as Lin Yu spotted them entering, she darted over like a joyful little bird. Brother, Sister Yueshi, you're back. Grandma peeked out from the kitchen, and upon seeing them safe and sound, her face broke into a warm smile. It's great that you're back. It's great that you're back. Dinner will be ready shortly. Hurry and wash your hands. At the dining table, the atmosphere was cozy. Lin Yu chattered animatedly about amusing anecdotes, while Grandma continually served dishes to Lin Fan and Su Yueshi, urging them to eat more, remarking that they both looked thinner. As Su Yueshi observed this scene filled with the warmth of home, her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. She had not experienced such a familial feeling in a long time. Stealing a glance at Lin Fan, who was playfully bickering with his sister, a small smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. After dinner, Lin Fan reclined on the sofa, patting his round belly, lost in contemplative tranquility. He reflected on his days since acquiring the system, filled mostly with battles or the journey to them. Though his strength had surged rapidly, he had scarcely savored life. Now, aside from the leader of the Divine Awakening organization, he had eliminated all the other divine envoys, making Jiangxia City arguably the safest place in the Dragon Kingdom. Shouldn't he also take a moment to relax? The next morning, Lin Fan rose early and headed to the kitchen, where he found Su Yueshi perplexed in front of a smart rice cooker, her fair face etched with confusion over how to use the device. Suppressing a laugh, he approached from behind, took the instruction manual from her hands, and said, "Stop pondering. We're going out to eat today." Su Yueshi turned back, somewhat bewildered. "Let us go for a stroll," Lin Fan stated succinctly, then, without further ado, took her hand and led her outside. "Today is a day off. I'll show you what life is like." Being pulled along Su Yueshi felt a warmth radiating from his hand, causing her heart to skip a beat. A blush crept onto her cheeks, yet she didn't pull away. The commercial pedestrian street in Jiangxia City was bustling with crowds. Lin Fan held Su Yueshi's hand, weaving through the throngs like any ordinary couple. Spotting a claw machine, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement and dragged Su Yueshi over. "Watch me show you a trick." He exchanged a handful of tokens, brimming with confidence. Then, under Su Yueshi's calm gaze, he failed repeatedly, over 10 times. "Damn, my luck is off today." Lin Fan's face reddened. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Su Yueshi couldn't help but giggle, her laughter melting like ice, leaving the surrounding passers-by momentarily stunned. Lin Fan was momentarily entranced by her laughter. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently. A subtle energy quietly coiled around the claw machine's grip. Lift. To Su Yueshi's astonishment, the claw deftly grasped a massive Pikachu plush toy and dropped it perfectly into the hole. "Here, this is for you." Lin Fan beamed as he handed her the oversized Pikachu, which was larger than her upper body. Su Yueshi cradled the soft toy, observing Lin Fan's childlike eagerness for praise, and felt a gentle tug at the softest part of her heart. She lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you." As night fell and the city lights illuminated the surroundings, the two strolled leisurely along the riverbank, holding skewers and milk tea. The river breeze caressed them, carrying the warmth of a summer night. Lin Fan glanced at Su Yueshi, who hugged the enormous Pikachu and sipped her milk tea in small gulps, feeling as though everything was beautifully surreal. Perhaps this was what he yearned to protect. Chapter 51. Do you know who my father is? What is that place over there? Lin Fan inquired curiously, pointing towards a nearby building adorned with dazzling neon lights, bustling with life. Su Yueshi followed his gaze, a flicker of puzzlement crossing her serene eyes. Her understanding of such mundane entertainment venues was virtually non-existent. "A bar," Lin Fan mused, stroking his chin, his face lighting up with an eager expression. "In my lifetime, I have yet to set foot in one. Shall we venture inside and experience it?" Su Yueshi, amused by his naive enthusiasm, gently nodded in agreement. Inside the bar, a cacophony of deafening music intertwined with flashing lights, and the air was thick with the intoxicating blend of alcohol and hormones. Lin Fan led Su Yueshi through the crowd, eventually securing a booth in a corner. Her presence was akin to a drop of pristine water splashing into a seething cauldron of oil, her ethereal grace starkly contrasting the surrounding revelry. Clad in a simple long dress, she could not conceal her breathtaking curves and unparalleled beauty. Almost instantaneously upon her seating, at least half of the patrons' gazes were drawn towards her, mingled with awe, envy, and greed. Unfazed, Lin Fan remained a curious observer, his attention captivated by the myriad of bottles in the bartender's hands. "What would you like to drink?" A server approached them. "Bring us your finest wine, one of each," Lin Fan declared with a flourish, exuding an air reminiscent of a newly wealthy individual. Su Yueshi discreetly kicked him under the table. With a sheepish grin, Lin Fan corrected himself. "Just 2 glasses of juice will suffice." At that moment, from a luxurious booth not far away, a young man clad in a flamboyant floral shirt, his hair dyed in vibrant hues and a gold watch gleaming on his wrist, fixated his gaze upon Su Yueshi, nearly drooling. "Young Master Wang, that girl is a real catch," a sycophantic companion remarked. "That goes without saying," young Master Wang retorted impatiently, dismissing his follower, and gestured to a bodyguard in a black suit behind him. "Go, bring that girl over to me for a drink." The bodyguard nodded, his expression unyielding. As he approached Lin Fan's booth, towering over Lin Fan, he spoke with an authoritative tone. "Our young Master Wang has taken a liking to your lady. Have her come over to accompany him for a drink. You may leave." Lin Fan raised his juice to his lips, not bothering to lift his gaze, seemingly indifferent to the threat. The nearby security, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a jolt of alarm. He recognized the bodyguard as one associated with young Master Wang. Fully aware of Wang's notorious reputation, a fleeting moment of hesitation crossed his face, but duty compelled him to approach swiftly. With an ingratiating smile, almost subservient, the security guard bowed repeatedly. "Big brother, please calm down. Let us not cause a scene here. We're all just trying to have a good time. I'll buy you a drink." The bodyguard cast a scornful glance at him, ignoring his pleas, and reached out to grab Su Yueshi. In a panic, the security guard instinctively intervened. "Step back." The bodyguard, incensed, retaliated with a swift slap aimed at the security guard's face, cursing, "You dare meddle in my affairs, you pathetic mutt." Just as the slap was about to land, a hand shot out like lightning, seizing the bodyguard's wrist with an iron grip, rendering him immobile. Lin Fan, who had been lounging languidly on the sofa, had suddenly straightened up, his demeanor shifting. He raised his head, locking eyes with the anxious and humiliated man in security uniform, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his gaze. "Chen Ziyuan." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chen Ziyuan shot his gaze upwards, and upon recognizing Lin Fan's face, he was struck dumb. Lin Fan. Lin Fan flashed him a grin, but as he turned his attention back to the bodyguard, his smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. The bodyguard, feeling the painful grip on his wrist, reddened in fury. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Let go. Lin Fan exerted a slight pressure. With a sharp crack, the bodyguard's wrist bent at an unnatural angle, eliciting a blood-curdling scream filled with agony, sweat beading on his forehead. The commotion immediately caught young Master Wang's attention. How dare you make a move? Wang Kai bellowed, signaling his entourage of bodyguards to surround Lin Fan and his companions. The bar's patrons, startled, hastily recoiled, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chen Ziyuan, aghast at the unfolding chaos, turned pale. He tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, his voice trembling. Fan, don't be impulsive. We should leave. They have the numbers. Wang Kai, however, waved his hand, gesturing for his men to hold back. He sauntered up to Lin Fan, surveying him from a superior height, a mocking smirk adorning his face. You have some guts to confront me. But today, I'm in a good mood and will grant you a chance to live. He pointed arrogantly at the floor, his tone dripping with contempt. Kneel down and bow 3 times to acknowledge your mistake. Leave this girl behind to keep me company. If you comply, I shall pretend this never happened and allow you to exit unharmed. Leaning in closer, he lowered his voice, exuding an air of self-importance. Don't be ungrateful. My father is Wang Fuguwei. In Jiangxia City, my father's name carries unparalleled weight. After hearing this, rather than feeling anger, Lin Fan found it amusing. As if he had heard the greatest joke of all time, and couldn't he help but laugh. He pulled out his phone and, under Wang Kai's astonished gaze, leisurely dialed a number. Hello, Lao Zhao? On the other end, Zhao Tianlong, engaged in a toast with a business partner, spilled his drink in shock upon hearing the voice. He quickly gestured for silence from his companion and stepped aside, adopting the most respectful tone he had ever used. Mr. Lin, how may I assist you? It's nothing of great consequence, Lin Fan replied, glancing at the arrogant Wang Kai. I have a young man here whose father is Wang Fuguwei. Seems he has quite the background. Do you know him? Wang Fuguwei? Zhao Tianlong paused momentarily, then his mind raced to recall. Yes, in the entertainment industry. Just a minor figure. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I'll take care of this insolent fool immediately. In 3 minutes, I'll provide you with a satisfactory response. Cold sweat cascaded down Zhao Tianlong's back. Ending the call, Zhao Tianlong's expression turned menacing, and he immediately dialed another number. Wang Fuguwei, are you seeking death? Where is that little brat of yours? He has stirred a catastrophe. I warn you, if you don't resolve this in 3 minutes, your Wang family will vanish from Jiangxia City. In the bar, Wang Kai, witnessing Lin Fan make a call, sneered. You think calling for help will do you any good? Let me tell you, in Jiangxia City, no one can save you. Not even Jesus himself can protect you today. Just as he spoke, his phone erupted with frantic ringing. Like a death knell. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was his father. Dad, what's up? I'm busy, he answered, irritation evident in his voice. The next moment, his father's frantic roar erupted from the other end, loud enough for the entire bar to hear. You ungrateful wretch. What trouble have you gotten yourself into? Do you want our entire family to jump into the river? All the banks are calling to urge for loan repayments. Our partners have unilaterally torn up the contracts. You better kneel before me. Apologize to that gentleman with your head to the ground until he forgives you. Otherwise, I will personally break your legs. The arrogance on Wang Kai's face instantly froze. The hand clutching his phone began to tremble uncontrollably, and the color drained from his face at a visible pace, leaving him as pale as a sheet. With disbelief, he looked up at the young man who had remained calm throughout, sipping his juice. The gaze directed at him was as tranquil as one observing an insignificant ant. Fear engulfed him like icy waters, drowning him in an instant. Thud! Wang Kai's legs buckled, and he sank to the ground, crawling on all fours towards Lin Fan, tears streaming down his face. Big brother. No, sir, I was wrong. I failed to recognize the greatness before me. I'm not human. I'm just a beast. Please, show mercy and treat me as nothing. Just let me go. As he pleaded, he frantically slapped his own face, resulting in it swelling to the size of a pig's head. The surrounding bodyguards and guests were left dumbfounded. Chen Ziyuan was particularly stunned, his mind blank, unable to comprehend what had transpired in those brief minutes. Lin Fan frowned, dismissively waving his hand. Get out of here. You're obstructing my reunion with my friend. Wang Kai, as if granted a reprieve, crawled away in a panicked scramble, leaving the bar in a state of utter silence. Lin Fan then turned his attention to the still stunned Chen Ziyuan, flashing a grin. Why are you dawdling? Come over and have a drink. It's been ages. Chapter 52. The national team's next match. The era of cultivation begins. Lin Fan beckoned to Chen Ziyuan, donning a mischievous grin that was all too familiar to him. This smile acted like a key, unlocking the dusty memories within Chen Ziyuan. The sense of unfamiliarity that had lingered in his heart quietly faded, replaced with the exhilaration of reunion and an overwhelming flood of questions. He pulled out a chair and sat down heavily, looking at Lin Fan with a mix of complexity. Fanzi, what on earth have you been through these years? That young Master Wang just now, how could he? Lin Fan picked up a glass of untouched juice from the table and pushed it towards him, speaking nonchalantly. It's a long story. Let us just say I've been fortunate. He scratched his head, organizing his thoughts to explain. After graduation, by a stroke of luck, I joined a sect and learned some skills. That kid just now, his father's company happens to have dealings with someone I know, so I merely gave a heads up. This statement, half truth and half fable, perfectly aligned with Chen Ziyuan's understanding. In his eyes, Lin Fan had merely struck it rich, attaching himself to a powerful figure and becoming a prized enforcer of sorts. Chen Ziyuan glanced at the glass of juice, then back at Lin Fan, his eyes reddening slightly. Damn it, seeing you succeed hurts more than being killed. He lifted the glass and gulped down a large mouthful, jokingly adding, while my own failures are indeed terrifying. Witnessing a brother's success is even more gut-wrenching. I started working right after high school. You know how it is at home. I had to earn a living. I've worked construction, but eventually settled on being a security guard for stability. It's been nearly 2 years now. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, gesturing at the lavish men and women surrounding them. Seeing these wealthy people every day, it would be a lie to say I'm not envious. I work my fingers to the bone for a month, and it doesn't even cover the cost of a single bottle of their wine. Sometimes I truly feel that people's destinies are just not the same at birth. At this point, he seemed to recall something and suddenly turned to Su Yueshi, then quickly shifted his gaze back to Lin Fan. His eyebrows shot up, and his eyes darted between the two, filled with uncontainable astonishment. Wait, is this your girlfriend? Who are you to have her? This is genuinely more painful than being killed. Promise me, if you two have kids, let them be through IVF. I can't bear the thought of you touching her. Su Yueshi had been quietly observing their exchange, but was unexpectedly called out. A faint blush crept onto her cold cheeks, yet she remained silent. Get lost. Lin Fan mockingly scolded, but inwardly, he felt quite pleased. Thank you earlier, Fanzi. Chen Ziyuan's expression turned serious once more. If it weren't for you, I would have surely lost my job today. I might have even caught a beating. Lin Fan listened quietly, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Let us not be formal with each other. His voice took on a tone of nostalgia. As they reminisced about the past, they exchanged smiles, as if transported back to their youthful days clad in school uniforms, unaware of the world's vastness. Meanwhile, Su Yueshi, who had been silently sitting beside them, observed the interaction. She noted the sincere warmth and affection that Lin Fan displayed towards his old friend. After a lengthy conversation, noticing that time was slipping away, Lin Fan stood up and retrieved a seemingly ordinary small jade bottle from his pocket, placing it on the table. What is this? Chen Ziyuan asked, intrigued. Something valuable I acquired from my sect. It can enhance your constitution and bolster your health, Lin Fan replied candidly and casually. Take it home and swallow it whole. The process might be a bit uncomfortable, like diarrhea or sweating, but it's all normal. Just bear with it. This was the marrow-cleansing pill he had just exchanged from the system. Although Chen Ziyuan didn't fully grasp the miraculous nature of it, he understood that anything procured from Lin Fan's sect was certainly not mundane. He instinctively attempted to decline. Fanzi, this is far too precious. I can't accept it. Are you being polite with me? Lin Fan firmly pressed the jade bottle into his hand, his expression growing serious. Old Chen, remember what I'm about to tell you. Chen Ziyuan immediately straightened his posture, his expression becoming grave. This world may soon undergo a transformation, Lin Fan spoke in a hushed tone. Before long, you will discover that martial artists and supernatural beings truly exist. Power will become far more significant than money or authority in the future. What are you talking about? Chen Ziyuan looked utterly bewildered. It's okay if you don't understand now. Lin Fan pointed at the jade bottle tightly grasped in Chen Ziyuan's hand. Once you consume it, your physical constitution will surpass that of ordinary people. In the near future, many sects will officially begin recruiting disciples. You should give it a try then. With that, he ceased further explanations and took Su Yueshi's hand. Let us go home. Su Yueshi's cheeks flushed, yet she did not resist, allowing him to lead her out of the bar amidst Chen Ziyuan's astonished gaze. Chen Ziyuan sat alone in the booth, looking down at the warm jade bottle in his palm, rendered speechless for a long while. Lin Fan's words stirred up a tempest within his heart. A brand new, fantastical world seemed to be slowly unfurling before him. The following day, Lin Fan surprisingly did not sleep in. Su Yueshi was already immersed in a tome of ancient texts she had unearthed from somewhere. Lin Fan, feeling rather bored, was scrolling through short videos when his phone suddenly rang, displaying the name Qin Shan. Director Qin, is there something you need this early in the morning? Lin Fan inquired. On the other end, Qin Shan's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Mr. Lin, your suggestions were taken seriously by the higher-ups. Just an hour ago, a resolution was passed that will change the entire landscape of Long Nation and even the world. What resolution? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. The fact that Qin Shan employed such descriptors indicated that the matter at hand was anything but trivial. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shan appeared to steady his emotions before articulating. A couple of days ago, the biological weapons unleashed by the Divine Awakening organization wreaked havoc, and the related footage has already circulated across the internet. Ultimately, paper cannot contain fire. Coupled with your previous suggestion, the higher-ups convened an emergency meeting and decided to no longer conceal the truth. Lin Fan's heart raced as a wild thought surged forth. Indeed, Qin Shan's next words confirmed his suspicions. The nation would officially announce the existence of supernatural beings and cultivators to all citizens within 3 days. Simultaneously, a nationwide enlightenment initiative would be launched. Qin Shan's voice resonated again. The educational system below the university level will introduce courses for potential development. Local branches and the military will assign personnel to conduct preliminary screenings of all eligible students' innate talents and supernatural abilities. Talented students will qualify as special students, gaining entry into prestigious military academies. Furthermore, long-established martial arts families and cultivation sects will be permitted to recruit disciples and expand their ranks. Naturally, all of this will occur under the supervision of the Dragon Shield Bureau. As for the criteria for accepting disciples, that will be up to you to determine. Qin Shan paused momentarily. Mr. Lin, I made it a point to inform you of this news at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 53, The Opening of the Xianyu Sect. Upon hanging up the call with Qin Shan, a smile lingered at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. Universal cultivation. The state was directly intervening. Now that was audacious. What are you grinning about? Su Yueshi's cool voice interrupted from nearby, as she set down the ancient tome and regarded him with curious, autumn-like eyes. A monumental stroke of good fortune, Lin Fan teased, leaning in closer. Soon, your Xianyu sect will become the foremost sect in the world, and you shall be its esteemed leader. Su Yueshi shot him a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced by his playful banter. However, hearing him emphasize your Xianyu sect managed to coax a faint smile from her otherwise serene visage. After enjoying a hearty breakfast prepared by Lin Yu and Grandma, Lin Fan took Su Yueshi's hand and soared into the sky, heading toward the Cloud Dream Mountain range. Even from a distance, the thunderous roar of machinery echoed from deep within the mountains. As they hovered above the Xianyu sect, even a prepared Su Yueshi was taken aback by the sight below. Centered around the solitary Xianyu Hall, the expansive area beneath had been entirely commandeered by a massive construction crew. Hundreds of colossal machines, akin to iron behemoths, carved their way through the mountains, while thousands of workers labored fervently. A broad, smooth mountain road had already been constructed from the base to halfway up the slope. At this rate, it would be completed within a couple of days, directly reaching the sect's entrance. Zhao Tianlong has truly spared no expense. Lin Fan chuckled softly beside her. Wealthy individuals certainly have a straightforward approach to business. Su Yueshi gazed at the bustling scene below, then glanced at the seemingly omnipotent man beside her. Once, she believed the reconstruction of the sect to be an unattainable dream, yet now it was swiftly transforming into reality in a manner she could scarcely comprehend. Merely having a grand hall feels rather inadequate, Lin Fan mused, stroking his chin. As the man behind the sect leader, the facade must be impeccable. Observing the system panel displaying a balance of 349,550 points, Lin Fan straightened his posture. System, commence the exchange for the supporting facilities of the Xianyu sect. With a mere thought, the system's marketplace unfolded before his eyes. Beep. Exchanging sect facilities. Transmission hall. Points consumed. 8,000. Beep. Exchanging sect facilities. Alchemy pavilion. Points consumed. 8,000. Beep. Exchanging sect facilities. Scripture repository. Points consumed. 5,000. Beep. Exchanging sect facilities. Training grounds. Points consumed. 2,000. Beep. Exchanging sect facilities. Disciples' quarters for 100. Points consumed. 2,000. A foundational construction package would cost a total of 25,000 points. In the next moment, to Su Yueshi's astonishment, an array of ancient yet elegant and imposing buildings materialized around the Xianyu Hall, seamlessly integrating into the mountainous landscape, as if they had stood there for centuries. Lin Fan was not yet satisfied. With the hardware upgraded, the sect leader must also be of the highest caliber. He reopened the marketplace, his gaze fixated on the dazzling artifacts radiating brilliance. Su Yueshi practiced the Tainzhou Tiangong, so he must provide her with something complementary. Guanghan Immortal Technique. Sharing the same roots as Tainzhou Tiangong, capable of fusion and enhancement, directly pointing to the path of the great Tao. Points required, 30,000. Such a treasure. I shall acquire it. Merely possessing techniques was insufficient. Her physique must also keep pace. Saiyan transformation pill, a supreme divine pill, capable of purifying the marrow and reshaping the bones, forging the Saiyan glazed body. Points required, 30,000. This will do. Without hesitation, Lin Fan exchanged for the Guanghan immortal technique and a Saiyan transformation pill. Yet, he was not finished. To prepare for the impending nationwide enlightenment, he spent an additional 15,000 points to acquire foundational techniques for the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each of which he deposited directly into the scripture repository. This extravagant expenditure, neither more nor less, resulted in a swift evaporation of exactly 100,000 points. Observing his balance dwindle to 249,550, Lin Fan felt no regret. Rather, he experienced immense satisfaction from nurturing potential. Master Su, Teacher Lin, a sycophantic yet excited voice called from below, revealing Zhao Tianlong, drenched in sweat, racing up the mountain road with his son Zhao Feng. Upon witnessing the magnificent buildings that had suddenly appeared, the father and son stood dumbfounded. This is a miracle, a true miracle, Zhao Tianlong stuttered. Ahem, Lin Fan cleared his throat and nudged Su Yueshi with his elbow. Understanding his cue, Su Yueshi stepped forward and spoke coolly. Mr. Zhao, impressive efficiency. Too kind, too kind. Zhao Tianlong quickly regained his composure, bowing respectfully to Su Yueshi. Serving the sect leader is an immense privilege. Nearby, Zhao Feng followed suit, kneeling before Su Yueshi and proclaiming, Disciple Zhao Feng, pays my respects to the sect leader. Rise. Su Yueshi replied indifferently, already exuding the aura of a sect master. Zhao Tianlong turned to Lin Fan, his demeanor equally respectful. Teacher Lin, I have mobilized all channels. The news of the Xianyu sect's opening for disciples will spread throughout Jiangnan province today and nationwide within 3 days. I guarantee we will elevate the reputation of our Xianyu sect. Yes, I trust you to handle this. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction before instructing. Additionally, please help me locate 3 loose cultivators, Lu Chongfeng, Wang Banshan, and Zhao Sihai. Inform them that the Xianyu sect is opening its doors, and the sect master wishes to invite them as elders. They shall have a day to consider. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. Zhao Tianlong accepted the command, his respect for Lin Fan reaching new heights. Just 3 days later, at the foot of the Xianyu sect, a sea of people gathered, a dense throng stretching as far as the eye could see. Observing the grand spectacle below, Su Yueshi took a deep breath, casting a nervous glance at Lin Fan. Go on, you are the sect master of Xianyu. Lin Fan encouraged her with an affirming look. Su Yueshi lightly touched her forehead and gracefully stood upon the vast martial arts arena at the mountain gate. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. I am Xianyu sect's leader, Su Yueshi. Her voice, as frigid as moonlight, yet imbued with undeniable strength, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone below the mountain. Today, the Xianyu sect is opening its doors to accept disciples, with no regard for talent, no inquiry into background, and no discussion of spiritual roots. As these words echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Amidst the myriad of bewildered gazes, Su Yueshi slowly extended her jade finger. What matters is but one thing: character and will. From the foot of the mountain to the gate, there lie a total of 999 steps, known as the path of self-examination. Those whose hearts are not resolute, those who indulge in wrongdoing, and those who seek to take shortcuts shall be ensnared by illusions and eliminated. Only those who, with unwavering determination, tread each step of this path of self-examination shall earn the right to enter the hallowed halls of Xianyu sect. As her voice faded, she snapped her fingers. Instantly, the long stone steps from the foot of the mountain to its summit seemed to be shrouded in an invisible mist, emanating an enigmatic aura. The crowd below, initially silent, soon erupted into thunderous cheers. No regard for talent, only the strength of will. This was a monumental blessing for the vast majority of ordinary people. In a heartbeat, everyone went wild, rushing toward the path of self-examination that led to their celestial destiny. Returning to Lin Fan's side, Su Yueshi gazed at the fervent masses below, still feeling somewhat surreal. As for spiritual roots and talent, Lin Fan whispered with a chuckle in her ear, I can provide each of them with one, as long as they can make it up here. A rare smile broke through Su Yueshi's cold demeanor, a charm that stirred Lin Fan's heart. What he desired was a group of utterly loyal individuals, their will as unyielding as steel. Only such people were worthy to follow his Yueshi and overturn the world's future table. Chapter 54. Who is the prodigy on the path of self-examination? Beyond the Yunming mountain range, hidden amidst clouds and dense forests, several figures stood upon distant peaks. gazing down at the seemingly frenzied spectacle at the foot of the Xianyue sect. These individuals exuded a profound aura, clad in ancient Taoist robes. Clearly practitioners from other reclusive sections. This is sheer nonsense. An elder in a bagua robe stroked his long beard disdainfully, his face filled with scorn. The path of cultivation is founded on spiritual roots, with talent reigning supreme. This is an unchanging ironclad rule across the ages. That little girl, Su Yueshi, concocting a path of self-examination without regard for spiritual roots. Does she wish to recruit a bunch of common folk to return and farm? A rotund monk beside him chuckled derisively. Ba, Brother Song, your words are misguided. It seems the Xianyue sect seeks a different avenue. Perhaps intending to focus solely on physical training, wandering down some wild path? In the end, they will become a laughingstock. They were elders from nearby sects. Having come to observe after hearing of Xianyue sect's revival of its spiritual veins and its grand opening to disciples. To them, Su Yueshi's declaration to disregard talent and focus solely on character was the greatest joke in the history of the cultivation world. Without spiritual roots, one cannot even sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What's the point of cultivating immortality? It is utterly preposterous. They awaited the spectacle of Xianyue sect's downfall, anticipating that this grand establishment, built at great expense, would ultimately attract a horde of failures, becoming fodder for gossip in the cultivation community. At the mountain gate, Lin Fan stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Yueshi, taking in the scene below. It seems our sect leader has offended the entire cultivation community, Lin Fan remarked with a teasing tone. Su Yueshi's icy visage betrayed no emotion, merely casting a fleeting glance at the distant peaks. With Lin Fan as her support, her perspective had shifted dramatically. She held no regard for these old-timers, who clung to their outdated beliefs. Lin Fan smiled, his gaze sweeping over the dense throng below. And suddenly, his eyes locked onto two figures, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. An intriguing character has arrived. Among the crowd, one figure stood out strikingly. Lan had shed her crisp uniform for the most ordinary of sportswear, her hair tied back in a refreshing ponytail. Her strikingly determined face etched with resilience. She had not utilized any connections from the Dragon Shield Bureau, nor had she greeted anyone. She stood alone, mingling among the thousands of ordinary people, gazing up at the stone steps leading to the mountain gate. The apocalyptic imagery brought forth by biological weapons and Lin Fan's godlike presence had shattered her previous pride. She had come to a profound realization. In the face of true power, her once prized skills in combat and marksmanship were as fragile as paper. Unwilling to remain a mere observer, she yearned to grow stronger, to take control of her own fate. Meanwhile, on the other side of the crowd, a burly young man clenched his fists nervously, his palms slick with sweat. It was Chen Ziyuan. In the end, he had heeded Lin Fan's advice and consumed the cleansing elixir the previous night. The agony following the ingestion had nearly convinced him he would perish, but once he persevered, he discovered the world had transformed. His senses sharpened to an unprecedented degree, and his body brimmed with strength. This metamorphosis left him with no doubt regarding Lin Fan's words. He arrived, carrying a mix of apprehension and a fervent desire for the future. The path of self-examination begins. With Su Yueshi's command, the mist enveloping the stone steps surged dramatically. The formation Lin Fan had prepared earlier activated. As the leading individual stepped onto the first step, an anomaly suddenly occurred. A ghost. A young man turned pale, screaming in terror as he rolled and crawled back, as if he had witnessed something profoundly horrifying. My money! My money! A middle-aged merchant's eyes glazed over as he knelt frantically digging at the stone slabs, muttering incoherently. Beautiful maiden, all mine. A lecherous man wore a foolish grin, dancing in place, soon foaming at the mouth and collapsing to the ground. This was just the beginning, yet hundreds, if not thousands, were swiftly eliminated. They were either crushed by fear, consumed by greed, or ensnared by lust, their darkest corners magnified infinitely by the illusion array, revealing their grotesque behavior. At the summit, the elders who had come to witness the spectacle felt their mocking expressions freeze. This is an illusion array? Taoist Song exclaimed in shock. His eyes filled with horror. Such a display could rival even the mountain-protecting array of Kunlun's Yushu Palace. Ba, what sort of divine being is this Xianyue sect? The stout monk's forehead glistened with cold sweat. They finally realized they might have underestimated this newly re-established sect. On the path of self-examination, the throng visibly thinned. Lan ascended steadily, each step deliberate. Before her, the nightmarish visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the northern defense line flashed repeatedly, the haunting cries of her comrades echoing in her ears. Boundless regret and self-reproach morphed into inner demons, attempting to drag her into despair. I did not come here to wallow in regret. I came to seek power, to prevent this from happening again. Lan bit her tongue sharply, the pain jolting her back to clarity. The confusion in her eyes vanished, replaced by a sharper determination. She lifted her head, ignoring the surrounding failures who wept or laughed, and continued her ascent. On the other side, Chen Yuan faced a far more arduous ordeal. Before him loomed the mockery and disdain he had endured for over 20 years. The scornful visage of a bar manager, the derisive gaze of an ex-girlfriend who had looked down on him in his poverty, and the sneers of so-called friends behind his back. Useless. Mud cannot prop itself up against a wall. This is all you will ever be. Countless voices thundered in his mind, causing his steps to falter, nearly bringing him to his knees. He felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority, and a thought that he truly was incapable proliferated wildly within him. Just as he was on the verge of surrender, Lin Fan's visage suddenly appeared in his mind. Lao Chun, the world is about to change. Power will, in the future, surpass both wealth and authority. Yes, Lin Fan. Chen Yuan abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He recalled how Lin Fan had effortlessly compelled that arrogant young Master Wang to kneel in supplication. And he vividly remembered the transformative sensation he experienced after consuming the elixir. Why should Lin Fan be able to succeed, while I cannot? We are childhood friends, brothers. I cannot bring him shame. A roar, originating from the depths of his soul, shattered the chains of his inner demons. He gasped heavily, his clothes drenched in sweat. Yet his spine stood resolutely straight. He glanced at the distant figure of Lan, who was far ahead, and then at those behind him who had already given up. Breaking into an earnest and determined smile, he took a step forward. Though slow, he was unwavering. Atop the mountain, Su Yueshi observed the two figures that stood out conspicuously among the sparse crowd below, a flicker of surprise flashing in her cool eyes. Your childhood friend is quite remarkable, she remarked softly. Indeed, Lin Fan replied with a proud tilt of his chin. He has been my brother since childhood. He may not possess the greatest talent, but his character is undoubtedly commendable. He paused, gazing down at the path that had eliminated 99% of the challengers. This path is indeed cruel. However, as long as they ascend through their own merit, matters of aptitude, resources, and foundations are inconsequential. I will ensure they have ample support. His words stirred a ripple in Su Yueshi's heart. She glanced at this man, who was often disheveled yet could conjure miracles, then looked back at the road leading to their destiny, suddenly sensing that a magnificent new era might truly be on the verge of their inception. Chapter 55. Even mortals can cultivate. Time slipped by second, as the sun rose from the east to its zenith before gradually tilting westward. On the path of questioning before the gate of Xianyu sect, the once dense throng of nearly 10,000 challengers had dwindled to a mere 100 or so silhouettes, struggling to navigate the invisible steps. Below, clusters of defeated souls lay unconscious or in despair, methodically being carried away by staff sent by Zhao Tianlong. In the distance, the elders of various sects, who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle, wore expressions devoid of mockery, replaced instead by a complex mix of fear and solemnity. Such a formidable illusion array. No, it transcends the realm of mere illusion, targeting the very heart of the Tao. Taoist Qing Song's whisk trembled slightly in his hand. His voice dry. The foundation of Xianyu sect is unfathomable. They dared not harbor any disdain, fixating intently on the path, eager to see how many would ultimately reach the summit. At that moment, a figure staggered onto the final step before the mountain gate. It was a woman, drenched to the skin as though she had just emerged from water. Her athletic attire clung closely, accentuating her breathtaking curves, while her short hair, damp with sweat, clung disheveled to her forehead. She gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently, her legs trembling like chaff, yet she stubbornly straightened her back. It was Lan. She lifted her head, her once sharp gaze, now bloodshot, shone brighter than ever. Oh, Team Leader Qin, congratulations, a languid voice drifted into her ears. Lin Fan had appeared before her, hands in pockets, surveying her with an assessing gaze, a familiar impish grin on his lips. This attire suits you far better than the Dragon Shield Bureau uniform. It enhances your femininity. Lan shot him a glare, yet lacked the strength to respond, her throat only managing to produce a series of hoarse sounds. Enough. Su Yueshi approached, a hint of approval on her face. She handed Lan a fragrant elixir. Take this, it will restore your strength. Without hesitation, Lan accepted the elixir and consumed it. A soothing warmth surged through her limbs, alleviating the near-torn exhaustion she felt. She cast a deep glance at Su Yueshi, then at the carefree Lin Fan beside her, ultimately saying nothing, but quietly sat down nearby to meditate. She understood that from the moment she ascended that final step, her life had irrevocably severed from her past. Following Lan, others ascended one after another. Each of them, like Lan, appeared tattered and disheveled. Yet, without exception, Their gazes had undergone a profound transformation, shedding restlessness and confusion, emerging with an indomitable resilience. Fanzi, I made it. A voice rang out, followed by a robust figure crashing face first onto the ground before the mountain gate, unable to rise again, his fingers twitching slightly. It was Chun Ziyuan. Lin Fan approached. Well done, Lao Chun, you did not bring me shame. Chun Ziyuan struggled to flip onto his back, facing the sky. His face a mix of sweat and tears, yet he grinned widely. He had done it. He had truly ascended through his own efforts. As the last challenger reached the summit, the setting sun bathed the entire Yunming mountain range in golden hues. Out of nearly 10,000 participants, precisely 100 succeeded in reaching the mountain gate, a passing rate of 1%. The observing elders from various sects gasped collectively at this figure, before silently vanishing like fleeting light into the horizon. They needed to return promptly to report to their sect leaders. The cultivation world of Longwo was on the cusp of transformation. Before the mountain gate, Su Yueshi stood atop a high platform, her cool gaze sweeping over the 100 excited newcomers seated in meditation below. From this day forth, you shall be the first-generation disciples of Xianyu sect. Her voice resonated clearly in each ear. Remember, your presence here is not due to your talents, nor your lineage, but because of your own merit. It is your unwavering heart, steadfast in the face of illusion, that has earned you this opportunity for transcendence. Her words ignited a fervor among the new disciples, their eyes ablaze with fervent admiration. Once Su Yueshi finished speaking, she stepped aside, leaving the stage for Lin Fan. Yet he remained still, issuing a command to the system in his mind. System, provide me with 100 cleansing elixirs. Ding. Cleansing elixir, unit price 100 points, total 10,000 points. Confirm exchange? Exchange. Another 100. Those that can create cultivation roots from nothing. Ding. Postnatal root formation liquid, unit price 200 points, total 20,000 points. Confirm exchange? Exchange. Points, 30,000. Current points balance, 219,550. With a thought, two ancient, massive wooden chests appeared in the empty space before him. He patted the chests, flashing a grin at his still-dazed Su Yueshi. Here you go, Grandmaster Su, a special benefit for your new disciples. Curious. Su Yueshi stepped forward and opened one of the chests, a rich herbal aroma wafting toward her, revealing neatly arranged hundreds of white jade vials inside. Is this the cleansing elixir? She picked up a vial, feeling the pure medicinal potency within, her surprise palpable. Just a trifle, Lin Fan remarked, gesturing towards another box. The main event lies within that one. With a hint of skepticism, Su Yueshi opened the second box. This time, there was no overwhelming fragrance of herbs. Only 100 crystal test tubes lying quietly inside, each filled with a golden liquid. What is this? Su Yueshi frowned, unable to sense any spiritual fluctuations. Lin Fan cleared his throat and, addressing the 100 disciples before him, proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, pay attention. The two boxes before you are your initiation gifts. The box on the left contains the cleansing marrow pill, one for each of you. It will refine your very essence, allowing you to shed your former self and lay the most solid foundation for your cultivation." Upon hearing this, a wave of barely contained gasps rippled through the crowd. Qinlan's breath caught in her throat, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. However, it was Lin Fan's next words that struck like thunder, reverberating in everyone's minds. He pointed to the box containing the golden liquid, articulating each word with precision. As for the box on the right, it contains the postnatal spiritual root cultivation liquid. One vial for each of you. Its sole purpose is to grant you a spiritual root. Regardless of whether you possessed one before, it will be the one most suited to you. From this day forth, each and every one of you is destined to embark on the path of immortality as cultivators. A stunned silence enveloped the mountain gate, followed by an eruption of exhilaration. Heavens! Am I dreaming? Long live the Xianyu sect! Long live the sect master! Chun Ziyuan trembled with excitement, his eyes glistening. He had always known Lin Fan was formidable, but never could he have imagined such extraordinary prowess. Qinlan clenched her fists tightly, her heart tumultuous. In that instant, all weariness and pain evaporated. The 100 newly initiated disciples gazed at Lin Fan and Su Yueshi on the platform, their eyes brimming with the purest admiration. They understood that they had made the right gamble. Chapter 56. A mishap. My first kiss is gone. Nightfall descended quietly. Before the mountain gate of the Xianyu sect, the 100 new disciples remained seated on the ground, yet the fatigue that once enveloped them had been replaced by an exhilarating fervor. They repeatedly caressed the vial of postnatal spiritual root cultivation liquid in their hands, feeling its cool touch as if grasping their future of rebirth. Su Yueshi stood aloft, bathed in the serene moonlight that rendered her akin to a true fairy. She meticulously arranged the subsequent matters. Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong jolted to attention and bowed respectfully. The shock he experienced today surpassed all he had encountered in decades of navigating the business world. These are the first batch of disciples of our sect, Su Yueshi stated. Their food, lodging, clothing, and daily necessities must adhere to the highest standards. Yes, rest assured, sect master. I will ensure they are accommodated more comfortably than in a 5-star hotel, Zhao Tianlong promised, thumping his chest before turning to make arrangements. At that moment, his son Zhao Feng mingled among the 100 disciples, his face glowing with pride. Stealing a glance at the man not far away, he felt no trace of his former arrogance. He resolved to cling tightly to this most formidable ally in the universe. Chen Ziyuan gazed at his hands. The same hands that had once bowed low for mere thousands of yuan, now clutching a key to the path of immortality. He looked towards Lin Fan. Fancy. Lin Fan seemed to sense his gaze, waving casually and flashing a brilliant smile. Once all arrangements were in place, Su Yueshi entrusted the minor details to Zhao Tianlong and, alongside Lin Fan, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the night. Upon returning to the riverside villa, the familiar warmth of home enveloped them. Grandma had already retired, and a light glowed in Lin Yu's room. In the living room, Su Yueshi shed her somewhat formal robe for comfortable home attire, allowing herself to relax as she sat on the sofa, gazing at the man before her, momentarily lost in thought. What are you staring at? Lin Fan inquired without looking up. Are you mesmerized by my universally unmatched handsome visage? Su Yueshi pushed 2 jade boxes toward him, saying here, this is the compensation sent from Qingqing Mountain and Jingshan Temple. Only then did Lin Fan set down his phone and casually open one of the jade boxes. Inside were various bottles of pills and a few ancient, bound scriptures. He glanced at them, curling his lip in disdain. Paupers. Saying this, he waved his hand, and 2 items materialized on the coffee table. One was a jade tome of an icy blue hue, seemingly carved from millennia-old frost. Its cover inscribed with ancient script that read, the grand cold immortal technique. The other was a white jade elixir bottle, cold mist swirling around it, within which lay a pill the size of a longan, radiating a pristine lunar glow. What is this? Su Yueshi's breath hitched. Merely gazing at the jade tome set her internal Taiyin, Zhou Tiangong, into motion, emitting a hum of yearning. For you, Lin Fan said nonchalantly. Since we aim to become the preeminent sect in the world, the sect master's stature must be elevated. This grand cold immortal technique complements the Taiyin Zhou Tiangong, leading directly to the Great Path. And this Taiyin transformation pill will allow you to become the Taiyin Liuli divine body. Su Yueshi gazed at him silently, a whirlwind of emotions surging within her. She realized that this man, often lacking seriousness, had unknowingly become the very color and support of her journey. When this thought crystallized in her mind, her heart skipped a beat, observing Lin Fan's playful demeanor. An impulse surged within her. Taking a step closer, she pressed her soft lips against his in a moment that left Lin Fan utterly bewildered. Time seemed to freeze, and the only sensations he could perceive were the softness of her lips, their gentle warmth, and a faint fragrance emanating from her. The kiss was fleeting. Su Yueshi stepped back, her pallid cheeks flushed crimson. Lin Fan stood rigid, his mind rebooting. Did she just kiss me? My first kiss is gone. A tempest of emotions surged within him. Damn it, she took the initiative. If I don't act now, am I still a man? In a sudden fervor, Lin Fan reached out and pulled her back into his embrace, holding her tightly, as if to meld her into his very being. Su Yueshi stiffened for a moment before relaxing, burying her face in his chest. Just then, a small gasp escaped from Lin Yu's room. They exchanged a glance and immediately made their way over. Lin Yu sat at her desk, her small face a mask of shock as she stared at her phone. On the screen was an urgent nationwide news broadcast. A serious-looking leader in a Zhongshan suit addressed the camera with utmost gravity, announcing, after deliberation by the highest authorities, from this day forward, we shall officially disclose the existence of cultivators and individuals with extraordinary abilities to all citizens. Cultivators and extraordinary individuals are not fictional characters. They are an integral part of our world. In response to the increasingly complex international landscape and potential crises, the nation will launch a comprehensive enlightenment program to incorporate potential development into the basic education system and under official supervision. Allow qualified sects and organizations to publicly recruit disciples from society. With this announcement, the entire Dragon Kingdom erupted in a frenzy. The major social media platforms were instantaneously inundated with a deluge of comments and shares. Wow, cultivating immortality is real. Last year during the core formation stage, my doctor insisted it was just a stone, and after surgery, I lost all my cultivation. What cultivation are you all talking about? What if spiritual energy revives? And you all are soaring in the skies, while I'm left running on the ground. Wake up, you up there. You have no spiritual root. Who says one cannot cultivate without a spiritual root? Have you heard of the Saiyan sect? They just opened their gates. And I heard they grant divine artifacts on the spot, capable of instantly growing spiritual roots. Is that for real? Where's the Saiyan sect? Is it too late to go now? Please provide the address. Amidst the clamor of the internet, Lin Fan merely cast a fleeting glance and chose to disregard it. His attention was captured by something else entirely. The ancient dragon egg, a reward from the system, lay quietly on a soft cushion. The once mirror-like golden shell now emitted a gentle radiance, remarkably akin to Lin Yu's spiritual fluctuations. It seemed that Lin Yu spoke to this egg daily, unknowingly nurturing it with her unrefined, yet potent spiritual energy. Just as Lin Fan gazed at it, the soft golden glow suddenly intensified. Crack! A barely audible, yet crystal-clear sound of shattering resonated throughout the silent room. A fine crack appeared on the golden shell. Chapter 57. The Ancient Divine Dragon, Bruce. With a crack, he exchanged a glance with Su Yueshi, both astonished by the other's expression. It was about to emerge. Su Yueshi's voice lowered, tinged with a hint of anxiety. The ancient dragon egg, a name that indicated its extraordinary nature. What monumental being could possibly hatch from it? Lin Yu widened her beautiful eyes, covering her mouth with her small hand, staring at the egg with a mix of anticipation and fear. Crack, crack, crack. The fissures multiplied, swiftly spreading across the entire shell. Resplendent golden light burst forth from the crevices, illuminating the room as if it were a golden sanctuary. An overwhelming, ancient, and supremely noble dragon power surged forth. This pressure was so immense that it penetrated the villa's protective formation, causing all living beings within several miles to tremble in fear. Su Yueshi's complexion paled. Her foundational cultivation felt insignificant before such pure might. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed as he unleashed his combat power of 15,000 points. A golden aura flickering and forming an invisible barrier that contained the dragon's might within the room, simultaneously guarding Su Yueshi and Lin Yu. Goodness, this spectacle is even grander than mine. Lin Fan smacked his lips, inwardly astonished. Finally, amid the collective gaze of onlookers, the shell of the egg shattered with a resounding pop. The golden light reached its zenith, dazzling to the point of blinding. A vague, majestic dragon silhouette flickered through the radiance. As the brilliance dissipated, in the center of the room, amidst the shattered golden shell, stood a diminutive creature. Measuring about half a meter in length, its body was adorned with fine golden scales that shimmered under the light. 2 prominent horns sprouted from its head, and beneath its belly were 4 claws, sharp as blades, while the tip of its tail sported a tuft of golden fur. Majestic and powerful, it exuded an explosive aura. However, this seemingly regal young dragon wobbled its head, evidently bewildered by its surroundings. Its eyes, which should have been filled with majesty, were a clear sky blue, sparkling like gemstones, radiating curiosity about this new world. Tentatively, it extended a front paw, only to trip over its own feet and tumble face first to the ground. Lin Fan. Su Yueshi. The juvenile dragon appeared somewhat embarrassed, quickly scrambling to its feet, shaking its head, and then spotting its own tail. Its blue eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Oh woo? With a curious cry, it joyfully began spinning in circles, attempting to catch its golden tail. For a moment, the room was filled only with the sound of it panting as it chased its own tail. Lin Fan's lips twitched violently. He had envisioned a cataclysmic beast hatching from this dragon egg, or perhaps a cold and aloof divine dragon. But he never anticipated that it would emerge as a creature draped in dragon skin, resembling a husky. Observing the adorable sight of the golden young dragon spinning wildly, Lin Yu's heart stirred, and an idea sparked in her mind. Tentatively, she called out, "Bruce?" The spinning young dragon abruptly halted, raising its head to see Lin Yu. Its eyes gleamed like 2 small suns. "Oh woo, oh woo," it joyfully exclaimed twice, scampering over with its 4 short legs, wagging its tail as it leaped into Lin Yu's arms, affectionately rubbing its scaly head against her cheek while emitting a contented purring sound, its pink tongue eagerly licking her face. Lin Yu laughed heartily, hugging this clingy little creature tightly. Lin Fan buried his face in his hands. "System, are you certain this creature is an ancient divine dragon and not a mix of a golden retriever and a lizard?" He helplessly complained in his mind. Beep. Species identification. Ancient 5-clawed golden dragon, juvenile stage. Possessing infinite growth potential. Character influenced by the nurturing of its spiritual energy during the incubation period, exhibiting a degree of malleability. Lin Fan gazed at Bruce, who was rolling and being affectionate in his sister's embrace, lost in contemplation. So, the reason this creature is so silly is due to the influence of his sister's spiritual power? Clearing his throat, Lin Fan decided to establish his authority as the master before this silly creature. He stepped forward, adopting a stern expression and intoned, "Bruce, come here." Bruce, upon hearing, peeked out from Lin Yu's arms, curiously regarding Lin Fan. It tilted its head, seemingly pondering what come here meant. Lin Fan extended a finger, pointing to the ground before him. Bruce understood. A flicker of excitement passed through its blue eyes, as it perceived this new human wanted to play a game. A woo! It cried out, leaping toward Lin Fan, and bit down on his outstretched finger, gnawing on it like a chew toy, joyously shaking its head. Lin Fan felt a sharp pain radiate from his finger, even his 15,000 combat power defenses unable to stave off the discomfort, as veins throbbed on his forehead. He seized Bruce by the scruff of its neck, lifting it up. Let go. A woo! Bruce whimpered in grievance, but refused to release its grip. Thus, the two remained in a stalemate. Su Yueshi, witnessing this scene, finally could not contain herself and burst into laughter, her laughter vibrant and melodic, her eyes crescent-shaped. Completely devoid of her usual aloof demeanor, radiating pure charm. Lin Fan found himself momentarily entranced by her appearance. He rubbed his still throbbing finger, which bore the impression of Bruce's tiny teeth. Clearing his throat, he dismissed the awkwardness while a slightly mischievous smile crept onto his face. How about we continue? We were just interrupted. Su Yueshi's laughter abruptly ceased, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Embarrassment and irritation intertwined within her as she shot him a glare. What are you continuing for? Xiaoyu is still here, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with shyness. Oh, Lin Fan elongated the word, feigning sudden realization. Then let us wait until no one is around next time. You still dare to say that? Su Yueshi stomped her foot in embarrassment, pivoting swiftly to retreat to her room, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Lin Fan rubbed his nose and chuckled softly. Turning around, he caught sight of Bruce, the so-called ancient divine dragon, but truly a husky, having abandoned the sofa leg to launch an assault on a crystal ornament. Stop it! Lin Fan dashed over, seizing the nape of fate once more. After a brief struggle resembling a battle between man and dragon, tranquility returned to the villa. Inside her room, Su Yueshi leaned against the door, her heart racing. The blush on her face lingered, refusing to fade. She gazed at the Taiyin Zhao Hua Dan in her palm, radiating a chilling energy. Alongside the jade slip containing the Guanghan Xianju, a warm wave of emotion surged within her. Ever since the destruction of the Xianyu sect, burdened with deep-seated enmity, she had never felt such a sense of peace and being cherished. Taking a deep breath, her gaze grew resolute. The night passed in silence. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the curtains the following morning, Su Yueshi, seated in meditation, opened her eyes. She placed the Taiyin Zhao Hua Dan into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a torrent of pure, chilling energy that washed over her limbs and bones. This coldness was not the piercing chill one would expect. Rather, it bore a quality of creation and rebirth, as if it sought to reshape her mortal form into that of a legendary deity. Simultaneously, the pathways of the Guanghan Xianju flowed effortlessly through her mind, guiding the formidable medicinal power to refine her meridians, bones, blood, and even every cell. Above the villa, the skies darkened. The once clear heavens inexplicably gathered a thick mist, coalescing into clouds, while a spectral moon flickered within, casting a silvery light that poured into Su Yueshi's room. Lin Fan sensed the astonishing surge of spiritual energy immediately. He hastily set aside what he was holding, his figure flashing to appear outside her door. He did not intrude, merely absorbing the escalating aura within the room, which seemed to undergo a profound transformation. This essence was noble and ethereal, as if it belonged to realms beyond the mortal coil. Time passed, and once the spectral moon fully merged with the villa, the unusual phenomena gradually dissipated. With a creak, the door opened. Su Yueshi emerged. Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. She still possessed her breathtaking beauty, yet her aura had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. Her long, graceful legs were partially revealed, her skin fairer than snow, shimmering with a lustrous glow. Even more mesmerizing were her bare feet, with slender ankles and toes rounded like pearls, casually resting on the cold floor. Standing there quietly, she emanated a sanctity that was both awe-inspiring and untouchable, as if she had descended from the Moon Palace itself. Taiyin Liuli Divine Body. Lin Fan instinctively raised his hand to activate the power detector. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 6,000. Hiss. Lin Fan inhaled sharply. In just one night, her power had skyrocketed from 2,200 at the initial stage of foundation establishment to a peak of 6,000. The combination of the Taiyin Zhao Hua Dan and Guanghan Xianju was undeniably formidable. Su Yueshi felt the spiritual power coursing through her, merging with the newfound divine body that seemed to resonate with the power of the Taiyin. She was filled with awe. Just as she was about to speak, a series of excited howls and crashing sounds interrupted her. They turned to see Bruce joyfully chasing a robotic vacuum cleaner around the living room, knocking furniture askew. Lin Yu trailed behind, panting, shouting, "Bruce, sit. No biting." Lin Fan and Su Yueshi exchanged glances, each finding a hint of amused resignation in the other's eyes. Meanwhile, in the Yunming mountain range, the Xianyu sect was flourishing, developing steadily and efficiently. Over 100 disciples who had passed the trial of the heart's path had consumed cleansing pills and postnatal root-forming liquids, all stepping into the realm of cultivation. The entire sect was enveloped in a vibrant atmosphere of vigorous training. Among them, the most remarkable was undoubtedly Qin Lan. In the training ground, she wielded a standard long sword, her movements swift as lightning, the sword's gleam fierce, each strike imbued with the ironclad spirit and ferocity characteristic of a soldier. Sweat had thoroughly soaked her training attire, clinging to her, accentuating her powerful and graceful curves. "Huh," she exclaimed, executing the final sword move, shattering a 100-pound practice stone before her. "Senior Sister Qin has broken through again. Incredible. It's only been a few days, and she is already at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Not to mention, I heard Elder Lu privately say that Senior Sister Qin's combat instinct surpasses that of many mid-Qi refinement cultivators." The surrounding disciples cast admiring glances. Nearby, Zhao Feng felt a mix of jealousy and admiration, having relied on his family's wealth to procure numerous auxiliary pills. Yet barely scraping the threshold of the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, finding daily training to be sheer torment. On the high platform, Elder Wang Banshan, responsible for teaching basic swordsmanship, stroked his beard in satisfaction, nodding as he remarked to Lu Chanfeng and Zhao Sihai. "Qin Lan possesses exceptional temperament, willpower, and talent. She is indeed a blessing for the revival of our Xianyu sect." Lu Chanfeng wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, and there is also Chen Ziyuan. Though his talent may be slightly lacking, his steadiness and practicality make him a worthy candidate. The insights of the sect master and Senior Lin are truly remarkable. "We could never hope to match them," Zhao Sihai remarked with a sycophantic smile. Who could argue otherwise? The three, once figures of note in the loose cultivator community, now spoke of Lin Fan and Su Yueshi with genuine reverence and fervor. As they conversed, the figures of Su Yueshi and Lin Fan quietly appeared atop the high platform. "Greetings, Sect Master." "Greetings, Senior Lin." The 3 elders were taken aback, quickly bowing in respect. Su Yueshi nodded slightly, her gaze falling upon the vibrant faces in the training ground, a surge of belonging swelling within her. Lin Fan, hands clasped behind his back, observed everything with a satisfied smile. Just as he prepared to deliver some encouraging words to the disciples, he suddenly felt a tug at the hem of his garment. Looking down, he saw Bruce gazing up at him with its large azure eyes, looking woefully pitiful, then extending a paw toward a mountain shrouded in formations, abundant in spiritual energy. That was the medicinal garden Lin Fan had exchanged for with points. Lin Fan's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 59, Divine Dragon? Extravagant plaything. No going there. Lin Fan lowered his voice, squeezing out 3 words through clenched teeth, his tone laden with warning. However, Bruce merely blinked its bright blue eyes, seemingly oblivious to the warning. It even tilted its head slightly, emitting a gurgling sound from its throat, while its tail wagged joyfully. I, Lin Fan, had yet to finish my sentence when Bruce, with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, suddenly vanished in a flash of golden light. Too fast. Lin Fan's pupils constricted, with his battle power of 15,000. He could only catch a vague silhouette. Damn it. Lin Fan cursed inwardly. Disregarding any semblance of seniority, he exerted force with his legs and shot forward like a cannonball. On the platform, Su Yueshi and the 3 elders only caught a glimpse of a blur before Lin Fan and the little golden dragon disappeared. Lu Chanfeng and the others exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss. Su Yueshi, however, pressed her forehead, a foreboding sensation swelling within her. Boom. In the distance, a faint explosion of energy reverberated. It was the protective array of the spirit herb garden. Lin Fan felt a chill in his heart, accelerating his speed even further, transforming into a streak of light barely visible to the naked eye. Upon his arrival at the spirit herb garden, he stood frozen in place. Before him, the thin protective array had been breached, leaving a gaping hole nearly the height of a person, its edges still flickering with arcs of electricity. And the culprit, the ancient 5-clawed golden dragon named Bruce, lay comfortably in the center of a patch of herbs, its mouth stuffed to the brim, cheeks bulging like a hamster, producing a crisp, crunching sound as it chewed. The ground was littered with the remnants of spirit herbs, reduced to mere stubs. Lin Fan's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He felt his heart bleed. This was not merely food, it was his precious points. Points he had painstakingly earned through blood and sweat. Bruce appeared to notice Lin Fan's arrival, lifting its head with innocent blue eyes, even wagging its tail at Lin Fan. while its mouth continued to munch. A rich aroma of spiritual energy mingled with its saliva wafting through the air. It even burped. "You wasteful creature." Lin Fan nearly spat out the words through gritted teeth. And with a swift stride, he seized the dragon by the scruff of its neck. Oh! Bruce was lifted into the air, its four paws flailing innocently, still forgetting to swallow its food. "I'll let you eat." Lin Fan, veins bulging on his forehead from anger, shook it vigorously. "Do you know that I nearly got killed just to earn these points? And you treat it like a meal." Just then, the disciples in the training ground were drawn over by the commotion. When they beheld the magnificent creature Lin Fan held, radiantly golden and exuding majesty, all of them halted, collectively petrified. What is that?" A new disciple stuttered. "A dragon. It's a dragon. The legendary divine dragon. My goodness. A golden dragon. Just like the records in ancient texts. It's truly a divine dragon. Our Saiyan sect has a divine dragon to guard us." The disciples erupted into a frenzy, each face alight with shock and fervor. It was a dragon, a creature that existed only in myth. And now it stood before them, alive. Even Qin Lan, whose face was usually icy, displayed an expression of incredulity. She stared intently at Bruce, feeling the ancient and potent dragon aura, albeit still immature. Chen Ziyuan gaped, his mind blank. He thought he had exhausted all his capacity for astonishment since reuniting with Lin Fan. The three elders on the platform hurried over, their beards trembling with excitement upon seeing Bruce. A divine dragon. Truly, a divine dragon has descended. Lu Chongfeng's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, declaring this the harbinger of great prosperity for our Saiyan sect. Zhao Sihai and Wang Banshan nodded repeatedly, gazing at Lin Fan with an awe that transcended mere reverence. It was as if they beheld a deity walking among mortals. However, the next scene rendered all their expressions frozen. They witnessed their revered elder Lin, with an ominous glare, tapping his finger repeatedly on the dragon's head. "Spit it out. You hear me? Even what you swallowed can't be called cultivation. Do you understand what refining means? What absorption means? Such a waste." The dragon, being chastised, let out a series of plaintive howls, its front paws cradling its head. The entire scene resembled a frantic owner scolding a mischievous husky that had wrecked the house. All the disciples were left in a state of confusion. Is this scene not a bit off? Wasn't he the descent of a divine dragon supposed to herald auspicious tidings? Why does it feel so down to earth? Su Yueshi also arrived, and upon witnessing the spectacle, followed by Lin Fan's exasperated yet helpless demeanor, couldn't he help but burst into laughter. Her laughter melted the ice, leaving many male disciples dumbfounded. Hearing her laughter, Lin Fan turned around and shot her a glare. "You're still laughing. Look at the trouble Bruce has caused." Su Yueshi approached him, gently stroking Bruce's resplendent golden head, soothingly remarking, "Let it be. It has eaten enough. The mountain is rich in spiritual energy. It will regrow in a few days." Bruce immediately seized the opportunity, wriggling free from Lin Fan's grasp and burrowing into Su Yueshi's arms, rubbing against her while emitting adorable sounds. Lin Fan felt his eyelids twitch once more, just as he prepared to deliver another lecture to this extravagant creature. His phone suddenly vibrated. Lin Fan frowned and pulled out his phone. He stepped aside and pressed the answer key. "Hello, Mr. Lin Fan." On the other end, Qin Shan's voice sounded unusually grave, tinged with urgency. "We have an emergency situation. Speak." "We have located him." Qin Shan took a deep breath, speaking in a low tone. "We have pinpointed the location of the leader of the Divine Awakening Organization, Yazril, through satellite energy comparisons. It is 5,000 meters deep within a military base in the Rocky Mountains of North America." Lin Fan remained silent, listening intently. There was a pause on the other end, as if Qin Shan was organizing his thoughts, lowering his voice further. "However, the situation is far worse than we anticipated. Just 10 minutes ago, our surveillance satellite stationed over North America detected an explosive surge in energy readings at the target site. According to our analysis, there is only one possibility." A note of apprehension seeped into Qin Shan's voice. Yazril's evolution, or rather his awakening, has entered its final stage. He is growing stronger with every passing moment. He is about to awaken. Chapter 60, Yazril descends. After hearing this, Lin Fan fell silent for a moment before calmly responding with 2 words. "Hang up." Beep. In the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, Qin Shan held up his phone, now emitting a busy signal, and exchanged perplexed looks with the high-ranking officials around him. He just hung up? That an SSS level ability user on the verge of awakening. A colossal threat that could reshape the world. And that was his reaction? Meanwhile, outside the Spirit Herb Garden of Saiyan sect, Lin Fan pocketed his phone, his expression devoid of any concern for the impending global crisis. Slowly, he turned his gaze back to the golden figure clinging to Su Yueshi's leg, pouting and acting adorably. "What is Azrael? What is the North American base?" With the current points combined with the King of Worlds' fist, no one can do anything. At present, this prodigal dragon has devoured his medicinal garden, and that is the pressing issue. Lin Fan's voice was devoid of emotion. As he was vigorously rubbing his head against Su Yueshi, Bruce's movements froze, seemingly detecting a hint of danger in that calm tone. He lifted his head, his dragon eyes filled with innocence. Come here. Instead of moving, Bruce buried his head deeper into Su Yueshi's embrace. The corner of Lin Fan's eyes twitched. Just as he was about to lose his temper, the three elders, Lu Chongfeng, Wang Banshan, and Zhao Sihai, suddenly trembled in unison. They exchanged incredulous glances, each seeing an overwhelming joy mirrored in the other's eyes. This is... Lu Chongfeng stammered, his beard quivering with excitement. Moments ago, Bruce had indulged himself, stirring the spiritual energy accumulated in the medicinal garden like boiling water. The three of them had been stuck at the peak of the Master Realm for years, just a step away from breaking through. Now, with this surge of pure spiritual energy, the formidable bottleneck within them shattered with a resounding crack. Boom, boom, boom. Three distinct auras erupted from their bodies, soaring into the sky, and the surrounding spiritual energy instantly formed three whirlpools, frantically surging into them. The disciples in the training ground were once again captivated by the commotion, and when they beheld the three elders suspended in midair, their spiritual energy swirling around them, they gasped in astonishment. They had broken through. All three elders had achieved a breakthrough. This is the foundation establishment stage, the legendary realm. My heavens! In one day, our Xianyu sect has gained 3 foundation establishment masters. After a moment, as the spiritual energy calmed, the 3 elders gradually descended. They reveled in the unprecedented strength coursing through their bodies, the sensation of rebirth and an extended lifespan overwhelming them with emotion. They straightened their robes and hurried to Lin Fan, bowing deeply without uttering a word. Thank you, Elder Lin, for bestowing us this fortuitous opportunity. Were it not for you, we would have never advanced in this lifetime. Such immense grace will be remembered for eternity. They understood that had they not been in this extraordinarily rich spiritual environment of the Xianyu sect, they could never have broken through so easily. And the source of it all was the inscrutable young man before them. Observing the excited trio, the resentment on Lin Fan's face due to the destruction of his medicinal garden finally began to dissipate. He waved his hand dismissively, appearing unimpressed, and then, as if recalling something, he flipped his wrist, revealing 3 jade bottles in his palm. Oh right. Lin Fan casually tossed the jade bottles to them, his tone as indifferent as if distributing candy. These are foundation establishment pills, perfect for consolidating your newfound realms after your breakthroughs. Consider it your employment benefit for becoming elders in my Xianyu sect. Foundation establishment pills. Lu Chongfeng fumbled to catch the jade bottle, uncorking it to reveal an intoxicating fragrance wafting forth. The 3 elders clutched the bottles, their hands trembling like leaves in the wind, their gazes towards Lin Fan shifting from reverence to fervent adoration. The audacity of Elder Lin had surpassed their wildest imaginations. Having dispatched the 3 elders, Lin Fan turned his attention back to the source of the trouble. He grimaced as he opened the system store in his mind, quickly sifting through the myriad of items. Dragon Beast exclusive spiritual energy fruit, large portion, containing pure spiritual energy, exquisitely flavorful, a favorite of young dragons. Price, 5,000 points. Lin Fan's heart lurched at the 5,000 point price tag. Yet, recalling the devastation of the medicinal garden, he gritted his teeth and exchanged for a portion. Exchange successful. Remaining points, 211,550. With a crash, a multitude of fist-sized fruits radiating 7 colors materialized at Lin Fan's feet, filling the air with an extraordinary fruity aroma. Bruce, who had been hiding in Su Yueshi's embrace, suddenly perked up, his nose twitching, his eyes gleaming as drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. No longer able to feign helplessness, he transformed into a streak of golden light, darting towards the pile of fruits. Stop! Lin Fan barked, and Bruce skidded to a halt before the mountain of fruits, gazing longingly, a rumbling sound of desire emanating from his throat. Lin Fan pointed to the pile of spiritual fruits, and then to the wreckage of the medicinal garden behind him. This, he gestured to the fruits, is edible and will fill you up. That, he indicated the garden, if you touch it again, you'll be grounded. Understood? Bruce tilted his head in a semblance of comprehension, obediently nodding before diving into the pile of fruits. Observing the carefree eating, Lin Fan sighed, feeling as though he had raised not a divine dragon, but a gold-devouring beast. In the following days, the Xianyu sect was thoroughly put back on track. The 3 newly minted foundation establishment elders brimmed with enthusiasm, beginning to select suitable successors from the 100 disciples to inherit their legacies. The construction team, led by Zhao Tianlong, worked with remarkable efficiency, and a wide mountain road was taking shape, while various modern living facilities sprang up at the foot of the mountain. Qinlan and Chun Ziyuan stood out among the many disciples. Qinlan, with her foundation from the Dragon Shield Bureau, was resolute, progressing rapidly in her cultivation. While Chun Ziyuan, though starting late, possessed an incredibly resilient spirit, making astonishing strides as well. The entire sect radiated an atmosphere of prosperity. After handling the sect's affairs, Lin Fan returned to the riverside villa with Su Yueshi and a well-fed Bruce. Upon entering, Bruce joyfully dashed towards Lin Yu's room, while Lin Fan collapsed onto the sofa. Home was indeed comfortable. The living room was tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the laughter of Lin Yu and Bruce from the adjacent room. Lin Fan savored this rare moment of peace. He truly did not pay much heed to the news of Azrael's imminent awakening. When soldiers come, we meet them. When water comes, we dam it. He turned his gaze towards the quietly seated Su Yueshi. Under the soft light, her exquisite profile appeared particularly gentle, less cold, and more warm with domesticity. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the tips of Su Yueshi's ears flushed slightly, yet she did not shy away. The atmosphere was subtly shifting in a certain direction. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan was about to say something to break the silence, when suddenly, zzz, the lights in the living room flickered violently, and the television screen erupted into static. Emitting a jarring noise, an inexplicable chill enveloped the entire villa without warning. Lin Fan and Su Yueshi's expressions changed simultaneously. Lin Fan sprang from the sofa, his aura surging, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Su Yueshi also summoned her flying sword, her peak foundation establishment aura bursting forth. The laughter from the adjacent room abruptly ceased. Brother? Lin Yu's timid voice drifted in. Stay in your room, don't come out. Lin Fan commanded sharply. No sooner had he spoken than the air in the center of the living room began to undergo a bizarre transformation. The space seemed to destabilize. Rippling as it twisted and folded, a black singularity materializing out of thin air, rapidly expanding outward. A pressure far more intense than before seeped from the distorted space. Lin Fan unleashed his full battle power of 15,000 points, golden flames soaring skyward, forming a solid barrier to shield against the encroaching pressure. A vague silhouette gradually emerged from the rift in space. Chapter 61, The Invitation of Yazril. The figure stepped out from the distorted breach, its outline transitioning from indistinct to distinct. Clad in an oddly tailored white robe, it exuded both classical solemnity and futuristic minimalism. Its eyes, however, were a desolate deep sea, devoid of any emotion. It was not a corporeal being. Its form flickered slightly, resembling an unstable projection. Lin Fan condensed his chi into a golden energy wall, clashing violently against the invisible pressure radiating from the figure. Silent ripples erupted in the air, and the coffee table and sofa in the living room creaked ominously under the strain of the two forces, as if they might crumble into dust at any moment. Su Yueshi, wielding her flying sword, stood protectively by Lin Fan's side, her peak foundation cultivation fully activated. Interesting. A voice resonated not through the ears, but directly within the minds of Lin Fan and Su Yueshi. It was flat and hollow, an unfamiliar energy system, pure, domineering, and filled with destructiveness. And another, a cultivator? How could one break free from the shackles of this planet? The visitor was Yazril, the leader of the Divine Awakening Organization. His mental projection sweeping over Lin Fan and Su Yueshi, as if admiring two rare artifacts. Lin Fan frowned, feeling quite displeased at being appraised like a lab rat. He smirked, breaking the heavy atmosphere. I say, buddy, you may have barged into my home, but you broke my TV. Surely that warrants some compensation? Yazril's expressionless eyes seemed to ripple slightly in response to this remark. Having lived for centuries, he had encountered emperors and ministers, as well as obsequious followers. Yet he had never seen someone concerned about a television under such circumstances. Ignoring Lin Fan's jest, the voice continued to echo in their minds. This world is ill. It is decaying, stagnant, burdened by a host of foolish mortals, and making no progress. I have witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, and the ebb and flow of technology. Yet, regardless of external changes, its inherent flaws remain unchanged. Therefore, I have resolved to act personally, to establish an entirely new order for this world, a perfect new world governed by true strength, led by elites, purging all excess and waste. Yazril spread his arms wide. Despite being merely a projection, he adopted a posture as if embracing the universe, his expression a blend of compassion and arrogance that looked down upon all beings. And you, Lin Fan and Su Yueshi, are miracles born in this decaying world, akin to new humanity like myself. You should not consort with the ants. Lin Fan listened to this archetypal villain's monologue, nearly stifling a yawn. At that moment, the bedroom door was quietly pushed open, revealing a golden, fluffy little head peeking out. It was Bruce, Clearly startled by the commotion outside, yet unable to quell its curiosity, it cautiously observed the peculiar, shimmering figure in the center of the living room. Tilting its head, its dragon-like eyes filled with a husky-s innocent stupidity. Against the backdrop of Yazral's grand declaration, Bruce seemed to find the newcomer a nuisance. Opening its mouth to let out a high-pitched, childish bark, woof. The sound reverberated through the silent living room, causing Yazral's previously majestic demeanor to stiffen abruptly. Even his projection flickered violently at the unexpected canine interruption. Lin Fan almost burst into laughter, while Su Yueshi stood aghast, staring at Bruce, who had so brazenly disregarded the divine presence, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Clearly, this minor incident had extinguished Yazral's desire to continue his speech. His indifferent gaze refocused on Lin Fan, the projection stabilizing once more. Lin Fan, let us return to the matter at hand. I require your strength, and you need my guidance. To go solo will ultimately lead to being consumed by this decaying old world. He extended his hand, as if offering a supreme grace. 3 days hence, come to the Rocky Mountains in North America. My true self awaits you there. It is the origin of the new world. Join me, and I shall bestow upon you unimaginable power and glory, and together we shall become deities of the new world. An invitation? Lin Fan scoffed inwardly. This was no invitation. It was clearly a trap. This fellow likely found himself at a disadvantage in his projected state, and sought to lure him into his lair to unleash his true power and seize him. A clever scheme indeed. However, Lin Fan's expression betrayed eagerness. North America? Sounds good. Su Yueshi, listening nearby, felt a chill run down her spine. Desperate to cover Lin Fan's mouth, how could he possibly accept such an obviously perilous invitation? Yazral gazed intently at Lin Fan. I await you. With those words, his projection dissipated like sand scattered by the wind, transforming into specks of black light that vanished into the air. As he departed, the oppressive aura also evaporated, and the living room lights returned to normal. Brother, Lin Yu could no longer contain herself, bursting into the room with Bruce and clinging to Lin Fan's arm. Her face pale. It's all right, it's all right. Lin Fan patted his sister's back, then playfully pinched the scruff of Bruce's neck. You foolish creature. Why bark like a dog? Bruce whimpered a couple of times, nudging against him. Lin Fan. Su Yueshi's voice trembled as she hurried to Lin Fan, gripping his arm. Her beautiful eyes filled with urgency and concern. Have you lost your mind? You didn't actually agree to him, did you? That's the leader of the Divine Awakening Organization, an ancient monster who has lived for who knows how long. Going to his lair would be walking into a trap. She understood all too well the terrifying power an SSS-class powerhouse could unleash in their domain. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Lin Fan looked at her anxious expression, warmth blossoming in his heart. He grasped Su Yueshi's somewhat cold hand, the playful grin fading from his face, replaced with confidence and sharpness. Walking into a trap? No, you've misunderstood. He leaned close to Su Yueshi's ear, whispering in a tone only they could hear. That's not walking into a trap, that's delivery to my doorstep. He mused. How valuable would it be to take down an SSS-class boss who had lived for centuries and seize his stronghold? Chapter 62. I step out and cast energy orbs. After Yazral's mental projection dissipated, the oppressive force in the living room also faded away. The first thing Lin Fan did was stride to the now static-riddled LCD television and lamentingly pat its casing. Damn it, a 75-inch screen. And this guy has no sense of public decency. Su Yueshi and Lin Yu, who had just rushed out of the room, momentarily forgot their earlier fright at his antics. Lin Fan turned and picked up his phone, dialing a number. The call connected swiftly, and the steady voice of Director Zhong Tianzheng came through. Mr. Lin Fan? Director Zhong. To make a long story short, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, as if ordering takeout. The idiot Yazral from the Divine Awakening Organization just visited my house, albeit only his projection. He wants me to meet his true self in the Rocky Mountains of North America in 3 days. On the other end of the line, a profound silence ensued. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, Zhong Tianjing's voice finally resonated once more, laced with a hint of dryness. Mr. Lin Fan, are you implying that you intend to go? Indeed, they have extended an invitation to me. To decline would be rather unbecoming, Lin Fan replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This is far too perilous. Yazler is a being of SSS rank, and we are in his domain. Qin Shan's anxious voice interjected from the side, clearly having taken over the call. Enough, enough, Lin Fan interrupted. I called to inform you to evacuate all citizens of the Dragon Nation around the North American Rocky Mountains. Within 3 days, I want that area devoid of our people. Do you require any support? We can. Unnecessary. Lin Fan's tone brooked no argument. Following this, he decisively hung up the phone, leaving the command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau enveloped in a heavy silence. Zhong Tunjun gazed at the disconnected call for a long while before solemnly commanding, "Proceed as he instructed." Despite their utter incomprehension of Lin Fan's reckless endeavor to face danger alone, they could only choose to trust in the confidence that stemmed from absolute strength. In the ensuing 2 days, the world was rife with undercurrents. Countless intelligence agencies detected unusual troop movements of the Dragon Nation in North America, and various speculations ran rampant. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, at the eye of the storm, behaved like a carefree university student. On the first day, he sequestered himself in his room, donned headphones, and fixated on the computer screen, engrossed in playing a game of Valorant. "Support. Help me. Mom, can I get a gun?" "Thank you, Mom." "Nice. Great gun, bro." Su Yueshi stood at the door, a plate of sliced fruit in hand, listening to the cacophony emanating from the room. How could a man who was about to confront a centuries-old SSS-level boss be so absorbed in gaming? She felt as though this man was driving her to the brink of madness. On the second day, Lin Fan eschewed gaming, lured outside by a commotion in the yard. There, he beheld Bruce, now nearly 2 meters long, frantically leaping after a butterfly on the lawn. The creature had begun to embody the majesty of a divine dragon, its resplendent golden scales shimmering in the sunlight, yet its antics remained comically clumsy, occasionally chasing its own tail and tearing up the grass beneath it. "Bruce, come here," Lin Fan called, hands on his hips. Upon hearing the summons, Bruce lunged forward, clamping his jaws around Lin Fan's arm and shaking his head vigorously, seemingly mistaking him for a large chew toy. "Ah," Lin Fan gasped in surprise. Despite his formidable combat power of 15,000, the bite sent a jolt of pain through him. This rate of growth was astonishing. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, he grasped the nape of Bruce's neck and lifted him off his arm. The scene of man and dragon staring at each other in the yard was undeniably comical. Standing on the balcony of the villa's second floor, Su Yueshi observed this leisurely spectacle, her patience finally wearing thin. She dashed downstairs, seized Lin Fan's arm, her cool phoenix eyes betraying an uncontainable anxiety. "Lin Fan, tomorrow is the 3rd day. Do you even have a plan? Or are you truly intending to walk into your demise?" Such a display of emotion was rare for her, her voice trembling slightly. Gazing into her reddening eyes, which revealed her unmasked concern, Lin Fan's earlier nonchalance vanished entirely. He grasped her hand in return, his usually playful eyes now holding a deeper intensity. "Trust me," he said earnestly, meeting her gaze. "I have never engaged in battle without preparation." As she looked into his profound eyes, her racing heart inexplicably found solace. On the 3rd day at dawn, the appointed hour arrived. Lin Fan, as was his custom, shared breakfast with his grandmother and sister. "Xiao Fan, are you going out again?" his grandmother inquired with concern. "Yes, just a short trip. I will return soon," Lin Fan replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Lin Yu's hair. At the door, Su Yueshi followed him out, silently stepping forward to smooth out the slightly wrinkled collar of his shirt with her delicate hand. "I will await your return," she said softly. Lifting her gaze, Lin Fan smiled brightly, his demeanor as radiant as ever. "Rest assured, it will be soon. Perhaps I might even bring you some local delicacies from North America." No sooner had the words left his lips than he lightly propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a streak of golden light that shot skyward, vanishing into the azure expanse above. High above, Lin Fan suspended himself among the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The biting wind whipped around him, as the vast earth and boundless ocean lay beneath. Instead of immediately accelerating towards the North American continent, he slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he raised his hands, palms facing the sky. In the next instant, an invisible wool emanated from him, enveloping the entire planet. Across the globe, whether human, avian, beast, or flora, all living beings experienced a separation of a fragment of their life energy. This energy transformed into countless invisible blue orbs, surging through the clouds from all directions towards the figure suspended 10,000 meters above. A resplendent sphere of energy, radiating a pure blue glow, began to coalesce above Lin Fan's palms, swelling and expanding. Energy sphere. As he felt the apocalyptic power gathering above him, Lin Fan's inner monologue erupted. "That fool Yasler truly believes I am some kind of intellectual? Here I am conjuring energy spheres as I head out, and when I arrive, I shall simply hurl it at him, regardless of his abilities." Chapter 63. A single energy sphere to decimate. In North America, within the Rocky Mountains, the undulating peaks resembled the spine of a colossal dragon, rising majestically across the expansive terrain. Yet at this moment, this breathtaking natural landscape had been overtaken by steel. Deep within the mountains, atop one of the peaks, stood a silver base imbued with a futuristic, sci-fi aesthetic. Surrounding the base, tens of thousands of American soldiers maintained a vigilant watch, establishing a formidable steel barrier. In the skies above, The most advanced stealth aircraft formed a circling formation like hunting hawks, while dense anti-aircraft artillery and electromagnetic railguns flickered ominously. This was a fortress constructed with the might of the United States, the core of the Divine Revelation Organization. Yasler stood atop the mountain, no longer a mere abstract mental projection, but a tangible entity. Clad in a simple white robe, barefoot, with silver hair billowing slightly in the mountain winds. His ethereal beauty was almost otherworldly. His eyes, a pure gold, held no emotion, as if a deity surveyed a mere plaything. The sensation of awakening was unparalleled. A surge of power coursed through every cell, his mental energies merging with the very fabric of space. He was thoroughly satisfied. To him, the weapons of mortals were but toys for children. He permitted their existence merely to add an element of ceremony to his impending arrival. He awaited the variable from the east, Lin Fan, a most intriguing life form, possessing a power structure not of this world. If he chose to submit and become the sharpest spear under his command, it would be splendid. If he refused a faint, almost imperceptible smile graced Yasler's lips, that would be of no consequence. He would crush him, capture him, and dissect him, transforming everything about him into nourishment for his own evolution. At that moment, in this world, no existence would ever rival him again. Regardless of the outcome, it would be nothing short of perfection. He spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and reveled in the ecstasy of absolute control. Yet, just as he was at the pinnacle of his intoxication, a tremor emanating from the depths of his soul jolted him back to reality, forcing his eyes open. He raised his head, and his golden pupils suddenly contracted. Above the cloudless azure sky, a sun had mysteriously appeared. A colossal energy sphere radiating a blue luminescence hovered high above, brimming with terrifying energy. Beneath this cerulean sun, a diminutive black that was raising its hands, striking a comical throwing pose. It was him, Lin Fan. When did he arrive? And what in the world was that? A barrage of questions erupted in Azrael's mind, shattering his godlike composure and rationality. Alarm! Alarm! An unidentifiable ultra-high-grade energy entity detected. Energy level exceeds measurement limits. Open fire! Open fire! All units, fire at will. The military base below descended into chaos in an instant. The piercing wails of alarms echoed through the mountains as countless missiles, trailing long tails of flame, soared into the sky, while electromagnetic railguns unleashed dazzling blue beams toward Lin Fan above. Yet, all of it proved futile. Lin Fan didn't even spare a glance at the assaults directed at him. He merely grinned, forming a silent curse towards the bewildered figure in white robes below. Go to hell. With that, he unhesitatingly propelled the energy sphere in his hand forward. The blue energy orb descended towards the core of the Rocky Mountains at a seemingly leisurely pace, yet in reality, at a breathtaking speed. Along its path, every missile and beam that sought to intercept it dissolved silently upon contact with its outer energy field, vaporizing into nothingness. The divine indifference that had graced Azrael's face vanished entirely, replaced by a grotesque expression intertwined with shock, disbelief, and dread. Run! This thought raced through his mind. No. In a desperate roar, Azrael unleashed all the mental energy he had amassed since awakening, coalescing it into a translucent golden barrier before him. This was his ultimate defense. In the next moment, the blue sun gently made contact with the golden barrier. Crack! A barely audible snap echoed. The barrier, strong enough to withstand a nuclear explosion, shattered like a soap bubble pierced by a mischievous child, disintegrating into countless motes of light in an instant. Immediately thereafter, the massive blue sphere tenderly engulfed Azrael's incredulous face. Alongside the peak beneath his feet, the entire military base, and hundreds of kilometers of the Rocky Mountains. The world fell silent in that moment. Only an overwhelming, blinding white light enveloped everything. High above, Lin Fan donned sunglasses, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, exhaling a ring of smoke. He gazed down at the area now utterly obliterated by white light, slowly forming into a vast basin, nodding in satisfaction. My arm is sore, but the power did not disappoint. Just then, a crisp system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Host has completely dismantled the Divine Awakening Organization, eliminating a significant potential threat to Earth civilization. Congratulations, Host, you have received a reward. 300,000 points. Current points balance, 511,550. Listening to the melodious notification, Lin Fan's spirits soared as he savored another puff of smoke. So much sheer ecstasy. He extinguished the cigarette butt and transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring towards home. As for the mess in North America and the potential geological disasters following the obliteration of the mountains, not my concern. Chapter 64, Returning Home. Is the system cheating me out of points? Globally, at that moment, an eerie silence prevailed. In the Pentagon's command center, the air became thick with tension. On the massive screen, the area that once displayed real-time satellite imagery of the Rocky Mountains had transformed into a blinding flurry of static. Where's the signal? Connect me to the frontline command. Where's the F-35 Raptor squadron? Where's the 7th Fleet support? A white-haired 4-star general roared, his face pale, veins bulging on his forehead. No one answered. Seconds later, another backup military satellite finally adjusted its angle and restored the image. On the screen, there were no mountains, no military base, only a vast, bottomless crater over 200 kilometers in diameter. The general's legs buckled, and he slumped back into his command chair, his gaze vacant. Moscow, Kremlin. The phone rang, and the intelligence chief reported everything that had transpired in North America. After listening to the briefing, the iron-fisted man fell silent for a long time, pressing his cigar firmly into the ashtray, murmuring softly, "What kind of monster lurks in that eastern nation? Dragon Nation, Long Shield Bureau Headquarters." Zhong Tianzhong and Qin Shan, along with others, stared in stunned disbelief at the terrifying crater displayed on the screen. They knew Lin Fan had gone. They had anticipated his victory, but they could never have imagined such a manner of triumph. This was no longer a battle. It was the complete erasure of a coordinate from the map, along with everything surrounding it. Did he just move the mountains? A young intelligence officer blurted out this foolish question. Jiangpan Villa. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, landing silently on the balcony. Lin Fan stretched, easing his sore shoulders. To ensure the energy sphere's potency, he had held it for over 2 hours without shifting his posture. It was indeed a bit exhausting. He pushed open the door and entered the living room, where Su Yueshi and Lin Yu were seated on the sofa, cradling Bruce. Upon seeing Lin Fan return, Su Yueshi sprang up, her beautiful eyes filled with concern and urgency as she scrutinized him from head to toe. "Are you all right?" "That Azrael taken care of." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "That organization no longer exists." He plopped down beside the sofa. Bruce tilted his golden dragon head, peering out from Lin Yu's embrace. The leader of the Divine Awakening Organization, an SSS-level Esper, the secret weapon supported by the full might of the United States, just like that, dealt with? Lin Fan ignored her astonishment, shutting his eyes to revel in the delightful view of his system panel. Current points balance, 511, 550, 300,000 points, delightful. Lin Fan's heart brimmed with joy. This was an incredible windfall. However, he soon sensed something amiss. He scrutinized the system notification again. Ding. Host has completely dismantled the Divine Awakening Organization, eliminating a significant potential threat to Earth civilization. Just these 2 lines. System. Lin Fan roared in his mind. What about the kill reward for Azrael? That bastard was an SSS-level Esper. Are you cheating me out of points? The system remained unresponsive. Lin Fan's heart sank. Something was off. Although the system may be flawed, it has always been impartial in the settlement of points. The absence of kill rewards implies but one possibility. Yazrael has not perished. He recalled the scene vividly. The spirit bomb descended, and that fellow indeed manifested a golden barrier, which shattered almost instantaneously. How could he possibly have survived? Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Could it be a spatial ability? Yazrael's most formidable power lies in the realm of space. Is it conceivable that, in the fleeting moment before the spirit bomb struck, he activated some life-saving spatial ability, teleporting either his true form or a fragment of his core? Lin Fan felt a twinge of frustration. Even if that fellow were alive, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured and incapable of causing trouble in the near future. However, the mere existence of such a potential threat was unsettling. Well, if he fled, he fled. After all, he had thoroughly eradicated the God's Awakening Organization's stronghold, securing a solid 300,000 points. Even if that individual could recover, it would be an indeterminate time before he reemerges. By then, Lin Fan's strength would only have increased. With this thought, Lin Fan's spirits lifted as he languidly reclined on the sofa, savoring the tranquility. The ensuing days passed without incident. The development of the Xianyu sect surged forward, propelled by an abundance of resources, in stark contrast to the flourishing Xianyu sect. Other cultivation families found themselves in dire straits. In this ebb and flow, those sects that had barely managed to maintain their heritage now faced even graver challenges. One day, within the Xianyu Hall, King Fengzi of Qingqing Mountain and Zen Master Baokai of Jinchuan Temple once again arrived, uninvited. This time, their demeanor was even more humble, their faces adorned with contrived smiles. Sovereign Su, you are truly a prodigy of heaven. Under your guidance, the Xianyu sect has flourished magnificently, and it is indeed a blessing for our Dragon Nation's Taoist sects. King Fengzi commenced with a flattery-laden address. Zen Master Baokai quickly chimed in, Ba, Sovereign Su. This humble monk observes that every disciple of your esteemed sect possesses remarkable aptitude and abundant spiritual energy. Might I inquire if your sect is in need of any assistance with managing the herb garden? My Jinchuan temple has a few disciples who are diligent and quite gifted. Su Yueshi sat regally in the position of sovereign, donned in a flowing moon-white gown, her expression aloof and untouched by their sycophantic praise. She slightly raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the two men with the imperceptible pressure of her peak foundation establishment aura, causing both elders to shudder inwardly. The good intentions of both Taoists are acknowledged, she declared, her voice clear yet imbued with undeniable authority. The Xianyu sect accepts disciples based solely on their character, not their lineage. The path of heart, which we traverse on our founding day, stands as the sole criterion. As for menial tasks, the Zhao family is already responsible for those. There is no need for your concern. She paused, her tone shifting. I have indeed heard that your sects have been facing some difficulties of late. Your disciples struggle to make any progress in their cultivation. If you truly care, perhaps you should invest more effort into nurturing your own disciples rather than fixating on others' affairs. Her words, neither servile nor arrogant, were both gentle and firm, directly exposing the true intentions of the two men. Their obsequious smiles froze instantaneously, their faces shifting through shades of embarrassment. Oh, Sovereign Su speaks wisely. We have indeed been overthinking. King Fengzi chuckled awkwardly, hastily pulling Zen Master Baokai to take their leave. Observing their hasty retreat, the disciples standing within the hall exhibited expressions of admiration and reverence for their sovereign. In the evening, at the riverside villa, the family gathered around the dining table, basking in a warm atmosphere. Lin Yu excitedly recounted amusing anecdotes from her school's potential development class, while Bruce floated in midair, his golden dragon tail gently swaying like a propeller. He had now grown to over 2 meters, his radiant golden scales glimmering under the lights. Although his expression remained somewhat foolish, the innate majesty of a divine dragon was beginning to take shape. After the meal, Lin Fan reclined on the sofa, his thoughts lingering on the points that had been unjustly deducted by Yazril, causing a lingering irritation. 20,000 points. What a wealth of treasures that could have procured. He instinctively reopened the system panel, gazing at the lengthy string of numbers. Current points balance, 511,550. At that moment, a notification chimed in. Detected host points balance has surpassed 500,000. System upgrade conditions met. The system will undergo a mandatory upgrade in 24 hours, during which all functions, including the store and tasks, will be temporarily disabled. Upgrade countdown, 235,959. A mandatory upgrade? Lin Fan's initial joy was swiftly followed by exasperation. Damn. No access for 24 hours. Am I to simply watch my over 50,000 points go to waste? He had been contemplating how to spend this considerable sum, exchanging it for methods or items to further arm the Xianyu sect to the teeth, perhaps even indulging himself with a luxurious package. Now, all his plans lay in tatters. Well, 24 hours. Perhaps it was a fortuitous interval. Lin Fan's eyes flickered with determination, rather than idly wasting time. He would instead seize this opportunity to fully extract his potential. Ever since his combat power had reached 15,000, he had sensed a notable slowdown in his growth. Ordinary cultivation yielded negligible results. Lin Fan strode purposefully toward the villa's basement, where he had expended a considerable sum to acquire the gravity training room. Boom. As the door to the gravity chamber sealed shut, Lin Fan immediately adjusted the gravity to 30 times normal. The terrifying pressure descended upon him instantaneously. He moved his limbs slightly and found it manageable. 40 times. The pressure surged, the air thickening, as if an invisible force were compressing his organs. Lin Fan's body sank slightly, golden flames erupting from within him, countering the omnipresent weight. Gritting his teeth, a glint of madness flickered in his eyes. 50 times. Creak. Lin Fan's legs buckled, his knees groaning under the unbearable strain, nearly collapsing to the ground. This was the limit of his current endurance. At 50 times gravity, every muscle and bone screamed in agony. Not enough. He let out a roar, unleashing all 15,000 points of combat power without reservation, forming a protective membrane of intense energy around him. He began to move, one punch, one kick, each movement slow and laborious. The most fundamental combat actions became exceedingly arduous under 50 times gravity, draining an immense amount of stamina. The moment sweat broke from his skin, it evaporated into white mist under the terrifying atmospheric pressure. Lin Fan's eyes burned crimson, his mind consumed by a singular thought: to grow stronger. Only absolute power guarantees absolute security. Under the extreme duress, Lin Fan howled, expending the last vestiges of his strength to unleash every ounce of energy within him. Boom. A wave of energy, far more formidable than before, erupted from him, sending shockwaves through the gravity chamber. The alarm lights within the gravity room flashed wildly. Lin Fan slowly rose to his feet, the golden flames surrounding him becoming denser and more radiant than ever. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of new power within him, a smile creeping upon his lips. He accessed his personal panel. Host, Lin Fan. Combat power, 18,000. An increase of 3,000 points in combat power. Meanwhile, in the villa's living room, Lin Yu sat on the carpet. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at a comic book perched atop the highest shelf of the bookcase. She was not tall enough to reach it, and even standing on a stool proved insufficient. If only I could get it, she muttered wistfully. Nearby, Bruce was excitedly batting a leather ball with his head. Upon hearing his young owner's sigh, he halted, tilting his golden dragon head to regard Lin Yu, then followed her gaze to the comic. "A woo?" Bruce barked inquisitively, seemingly asking, "Is it that one?" In the next moment, his sizable frame soared effortlessly into the air, tracing an elegant golden arc, and deftly snatched the comic in his mouth. Like a proud golden retriever presenting a treasure, he bounded over to Lin Yu, tail wagging, and dropped the slightly drooled comic into her lap, lifting his head in triumph. "Bruce, you're amazing," Lin Yu exclaimed, joyfully embracing his large head, completely unbothered by the drool. Watching Bruce swirl and glide through the air, envy filled her eyes. If only I could fly too, she thought instinctively. Suddenly, she felt an unusual lightness in her body. A wondrous force surged from the depths of her spirit, enveloping her form. Her feet slowly lifted off the ground, 1 centimeter, 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters. When she opened her eyes, she discovered herself floating half a meter above the floor. I'm flying." Lin Yu kicked her legs in excitement, while Bruce curiously circled around her. The two of them resembling children who had just discovered a new toy, engaging in a whimsical chase through the living room. Ding! A crisp notification chimed in Lin Fan's mind. System upgrade complete. The all-new version 20 is at your service. Lin Fan had just emerged from the gravity chamber, feeling invigorated. Upon hearing the sound, his spirits lifted immediately. He eagerly accessed the system mall. The new mall interface was significantly more futuristic and dazzling than before. He clicked on the most anticipated section, Dragon Ball series, his eyes scanning rapidly until they finally settled, his breath catching in that instant. In a special slot enveloped in golden light, several bright red pentagrams glimmered within a spherical object. Item name, Earth Dragon Ball, 1 star. Redemption price, 100,000 points. Item name, Earth Dragon Ball, 2 star. Redemption price, 100,000 points. Item name, Earth Dragon Ball, 3 star. Redemption price, 100,000 points. What the hell? Lin Fan couldn't help but curse, his heart racing wildly. Dragon Balls. These were the fabled orbs capable of granting any wish. Just as Lin Fan reveled in overwhelming ecstasy, a series of urgent red alerts began flashing frantically on the system interface. Warning. Abnormal fluctuations of high-dimensional energy detected. Warning. Void creature presence detected. Emergency high-difficulty mission triggered. Lin Fan's smile froze on his face. Mission name, The Gaze of the Void. Mission background, Yazril, the leader of the Divine Awakening Organization, had his physical form utterly destroyed by the host's spirit bomb attack. However, his powerful soul, utilizing SSS-level spatial abilities, tore through the void at the moment of annihilation, escaping into a realm known as the Void Dimension. There, he forged a sinister pact with the void creatures dwelling therein. Mission objective, within 1 year. Prepare for the impending apocalyptic battle at any cost. Lin Fan's expression darkened gradually. He had suspected that those 20,000 points would not be so easily lost. Please make a choice. Option 1. Take the initiative. Utilize system privileges to locate Yazril's presence in the Void Dimension and transport yourself into the alternate space to eliminate the threat before his physical form is reconstituted. Mission difficulty, extremely high. Warning. The environment of the Void Dimension is unknown and fraught with lethal danger. Choice reward. Legendary treasure. The green bottle of Mastering Heaven 1. Option 2. Interstellar leap. Lead human civilization in an interstellar leap to find new habitable planets. Choice reward. 50 colossal interstellar migration spacecraft. Mission completion reward. Sci-fi, strategic weapon, singularity bomb, one-time use permission, capable of creating a small black hole in the target area to devour everything. Option 3. Face the threat head-on. This is a life or death struggle. Utilize this year to arm yourself and your forces to the utmost, decisively crushing all invading enemies. Choice reward. Dragon Ball series, Earth Dragon Ball 3. Mission completion reward. Complete potential development, Old Supreme Kai version, 1, S cell activation 20. Lin Fan gazed at the 3 options, his eyes flickering. The first option, taking the initiative, promised a reward of the green bottle, which sounded like a miraculous treasure. However, Infiltrating the enemy's lair in an unknown dimension presented too many uncertainties, essentially gambling his life on luck. The second option he dismissed outright. His gaze ultimately fell upon the third option, the dazzling string of rewards igniting a rush of excitement within him. 3 Dragon Balls. The potential development of the old Supreme Kai version. S-Cells. Each of these was a top-tier reward capable of effecting a qualitative transformation in his strength. Damn it. Yazril fled but brought back such a staggering gift? Lin Fan felt not a shred of fear. Instead, he trembled with exhilaration. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. This was no apocalyptic crisis. It was undoubtedly a grand delivery from the system. I choose 3. Lin Fan declared without hesitation. In his eyes burned an unprecedented ambition and fighting spirit. Void creatures, you say? Yazril, you think you can escape? Just wait, in a year. I will show you what true surprise means. Chapter 66. The Ultimate Battle Preparations. In the Void Dimension, the realm that lies behind reality, the laws of physics collapse. Chaotic purple-black energy fills every inch of space, bizarre crystalline structures forming and collapsing in an instant. Within this distorted domain dwells a horde of terrifying beings that do not belong to any known universe, the Void creatures. They possess formidable individual power and an instinct for devouring evolution, yet they are prisoners of this dimension. They can sense the fragrant allure of other worlds, but are powerless to breach the dimensional barriers on their own. A fragmented soul, Yazril, trembles amidst this hungry throng of captives. Several hound-like void creatures, dripping corrosive saliva, slowly approach. They can sense the power of spatial laws within this soul, which is starkly different from their own, a tantalizing delicacy. Stop! Yazril roared with the last of his strength, a soul-shaking cry. Do you want to get out? His roar echoed in the void, causing the approaching void creatures to pause, confusion flickering in their chaotic minds. I can feel your yearning, your greed for the real world. Yazril's soul vibrations grew proud and alluring, but you cannot escape, and I am your only key. In the depths of chaos, an unimaginably colossal entity gradually opened its eyes, revealing a golden fissure that tore through the fabric of space. It was the sovereign of this realm, a king-class void beast. A grand, frigid will descended, scrutinizing Yazlar. I possess SSS-level spatial abilities, Yazlar proclaimed, unveiling his most intrinsic value. I am the sole individual capable of opening the gateway to the material world for you. He transmitted images of Earth through his thoughts, a blue planet, thriving cities, billions of vibrant lives composed of flesh and blood. Do you see? What a bountiful world that is. Yazlar's voice was laden with seduction. Collaborate with me. Reforge a vessel that can contain my power, and I shall unveil a rift to Earth. I require but one thing. He indelibly impressed Lin Fan's visage upon this transmitted thought. I shall personally rend him into fragments. Intrigue emanated from the golden fissure. The kings will assess the feasibility of this transaction. Seizing the moment, Yazlar presented his final condition. My soul has suffered severe damage in the previous battle. You must utilize void energy to reconstruct my body and grant me time to recover. From this day forth, I require 1 year. After 1 year, I shall regain my peak and unveil a stable, immense portal through which your legions may descend. This deal held an irresistible allure for the void creature, which had been imprisoned for countless epochs. The pact was sealed. The Grand will rendered its verdict. Under the king's command, countless void beings immediately sprang into action. They extracted and tore pure void matter from the abyss, beginning to forge a new, formidable shell around Yazlar's soul, one that could perfectly wield spatial abilities. This monumental undertaking would persist for an entire year. As Yazlar felt the power of reconstruction, his soul howled in madness. Lin Fan, wait for me. I shall shatter you into pieces. In the riverside villa, in the living room, Lin Fan sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. Before him, on the system panel, 3 shimmering Earth Dragon Balls lay quietly in the reward section, radiating an enticing glow. A year's time to contend with Yazlar, who had brokered a deal with the entirety of the void dimension. This task seemed to hold little promise of success. A year to arm himself to the utmost. Lin Fan stroked his chin and began to contemplate. Should he elevate his combat power further? 18,000 seemed a tad flimsy. Perhaps extreme training might propel him to 20,000 or even higher. Then, he could equip the disciples of the Saiyan sect as well, providing each with a high-level cultivation technique, treating pills like meals, and exchanging for advanced individual combat gear. Could he forge a cultivation version of a Spartan Legion? It still felt insufficient. Lin Fan shook his head. It was akin to knowing he would face an aircraft carrier task force in a year, rather than crafting missiles. He busied himself sharpening swords. The approach was misguided. The adversary could traverse dimensions. Who knew how many would come and what bizarre abilities they possessed? Relying solely on conventional strength enhancement and sheer numbers posed too great a risk. He needed a strategy that could decisively tip the scales in his favor. His gaze fell upon the 3 Dragon Balls. Ah, Dragon Balls. Lin Fan slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten this? They are artifacts capable of granting any wish. System, show me how many points are required to gather all 7 Dragon Balls." Earth Dragon Balls, 4-star, 2 7-star. Each exchange price, 100,000 points. 4 balls, totaling 400,000 points. Lin Fan glanced at his balance. 541, 550. That's enough. Haha, it's ample. Lin Fan was nearly propelled off the sofa with excitement. With over 500,000 points, if he exchanged for the remaining 4 Dragon Balls, he would still have over 100,000 left. Once I gather the Dragon Balls, I will summon the dragon and make my wish. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, pacing the living room with a mischievous grin. Oh, dragon, please transform Yasler and those void creatures into a pile of dung. No, that wish was too grotesque. Then, oh dragon, please eliminate this impending apocalypse. Or, grant me a combat power of 100 million. Wouldn't that solve everything? He could simply wait for victory without the arduous preparations. Just as Lin Fan reveled in his daydreams, the system's cold notification echoed in his mind. Warning, the Earth Dragon's abilities have limitations. Wishes it can grant cannot exceed the capabilities of its creator, the Earth deity. Wishes involving cross-dimensional, superspectral energy level causality erasure, or those that would elevate the host's power beyond the creator's limits, cannot be realized. Lin Fan's smile froze on his face. What the? Chapter 67. Where to acquire more points. He remained stunned for a moment before processing the implications. It turns out the Earth Dragon's permissions were insufficient? Damn it. What a false hope. Lin Fan plopped back down onto the sofa, irritably raking his hair. The simplest shortcut had been blocked. Thus, he would have to confront the situation head-on. But how? Lin Fan's expression grew serious again. He had already dismissed conventional enhancement strategies. He needed a groundbreaking, transformative idea. His gaze drifted to the window, where the city lights twinkled brilliantly, the river reflecting a tapestry of splendor. This was his home. His grandmother, his sister, and that sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted woman were all here. He would not permit anyone to disrupt this sanctuary. Suddenly, Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, a wild thought striking him like lightning. Cleaving through his chaotic musings. Home field advantage, he murmured to himself. What if I transformed the entire home into my domain? His breath quickened, and his eyes sparkled with intensity. Why should I foolishly wait for the enemy to knock at my door, only to clash with them at a single point? Why not turn the tables and change the rules of engagement entirely? A grand, audacious, even fanciful plan rapidly crystallized in his mind. System. Lin Fan called out into the air. Search for any items or schemes that could elevate the spiritual energy concentration of the Dragon Kingdom to that of the ancient cultivation era. Searching. Generating plans. Plan 1. Exchange for Cavernous Paradise Generation Core, 960. It can transform 960 million square kilometers of Dragon Kingdom territory into a top-tier paradise. Estimated cost, 192,000,000 points. Plan 2. Exchange for Spirit Gathering Divine Tree Seed, World Class, 1. Planting it in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. It will elevate global spiritual energy to its peak within 10 years, accumulating in the Dragon Kingdom, rivaling ancient levels after a century. Estimated cost, 9,500,000 points. Plan 3. Utilize Earth Dragon Balls to make a wish. Please restore the spiritual energy of the Dragon Kingdom to its most prosperous era. This wish falls within the dragon's capability. Upon seeing the third plan, Lin Fan's eyes ignited with a terrifying brilliance. So this is the true purpose of the Dragon Balls. He trembled with excitement. This desire does not involve interfering with enemies, nor does it pertain to self-enhancement. It is solely about transforming the environment. It lies well within the capabilities of the Earth's Dragon God. Once the spiritual energy of the entire Dragon Kingdom revives to the standards of the ancient era, what kind of implications would that entail? Everyone would have the ability to cultivate. Talents would be as ubiquitous as dust, and masters would be as numerous as dogs. The cultivation speed of all would surge exponentially. At that point, it would not be just he alone, or merely the Xianyu sect, engaging in battle. The entire nation, with its billions of people, would be preparing for this war. Yet, that is not sufficient. The madness in Lin Fan's eyes intensified. Mere spiritual energy is inadequate. System. Please filter for the most elite guardian formations. It must encompass the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, with spatial sealing, energy shielding, automated enemy detection, and counterattack capabilities. I demand the highest configuration. Retrieving formations that meet the criteria, 9 heavens and 10 earths locking God, and exterminating demon formation. Formation description, a simplified version of the high-level world-protecting formation from a fantasy realm. It can envelop a realm, isolating the interior from the exterior, sealing the void. Without the formation as permission, no being can enter or exit. When the formation has sufficient energy, it can automatically annihilate intruders and suppress even stronger opponents. Redemption price, 300,000 points. Perfect. Lin Fan gazed at this proposal, trembling with excitement. The first step is to spend 400,000 points to redeem the remaining 4 Dragon Balls. The second step is to summon the Dragon God and wish for the revival of the Dragon Kingdom's spiritual energy. The third step, after the revival of spiritual energy, is to spend another 300,000 points to exchange for the 9 heavens and 10 earths locking God and exterminating demon formation, establishing an invincible tortoiseshell that covers the entire Dragon Kingdom. Thus, the entire Dragon Kingdom would become an isolated, super cave of abundance, overflowing with spiritual energy. Within a year, no outsiders would be able to enter, while those inside could cultivate in peace. As for other nations, who cares? When the void creatures descend, discovering that the Dragon Kingdom is the only hard nut to crack, what will unfold? A grin spread across Lin Fan's face. He could even envision that a year later, when Azrael descends upon Earth with his void army, ready for slaughter, he would find the entire Dragon Kingdom shielded by a colossal energy barrier, impenetrable. And within that barrier, countless cultivators would be on high alert, perhaps even snacking on seeds while enjoying the show. That spectacle would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Let us do it. Lin Fan suddenly stood up, his eyes ablaze with ambition and martial spirit. This grand tortoise-shell plan is simply the perfect solution tailored for the current predicament. The total expenditure amounts to 700,000 points. He now finds himself short by several 100,000 points. The excitement on Lin Fan's face quickly cooled as he sank back onto the sofa. His brows knitted tightly in concern. How could he possibly procure such a deficit of points? He was deep in distress. Now, the largest experience package, the Divine Enlightenment Organization, had already been thoroughly exhausted. There was no more juice to squeeze. As for the system, it remained as silent as a grave. And only time would tell when new tasks would be issued. Was he to flounder about like a headless chicken, searching everywhere for the small fry lurking in dark corners? It would take ages to gather the required points. The perfectly conceived plan had stumbled at the very first hurdle, the initial funding. Just as Lin Fan found himself at an impasse, he held on to a glimmer of hope and inquired of the system in his mind. System, aside from completing tasks, are there any alternative methods to swiftly acquire several 100,000 points? Ding. Detecting the host's urgent point requirement. The following financial and expansion options are presented. Option 1. Points Credit Service. The host may immediately advance 200,000 points, but must repay the principal within 1 month and pay 100 in interest. If overdue, interest will accrue at compound rates. Get lost. Lin Fan rejected it outright without a second thought. What a joke, a 100 interest rate. This is worse than loan sharking. He had no doubt that should he choose this, he would undoubtedly fall into the traps set by the system. That thought was instantly dismissed. Detection indicates the host has rejected the credit option. Searching for alternative options. Option 2. Interstellar Expedition Mode. Interstellar Expedition? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Detailed explanation of the option, mimicking the growth patterns of certain combat races in the universe, such as the Saiyans. The host may redeem an interstellar spacecraft to venture deep into the cosmos, seeking to conquer malevolent civilizations that are invading other realms. Advantages of this option. 1. The host can rapidly enhance personal combat power and realm through high-intensity combat. 2. Points will be awarded based on the combat power of the enemies faced. The system's explanation struck Lin Fan's mind like a thunderclap. His thoughts were instantly illuminated. Of course, why should I limit my sights to Earth? Resources on Earth are finite, and the monsters I could farm have largely been depleted. But looking at the vastness of the universe, what an expansive map that presents. Just like Vegeta and Nappa, embarking on a spaceship to conquer other planets. Only, his goal is to eradicate those already malevolent forces. This is truly a twofold benefit. He could grow stronger through battle while also earning points. Lin Fan's breath quickened once more, the shadows in his eyes dispelled, replaced by the flame of ambition. System. How many points are required to redeem an interstellar spaceship? Retrieving the most suitable vehicle for the host's current stage. Beginner Curvature Exploration Spaceship. 1. Equipped with a basic life support system, energy shield, and fundamental weaponry. Price. 50,000 points. Friendly reminder. Purchasing the spaceship now will include coordinates to 3 confirmed planets inhabited by malevolent indigenous civilizations. Lin Fan gazed at his remaining points, a manic grin spreading across his face. Enough. Absolutely sufficient. Chapter 68. The Eve of the Expedition. Lin Fan sat on the sofa, the fervor in his eyes gradually settling into a profound calm. He conveyed to Su Yueshi, who sat beside him, the grand and audacious tortoiseshell plan that had just formed in his mind, alongside the impending apocalyptic crisis. The living room fell into a long silence. Only the sound of Bruce circling in the yard, emitting soft grunts. Su Yueshi's stunning face bore no expression. Yet her usually cool phoenix eyes were now firmly fixed on Lin Fan, swirling with emotions that were inscrutable to outsiders. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. So, you intend to venture into the universe alone? There's no alternative. Remaining on Earth, my strength is unlikely to see significant breakthroughs. Lin Fan shrugged, attempting to lighten the weighty atmosphere with a casual tone, and besides, our tortoiseshell plan requires certain materials to establish the protective formation, which cannot be found on Earth. I might as well find a place to hone my skills. Otherwise, how will I face the forthcoming crisis? Su Yueshi merely gazed at him intently. It's too dangerous. Dangerous? Lin Fan flashed a smile, revealing his white teeth. When have I ever suffered losses? He leaned forward slightly, his gaze burning into Su Yueshi's. Filled with an unprecedented seriousness, before I return, the Dragon Kingdom must rely on you. With your pinnacle foundational strength, the Saiyan, Liuli divine body. There is no one on this planet who can match you, aside from me. He paused, adding, furthermore, spiritual energy is about to revive. Your Saiyan, Liuli divine body is the supreme foundation of the Tao, coupled with 2 divine arts, once nourished by abundant spiritual energy. Your strength will progress by leaps and bounds. This statement served as a potent tonic, allowing Su Yueshi's tense body to relax ever so slightly. As the sect master of the Xianyu sect, she stands as a formidable force at the pinnacle of this world. Lin Fan's trust and entrustment swiftly guided her from the depths of her apprehensions regarding the unknown, leading her to a profound understanding of her own position and responsibilities. Her gaze regained its steadfastness and sharpness. I understand. You may rest assured. That's more like it, Lin Fan responded with a satisfied nod, promptly retrieving his phone and dialing a number. A steady voice resonated through the line. Lin Fan? Old Zhong, listen to me. Lin Fan's tone was unequivocal. He succinctly conveyed the news of an impending invasion of Earth by void creatures in a year, along with the fact that Yasler would serve as the guide. Silence enveloped the other end of the call. Is your information reliable? Zhong Tianjing's voice took on an unusually grave tone. The truth I speak is the only truth. Lin Fan continued, and I can only safeguard Long Kingdom. Therefore, I require the cooperation of the Dragon Shield Bureau, or rather, the entirety of Long Kingdom, to execute a single task. Mobilize all your resources to inform all citizens of Long Kingdom abroad to return home within a limited time frame. Zhong Tianjing's pupils constricted sharply. Yet the shock lasted no more than half a second before being replaced by calm. His mind operated like a computer, instantly simulating the ramifications. The retreat of tens of millions of citizens abroad would not only incite global economic and political panic, but also trigger an unprecedented diplomatic tsunami. Lin Fan added, before the void creatures descend, I will seal the borders of Long Kingdom with a grand formation. Those unwilling to return will have to fend for themselves, facing the apocalypse alongside their free world. Zhong Tianjing regained his composure entirely. He recognized that this was no longer a plan requiring weighing pros and cons, but rather a survival imperative. Panic and turmoil paled in comparison to the looming specter of doom. He raised his head, his gaze imbued with the resolution and responsibility befitting a guardian of the nation. I understand. Zhong Tianjing's voice was as steady as a mountain. Lin Fan, we will immediately initiate the highest contingency plan for the evacuation. You need not be distracted. The global panic and diplomatic struggles shall be borne by us. He regarded Lin Fan, offering a commitment at the national level. Lin Fan ended the call, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He turned to Su Yueshi and elucidated. As for the other cultivation sects, there is no need for concern. Shortly, I will elevate the spiritual energy concentration of the entire Long Kingdom to an astonishing degree. However, the Xianyu sect will possess a spirit-gathering array I have laid out, ensuring its energy concentration will be dozens of times higher than elsewhere. With that, Lin Fan stood up. System, exchange for 4 Earth Dragon Balls. Ding. 400,000 points have been consumed. Remaining points, 144,550. As soon as his words fell, 4 orange-yellow orbs materialized before Lin Fan, harmonizing with the 3 he already possessed. He stepped onto the lawn outside the villa and arranged the 7 Dragon Balls in a neat formation. Come forth, dragon. Grant my wish. In an instant, the skies over Jiang's city darkened, as if night had descended prematurely. The 7 Dragon Balls erupted with an unparalleled brilliance, a massive golden beam shooting skyward. Within the obsidian clouds, a majestic eastern dragon spiraled forth, its enormous head bowed, golden vertical pupils resembling twin suns, surveying the minuscule Lin Fan below. Speak your wish. Any wish can be realized, but only one shall be granted. The dragon's voice reverberated like thunder across the heavens. Lin Fan gazed upward, a smirk playing on his lips as he proclaimed, "Dragon, please restore the spiritual energy of Long Kingdom to the zenith of the ancient era." A flicker of surprise danced in the dragon's immense golden eyes, as if it had not anticipated such a grand wish from this diminutive human. This wish is quite simple. As it spoke, the dragon opened its colossal maw, unleashing a concentrated golden orb that soared into the heavens. It erupted above the expanse of Long Kingdom's territory, transforming into billions of invisible golden rays that blanketed the vast 9.6 million square kilometers of land. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had been rejuvenated. From the peaks of Kunlun to the shores of the East China Sea, from the snowy expanses of the north to the islands of the South China Sea, an unmatched torrent of pure spiritual energy surged forth, awakening as if a slumbering behemoth had been roused after eons. Mountains trembled, flora flourished wildly, withered trees blossomed anew, and rivers flowed vigorously. Countless ordinary individuals felt an exhilarating lightness, as though they had shed a 1,000-pound burden, their minds clear and spirits invigorated. Meanwhile, cultivators felt as if they had been immersed in a spiritual liquid hot spring, breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks as their true essence and spiritual energy surged at an unprecedented pace. At that moment, Long Kingdom appeared to be detached from the mundane world, transforming into a realm of true myth and immortality. As the dragon completed its task, its form gradually faded, the sky cleared, and the 7 Dragon Balls turned into ordinary stones, scattering across the globe. Lin Fan reveled in the nearly tangible density of spiritual energy in the air, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. The first step was accomplished. He returned to the living room and resumed his activities in the system mall, exchanging 4 basic curvature exploration spaceship, consuming 50,000 points. Exchanging for Dragon Ball skill, Chi Yuan Slash, consuming 30,000 points. Remaining points, 64,550. Having completed these tasks, Lin Fan finally exhaled in relief. The preparations were in place. All that remained was to await departure. Night deepened. The moonlight flowed like water, cascading through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows into the room. Lin Fan stood before the window, gazing at the 3 coordinates glowing red on the system interface. There lay the first station of his expedition. A faint sound of a door opening and nearly imperceptible footsteps approached from behind. Lin Fan did not turn, for he knew who it was. A familiar fragrance, reminiscent of orchids, approached, carrying a hint of damp warmth from a recent bath. Su Yueshi gently embraced him from behind. Her body felt soft, and through the thin fabric, Lin Fan could distinctly sense her astonishing curves and warm body temperature. Neither spoke. They simply held each other in silence, attuned to the rhythm of each other's hearts. After a lengthy pause, Lin Fan turned around to meet her gaze, which appeared especially luminous under the moonlight. Tonight, Su Yueshi seemed different. She had shed her usual casual t-shirt and shorts, donning a black silk camisole nightgown. The smooth silk clung to her exquisite form, accentuating her ample bosom, slender waist, and pert hips to perfection. 2 long, fair legs peeked out from beneath the hem of the gown, exuding a lethal allure. His gaze drifted downward, landing on her delicate bare feet. They were undeniably flawless, petite yet proportionate. The arch of her foot was gracefully rounded, the tops nearly translucent in the light, radiating a soft sheen. 10 perfectly aligned toes resembled lustrous pearls, slightly curled from nervousness, their pale pink polish exquisitely captivating. At her slender ankles, faint blue veins could be discerned, lending a touch of fragile yet authentic beauty to this perfection, evoking a sense of tenderness within him. A charming blush adorned her face, leaving only a blend of daring shyness and determination. As Lin Fan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, he felt a parched sensation in his mouth. Su Yueshi did not grant him the opportunity to speak. Instead, she rose on her toes, tilting her head slightly back, and pressed her warm lips against his, silencing all his intended words. This kiss transcended their previous impulsiveness and innocence. It carried a silent confession, imbued with a fervent desire to leave no regrets. Lin Fan's mind erupted with a thunderous noise as all rational thought was swept away by this unexpected tenderness and heat. He instinctively grasped the back of her head with one hand while the other encircled her slender waist, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. Su Yueshi gasped, her legs instinctively wrapping around his waist, drawing them closer together until not a sliver of space remained between them. Lin Fan carried her step by step toward the grand bed in the bedroom, the moonlight trailing their intertwined shadows, casting elongated forms upon the floor. He gently laid her down on the soft bed and leaned over her, the moonlight illuminating her rosy cheeks and glimmering eyes, resembling a nocturnal bloom, breathtakingly beautiful. Tsuyoshi nervously bit her lower lip, yearning to articulate something, yet unsure of how to begin. Lin Fan remained silent, lowering his head in response to her unvoiced anxieties and anticipations. Outside the window, the moonlight was at its zenith. This night was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 69, My Cow Can Speak. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Fan opened his eyes, feeling a profound sense of comfort enveloping him. He turned his head to find Tsuyoshi still peacefully asleep beside him, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows upon her eyelids. In slumber, she shed her usual aloofness, her exquisite face adorned with a serene, youthful tranquility. Lin Fan's gaze lingered, memories of the previous night flashing through his mind. He prepared to rise cautiously. However, at that very moment, a soft hand grasped his wrist from behind. Turning around, he met Tsuyoshi's eyes, which had unknowingly opened, revealing a gaze devoid of shyness but filled with a complex, inscrutable emotion. Don't you want to sleep a little longer? Lin Fan's voice was laced with the huskiness of waking. Tsuyoshi remained silent, shaking her head gently as she sat up, the silken sheets slipping away from her graceful form. She silently regarded Lin Fan for an extended moment before softly inquiring, "When will you leave?" Lin Fan did not conceal his intentions, stating that he would depart shortly. Tsuyoshi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She simply nodded and uttered a single word, "All right." There were no further questions, no attempts to dissuade him, and certainly no childish pleas to make him stay. As the two stepped out of the room, they truly felt the world around them had undergone a seismic transformation. Outside the villa, the garden brimmed with an almost ethereal energy, transforming into a gentle morning mist. A single breath of it revitalized the spirit. Owl. Bruce was soaring excitedly around the yard, its golden scales shimmering in the morning light, each breath drawing in a vast amount of spiritual energy. "Brother, Sister Yueshi, come quickly and see the news." Lin Yu's exclamatory voice echoed from the living room. Lin Fan and Tsuyoshi exchanged glances before heading over. On the living room's enormous screen, urgent news was scrolling. The footage showcased extraordinary phenomena occurring across various regions of Longhua. Dear viewers, we are at the summit of Mount Tai, where we have just captured the wondrous spectacle of purple chi emanating from the east, enveloping the entire mountain in a soft lavender glow. The scene shifted to a reporter standing in front of the Monkey Mountain at a zoo, visibly bewildered. Just 5 minutes ago, an old Monkey King stood upright, mimicking the movements of an elderly man practicing Tai Chi nearby with astonishing precision, surpassing even some seasoned practitioners. The zoo has since evacuated all visitors. Another scene unfolded in Qingqing Mountain, where an elderly Taoist priest, tears streaming down his face, addressed the camera. "I have been stuck at the pinnacle of Qi training for 60 long years. This morning, I merely took a nap on the back mountain, and upon waking, I found myself at the foundational stage. Heaven has eyes. The ancestors have manifested." Similar incidents proliferated throughout the news. Off the coast of the East Sea, fishermen captured footage of a gargantuan turtle surfacing, its size comparable to a small island, consuming the essence of the sun and moon. It seemed as though the entire Longhua had, overnight, leaped from the realm of modern civilization into the epic of myth. Is this all due to the divine dragon from yesterday? Lin Yu turned to Lin Fan, her eyes brimming with awe and admiration. Lin Fan ruffled her hair, a proud smile adorning his face. "From today onward, our Longhua officially enters the Cheningshu Shan Plus version." He glanced at the message from Zhong Tian, which contained but a few terse lines yet bore the weight of mountains. "The evacuation plan has been initiated at the highest level. Within Longhua, all will be secure. Please, feel free to act as you wish." Lin Fan grinned. He turned to Tsuyoshi, his expression growing serious. "After I leave, you must take good care of things at Xianyu sect. With the gathering array, the disciples' cultivation speed will be astonishing." Tsuyoshi nodded. "I understand." Furthermore, Lin Fan retrieved a palm-sized, uniquely designed metallic compass from the system space and handed it to her. "This is the sound transmission talisman, a pair of mother and child talismans. I will take the child talisman, and you shall keep the mother talisman. Although we cannot communicate in real time due to the distance, it allows for one-way messages each day, ensuring I know that all is well at home." Having completed these arrangements, Lin Fan finally felt a sense of relief. He stepped into the yard, his mind focused. System, extract, beginner curvature exploration spaceship. No sooner had he spoken than the space above the villa shimmered, as if the surface of water rippling, and a sleek spaceship, crafted entirely from silvery metal and adorned with smooth, flowing lines of futuristic elegance, silently glided out from the ether. It was modest in size, approximately 20 meters long and shuttle-shaped, its surface as smooth as a mirror. "All right, It's time for me to depart. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Turning to face his family, he first pinched Lin Yu's cheek, advising her to behave, then ruffled Bruce's large head, warning it not to wreak havoc. Finally, he approached Su Yueshi. Without uttering a word, he opened his arms and enveloped her tightly in his embrace. Su Yueshi's body stiffened momentarily before she reciprocated, wrapping her arms around him with fervor. She buried her face in his chest, greedily inhaling his scent. Lin Fan released her, gazing deeply into her eyes. Then, with resolute determination, he turned and transformed into a streak of light. The spaceship's door closed soundlessly. In the next moment, the space surrounding the vessel began to warp violently. I am leaving. Lin Fan's voice resonated through the ship's loudspeaker, brimming with an uncontrollable excitement and fervor. As the words fell, the silvery spaceship suddenly contracted inward, becoming a speck of light smaller than a pinhead, and with a soft pop, it vanished entirely into the distorted space. In the yard, Su Yueshi gazed upward, transfixed as she watched the spot where Lin Fan had disappeared. After a long moment, she lowered her head, gripping the metallic compass tightly. Her initial feelings of parting gradually giving way to a sense of resolve and clarity. Simultaneously, in the cold and desolate depths of the cosmos, Lin Fan sat in the spaceship's cockpit, his expression one of intrigue. Contrary to his expectations of a cockpit filled with numerous complex buttons and dials, this space was remarkably minimalist. It featured only an ergonomically designed pilot's seat, with a seamless transparent viewport before him, offering a breathtaking view of the vast cosmos. Initiate curvature navigation. Target, coordinate 1, Lin Fan commanded. Command confirmed. Curvature engine starting in 3, 2, 1. As the cold, electronic synthesized voice faded, Lin Fan felt his body firmly pressed against the seat by a gentle yet powerful force. The scenery outside the window underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant. The pitch-black backdrop of the universe seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, abruptly folding towards the center and stretching. Countless distant stars were instantaneously elongated into vibrant streaks of light, whizzing past the sides of the spaceship. The entire world appeared to morph into a magnificent tunnel of light, through which the vessel traversed at an incomprehensible speed. Wow, it seems I can no longer overlook the advancements in technology, Lin Fan muttered, unable to suppress a curse despite being accustomed to grand spectacles. He could even feel that with each advance of the spaceship, it was crossing unimaginable distances. This was the power of technology, distinct from the violent aesthetics of the Dragon Ball universe, yet equally awe-inspiring. He activated the system interface, gazing at the 3 coordinates pulsating with a blood-red glow, his lips curling into a malicious smile. At that moment, the spaceship's electronic voice echoed once more. Warning, exiting curvature navigation. Arrived at the periphery of coordinate 1. Target planet, Gliese 581G. Scanning analysis, beep, warning. Civilizational conflict detected. An evil extraterrestrial civilization is encroaching upon the planet, putting the indigenous population in peril. Threat level assessed, dangerous. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened instantly. Through the porthole, he gazed at the ominous dark red glow emanating from the distant planet, feeling his blood boil. Dangerous? Lin Fan scoffed. On Earth, I had to restrain myself. In the face of these alien beings, I can finally stretch my limbs. Chapter 70, The Arrival of Death. A planet shrouded in a dark red halo. Its atmosphere saturated with the acrid scent of rust and sulfur. The spaceship hovered in a synchronous orbit, and Lin Fan magnified the surface imagery to its utmost through the holographic projection of the porthole. No longer mere scattered villages, it revealed a sprawling indigenous city-state, constructed from colossal stones and ancient trees, extending for miles. At this moment, the magnificent city was being consumed by relentless flames of war and swirling smoke. Thousands of creatures resembling upright mantises formed a dark green torrent of steel, ruthlessly besieging the city-state in a planetary-scale onslaught. These beings, their bodies encased in armor with scythe-like forelimbs glinting with a metallic sheen, were the infamous predators of this star system, the Kara's swarm. However, this massacre was not without resistance. Within the city-state, countless gray-blue-skinned natives, though individually weaker than the invaders, displayed astonishing bravery fortified by ancient walls and battle formations. They banded together in tribes, erecting defensive lines with their flesh and blood, their rudimentary stone spears and bone knives igniting a final glow of resolve in the face of death. Roar! On the city walls, a towering native war king, his muscles rippling, bellowed as he hurled a massive stone spear, piercing through 3 Karas. Yet beside him, more companions were torn apart, engulfed by the green tide. Lin Fan silently observed this hellish scene, donning the long-forgotten combat power detector. Beep, beep, beep. Data streamed rapidly across the lens. He focused on a common Kara soldier wreaking havoc on the city walls. Combat power, 512. Then, he shifted his gaze to the natives. Combat power, 58. A disparity nearing tenfold. This was not a battle. It was a unilateral cleansing. The chasm between technology and life levels rendered this resistance tragically futile. A cold smile gradually formed at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. On Earth, he had too many reservations. But here, in this lawless realm, the only truth was power. System, open the score record. Current score, 64550. Excellent. Lin Fan's gaze ignited with fervor, akin to a wolf that had starved for 3 days. Finally spotting a bounty of prey. He was even too lazy to pilot the spaceship, directly opening the cockpit door. He stepped forward, his entire being resembling a burning meteor, trailing a long tail of flame as he plummeted straight toward the center of the besieged city-state below. On the ground, the commander of the Kara's vanguard, Razorclaw, reveled in the slaughter. Taller than ordinary soldiers, its armor shimmered with a foreboding dark gold hue, boasting a combat power of 835. It had just effortlessly severed a section of the city wall several dozen meters long with its scythe-like forelimbs, preparing to relish the more desperate screams of the natives. Suddenly, an indescribable sense of immense pressure descended from the sky, without warning. Razorclaw abruptly looked up, its compound eyes reflecting a rapidly enlarging, burning black. What was that? Fleet's orbital cannon support? No orders received. Boom. Lin Fan's feet struck the ground, creating a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter, instantly vaporizing everything within a several-kilometer radius, be it the grand stone structures or hundreds of Kara's soldiers. A mushroom cloud of smoke and shockwaves soared into the sky, plunging the entire battlefield into an eerie silence. Both the Karas engaged in slaughter and the natives resisting in despair froze in place, their bewildered gazes fixed on the center of the deep pit. Chapter 2. Absolute Domination. As the dust slowly settled, a tall figure emerged from the center of the crater. Clad in the most ordinary casual attire from Earth, with black hair and black eyes, he appeared utterly unremarkable. Yet the faint aura emanating from him sent shivers down the spines of all present. Razorclaw's pupils contracted to pinpricks. It could not comprehend this being, but it sensed fear. Screech. Kill him. No matter what he is, kill him. Razorclaw snapped back to reality from its momentary shock, unable to tolerate its own fear. Rage swiftly overwhelmed all else. It let out a shrill roar, issuing attack orders. Nearest to the crater, hundreds of Karas immediately complied, brandishing their sharp scythe-like forelimbs like a green tsunami, surging from all directions, bringing with them a stench of blood. Lin Fan didn't even spare them a glance. He merely raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, casually pointing toward the densest concentration of the insect tide. Vacuum wave. Swoosh. A meticulously condensed golden beam shot forth from his fingertips. Faster than light itself. It emitted no sound, yet carved a vacuum of death through the swarm, spanning over a kilometer. On that path, more than 100 Karas, each boasting a combat power of 500, along with their hardened shells, were instantaneously vaporized, leaving not a trace behind. Ding. Killed a villain minion, score 50. Ding. Killed a villain minion, score 50. Ding. In an instant, the score notifications cascaded like a waterfall. Oh. Profiting from volume, I see. Almost the moment he became distracted, Lin Fan's figure vanished from sight. He transformed into a golden lightning bolt, tearing through the battlefield as he charged towards the countless swarms of the Zerg army. The ensuing spectacle transcended the mere definition of combat. It was an artistic manifestation of cataclysm. Wherever the golden lightning coursed, it incited a tempest of green flesh and blood. Thousands of insect soldiers attempted to spew forth corrosive acid, creating a sea of acid rain. Yet, Lin Fan merely inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful gust, reversing the acidic deluge and dissolving the very assailants into pools of putrid liquid. As more insect soldiers endeavored to converge upon him, they had scarcely formed a perimeter when Lin Fan appeared at its center, his wrists crossed, palms facing outward. Turtle, style, chi, technique. A blue energy sphere, reminiscent of a miniature sun, rapidly coalesced in his palms before he thrust it forward with force. Boom. A dazzling blue beam, in an unstoppable display, instantaneously consumed everything at the horizon ahead. Over 3,000 Karas were obliterated, along with the earth beneath them, evaporated by the torrent of energy. The sound of rising points had transformed into a continuous buzzing. The sharp-clawed leader was utterly shattered. Flee. This was the singular thought racing through its mind. It unfurled its chitinous wings and became a streak of dark gold, frantically fleeing toward the horizon. Run? Have you consulted me on that? Lin Fan did not even glance back. Instead, he reached out in the direction of the fleeing leader with a casual grip. Come back. An invisible. Immense force instantaneously locked onto the desperate sharp claw, yanking it from thousands of meters above and crashing it heavily at Lin Fan's feet. Let us have a chat. Lin Fan squatted down with a genial smile. Where is your lair? What is the name of your largest leader? You'll never get any information from me. The Great Mother Queen will avenge us. Sharp Claw barked defiantly, emitting a series of shrill, peculiar sounds composed of countless abrupt syllables. Lin Fan's genial smile faltered. What are you saying? It dawned on him that despite the tirade, he had not comprehended a single word. The sound resembled more of an insect's chittering than a language. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, his thoughts shifting, and a translucent, pale blue screen unfurled before his eyes. System shop, technology side. Universal language translator, neural implant 1,000 points. Would you like to spend 1,000 points to exchange for the universal language translator? As soon as the prompt faded, a cool energy surged into Lin Fan's cochlea and cerebral cortex, instantly loading and synchronizing a plethora of linguistic data from various species. He directed his gaze back at the sharp claw on the ground, and the earlier meaningless screeching was now effortlessly translated into coherent meaning in his mind. You will not extract any intelligence from me. The Great Mother Queen will descend and utterly crush you lowly beings. Oh, so that is what you meant, Lin Fan realized, a playful smile returning to his face. Mother Queen? Sounds like quite a formidable entity. Now, do elaborate. The Mother Queen resides in the Eastern Crimson Nest. We came here to collect life essence to present to the Mother Queen and aid in her final metamorphosis. Very well, Lin Fan nodded. I have shared my part. Will you not release me? Lin Fan regarded it thoughtfully for a moment before shaking his head. No. With that, he stomped down. Boom. Ding. Defeated villain leader, 200 points. Lin Fan clapped his hands, then turned to the surviving natives, who gazed at him with a reverence akin to that of a deity, flashing a broad smile. He summoned the system panel. Current points, 224,750. Not bad, quite the bounty. He nodded in satisfaction, transforming into a streak of light and soaring towards the eastern jungle shrouded in dark red miasma. Mother Queen, life essence, final metamorphosis. Excitement flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. It sounded like a super boss. Chapter 71. Indeed, Saiyans love to show off. Lin Fan dashed eastward as a golden streak of light. Within mere minutes, an entirely different landscape unfolded before him. The once cracked red earth was now enveloped in a bizarre, flesh-like membrane, its surface coated in a viscous liquid that pulsed rhythmically. Akin to the skin of a colossal organism, at the center stood a nest that defied description, resembling a grotesque mountain of twisted shells, bones, and dark red flesh. All forcibly amalgamated. Countless thick, vascular conduits connected this flesh mound to the earth, continuously siphoning life energy from the surrounding area. A nauseatingly sweet and fishy scent permeated the air, mingled with potent biological pheromones, enough to drive any weak-minded creature to madness in an instant. The Crimson Nest was far more grotesque than the military bases of the Divine Awakening faction. Lin Fan hovered in the air, keenly assessing the scene. The battle power detector indicated a dense cluster of life signals within the nest, thousands upon thousands, no longer concealing his presence. He unleashed an overwhelming pressure that tore through the clouds, plunging directly towards the nest below. Buzz. It was as if he had disturbed a hornet's nest. The entire Crimson Nest came alive. Countless openings erupted, and insect soldiers, more formidable than the average Zerg, surged forth with metallic black exoskeletons, their compound eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty red light, each boasting a combat power exceeding 1,000. Come at me. Lin Fan, undeterred, propelled himself like a cannonball into the swarm. He didn't even bother employing intricate techniques, merely enveloping his body in chi and bulldozing through the Zerg ranks with sheer speed and strength. Boom. One of the elite guards swung its scythe-like forearm, aiming for Lin Fan's neck. Without turning his head, Lin Fan retaliated with a powerful elbow strike that shattered the hardened cranium like a watermelon, green ichor splattering everywhere. Ding. Defeated villain leader, 200 points. Splatter. Another elite guard attempted a sneak attack from behind, its sharp tail aiming for Lin Fan's heart. Lin Fan deftly evaded, seized its tail, and swung it like a mace, crashing it into several approaching elite guards, shattering their exoskeletons. Ding. Defeated villain leader, 200 points. Ding. Defeated villain leader. 200 points. These elite guards, formidable enough to devastate a city in the eyes of ordinary warriors, were no different from the insect soldiers with combat power of 500 in Lin Fan's perspective. He darted through the ranks of Zerg, moving so swiftly that he left behind only a series of afterimages. However, he began to feel that this form of pure physical assault was inefficient. He soared upward, breaking free from the encirclement. This time, the energy he gathered was not blue, but a more refined and sharper bright white. A new technique. I haven't had much practice with it. Let us see how it fares against you. Lin Fan grinned, thrusting both hands forward with vigor. Chi element slash. A rapidly spinning, gossamer thin circular energy blade sliced through the air with a piercing howl. It lacked the cataclysmic grandeur of the Kamehameha, yet it bore an aura sharp enough to cleave through all existence. Whoosh! The chi element sliced through the densely packed swarm with an astonishing velocity and an eerie arc. In the next instant, all the Carabug sentinels that intersected with the trajectory of the chi element slash, regardless of their formidable exoskeletons or their prideful scythe-like forelimbs, were neatly severed in twain. The cuts were as smooth as glass, and after a fraction of a second, green ichor erupted forth like a fountain. With a single chi element slash, a vacuum zone with a radius of several hundred meters was carved out in midair. Ding, ding, ding. The system notifications cascaded across the screen at a velocity tenfold greater than before. Goodness, this technique is truly a divine skill for clearing the battlefield. Lin Fan gazed at his hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Had he known it was this effective, he would have employed it immediately. He was filled with playful enthusiasm, waving his hands in succession as disc-like chi element slashes were hurled towards every corner of the lair. In an instant, the sky rained down a tempest of severed limbs and green blood. Within the lair, it seemed the external sentinels sensed this irresistible threat of death, ceasing their attacks and retreating into the lair's openings like a receding tide. Lin Fan did not pursue. He could sense an overwhelming presence deep within the mountain of flesh. With a determined step, he smashed through the lair's thick, sanguine exterior and ventured inside. The interior of the lair was a surreal spectacle. The walls pulsated with quivering flesh. The ground was composed of resilient fascia, and countless eggs were suspended from above, emanating a faint green luminescence. Numerous conduits snaked through the walls, transporting viscous energy fluid. This place resembled not merely a lair, but rather the interior of a colossal organism. Following that most potent aura, Lin Fan navigated unobstructed to the heart of the lair. Here lay an immense cavity, akin to the heart of a gigantic beast. In the center of this cavity was a colossal cocoon ensconced in a web of blood vessels and nerve bundles. The cocoon's surface was semi-transparent, revealing the silhouette of a vast form slumbering within, breathing. A grand and imposing mental wave surged forth, crashing into Lin Fan's consciousness like a tsunami. Wretched lowly creature, who grants you permission to intrude upon my sanctum? The voice was devoid of gender, imbued with a detached superiority, as if a deity were gazing down upon mere ants. Lin Fan cleared his ears, and a clear number materialized on his combat power detector. Combat power, 4,000. Oh, I have finally encountered the main entity. Lin Fan let out a whistle, feeling no trace of anxiety, but rather an intrigued curiosity as he scrutinized the enormous cocoon. So, you are the so-called Mother Queen? Quite an unusual appearance, I must say. Presumptuous. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the being you are addressing? I am on the verge of completing my ultimate metamorphosis, at which point the entire star system shall prostrate beneath my feet. The Mother Queen's mental wave was rife with indignation and a sense of desecration. Ultimate metamorphosis? Lin Fan keenly seized upon this term, his eyes instantly alight with interest. He stroked his chin, beginning to contemplate. While a combat power of 4,000 was significantly superior to those sentinels, it was still something he could easily dispatch with a single blow. But what if, once it completed its metamorphosis, a surge of primal, warlike fervor, inherent to the Saiyan warrior race, began to stir within Lin Fan's heart? At that moment, he finally understood Vegeta's sentiments and decided to indulge in a bit of reckless bravado. After all, here, he could fight without reservations, turning the world upside down. This long-lost exhilaration of liberating his power coursed through his veins, igniting his blood. With this thought, Lin Fan's expression morphed into one of unexpected benevolence, even tinged with encouragement. He found a relatively clean patch of fascia to sit upon and waved dismissively at the colossal cocoon. Enough with the threats. My ears are growing calloused from your bluster. The Mother Queen's mental wave hesitated, seemingly perplexed by this creature's thought process. Are you not on the verge of metamorphosis? Lin Fan interrupted, earnestly suggesting, I shall await your transformation. Chapter 72. Can it transform? In its lengthy existence spanning across the cosmos, it had never encountered such an absurd being, nor had it ever heard such a ludicrous request. Anger, humiliation, confusion, a maelstrom of emotions converged into a singular, chilling intent to kill. You seek death. Lin Fan appeared utterly disinterested, offering you an opportunity, yet you squander it. If you do not transform, I shall simply pierce you with a single finger right now, so do not claim I fought unfairly. His demeanor, more infuriating than any direct insult, drove the Mother Queen into a frenzy. As you wish. A monumental mental roar reverberated throughout the lair. I shall make you witness, in endless despair, how your pitiful flesh becomes sustenance for my race's evolution. In that instant, the massive cocoon enveloping the mother queen began to throb violently. Thud, thud, thud. Each beat resonated like the heartbeat of a giant, heavy and powerful. Countless blood vessel-like conduits bulged dramatically. The entire crimson lair trembled slightly, and the concentration of energy in the air surged visibly. The surface of the cocoon began to reveal myriad golden, mysterious patterns. As if some ancient evolutionary code was being activated, Lin Fan observed all of this with keen interest, even opening his combat power detector to monitor the rapidly fluctuating numbers. 4,000, 4,500, 5,200, 6,800. Now this feels right. Lin Fan grinned broadly, the primal warrior instinct emanating from his very core, causing his blood to simmer. He finally understood why Vegeta had insisted on waiting for Cell to achieve his perfect form and why he had deliberately provoked Bu. The thrill of watching an opponent grow ever stronger, until they reached a threshold that compelled him to unleash his full might, only to then crush them, was an experience utterly irresistible. 8,000, 9,500, 11,000. The numbers on the combat power detector skyrocketed, and the glow of the cocoon intensified. Finally, with a crisp crack, a fissure appeared upon the cocoon's surface. Almost immediately, the crack spread like a spider's web. Boom! A terrifying aura, far surpassing anything prior, erupted violently, sending waves through the flesh and blood within the lair. Lin Fan remained firmly seated, his clothing fluttering in the gale, yet the excitement in his eyes intensified. Fragments of the cocoon exploded outward, revealing its true form. No longer was it a cumbersome mass of flesh. It had transformed into a being resembling a humanoid figure. Towering over 3 meters, its entire body was clad in a sleek, dark golden exoskeleton, adorned with intricate purple patterns, exuding both power and beauty. The once bloated form had become elongated and agile, its limbs ending in claws capable of rending alloy. 2 pairs of translucent wings, reminiscent of cicada wings, extended from its back, vibrating rapidly and causing ripples in the very fabric of space. Most striking of all was its head, a visage akin to that of a human female, yet infinitely more enchanting, with abyssal crimson eyes and a massive diamond-shaped purple crystal embedded in its forehead, radiating a disconcerting mental wave. The metamorphosis of the Queen Mother was complete, and she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze fixed upon Lin Fan, imbued with the cold indifference of one who regards mere inanimate objects, radiating an absolute confidence. Lin Fan raised his hand. Combat power, 12,000. 12,000, quite impressive. He rose to his feet, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and rolled his neck, producing a series of crisp cracks. He made no effort to conceal himself, releasing his aura in its entirety. The wings behind the Queen Mother suddenly flared, and her form vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, she was before Lin Fan, her glistening claws aimed directly at his heart. The speed of this strike surpassed the bounds of sound, so swift that the previous guards could not even capture her afterimages. Yet, her claws were firmly grasped just a centimeter from Lin Fan's chest. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Queen Mother's crimson eyes as she summoned all her strength to withdraw her claws, only to find his fingers as immovable as 2 unyielding mountains. In the vast expanse of the nest, an earth-shattering battle unfolded between man and creature. Each clash erupted with thunderous reverberations, the shockwaves tearing the surrounding flesh apart. Golden flames intertwined with violet energy beams, casting flickering shadows throughout the cavernous nest. The Queen Mother grew increasingly alarmed. Her speed, strength, and energy intensity were all thoroughly suppressed by this humanoid monstrosity, no matter what cunning attack she unleashed. He effortlessly countered with a more straightforward and brutal resolution. Boom. After yet another collision, Lin Fan sent the Queen Mother crashing down with a powerful blow, carving a 100-meter-long trench into the membrane-structured ground. She struggled to rise, her dark golden carapace now marred with fine cracks, purple blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. She had been defeated, utterly and comprehensively. Even after achieving her final transformation, she remained powerless before this man. Reluctance, fury, and terror coalesced into a singular, frenzied madness. If that is the case, let us merge into one. The Queen Mother let out a final psychic roar, spreading her arms wide as the purple crystal on her forehead erupted with an unprecedented radiance. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Her body began to gradually meld into the membrane ground beneath her. Countless thick blood vessels extended from the surrounding walls, entwining her form like serpents, thoroughly connecting her with the entire crimson nest. Lin Fan paused midair, raising an eyebrow as he sensed something amiss. The entire crimson nest, resembling a colossal biological organ, began to writhe and contract violently. The flesh membranes covering the surface of the earth surged toward the central nest, as if the very ground had been infused with life. The volume of the nest shrank at a visible pace, yet the density of energy within surged exponentially. The walls ceased to be walls, the ground no longer ground. All flesh, membranes, and bones twisted and reformed, evolving toward a unified form. Lin Fan hovered at the center, observing the tumultuous changes around him. Feeling the increasingly sinister and chaotic aura rising, his expression not one of tension but of heightened excitement. Oh ho, a second transformation is possible? Chapter 73, Equally Matched. Lin Fan's combat power detector emitted a shrill alarm, the numbers on the lens fluctuating wildly. Combat power, 18,000. 18,000. This matched precisely with the full force he currently unleashed. Before him stood a living, terrifying mountain of flesh, now one with the Queen Mother and the entire Crimson Nest, achieving a level of energy that placed her on equal footing with him. Wretched, insignificant ant. A grand and chaotic psychic wave surged forth, this time carrying a pressure that even Lin Fan found somewhat burdensome. Boom. A blood-soaked tentacle, thicker than a train, descended with a shriek that tore the air. Lin Fan did not evade. Instead, he concentrated the golden flames into his right fist and met it head-on. He wished to personally gauge the strength of this equally matched opponent. Bang! At the moment of impact between fist and tentacle, an unimaginable force surged through his arm. Lin Fan grunted as his body was propelled toward the ground like a cannonball, creating a deep trench in the earth. Coughing, he rose from the pit. Shaking off the numbness in his arm, the last vestiges of casualness vanishing from his gaze, replaced by intense focus and exhilaration. This was the battle he had longed for. The Nest Master appeared satisfied with her successful strike, as hundreds of tentacles extended from her gigantic form, resembling a blood-red forest of death, sweeping toward Lin Fan. He inhaled deeply, pushing his speed to its limits. His golden figure darted through the tentacles at high velocity, narrowly avoiding lethal strikes. Each tentacle contained enough power to severely injure him, the gusts of wind they generated stinging his skin. As he evaded and observed at breakneck speed, Lin Fan gradually discerned the underlying issue. Though the Nest Master possessed immense power, her colossal size became a liability. After her consciousness issued commands, the tentacles, distributed across her 100-meter body, exhibited a subtle yet discernible delay in execution. The strength was synchronized, yet the neural reflexes lagged. This was the flaw. Upon identifying the breakthrough, Lin Fan's tactics shifted instantaneously. He ceased his passive evasion, instead opting to close in, exploiting the fleeting delays to weave through the onslaught of tentacles. Like a golden flash of lightning, directly targeting the Nest Master. The Nest Master, aware of her predicament, found her massive form a hindrance in close combat. In a fit of rage, she abandoned complex physical attacks, channeling all her energy into her enormous visage. Buzz! A cavernous maw gaped wide, as a dark purple energy sphere, over 10 meters in diameter, rapidly coalesced within, exuding an aura of annihilation. The overwhelming energy wave locked onto Lin Fan, rendering escape impossible. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. He knew the moment for a head-on confrontation had arrived. He halted, his hands clasping at his waist in a flower-like formation, as a brilliant blue energy sphere began to gather. Kamehameha, let us, together, be annihilated. The golden beam and dark purple energy cannon collided fiercely at the center of the nest. Boom. The two terrifying forces entered a brief stalemate. The entire nest space distorted violently under the strain of their energy clash, the surrounding flesh torn asunder by the released energy waves. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body trembling, the veins in his arms bulging. He could distinctly feel the immense pressure emanating from the other side. A moment's lapse would see him consumed entirely by that chaotic and malevolent energy. Break for me, he roared, squeezing the last remnants of his strength into the Kamehameha. The blue beam swelled significantly, finally overpowering the purple energy cannon, pushing it back with unstoppable force, ultimately crashing into the enormous visage of the Nest Master. A piercing wail, steeped in agony, reverberated throughout the entire expanse. The countenance of the Nest Master was rendered grotesque, blood and flesh grotesquely mingling, while its colossal form writhed in frenzied pain. Its attacks thrown into utter disarray. Now was the moment. Lin Fan seized this rare opportunity, enduring the overwhelming fatigue that threatened to drain him completely. As his figure instantaneously materialized above the Nest Master's flank, he slowly raised his right hand, lifting it high above his head. With a hum, a rapidly spinning energy disk, its edges shimmering with blinding white light, materialized at his fingertips. Chi slash. With a sweeping motion of his arm, The gossamer thin energy disc sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, precisely targeting the chaos-stricken mound of flesh below. The chi slash effortlessly cleaved through the Nest Master's waist. The violent writhing abruptly ceased. A second later, amidst Lin Fan's heavy breaths, the massive upper half of the Nest Master began to slide off its lower half, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, splattering gore everywhere. No, it's impossible. The remnants of its upper body bore a visage marred by terror and confusion as its chaotic consciousness rapidly dissipated. Lin Fan's figure teleported before it, slowly raising his palm to aim at its forehead. A highly concentrated energy orb rapidly formed in his hand, emanating a menacing glow. Boom. The Nest Master's final remnants, along with its consciousness, were utterly obliterated. Ding. Killed SSS-level villain, Carla, the insectoid matriarch, Nest Master form, earning 50,000 points. Ding. Detected host dismantling the Carla Insectoid Legion, 581G Expeditionary Corps, completing regional extermination, earning an additional 100,000 points. Current total points, 384,750. Listening to the series of notifications echoing in his mind, Lin Fan exhaled deeply, an overwhelming weariness washing over him like a tide. He descended onto the chaotic ground, his chest heaving violently, sweat dripping from his brow. This battle had not been easily won. Yet, every drop of blood in his veins surged with exhilaration, each cell rejoicing in the fierce clash of titans. An unprecedented sense of elation surged from the depths of his being, spreading throughout his limbs. What a thrill! Chapter 74, Battle. What a thrill! Lin Fan gasped for breath, feeling as though he had been pulled from the depths of water. Sweat mingling with the purple ichor of the insects, trailing down the contours of his muscles. He braced himself on his knee, acutely aware of the waves of weakness coursing through him and the protests emanating from his exhausted limbs. He spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Yet a broad smile of sheer delight spread across his face. This was what fighting was meant to be, engaging in a deadly struggle with an equal, pushing every ounce of strength, every fragment of technique to its limits. This sensation of dancing on the precipice of life and death was infinitely more exhilarating than the monotonous trials in the gravity chamber. Each cell wailed in agony, yet his spirit soared with unprecedented fervor. He accessed the system store, his gaze honing in on the familiar option. Spirit Bean, 1,000 points. Gazing at his balance of 384,750 points, Lin Fan felt a wave of simplicity wash over him. Without hesitation, a verdant bean materialized in his palm. He tilted his head back, tossed it into his mouth, and gently chewed. A warm, indescribable current surged from his abdomen, flooding through him like a bursting dam, washing over every fiber of his being. The muscles that had ached with pain moments ago, the nearly depleted energy, rapidly revitalized before his very eyes, surging beyond their previous peak. In the blink of an eye, all fatigue and pain vanished. Lin Fan slowly straightened, lightly clenching his fist. Crack! The air resonated with a crisp snap. He could distinctly feel a profound transformation within his body. His strength, speed, and the totality and quality of his energy had undergone an astonishing leap. He eagerly opened his personal panel. Host, Lin Fan. Bloodline, lower level Saiyan. S cell concentration, 35. Combat power, 26,000. 26,000. An increase from 18,000 to 26,000. A staggering boost of 8,000 points. Lin Fan's eyes shone brightly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This was the way a Saiyan should evolve, constantly growing stronger in battle. Feeling the fresh, roaring power coursing through him, Lin Fan felt as though he could effortlessly shatter this planet with a single punch. Boom! A golden aura erupted from him once more, denser and more resplendent than before. Lin Fan's figure transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing instantaneously, leaving behind a wave of energy that scattered the viscous blood and flesh across the ground. In the ensuing days, for the surviving members of the Carla insectoid race on this planet, it was indeed the true end of days. He required no radar, nor any reconnaissance. In any corner where the malevolent aura of the insects lingered, it could not escape his acute sensory perception. In a valley shrouded in a blanket of fungi, hundreds of logistical insects were transporting life essence, overseen by a worker whose combat power exceeded 700, brandishing its limbs and emitting a shrill screech. The next moment, a golden light descended from the heavens. The overseer's screech was abruptly silenced, along with all the insects behind it, torn to shreds in an instant by the ferocious energy. Ding! Killed a villainous overseer, earning 200 points. Ding! Killed villain minions, earning 50 points. Lin Fan did not spare a glance at the system notifications, his figure once more blurring as he shot towards his next target. Within a vast subterranean cavern, thousands of insectoids lay in slumber, forming a reserve team. Lin Fan unleashed a concentrated Kamehameha, piercing through hundreds of meters of earth from the surface, annihilating the entire cavern along with all the insects within it from a physical standpoint. The numbers on the points panel began to surge at a terrifying speed. He resembled the most efficient farmer, harvesting points across this planet. He traversed from the eastern hemisphere to the western hemisphere, from the surface to the depths below. There were no words, no mercy, only pure, cold, crushing slaughter. Initially, the remaining insects would muster sporadic resistance, but upon realizing that no attack could leave even the slightest mark on that golden figure, all that remained was boundless fear and despair. They began to scatter, retreating into the deepest chasms and most secretive nests. But it was all in vain. Under Lin Fan's current perception, they were like fireflies in the night, utterly exposed. On the seventh day, Lin Fan hovered above a colossal volcano, gazing down upon the scarred planet. The last vestiges of the Carla insectoid's malevolent aura dissipated along with the energy blast he had casually unleashed. He accessed the system panel. Current total points: 8,573,250. 8,573,000. Even Lin Fan, upon witnessing this lengthy string of numbers, could not help but gasp in astonishment. He had struck gold. This was the true path to wealth. After tirelessly strategizing on Earth, battling the demigods and their branches, and toiling for so long, he had barely amassed over 500,000 points. Only a few days have passed, yet it has multiplied by over tenfold. He could return at any moment. Comfortably lounging at home, awaiting Yasler's arrival with the Void Army, this notion flickered through his mind before being swiftly extinguished. Return? What a ridiculous jest. He glanced down at his fists, feeling the formidable power surging within him, far greater than before. This sensation was exquisite. Combat, followed by the promise of strength. This was what he yearned for most fervently. Since he had come this far, Lin Fan found himself a perfect excuse. He might as well explore the remaining 2 coordinates. Who knows what delightful surprises await? Having already tasted success, he brimmed with anticipation for the 2 remaining locations. If he could encounter another experience package akin to the Karma Queen, wouldn't his combat prowess soar to unimaginable heights by the time he returned? At that point, whatever Yasler or the Void Monarch posed a threat, he would vanquish them all. With this resolution, Lin Fan's spirits soared as he made his way back to the landing site of the spacecraft. The petite exploration vessel rested quietly upon the desolate expanse, sharply contrasting with the apocalyptic scenery surrounding it. He entered the cockpit and deftly activated the ship. System: navigate to the coordinates of planet Kepler 186F. Command received. Planning curvature travel route. Route planning complete. Estimated travel time: 13 days. Warning. Warning. Just as Lin Fan prepared to initiate the spacecraft's launch, a cacophony of piercing red alarms erupted on the system interface. Target planet Kepler 186F shows extremely weak life signals, with energy readings nearing zero. Based on database comparisons, the ecological system of this planet has undergone catastrophic collapse, classified as a dead star. Shall we proceed? The smile on Lin Fan's face instantly froze. A dead star? What did that mean? He furrowed his brow. Had he arrived too late? Was the civilization there extinguished by some other force? Or was there an even more terrifying and thoroughly evil presence lurking upon that planet than the Karma Swarm? Chapter 75, Dead Stars and Survivors. Lin Fan stroked his chin, deep in thought. It was impossible to return empty-handed. He issued a command to the system to continue onward. Rather than speculate in vain, it was far better to witness it with his own eyes. At worst, he would return empty-handed. After all, he had amassed plenty of points. Command confirmed, maintaining current course. The spacecraft's rear emitted a ghostly blue glow, resuming its smooth curvature travel. The ensuing 13 days passed in a rhythmic manner. He retrieved the subtoken of the long-distance communication talisman from his storage space, infusing it with a thread of energy. The talisman glimmered faintly, and the voice of Su Yueshi, cool yet intimately familiar, resonated in his mind. This was a one-way message. He could only listen, not respond. Lin Fan, you rascal. You seem quite at ease as a hands-off manager. Since you left, the Dragon Kingdom has undergone a complete transformation. The spiritual energy resurgence brought by the Divine Dragon's wishes is even more intense than we anticipated. Currently, the spiritual energy concentration across the Dragon Kingdom is at least 100 times greater than before, and the realms of opportunity are even more exaggerated. Those ancient beings, hidden away for centuries, have crawled out of their coffins. Just a few days ago, several reclusive ancestors personally visited, boasting initial Foundation establishment levels. Upon meeting, they immediately took on the airs of senior experts, claiming that our Xianyue sect occupies the best territory and should therefore open our gates to share resources with practitioners everywhere. their words laced with veiled threats. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's expression turned icy. But Tsuyueshi's tone suddenly shifted, infused with a hint of pride and exhilaration. So, I gave them a good thrashing. Lin Fan was taken aback. I didn't hold back. I merely broke a few of their bones and tossed them from the mountain gate down to the foot of the mountain. My current strength is already at the initial stage of core formation. The Taiyan Liuli divine body is astonishingly powerful. I feel my strength growing exponentially every day. Qin Lan and Qin Ziyuan have also worked diligently, all having entered the late stage of qi refinement. Our Xianyue sect is now undeniably the #1 sect in the world. By the way, your sister Xiaoyu seems to have turned flying into a game. The day before yesterday, she chased after Bruce and accidentally soared into the stratosphere, almost mistaken for an unidentified flying object by Zhong Tianjing's satellite. That rascal Bruce is now nearly 3 to 4 meters long and has become increasingly gluttonous. Be careful, I'll be waiting for your return. The final words were spoken so softly, they resembled a whisper in a dream. The talisman's glow dimmed. Lin Fan sat in the pilot's seat, silent for a long while, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Good for you. As for those so-called reclusive ancestors, to him, they were merely a collection of weaklings with combat prowess barely exceeding 2,000. With Tsuyueshi now at the initial stage of core formation, defeating them would be child's play. 13 days of travel passed in the blink of an eye. Approaching target planet Kepler, 186F, curvature travel complete, transitioning to conventional travel mode. Lin Fan reined in his thoughts, directing his gaze toward the viewport. A dark red planet floated silently in the pitch-black cosmos. There were no azure oceans, no verdant lands, nor the radiant lights of civilization. It resembled an extinguished ember, its surface cloaked in a thick layer of dust, reminiscent of rust. Exuding an aura of desolation and lifelessness, the spacecraft gently descended, penetrating the almost non-existent atmosphere. Lin Fan's brow furrowed deeper as his eyes beheld the ruins before him. But these were not mere ruins. They were remnants of a civilization with an extraordinarily advanced level of technology, featuring uniquely shaped structures imbued with graceful lines and geometric beauty. Some resembled colossal crystal trees piercing the clouds, now fractured, with countless shards strewn across the earth. Others appeared as a metallic spider web spanning hundreds of miles, now torn apart with gaping wounds, severed cables dangling like lifeless vines. The ground was littered with intricate mechanical artifacts, flickering with the last sparks of electricity, and peculiar materials that had melted under intense heat before solidifying, neither metal nor stone. This was the vestige of a civilization of extreme technological advancement. Lin Fan unleashed his energy to its fullest extent, akin to an invisible radar wave, sweeping across the entire planet in an instant. His senses were now more acute. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, still nothing but silence. Had he truly come in vain? A surge of irritation welled within Lin Fan as he prepared to curse, when suddenly, his perception caught a faint, peculiar energy fluctuation. It was not on the surface, but deep beneath the ground. This was neither qi, nor spiritual energy, nor any supernatural power, but an energy that was exceedingly pure, stable, and operated with the precision of a finely tuned instrument. He had found it. Lin Fan smirked, his figure vanishing from the cockpit in an instant. The next moment, he appeared high above a crystalline ruin several thousand kilometers away. He pinpointed the source of the energy fluctuation, lying nearly 10,000 meters beneath his feet. Open up. Lin Fan had no desire to search for an entrance. His right fist clenched tightly, golden flames igniting as he delivered a singular, forceful punch toward the ground. A thunderous boom resonated. The unyielding rock layers and metallic ruins appeared as fragile as tofu before the force of his fist. A bottomless, pitch-black abyss was forcibly carved out by him. Lin Fan leaped into the void, his body plummeting rapidly. As he traversed the thick strata, a vast subterranean chamber materialized before him. This was a futuristic, silvery room, its walls adorned with intricate energy conduits. Although most had dimmed, a few still glimmered faintly, sustaining the basic operations of the space. At the center of the chamber stood a transparent cryopod, filled with a cerulean liquid. Within it lay a figure, tranquil and ensconced in slumber. Lin Fan hovered in midair, his gaze brimming with astonishment and scrutiny. It was a young woman, seemingly no older than 18, her form tall and slender. She wore no garments, revealing a physique so breathtakingly perfect it was almost suffocating. Her skin, unlike that of a human, was crafted from a bionic layer of nanoceramics, flawlessly replicating the texture of the finest mutton fat jade. Her body exhibited seamless curves, devoid of any imperfections, even at the joints where mechanical constructs would typically bear seams, presenting an exquisite masterpiece of nature. A cascade of silver hair floated gently in the liquid. Lin Fan sensed that the peculiar energy fluctuations he had previously detected emanated from her. At the moment he approached the cryopod, the girl's tightly shut eyes abruptly snapped open. What kind of eyes were they? Lacking pupils and sclera, her eye sockets glowed with a golden hue, flowing like a nebula composed of countless points of light. She beheld Lin Fan. Warning: high-energy biological entity detected. Biological classification: unresolvable. Threat assessment: extremely dangerous. The life-sustaining liquid in the cryopod began to drain rapidly. The pod's door sliding open silently. The girl, barefoot, stepped out slowly, positioning herself before Lin Fan. Her gaze, or rather, her optical sensors, fixed unwaveringly upon him. Unknown biological entity. Your composition is carbon-based, yet your energy index surpasses the theoretical limits of all carbon-based life forms within my database. She tilted her head slightly, a gesture that imbued her with an air of humanity. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he assessed the silicon-based girl before him. Who are you? What has transpired here? Lin Fan inquired directly. Chapter 76, The Law of the Jungle. He sensed no hostility from the girl, only wariness and curiosity. Golden flecks of data flickered rapidly in her eyes, seemingly evaluating Lin Fan's threat level. After a few moments, she reached a conclusion. I am Sally, a member of the Creole civilization. As you can see, our homeworld has been obliterated. Her voice remained calm. As for the reason, Sally raised her hand, gracefully sweeping it through the air. Countless luminous points coalesced around them, forming a vast three-dimensional star map between them. Our civilization is one of silicon-based life forms. Sally began her explanation. We abandoned our fragile corporeal forms and uploaded our consciousness into eternal silicon ceramic bodies. We do not pursue reproduction nor conquest. Our sole aspiration is the pursuit of knowledge and truth. On the star map, a brilliant planet illuminated, the very Kepler 186f that existed before its destruction. Countless beams of light traversed within and around the planet, connecting each individual. We established a shared knowledge network, which we refer to as the core of knowledge. Every Creole individual is a part of this core. We share knowledge, technology, and everything else. In our world, there are no lies, no wars. Only an insatiable desire to explore the cosmos. Lin Fan gazed upon the flourishing vista, yet felt no stirrings within. In his eyes, this utopian civilization appeared almost laughably fragile. Without competition, without elimination, it resembled a flower in a greenhouse, beautiful, yet utterly vulnerable. Approximately a century ago, our technology reached an impasse. We explored all that was accessible to us, yet remained baffled by the essence of the universe. Thus, we made a decision. A note of fluctuation appeared in Sally's voice. Akin to a sigh, we sent an invitation to the entire universe. As the scene shifted, a signal imbued with the essence of Creole civilization's vast knowledge emanated from their homeworld, piercing the depths of space. We shared our coordinates, our form of civilization, our longing for peace, and our thirst for knowledge. We naively believed that any civilization capable of receiving and deciphering this invitation would be, like us, seekers of truth and peace. At this point, Lin Fan could barely suppress a laugh. Indeed, the scene turned blood-red. An immense, shadowy fleet, vast enough to block out the sun, tore through space, appearing in orbit around the Creole homeworld, its hull bristling with enormous cannons. What responded to us was not a sage, but a predator. Sally's voice turned icy. They call themselves the Starbone Legion, a group that survives by consuming the knowledge and energy of other civilizations. The imagery of war, or rather, slaughter, unfolded before Lin Fan. The ships of the Starbone Legion unleashed a deluge of attacks, each beam potent enough to melt continents. The Creole civilization's counteroffensive appeared woefully inadequate. Their vessels, designed for research and exploration, were rendered as fragile as paper against the heavily armed warships. Our individuals are resilient, yet we lack combat experience. Our technology can create stars, yet we have never contemplated using it for destruction. This was a foregone conclusion, a mere act of plunder. Countless grotesque mechanical soldiers descended from the heavens, violently dismantling the bodies of the Creole people, employing a peculiar device to forcibly extract their consciousness data and funnel it into a colossal airborne fortress. Their target was the core of knowledge. They sought to seize everything from our civilization. Lin Fan observed the unfolding chaos with an impassive expression. This was the law of the universe, survival of the fittest, where strength reigns supreme. The tragedy of the Creole people was sealed the moment they relinquished their will to fight. In the final moments before their homeworld was entirely formatted, my creators forcibly sent me into this deepest sanctuary and severed my connection to the core of knowledge, allowing me to evade data cleansing. Sally's gaze turned to Lin Fan. I am the last backup of the Creole civilization. The three-dimensional image vanished, and silence enveloped the chamber once more. Lin Fan absorbed the immense information, remaining silent for a moment before posing the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. So, what is the power of this Starbone Legion? Where are they now? Do you have their coordinates? Sally's golden eyes flickered noticeably. She swiftly analyzed Lin Fan's recent inquiry, attempting to grasp its deeper implications. Based on my analysis, your immediate reaction upon hearing of my civilization's tragedy was not one of sympathy, sadness, or anger towards the plunderers, but rather excitement and desire. Clear's throat. Lin Fan coughed lightly, concealing his embarrassment. Being seen through by an AI, or rather, a silicon-based life form, was a rather peculiar experience. That's not quite accurate. Lin Fan feigned a serious demeanor. I am merely gathering intelligence on the enemy. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. I, for one, cannot abide such acts of tyranny that disrupt the peace of the universe. Regarding this malevolent civilization, my stance has always been one of complete eradication. Sally tilted her head, her data-infused eyes flickering incessantly. Logical analysis indicates that you are being deceptive. However, your ultimate objective appears to align with my quest for vengeance. Lin Fan's face flushed crimson. He decided to abandon pretense. I shall assist you in your retribution, provided you furnish me with their intelligence and coordinates. How does that sound? It is a win-win situation. Sally fell silent. Her internal processor was calculating at a terrifying speed. The carbon-based life form before her was formidable and enigmatic, driven by primal, savage desires in his logic. Yet, his presence represented a glimmer of hope, albeit infinitesimal. I cannot provide precise coordinates, Sally finally responded. The Star Skeleton Legion obliterated all navigational data related to them after plundering the knowledge core. Lin Fan's brows furrowed once more. Wouldn't that render our efforts futile? Chapter 77, an AI acquired for home. Sally's voice remained calm. Based on the energy characteristics of the Star Skeleton Legion and the traces left by their jumps, I can construct a probabilistic model to trace their navigational trajectory. She raised her hand, and a three-dimensional star map reappeared, but this time, a minuscule, flickering red dot emerged at the apex of that vast sector. However, this endeavor would require immense computational power and time. Given our current location and the capabilities of your spacecraft, the success rate of an active pursuit approaches zero, was Sally's conclusion. Damn it, a cooked duck? No, not even one that has been placed in the pot, has flown away. He gazed at the astonishingly perfect girl before him and then surveyed the underground sanctuary. What about you? What do you plan to do next? Remain on this dead star for the rest of your life? My core directive is to ensure the survival of the Creole civilization S-Flame. Sally's answer came without hesitation. Knowledge and technology encapsulate our entire existence. I shall remain here, utilizing the energy of the sanctuary to continue my slumber until the energy is depleted. As Lin Fan listened, his mind began to race. A flame of civilization? A complete knowledge backup of a top-tier technological civilization? Images of the System Mall's branch he had scarcely opened, technology, began to flood his mind. It listed various incomprehensible spacecraft, mechs, energy cannons, all priced exorbitantly, with a cost-effectiveness that seemed to pale in comparison to a magical bean or a key blast. He had always adhered to the logic of the Dragon Ball system. As long as my combat power is sufficient, a single punch can shatter a planet. All technology is mere flashy garbage. A bold idea began to proliferate wildly in Lin Fan's mind. His long-standing plan was to wish for the restoration of spiritual energy with the Dragon Balls and then exchange points for a grand formation. But what if he could infuse that grand formation with technology? Come with me. Lin Fan stood tall, looking earnestly at Sally. This planet has become an empty shell, devoid of significance. Sally's golden eyes flickered, seemingly analyzing the logic in his words. I hail from a planet called Earth, Lin Fan continued. My homeland will soon face a disaster. He did not withhold the details, briefly recounting the situation with Azrael and the Void creatures. I am preparing for battle. I need to establish a super fortress to protect my family. He extended his hand, inviting Sally. Your knowledge and technology are vital to me and my homeland. I offer you a sanctuary for the continuance of your civilization, allowing you and your civilization's flame to reignite. In return, you need to assist us with your knowledge. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on her. I will help you seek vengeance. Silence enveloped the sanctuary. Sally's internal processor was performing calculations at a terrifying speed, threat assessment, benefit analysis, future projections. After a considerable interval, her golden eyes finally regained their tranquility. She stepped forward, her alabaster hand gently resting upon Lin Fan's outstretched hand. I agree. From this moment forth, Sally, the last backup of the Creole civilization, shall provide you with technological support. Lin Fan broke into a wide smile, his spirits lifted. While points can be earned again, Acquiring a technological director from a top-tier civilization is an unexpected delight that cannot be exchanged for any amount of points. He glanced at the star map in the spacecraft system, identifying the coordinates of the next malevolent civilization, the Zeta system, which lay over 30 days' journey away. Time waits for no one. Rather than squander time on a lengthy interstellar voyage, it would be wiser to return this precious gem to Earth first. Excellent. Let us head home now. Lin Fan grasped Sally's hand and turned to stride out, brimming with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the void, chaotic energy storms tore through the distorted space. At the heart of this turmoil, a shadow loomed, the sovereign of this dimension, the Void King. Before it, a faint, flickering flame of a soul trembled, the remnants of Azrael. The Void King regarded it with a condescending gaze. Before you regain your power, my vanguard must proceed first to witness the world you promised. This statement, while seemingly reasonable, left no room for dissent. Now, in this very place, that will turn icy as a rift was torn open for them. Azrael's residual soul remained as silent as a glacier. He had anticipated this moment long ago. It was an inevitable trial, the price of submission. Any verbal rebuttal would be meaningless, only inviting suspicion. Deep within his soul, a visage intertwined with hatred emerged. He did not respond, but provided an answer through action. The remnants of his primal soul force forcibly tore open a dark rift leading to the path of vengeance within the void. Azrael's soul began to tremble violently. As you wish, my king. On the other side of the rift lay the blue earth. The Void King emitted a wave of satisfaction, then commanded his progeny. Go, ascertain the nature of that world. No sooner had the words left his lips than several indescribable monsters, composed of twisted shadows and warped flesh, surged into the rift. The rift slowly began to close. Azrael's soul flame dimmed further, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. He had paid a grievous price. Yet, as long as he could witness that man, as that world crumbled in despair, it would all be worth it. Chapter 78. Where is the promised freedom? Open the door. I want to go home. In the depths of the universe, a primary curvature exploration spacecraft moved through its trajectory like a speck of dust, its destination set for Earth. For Lin Fan, who had grown accustomed to bending time and space, the 15-day journey felt like an eternity. He languidly reclined in the captain's chair, gazing at Sally, who stood poised like a perfect work of art, unable to resist teasing her. Hey, I say, AI lady, can't you find some amusement? Perhaps sing a song, dance a little, or tell me a joke. Sally's golden eyes flickered momentarily, as if conducting rapid logical computations. After a brief moment, she replied in her unperturbed electronic voice, my core program does not include an entertainment module. If life is solely about pursuing success rates, it would be utterly dull. Lin Fan pursed his lips and shifted his posture. Then, pray tell, what are the odds of me captivating someone with my charm? Sally's processor seemed to stall for a brief moment. Insufficient data to establish a model. She maintained her typically serious demeanor. Yet he could deduce from a biological perspective that the reproductive isolation between carbon-based and silicon-based life forms rendered the success rate at zero from the standpoint of procreation. Lin Fan nearly choked on his own blood. Engaging in romantic discourse with a premier artificial intelligence was a battle he had already lost. Nonetheless, as he gazed at Sally, his heart brimmed with delight. What trifling crisis. He scarcely paid it any mind. His tortoiseshell plan, coupled with the Dragon Balls and an abundance of points, was more than sufficient. To him, Azrael and those void creatures were merely issues of time and point accumulation. However, Sally was different. She represented the entirety of a top-tier technological civilization's knowledge repository, a walking superdatabase, an omnipotent technical director. Lin Fan's mind began to race with wild imaginings. He envisioned having Sally assist in designing a fully automated alchemy assembly line, where elixirs could be consumed like candy. He dreamt of her creating a virtual reality training chamber, enhancing mental training efficiency 100-fold. Moreover, he simply had to procure the universe's most powerful computer, ensuring that gaming would be devoid of lag. Such thoughts made Lin Fan break into a foolish grin. This interstellar expedition was indeed a tremendous windfall. He had returned with such a treasure. Meanwhile, as Lin Fan indulged in these delightful fantasies of the future, Earth had descended into utter chaos. The Dragon Kingdom had previously executed an unprecedented global citizen recall operation. Following that, a decree of national closure sent shockwaves through the world. All air, land, and sea routes, along with ports, were shut down. Satellite signals were cloaked by an invisible barrier, and import-export trade came to a screeching halt. The entire realm of the rooster was completely severed from the world, both physically and informationally. Global public opinion erupted instantaneously. This was the most shocking act of tyranny in the 21st century, a blatant trampling of human rights and freedoms, proclaimed a spokesperson from the White House. We strongly condemn this irresponsible unilateral action that incites global panic. We demand the Dragon Kingdom immediately reopen its borders and restore normalcy," declared the European Parliament. Headlines from major international media outlets echoed the condemnation of the Dragon Kingdom. On social networks, those who had opted to remain abroad for various reasons, or who had been ensnared by the intoxicating air of freedom and democracy, were the loudest in their derision. "Thank heavens I didn't go back. Look at this disgraceful conduct, shutting everything down without a thought for humanity. The lighthouse nation is far superior. Even the air is sweet. How ludicrous. I just received my green card, and now this happens? Are they afraid we elites might return? Rest assured, I want to be going back. Enjoy your time in that cage." Similar sentiments proliferated across various social platforms abroad, as they reveled in their high-handed superiority, mocking those who foolishly chose to return home. At the headquarters of the Dragon Shield Bureau, the command center displayed these unsightly remarks on a massive screen. A young intelligence analyst's face flushed with rage. His fists clenched tightly. "Director, these ungrateful wretches. We went to great lengths to bring them back, and instead of gratitude, they leap about, tarnishing our name." Zhang Tianjing stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing the screen, his stern visage devoid of any superfluous expression. "Let them be," he spoke softly. His voice as steady as a mountain. "When we clean up trash, some dust is bound to rise. There is no need to pay it any heed." "But, there is no but," Zhang Tianjing turned, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Lin Fan's actions have demonstrated that when disaster strikes, the only thing we can rely on is ourselves. The state's duty is to protect those who choose to believe in it. As for those who voluntarily relinquish their tickets, they possess the freedom to choose where they wish to drown." He paused, his tone chilling. "Issue the order. From this moment forth, not a single fly shall enter, nor a single message escape. Our task is to close our doors, await developments, and prepare for battle." "Understood." Simultaneously, at the back mountain of the Xinhua sect, Qin Lan sat cross-legged, surrounded by a fierce aura. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, unleashing a sword chi that sliced through a boulder 100 meters away. Early-stage foundation establishment. Yet her countenance bore little joy. Instead, it solidified her determination to pursue the figure of that man. In Lin Fan's riverside villa, a different scene unfolded. In the living room, Lin Yu sat cross-legged on a soft carpet, her eyes closed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She was utilizing her increasingly potent mental strength to attempt to control a copper cauldron weighing several tons nearby. Under the influence of her mental force, the cauldron trembled slightly, emitting a buzzing sound, yet it remained firmly grounded. Above her head, a golden young dragon named Bruce frolicked in the air, occasionally letting out a silly chirp. Lin Yu gritted her teeth, pushing her mental power to the limit. Lift. The copper cauldron shook violently, finally rising half an inch off the ground. But in the next moment, her mental strength faltered, and the cauldron seemed poised to crash back down. At that instant, Bruce, who had been spinning midair, suddenly halted. His golden eyes, once filled with a silly gleam, transformed into a profound and regal gaze, as if containing the cosmos within. An ancient, overwhelming dragon might emanated from him, silently radiating outward. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The copper cauldron, which Lin Yu could not budge, now floated effortlessly in the air like a feather, slowly rotating and enveloped in a soft golden glow. Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock at the spectacle before her. She glanced at Bruce, who, after exuding that regal authority for merely a second, returned to his naive self, joyfully wagging his tail and flying over, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Praise me." Gazing at the suspended copper cauldron, and then at the playful Bruce beneath her, Lin Yu fell into a profound confusion. While the Dragon Kingdom thrived, with everyone focused on development and preparing for the future, none noticed what lay beyond the isolated starry sky above them, on the other side of the world. In the United States, New York, Times Square, the midday sun shone brightly, and the bustling streets were filled with people. A massive electronic billboard displayed the president's impassioned speech, denouncing the Dragon Kingdom's imperialism. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It was as if someone had torn a black curtain across the heavens, creating a rift above Manhattan without any warning. "What is that?" People on the ground halted in astonishment, gazing upward. In the next moment, 1, 2, 3, several indescribable creatures, defying any known biological concept, began to emerge from the crack. Some were infested with countless eyes resembling those of gorillas, others dripped with viscous shadows, and some were grotesque amalgamations of distorted flesh and metal. The moment they materialized, a wave of chaos, madness, and malevolence surged through the city like a tsunami. A live-streaming influencer pointed his camera skyward, his voice trembling. "Oh my God!" His words faltered. A creature, a monstrous fusion of an oversized centipede and arms, casually flicked its appendages. Boom. The towering building, along with the influencer, was abruptly severed in half, erupting into a plume of dust. After a brief silence, the air was filled with piercing screams. Panic erupted like a plague, causing people to cry out, shove, and flee recklessly. The beasts, descending from the void, revealed their unmasked hunger for the fleeing prey below. A bloody feast had begun. Chapter 79. The Avengers clash with the Void Beasts. New York can no longer be deemed a city. Towering black smoke mingled with acrid scents of charred remains, creating a hellish landscape. Once symbols of human civilization's zenith, skyscrapers now stood as twisted skeletal frames. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles and discarded belongings left in haste. Yet amidst this wasteland, battle raged on. Boom. A yellow taxi was lifted by an unseen force and hurled violently at a heavily muscled giant with skin the hue of rage. Roar. The mightiest physical combatant of America. He bellowed, crossing his arms to absorb the impact. The taxi was crushed against him, reduced to scrap metal. However, before he could catch his breath, a grotesque creature, a mass of flesh adorned with countless crimson eyes, let out a piercing psychic scream. Ugh! Hulk doubled over in agony, clutching his head. While his formidable body could withstand physical blows, his mind was being tainted. Distorted faces of anguished souls began to manifest upon his green skin. Hulk, steady yourself. A man clad in a red, white, and blue uniform, wielding the iconic star-spangled shield, Captain America, hurled his shield with all his might. It soared through the air, carving a perfect arc, severing the psychic connection between the eye creature and Hulk. He was the emblem of America, the leader of the Avengers. Thank you, Hulk gasped, struggling to rise, panting heavily. Above, a man encased in a striking crimson high-tech suit was engaged in combat with the Centipede Arm hybrid. His palm-mounted cannon and shoulder-mounted micro-missiles firing relentlessly, yet only managing to produce harmless sparks against the creature's resilient shell. Damn, the armor's strength exceeds all known materials. Tony's voice echoed from within the suit. Their weakness lies in the energy core. Wanda, cover me. Captain America commanded loudly. Not far away, a woman suspended in midair. Her hands ablaze with scarlet energy, the Scarlet Witch Wanda immediately began to channel her power. She thrust her hands forward, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy that carved a path through the horde of monsters. Seizing the opportunity, Captain America launched himself like a cannonball towards the mind-corrupting eye creature. This was America's final trump card, a coalition of S-class superhumans known as the Avengers. They were the last pride of this nation, the saviors in the eyes of countless around the globe. As the Dragon Kingdom sealed its borders and the world descended into panic, they stepped forward. The battle in New York was being broadcasted live worldwide. Countless viewers clung to their screens, placing their last hopes upon these superheroes. Yet, hope was being crushed piece by piece. Captain America's charge was abruptly halted by a sudden surge of inky sludge. It was a shadow beast, akin to a colossal slime. Devoid of a fixed form, any physical assault against it would be devoured and nullified. A strike from the shield merely created a dent, which restored itself the next moment. Captain, watch out, Wanda warned. Too late. From within the shadow creature, dozens of tendrils shot forth, ensnaring Captain America tightly. Sizzling. The once indomitable vibranium shield began to emit wisps of smoke under the corrosive grip of the tendrils, its surface coating rapidly peeling away to reveal dull metal beneath. Damn it! Captain America struggled fiercely, but the cold, viscous force relentlessly eroded his stamina. Meanwhile, Iron Man, caught off guard, was struck by the appendage of the centipede creature. Sent flying like a baseball, crashing into the remains of a building, sparks flying from his suit. Wanda attempted to assist, but was besieged by several smaller monsters, leaving her unable to help. Just as Hulk had regained his strength, he was struck once more by the psychic onslaught of the eye creature. And this time he could not withstand it. Roar. His roar was no longer one of fury, but a cacophony of chaos and madness. He abandoned his assault on the monsters, and instead turned to strike Wanda with a devastating punch. Hulk, what are you doing? Wanda exclaimed in horror, hastily erecting an energy barrier. Boom. The peak of S-class physical power collided with the barrier. It fractured instantly, and Wanda coughed up blood. Sent sprawling to the ground amidst the rubble, unconscious. The mightiest shield had gone berserk. The strongest sorceress had been felled. The mightiest warrior was ensnared. The pinnacle of technology, Iron Man, had plummeted. Before their screens, people worldwide wore expressions of shock, which swiftly transformed into profound despair. It's over. If even the Avengers fall, what hope do we have left? God, have you forsaken us? In the White House Command Center, watching the one-sided massacre unfold on-screen, high-ranking officials appeared ashen. The president slumped in his chair, muttering, "Authorize the use of tactical nuclear weapons." Mr. President, that is New York. Manhattan. A general exclaimed in disbelief. We have no choice. The president shouted frantically. I cannot allow these monsters to escape New York. The void creatures showed no interest in the hero's struggles beneath them. They were merely feeding. This one-sided slaughter continued for a full 3 days. New York had become a ghost town, devoid of any signs of life. The Avengers, under the military's desperate cover, fled in disarray, carrying their injured comrades. The world witnessed their retreat, akin to that of hunted dogs. Global confidence shattered completely. After feasting upon the appetizer that was New York, two of the monsters seemed to sense something. The centipede arm hybrid and the flesh mound adorned with crimson eyes simultaneously ceased their senseless destruction. They lifted their heads, gazing eastward. In their perception, that direction held a continent radiating an immensely alluring and powerful life force. Like sharks detecting blood in the water, the two terrifying beings, with combat power ratings of 6,500 and 7,200, unhesitatingly abandoned the ruins beneath them. They soared into the sky, transforming into two streaks of light, racing across the Atlantic towards the land that beckoned them with insatiable desire. In the eastern coastal region of the Dragon Kingdom, an unprecedented steel fortress rose along the sprawling coastline. This defensive line, aptly named the Dragon Spine, was forged entirely from a specialized alloy. Countless electromagnetic artillery and energy weapons, standing like silent sentinels, were poised towards the boundless sea. Behind this formidable defense stood a well-prepared army. The atmosphere was tense, yet no one was in disarray, for they were not fighting alone. Commander, we have detected two ultra-high energy signatures rapidly approaching our airspace. They are expected to reach the Dragon Spine in 3 minutes. At the highest command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau, Zheng Tianzheng listened calmly to the report. He did not glance at the anxious generals around him, but instead focused on the figure standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Spine. Su Yueshi, adorned in a flowing white robe of the Xianyu sect, billowed in the gusty sea breeze. Early-stage golden core. Her combat prowess soared to an astounding 8,500. All cultivators were to form defensive formations, prohibited from acting without command. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that stunning figure, filled with unwavering trust. She was no longer the landlord in need of Lin Fan as protection. She was the leader of the Xianyu sect, the most formidable figure in the present Dragon Kingdom. In the sky, two dark dots were rapidly enlarging. The vile, nauseating aura, palpable even from hundreds of kilometers away, enveloped the air. Su Yueshi's expression remained unchanged. She slowly extended her right hand, and a sword, as translucent as ice, known as the Moonlight Sword, quietly appeared in her grasp. The blade quivered softly, emitting a clear dragon's roar. Chapter 80. The true dragon descends from the heavens. In mere breaths, the two void entities, akin to demonic gods hovering above New York, had traversed the vast distance and emerged above the Dragon Kingdom's defense line. The compound-eyed visage of the centipede arm amalgamation reflected the diminutive human figures below, brimming with greed and brutality. In its perception, the life energy contained within that woman surpassed the essence of the hundreds of thousands it had devoured in New York, purer, more magnificent. Meanwhile, the grotesque mountain of flesh, covered in eyes, emitted a silent shriek, a shockwave composed solely of mental energy, capable of shattering the minds of an entire army, reducing them to madness. Yet, standing atop the dragon spine, Su Yueshi did not even flutter an eyelash. The moonlight sword in her hand emitted a gentle chime, and a veil of cold moonlight enveloped her. The intangible mental shockwave collided with the moonlight shield, akin to scalding molten iron splashing onto ice, failing to stir even a ripple. The luminous divine body, an ancient pinnacle divine body, innately attuned to the power of the moon. Its mind as clear and pure as a moon suspended in the heavens, impervious to all laws, untouched by evil. The mental assault from the void entities, which could corrupt minds, was nothing more than a gentle breeze to her. Roar? All the eyeballs of the fleshy mountain blinked simultaneously, filled with confusion. It could not comprehend why its invincible attack had faltered. Its companion, the centipede arm amalgamation, had no time for such contemplation. Its logic was simple: tear apart, devour. With a swift motion, its massive form, agile beyond expectation, dove towards her. Hundreds of razor-sharp appendages slashed through the air, creating a deafening shriek as they converged from all directions, aiming to dismember her in an instant. Faced with an assault capable of leveling a mountain, Su Yueshi's response was astonishingly simple. She merely raised her sword and flicked it upward. It appeared to be a weightless movement. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling radiance, only a barely perceptible ice-blue sword mark that flickered through the air. The first technique of the Xianyu sword art, Crescent Moon. The instant the words left her lips, time seemed to freeze. The centipede arm amalgamation remained suspended mid-dive, its myriad appendages halted a mere half a meter from Su Yueshi's form, unable to advance another inch. Then, With a series of muffled pops, hundreds of sharp, sturdy appendages snapped cleanly in half. The cut was smooth as a mirror, even frosting over with a thin layer of ice. The agonizing creature let out a wretched howl, having lost all means of attack. Its enormous body continuing to plummet towards Tsuyoshi due to inertia. She did not even glance at it. With her left hand, she formed a sword gesture and pointed distantly. The second technique, ice wheel. A disk of ice-blue moonlight, born of extreme cold, materialized beneath the monster, spinning rapidly. That ice moon resembled the most terrifying meat grinder. The centipede arm amalgamation's indestructible carapace was as fragile as paper before the ice wheel. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed painfully as the void beast, boasting a combat power of 6,500, was ground to pieces from below, disintegrating, freezing, and ultimately transforming into a flurry of ice crystals, scattering with the wind. In a single encounter, a terrifying void creature was annihilated. Within the highest command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau, a profound silence ensued. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the screen, witnessing the overwhelming victory, their throats dry. Zhong Tianjin clenched his fists, his face betraying an uncontainable shock and elation. He knew Tsuyoshi was powerful, but he had never anticipated her strength to reach such heights. Was this the true power of a golden core cultivator? The instantaneous death of its companion instilled an unprecedented fear in the Eyeball Mountain. All its eyes shifted towards Tsuyoshi, blood vessels rapidly filling with crimson as an energy far greater than before began to coalesce within it. It was preparing for a desperate fight. Tsuyoshi's expression remained cool. She turned, the tip of the moonlight sword pointing towards the flesh mountain. Glutton, she said softly, a hint of genuine disdain lacing her tone. A point of extreme cold radiance began to glow at the sword's tip. Yet, at that precise moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The space beside Tsuyoshi twisted without warning, a pitch-black shadow slithering forth like a venomous serpent, soundless and direct, aiming for her temple. It was the third one, a void creature with a combat power also reaching 7,000, an expert in stealth and assassination. It had been lurking, awaiting the moment Tsuyoshi's guard was at its lowest to deliver this lethal strike. Too swift, too sudden. In the command center, Zhong Tianjing's pupils dilated, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Tsuyoshi's peripheral vision caught the shadow, and her heart raced. She attempted to defend, but the old strength had faded, and new power had yet to arise. There was no time to react. She could even sense the chilling, viscous breath of death. In that fraction of a second, a roar erupted, resonating through the heavens, as if from the primordial ages, a dragon's roar that reverberated across the entire expanse of the Dragon Kingdom. This roar brimmed with unmatched majesty and dominance. Beneath its sound, all things submitted, and the skies darkened. The colossal mass of flesh, poised to unleash a desperate final strike, suddenly froze, its myriad eyes wide with unbridled madness now replaced by an overwhelming terror. The entire grotesque creature trembled as if it had encountered its natural predator. A golden streak of light, moving at a speed 100 times its own, tore through the heavens. With a sickening crunch, the shadowy beast, boasting a combat prowess of 7,000, barely had time to emit a shriek before its body was ensnared within a massive maw adorned with glimmering golden scales. The sound of cracking bones echoed sharply. The creature, which could evade most physical assaults, was mercilessly crushed in the presence of this titanic jaw. Black blood and shattered innards rained down like a torrential downpour. It was at this moment that all beheld the true nature of that golden light. It materialized as an eastern divine dragon, nearly 6 meters in length. Its body was resplendent with radiant golden scales, each shimmering with divine brilliance. Beneath its belly, 5 formidable claws extended, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of existence. Its whiskers flowed elegantly, and its formidable horns towered majestically, while its golden slit-like eyes, cold and regal, surveyed all beneath it. An overwhelming aura of draconic majesty swept across the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom like a tidal wave. On the Dragon Spine defense line, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, poised for battle, found themselves instinctively kneeling in reverence upon sensing this immense pressure. In the command center, Zhong Tianjing and his fellow generals stood petrified, their eyes glued to the screen depicting this mythical being. The golden dragon flicked its tail in the air, disdainfully expelling the remnants of the creature from its mouth before turning its head, its golden slit-like gaze fixated upon the now dumbfounded mass of flesh. A clear thought, brimming with disdain and contempt, permeated the minds of all living beings present. In the next instant, it opened its mouth. A singular beam of pure golden light flashed and vanished. The eye creature, along with a radius of 1,000 meters around it, was utterly obliterated from existence. After completing this, The five-clawed golden dragon seemed to find itself a touch bored. Its immense form spiraling in the air before ultimately landing atop the highest point of the dragon spine defense line, beside Tsuyoshi. It lowered its colossal head and affectionately nuzzled Tsuyoshi's arm with its golden horns, emitting a series of soft sounds, as though seeking affection or perhaps claiming credit. Across the Dragon Kingdom, those who witnessed this scene through internal broadcasts erupted into jubilant cheers, their astonishment giving way to elation. It was a dragon, a true dragon. Heaven bless the Dragon Kingdom. The divine dragon has descended to protect our lands. Countless individuals, tears streaming down their faces, knelt reverently toward the screen. Chapter 81. You call this a pet? Above the dragon spine defense line, time appeared to stand still. The sea breeze stirred, lifting fragments of debris, the remnants of the void creatures. Tsuyoshi stood quietly, her ethereal gown swaying gently in the wind, her exquisite face momentarily blank. She slowly, albeit somewhat stiffly, lowered her gaze to the imposing golden dragon, Bruce, affectionately nudging her arm with its magnificent, regal horn. This was Bruce. The same creature that had chased its own tail around the house, devoured its meals with abandon, and became overly excited at the sight of a butterfly. Behaving like a foolish husky? The overwhelming draconic aura that had seemed to emanate from ancient times, commanding the world to submit and causing even her nascent soul to tremble. Was that truly from it? The dragon that had shattered a stealthy assassin with a single bite and annihilated two void creatures with a breath, was that its doing? Tsuyoshi felt her worldview being violently shaken. Yet now, it was clear, this was no mere pet. This was a deity walking among mortals, a guardian beast capable of safeguarding the very fate of a nation. As if sensing Tsuyoshi's stiffness, Bruce ceased his playful antics, lifting his massive head. Within his indifferent yet regal golden slit-like eyes, there flickered a hint of confusion and eagerness to please. He opened his mouth, extending his tongue, as if intending to lick Tsuyoshi's hand as usual, but upon recalling his current size, he withdrew it with a pitiful whimper, emitting a series of soft grunts. This display instantly shattered the awe-inspiring image he had just projected. The stark contrast was striking. Tsuyoshi's taut nerves finally relaxed, a slight twitch forming at the corner of her mouth as she extended her delicate hand, tentatively patting Bruce's brilliant, hard scales. Well done. Upon receiving the praise, Bruce's massive tail began to wildly sway behind him, crashing into a nearby alloy defense structure several dozen meters tall, sending it tumbling down. Realizing he had caused a commotion, he quickly lowered his head, avoiding Tsuyoshi's gaze. Tsuyoshi mused, I am beginning to believe this creature's mind may indeed resemble that of a husky. Meanwhile, at the highest command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau, Zhong Tianzhong and his fellow generals, including those seasoned veterans accustomed to grand spectacles, stood as if struck by a spell, mouths agape. Their eyes fixated on the screen displaying the five-clawed golden dragon playfully nuzzling Tsuyoshi. After a prolonged silence, Zhong Tianzhong swallowed hard, his parched throat struggling to produce words. Is this the pet that Lin Fan raised? His voice trembled. Previously, when Lin Fan had mentioned gifting his sister a small dragon as a pet, Zhong Tianzhong had assumed it was a joke or perhaps a lizard of some sort. But who could have fathomed that this pet was, in the truest sense, a dragon? A mythical five-clawed golden dragon of the highest order. Just behold that majesty. Witness that power. The two terrifying void creatures that had previously terrorized New York and brought despair to the entire Western world were, before this dragon, reduced to mere morsels, one devoured, the other obliterated with a single breath. The entire encounter lasted less than 10 seconds. This is called a pet? You dare to call this a pet? Just moments before, at the instant the dragon's roar erupted, the secretary gasped for breath, unable to contain his overwhelming joy. The spiritual energy in the atmosphere surged. He waved his arms vigorously, excitedly adding, It is clearly the divine dragon protecting the nation, bestowing fortune upon us. Fortune upon us. Zhong Tianjing slowly rose from his chair, murmuring those 4 words, a wave of intense elation swelling within him. The concentration of spiritual energy surged once more. This was no longer merely a guardian deity. This was a walking embodiment of fortune. Ha 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 ha. Zhong Tianjing could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter filled with both exhilaration and pride. What a splendid guardian dragon. He gestured grandly to the communications officer, commanding, inform the entire army. I want every soldier to know that our dragon kingdom is under the protection of a divine dragon. We are invincible. Yes. With Zhong Tianjing's orders given, the dragon kingdom erupted into an even greater fervor of morale, in stark contrast to the jubilant celebrations echoing throughout the dragon kingdom. The rest of the world had descended into a veritable hellscape. The remaining void creatures, while not as formidable as the 3 that Bruce had dispatched, still posed an insurmountable calamity for other nations. In Sakura country, Ganges nation, and Gallus, cities crumbled to ruins amidst the roars of the monsters, countless lives extinguished in despair. At the heart of the tempest lies the United States. The White House stands as the command center. The president gazes at the images transmitted back to him, his face ashen. New York has been utterly transformed into a wasteland by the nuclear blast. The centipede-like monstrosity, despite being charred and its exoskeleton shattered, oozing dark green blood, still clings to life. The nuclear weapon, humanity's most formidable ultimate deterrent, has merely incapacitated it. Mr. President, we are out of options. A five-star general slumps despondently to the ground, his eyes vacant. The entire command room is suffused with an air of despair. At that moment, the centipede creature emits a deafening roar. Its massive form begins to contract, and it burrows into the earth, vanishing from sight. It has concealed itself. Along with it, several other void creatures wreaking havoc across the globe seem to receive some unspoken directive, unanimously opting to lie in wait after inflicting widespread devastation. They are anticipating the reopening of the rift connecting to the void, awaiting the arrival of their main forces to descend upon this bounteous, yet fragile world. Despair spreads across the globe. Yet amidst this ocean of hopelessness, the sole bastion of hope is the Dragon Kingdom. Following the circulation of videos showcasing the divine dragon's emergence and its swift annihilation of the monsters, those who had previously mocked the Dragon Kingdom's border closures, branding it as isolationist, have descended into madness. What is that? Is that a real dragon? The Dragon Kingdom has a divine dragon to protect it. I was wrong. I was truly mistaken. I should not have believed in the fallacies of freedom and democracy. I want to go home. I want to return to the Dragon Kingdom. Woe is me, my company, my villa, all gone. Destroyed by monsters. Please, let me return. I am willing to relinquish all my possessions. I apologize for my previous statements. I am a descendant of the dragon. You cannot abandon me in my time of need. In an instant, the embassies of the Dragon Kingdom, now deserted, become inundated with countless cries of people yearning to return home. They are filled with regret, terror, and hysteria. They frantically dial domestic numbers, posting confessions online, desperately trying to elicit sympathy from their compatriots. However, the gates of the Dragon Kingdom remain firmly shut to them. Zhong Tian, during the highest council meeting, reviews the intelligence with a cold remark. They must bear the consequences of their own choices. The ship of the Dragon Kingdom has already set sail, and there are no spare tickets for those who have willingly jumped overboard. Transmit my orders. Continue to reinforce the border blockade. Not even a fly shall enter. 7 more days pass. The world has irrevocably transformed. Within the Dragon Kingdom, however, a vibrant tide of cultivation flourishes, reaching unprecedented heights stimulated by the appearance of the divine dragon. Beyond Earth, in the dim depths of the cosmos, a sleek, silver spacecraft, exuding a sense of sci-fi wonder, silently tears through space, appearing in orbit around the blue planet. Inside the ship's bridge, Lin Fan lounges with his legs crossed, gazing out the porthole at the beautiful planet, stretching leisurely. I am finally home. Chapter 82, At Last, Home. The spacecraft lands smoothly on the lawn of the villa's backyard, its massive body nearly silent. As the hatch slides open, Lin Fan inhales the familiar yet foreign air, rich in spiritual energy, far purer than when he left. Brother. A petite figure bursts out of the villa, rushing straight into his embrace. Lin Fan smiles as he holds his sister, ruffling her hair. Xiaoyu, did you miss me? Missed you to death. Lin Yu looks up, her eyes red but quickly diverted by the silver-haired girl stepping out of the hatch behind Lin Fan. Brother, who is this? Sally follows Lin Fan, her alabaster-like face adorned with a hint of curiosity about her new surroundings, her eyes, reminiscent of the stars and the sea, analytically scanning everything around her. Just someone I picked up on the way. Her name is Sally, Lin Fan casually introduces. Hello. Sally nods slightly, her voice melodious and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if executing a social protocol. Roar. A 6-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon trots over joyfully, nuzzling its massive head against Lin Fan and emitting a purring sound akin to a playful whine. It is Bruce. After affectionately rubbing against Lin Fan, it curiously approaches Sally, sniffing her inquisitively. Sally remains still, allowing it to investigate, her internal systems rapidly processing the encounter. Bruce, no being rude. Lin Yu tugs at Bruce's tail, her bright eyes sparkling with innocent curiosity as she looks at Sally. Sister Sally, are you a robot? You're so beautiful. Sally looks at Lin Yu, pondering for a moment before replying. By definition, I am a silicon-based life form. You can understand me as a living robot. Just then, an aura, cool yet powerful, approaches swiftly. A breathtaking figure descends into the yard, her moonlit gown flowing elegantly. It is Su Yueshi. Sensing Lin Fan's familiar yet vastly strengthened aura, She hurried back from the Xianyu sect. Lin Fan. The chill in Su Yueshi's eyes melts away, replaced solely by joy and longing. I'm back, Lin Fan smiles, opening his arms wide. Su Yueshi can no longer contain herself, leaping into his embrace, burying her head deep in his chest, fervently feeling his heartbeat and warmth. The warmth of their reunion flows between them. However, when Su Yueshi raises her head and glances at Sally behind Lin Fan, a hint of something unusual quietly infiltrates her overwhelming joy. She releases Lin Fan, her gaze lingering momentarily on Sally's flawless face and figure, her cool voice tinged with a barely perceptible scrutiny. And who might this be? The temperature in the air seems to drop a few degrees. Lin Yu, perceptive to the shift in atmosphere, discreetly steps back with Bruce. Lin Fan senses Su Yueshi's jealousy, stifling a chuckle, while maintaining a solemn countenance as he explains. This is Sally, a robot I brought back from outer space. She will assist us. He succinctly recounts the plight of the clear civilization and Sally's origins. So, you not only ventured out, but also saved a spark of civilization? Su Yueshi's demeanor softens considerably upon hearing this, though her tone retains a hint of acidity. Quite an accomplishment. Of course, just look at who your man is, Lin Fan beams proudly, then shifts the topic, taking her hand with admiration in his eyes. I heard Xiaoyu say you and Bruce did splendidly. Su Yueshi's cheeks flush slightly as she softly hums in agreement. Upon learning about Sally's background, her earlier small grievances dissipate into thin air. Bruce, meanwhile, proudly flicks its tail, nearly snapping a nearby ornamental tree in half. By the way, the void creatures are not limited to just those few. The rest have gone into hiding. Su Yueshi's expression resumes its somberness. I am aware, Lin Fan nods. But there's no need for concern. It's time to reel them in. He leads Su Yueshi to the center of the yard, commanding the system. Exchange for the 9 heavens and 10 earths, locking gods and exterminating demons array. Ding. Confirm the exchange? This array requires 300,000 points. Confirm. Exchange successful. Would you like to set up the array immediately? Immediately. With a commanding utterance from Lin Fan, an invisible wave emanated from his being, expanding instantaneously. On the floor of the villa, countless golden runes materialized out of thin air, cascading outward like a tide in all directions. Intertwining with one another, they converged into a river, ultimately transforming into a towering golden pillar of light that soared towards the heavens. The pillar erupted at an altitude of 10,000 meters, morphing into a colossal golden net that enveloped the firmament. This grand net descended gradually, perfectly aligning with the contours of the Dragon Kingdom's territory before vanishing into the ether. From that moment forth, the entire Dragon Kingdom was shrouded in an indomitable barrier. Neither spatial transportation nor physical breach could penetrate from the outside. This was the ultimate defensive formation Lin Fan had prepared for the Dragon Kingdom. At the Dragon Shield Bureau's highest command center, a report rang out. We have detected an ultra-high energy spiritual response across our nation's entire territory. A massive protective barrier is forming. It encompasses our entire country. The shrill sound of alarms and the astonished reports from analysts echoed in succession. Zhong Tianjing abruptly rose from his seat, his gaze fixed intently on the energy model representing the entire land of the Dragon Kingdom on the large screen. He beheld a golden light membrane, like a divine miracle, enveloping the nation, emanating a profound pressure that even made him, a master-level warrior, feel a sense of trepidation. Initially taken aback, he was soon overwhelmed by an immense wave of euphoria. It was Lin Fan. Zhong Tianjing clenched his fists, his voice trembling with excitement. That kid, he has returned. The tension that had gripped him for so long finally relaxed in that moment. In the Lin family villa, having completed the formation, Lin Fan felt a refreshing sense of clarity. Gazing at Su Yueshi, who leaned against him, his adoring sister Lin Yu, the adorably foolish dragon, and the serene Sally standing like a flawless work of art, a wave of satisfaction surged within him. To protect this beauty, he would not hesitate to dismantle not just one void dimension, but 10 if need be. Well, the crisis has been temporarily averted. Lin Fan clapped his hands, grinning at Su Yueshi. Esteemed leader, shouldn't you reward this valiant hero returning from the expedition? Su Yueshi shot him a glance, her charm undeniable. Yet her lips could not suppress a smile. Dream on. First, go take a shower. You're covered in dust. Together, get lost. After a bout of playful banter, fatigue ultimately prevailed. The moonlight streamed in like water, quietly flowing through the window. On the same bed, Lin Fan lay on his side, gently embracing Su Yueshi in his arms.